Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 339, Chapter 338 The commission issued by Odis to the Little Sun. At the Tarot meeting. After the deal between the Hermit and the world was struck, the world finally said, "I have no more deals." The room fell silent for a few seconds before the moon Emlyn said to the magician, "Furs, I will pay you for the clues you provided today." He now has a total of 3 clues, 1 clue that can pinpoint the target, and 2 clues that indicate the target's approximate activity range. Furs nodded and said, "Okay. Hugh will have another source of income, but she will also take about 10% as a brokerage fee." Emlyn then turned to look at the sun. "The elder tree, roots and auxiliary materials you requested are all here. Give me a list of monsters around Silver City, and I'll pick out a few items of comparable value." "Well, they cost me a total of £2,000, plus my £200 in compensation, making it a total of £2,200. "Okay, thank you, Mr. Moon." Son Derek was delighted, suddenly feeling that Mr. Moon wasn't so unpleasant after all. He quickly conjured up the corresponding list and handed it to the moon Emlyn. Emlyn glanced through them, then cleared his throat and said, this, and this. Derek wrote it down carefully, saying he could get the money for Emlyn in 2 days at most. The transaction concluded, and the room fell silent once more. Just as everyone was wondering why Little Sun hadn't asked the Hermit to buy extraordinary weapons at this gathering, son Derek looked at the Hermit and said, "The Hermit, on our way back, we seem to have seen something unusual that you mentioned earlier." The other members immediately recalled that at the last gathering, the Hermit made a strange request, asking the sun to pay attention to the oddities of the Forsaken Land. At the time, everyone was quite puzzled. Could the Hermit possibly do something that could affect the Forsaken Land? The words of Sun immediately piqued everyone's curiosity, and they pricked up their ears to listen to the conversation between the two. Odis asked, "What was that strange thing like?" Suddenly, a luminous object appeared and quickly rose into the air, Derek described. Within that luminous object, there seemed to be twinkling points of light, which looked a bit like the stars described in books. In the land forsaken by God, only lightning flashes in the sky, a normal night sky never appears. Odis nodded, confirming that it was indeed the Staff of Goose, and hoped that Amon's clone hadn't seen it. He thought for a moment and then said, "I want to issue you a commission, find the source of light and get what I need." Derek had guessed that Mr. the Hermit might issue such a request, so he wasn't surprised. Instead, he asked, "Will this mission be dangerous? What does the light source look like?" "There might be some danger," Odis said. "I will continue to follow up on this matter, and I will inform you immediately if it becomes very dangerous. For example, if it was taken by Amon's clone, then Little Sun wouldn't be allowed to go and get killed." The other members were all secretly marveling at the advantages of having members from the Forsaken Land. In the Tarot Club, these members could even issue quests about the continent. "You'll need a few helpers," Odis said. "That source of light is called the Staff of Gus." Then Odis asked Mr. Fool to materialize the form of the Staff of Goose. This is its form. When Klein, Alger, and the others saw the simple staff, they all recalled that the Hermit had a similar staff. The other members could roughly guess that this must be a very nice and magical item. They were just wondering why the Hermit knew that this magical item was in the Forsaken Land. Odis continued, "Besides what you saw, many monsters were probably also attracted by the Gus staff, and you may have to take the staff back from the monsters." Before attending the Tarot meeting, when Odis went to check on the Gus staff, she noticed that many monsters were searching for the previous light source near the Gus staff. However, the Gus staff is inconspicuous when it is not imbued with spiritual power, and it has not yet been found by those monsters. Derek nodded. "I understand." Odis asked, "What reward do you desire?" Derek hesitated for a moment before replying, 100 extraordinary weapons of various kinds. Seeing that the Hermit was taken aback, he immediately changed his mind and said, 80 pieces will do too. No, Odis laughed, "I didn't expect you to want so many weapons. Just 100 pieces, sold." The transaction amount appeared to be as high as £5,000, but Odis's actual cost was only around £460. Of course, the price is only so low now, with the biggest cost being labor. However, once the Knowledge Wilderness has those 2 intelligent puppets, the labor cost will be almost negligible. Derek let out a sigh of relief, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "However, I still hope to continue our previous extraordinary property transaction," Odis said. "How about this? I'll pay you £2,200 for the moon, and you can convert it into extraordinary materials for me." He now has a stable sales channel, and selling extraordinary materials has become an important source of income. Now is the time to spend money, and Odis certainly doesn't want this business to run into problems. Derek hesitated for a moment before asking, Mr. Moon, is this all right? Emlyn said, it would be best if we could receive gold pounds. This saves time and risk associated with selling exceptional materials. Odis smiled and said to Derek, then let's make a three-way deal. You can give me the 2,200 pounds of extraordinary materials over 2 weeks. Then he looked at Emlyn the Moon, the 2,200 pounds, I can give it to you today. Once all three parties are satisfied, the transaction is concluded. After no new members initiated any transactions, the transaction phase ended, and the communication phase began. Alger, the hanged man, carefully considered his words before speaking, the Pope of the Church of Storms has fallen. As he spoke, he glanced at Odis out of the corner of his eye. The other members were stunned for a moment, and then each showed a surprised expression. The Pope's fall is a major event in the extraordinary realm, but why didn't they receive any news about it? Especially for Klein and Gadria, who were also on the high seas, theoretically, the fall of the Pope of the Church of Storms should have greatly impacted the extraordinary power of the entire raging sea. At this point, Alger continued, however, on the same day, the Lord of Storms appointed a new pope. Once the new pope is ready, he should announce this. The priestess Catlia seemed to understand what was going on. Gad 2's traits had been reclaimed by the Church of Storms, and on the same day, a Sequence 3 individual was promoted to angel and became the new pope. The news would be announced once the new pope had stabilized. Within an extraordinary organization like the Church, there should always be 1 or 2 reserve popes to deal with situations like the one we see now. They must have already digested the potion and prepared the ritual, just waiting for an extraordinary attribute to ascend to angelhood. Klein had a similar conjecture to Catlia, and he also recalled that not long ago, the hanged man was still tracking the Hermit, competing with other churches for a demigod-level extraordinary property. Then he thought, could it be that the 3 churches are fighting over each other and even the angels have come down to fight? He then dismissed the idea, because the church wouldn't be so irrational. Even if a battle at the angelic level really occurred, the angels of the Storm Church, even if they couldn't win, could always escape. That's strange. Why did the Pope of the Church of Storms perish? Could this have sparked a war of gods? Audrey, just recovering from her shock, asked, the hanged man, why did this happen? I mean, how did the Pope of the Church of Storms fall? I'm not entirely clear on the specifics either, Alger said. All he remembers now is that he was lucky that day. The hurricane blew the Blue Avenger into the fog, allowing him to escape. The wave, which arrived a little later, sank in dangerous waters, and none of its crew survived. Later, Alger carefully recalled his spiritual feelings at the time and deduced from the church's reaction that the Pope might have fallen. I do know some inside information about this matter, Odis the Hermit suddenly said. Alger breathed a sigh of relief. He had brought this up earlier in the hopes of learning the inside story from the Hermit. Everyone looked at the Hermit, and Klein thought to himself, it really is related to the previous competition for the demigod trait. The whole thing was a conspiracy by Adam, Odis said without reservation. Even I became one of the characters in the story Adam wrote. What? Adam's conspiracy? Klein seemed to suddenly recall the fear of being dominated by 0-08. Alger never imagined that this action by the 3 churches would be related to the King of Angels, Adam. After a brief moment of surprise, Gadria immediately realized the logic behind it. Adam and the 3 gods, including the Lord of Storms, were on adjacent paths. The son Derek looked the Hermit up and down. The Hermit, Mr. So, how did you escape from that story? Odis smiled and replied, of course, it was with the help of a great being. Catlia was taken aback. The Hermit couldn't possibly call the Queen a great being, so he must have received the Queen's help. But then she realized, she must have received help from Mr. Fool. The other members had similar suspicions. Klein, the fool, sitting at the head of the table, saw everyone's expressions and realized what they were thinking. This made him smile wryly. I don't know who he asked for help. Adam hoped to exacerbate the conflict between the 3 churches, including the Church of Storms, Odis continued. His plan was very successful. In this battle, in addition to the fall of the Pope of the Church of Storms, the Church of Knowledge and the Church of Eternal Sun each lost a demigod. Well, everyone, don't worry too much about the details of this event, because this is Adam's story. Whether it's reasonable or not, the ending is already predetermined. At this point, he thought to himself, especially don't worry about the fact that I got a level 1 sealed artifact, I'm a victim too. Everyone opened their mouths, and one after another they understood what the Hermit meant, that Angel and the 2 demigods were written to be dead. Klein thought to himself, this is the King of Angels. He can even kill off angels. The other members also soon gained a concrete understanding of the power of the King of Angels. Audrey calmed herself down first, then asked, the Hermit, what was Adam's purpose in doing this? She organized her thoughts and continued, for the past few hundred years, Adam had never stirred up any conflict between the 3 major churches. Why did he suddenly take action? Was it because he found some opportunity? Odis paused for a moment before saying, I don't know either. Audrey watched the Hermit's actions and expression for a second or two before saying, oh. Judging from the Hermit's reaction, he should know some inside information, but he said he didn't know. Now Audrey's thinking was no longer as simple as before. She quickly realized that since the Hermit knew that she could most likely see through some of his inner thoughts, but he still said, I don't know, without any attempt to hide it, it must be inconvenient for him to say. At this point, the magician, Furs, asked, will the three major churches go to war as a result? Probably not, Odis said. When Gad II fell, the three gods, including the Lord of Storms, sensed Adam's plot, so the three churches have been very restrained ever since. However, after the Church of Storms announces the inauguration of the new pope, the three parties will definitely engage in a struggle, both openly and covertly. Furs nodded. She also felt that the three churches couldn't just give up like that. Katlia then asked, won't the three churches seek revenge on Adam? It's probably impossible to find, Odis laughed. If it were possible, Adam would have perished in the Fourth Age. Klein, manipulating the world, also joined the discussion. In recent years, the extraordinary realm seems to be heading in an unstable direction. After all, the time for the transition of eras is fast approaching, Odis said with a smile. For a moment, everyone fell into deep thought, and the topic came to an end. A dozen seconds later, Justice Audrey continued, last week, Duke Negan was assassinated. Even Katlia, on the high seas, knew, the conservative leader of the Kingdom of Rune. Furs also heard about this, which was supposedly done by the Aurora Society. Audrey nodded, yes. Alger, who had previously participated in the investigation of Hurricane Admiral Zeringus, said as if it were none of his business, he's still dead. Then he asked, given the previous assassination attempt, didn't he hire some extraordinary forces to protect himself? I'm not entirely sure about the specifics either. Audrey glanced at the Hermit out of the corner of her eye. Odis smiled and said, as far as I know, he invited him. First of all, Duke Negan himself is a Sequence 6. Although he doesn't have much combat experience, he is indeed a mid-sequence extraordinary individual. Moreover, his secretary is a Sequence 5 who has been by his side ever since the last incident. In addition, there are at least 2 Sequence 5 and 2 Sequence 6 extraordinary bodyguards, which allows Duke Negan to call upon 1 Sequence 5 and 1 Sequence 6 at any time. It is said that, the Singer of God, Ace Snake also gave Duke Negan a conch shell. As long as the conch shell is blown in Backlund, the Singer of God can arrive within half a minute. Alger was taken aback. This is much better protection than before. Especially the conch shell of the Singer of Gods, with the abilities of this demigod, could definitely arrive at the scene within 10 seconds. Then Alger seemed to realize something and asked the Hermit, how do you know so much? Odis smiled and said, because I killed Duke Negan. In his view, this was no secret and there was no need to hide it, because the 2 members of the Tarot Club already knew about it. Everyone was stunned when they heard the news. Gadria asked, why would you want to kill a duke? In her opinion, it didn't matter whether the duke was fat or thin, or what his character was like, what she cared about more was Odis's purpose. Someone offered me a reward I couldn't refuse, Odis said with a smile. Audrey looked at the Hermit, unaware that such a thing existed. Then the sequence of events became clear to her. Someone had hired the Hermit to assassinate Duke Negan, and the Hermit knew that the Duke was not a kind person, so he accepted the mission and carried out the assassination. Klein also felt that this was more reasonable, otherwise, there would be no need to go to Backlund to kill someone unless there was some kind of hatred involved. Gadria confirmed, it's that simple. Odis replied, it's that simple. Caldelia had basically ruled out that this was a mission issued by the Queen, and wanted to ask who had given Odis the mission. However, she then realized that this was probably some of the more confidential information in the mission, and even if she asked Odis, she wouldn't tell her. So she thought she could write to the Queen to ask. Furs was even more curious, how did you manage to disguise yourself as a member of the Aurora Society? She noticed that Mr. Hanged Man and Ms. Priestess were both looking at her, so she explained, according to the preliminary investigation by the official extraordinary individuals, it is believed that the Aurora Society killed the Duke. It's very simple, Odis smiled. With just one magical item from the Mystic Pathway and a few flesh bombs, we can disguise the scene as a work by the Aurora Society. Actually, the main problem was the interference from the talks of the true creator, otherwise the Singer of God would definitely have discovered some clues. At this point, Audrey, who had started the conversation, asked again, who exactly wants to kill Duke Negan? And what benefits will they gain from his death? Alger looked at the Hermit, and he had the same question. In fact, Zelingus had this question during the last assassination attempt. Katlia also looked at the Hermit. Although she hadn't asked earlier, she was also somewhat looking forward to the answer. After considering for a moment, Odis said to Audrey, I can answer your question, which is equivalent to repaying the favor you did for me before. Everyone was taken aback. When did the Hermit owe Justice a favor? Did they meet in the real world? Only Audrey understood that the Hermit's words of kindness referred to not exposing his stalking at the time. Before Justice Audrey could say anything, Odis said, the one who issued this mission is a member of the Twilight Hermit Society. The other members were somewhat surprised when they heard this answer. During last week's Tarot meeting, while exchanging information about Emperor Roselle, they learned that the suspected leader of the Twilight Hermits was likely Adam. I never expected such a high-level organization to issue this task. As for what benefits they can gain, Odis smiled, it has to do with the principles they have always adhered to. In their eyes, Duke Negan seemed to be hindering the world from developing in the direction they desired. Upon hearing this, Klein recalled a movie he had seen before, which described how this world was manipulated by an organization. Upon hearing this, Alger opened his mouth before saying, indeed, it is an evil secret organization. They actually want to control the world. Justice, Audrey asked, what direction do they want the world to take? Odis shrugged and smiled, I'm not quite sure either. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Catlia's focus was on the fact that the Twilight Hermit Society must offer a very generous reward. However, this kind of question is not easy to ask. The magnificent hall fell silent for a few seconds, and after discussing a few other topics, Klein announced the end of this tarot session. Back in the real world, Odis was in a daze for a while before sitting up and taking out bundles of gold pounds from the wilderness of knowledge. If he decided to buy the biotoxin bottle, the reward for exchanging information at this tarot meeting would not be enough to pay for it. Soon, through a bestowal ceremony, Odis obtained the biological toxin bottle and designed an experiment to see if the toxins in this magical item could be used in the scroll. The Forsaken Land, Silver City. Derek sat up abruptly in bed, jumped to the floor, tucked the hurricane axe into his belt, and ran toward the round tower where the Council of Six was located. After explaining to the guard that he requested an audience with the chief, and waiting for several breaths, the guard led Derek to the top of the round tower. The chief, Colin, with his head of gray hair, asked expressionlessly, what do you want with me? After bowing, Derek said, Your Excellency, I discovered several methods for creating one-time extraordinary weapons during a previous operation. After continuous experimentation recently, I have completely mastered the method of weapon making. I can continuously produce extraordinary weapons using only some extraordinary materials at the low sequence level that we rarely have access to. He felt the time was right and he should be frank with the chief about this. Colin nodded and said, Very good. You will receive merit points for this. In addition, you can use any unused inventory in the warehouse without having to exchange merit points for it. The Council of Six had long taken notice of those unique, one-time use weapons and had even exchanged a few of them with merits from Derek for a thorough study. After determining that the weapons were very useful and posed no threat to White Shadow City, they kept a close watch on the situation while allowing Derek to trade with other residents. And they didn't intend to find out where these weapons came from. After a period of use, the residents of Silver City gradually grew to love these weapons, and the cost of them has increased from the initial 10 merit points to the current 50 merit points. Many people suggested to the Council of Six that Derek should simply be put in charge of the production of these extraordinary weapons full-time. However, due to Derek's special circumstances, the Council of Six never took the initiative to inquire about the matter. Colin didn't believe a word Derek said today, but he understood what he meant. As long as there were enough extraordinary materials, those extraordinary weapons could be supplied in large quantities in the future. That's why Colin said that anyone could take any unused inventory. This result surprised Derek slightly. At the beginning, when extraordinary weapons only cost 10 merit points, he could earn a certain amount of merit points from each weapon. Later, the price went completely out of control and kept rising higher and higher. As a result, Derek lived a relatively wealthy life in Silver City and made many friends. He never expected that he wouldn't need merit points to exchange for extraordinary materials he didn't need in the future. While delighted, Derek did not forget another main purpose of the trip: I can provide 100 of those extraordinary weapons soon. However, my intuition tells me that the glowing object from before would be of great help in the process of creating extraordinary weapons, so I hope to go and find that item. Chief Colin did not respond immediately, but instead looked quietly at Derek. This made Derek somewhat uneasy. He knew, of course, that the chief knew he was lying in many places, so he first stated what he could offer to make the chief understand that this was a deal. After looking at Derek for a while, Colin said, Go back and get ready, then you can set off. Derek breathed a sigh of relief and then said, I need a few more companions. The exploration team is ready, and you are the last member of those teams, Colin said. I will lead this operation. Even without Odis's request, Silver City planned to explore the source of light. However, the original plan was for Elder Lovia to lead the team, but now Colin intends to lead the team himself. Cruz Island, in the captain's workshop of the Argo. After simple experiments, Odis determined that the power of the biotoxin bottle could be combined with the scroll, and has already designed the flu scroll, itch scroll, dehydration scroll, and aphrodisiac scroll. Through research, it should be possible to design some other scrolls. So Odis finally decided to buy the biological toxin bottle. During this tarot meeting, Odis had three expenses: £4,500 for the biotoxin bottle, £1,200 for the judge trait, and £2,200 paid to the moon Emlyn. The total cost is £7,900. The reward for this tarot meeting's intelligence exchange was only £2,700 in cash, and Odis would ultimately have to sacrifice another £5,200. This was the first time I held a tarot reading session, and I didn't make any money. In fact, I spent so much. In addition, Odis received 20 extraordinary materials of sequence 9 level, and there are more than a dozen more, which Little Sun will pay for at the next tarot meeting. After completing the transaction, Odis wrote a letter to Edwina to discuss the trip to Remmberg. Before he could finish writing the letter, he received another letter. Odis paused for a moment, not having had time to read the letter, and asked the messenger to wait while he quickly finished writing the letter and had the messenger deliver it to General Iceberg. Only then did he open the letter he had just received. It was from First Mate Bazel, saying that Blackhand, Alva had arrived on Cruz Island. Alva serves Nast, the King of the Five Seas, and is currently preparing for the next pirate convention. Odis had previously spoken with him about the hope that the new pirate convention would be held on Cruz Island. Alva did not immediately agree. He came to Cruz Island to assess whether the island had the capacity to host the pirate conference. After all, many pirates will be coming, and the wine and food alone cannot be provided by a small island. Odis did not intend to appear immediately, but instead asked Balzer to receive them first. Blackhand, Alva arrived at Cruz Island in the afternoon. After speaking with Odis once, Alva immediately reported the situation to the King of the Five Seas, and Nast quickly responded, "If conditions on Cruz Island permit, the meeting can be held there." Alva then began to make preparations, taking some gifts with him as he set off to speak with the mysterious general in person. He learned from Elemental Dawn that Mysterious Admiral had a base on Cruz Island, which is why he sent his subordinates to the island to deliver the invitation. At the time, Alva didn't pay much attention to it, because it was normal for big pirates to have their own strongholds. Before setting off on this mission, Alva inquired about the situation on Cruz Island from his subordinates and learned that the island was now a huge construction site with all sorts of construction underway. This puzzled Alva, who couldn't understand why the Mysterious Admiral would make such a large investment on such a remote island. Upon arriving at Cruz Island, Alva was initially shocked by the port's sheer size. Even small-town ports weren't this large. Immediately following, a large cruiser named General rushed over from the east side of the island at an extremely fast speed and used flag signals to inquire about Alva's purpose. After signaling with flags that he meant no harm, Alva met Balzer, the first mate of the Dawn Sword, who was standing on the deck of the General. Looking at the giant ship before him, Alva was now completely convinced that the Sword of Dawn had once defeated a naval fleet. After explaining their purpose, Bazel said that the captain was not currently on the island, but they could wait on Cruz Island, though he didn't know exactly when he would return. "Now that we're here, we'll definitely have to wait a few more days before making any decisions." Alva and several of his men, accompanied by Bazel, then arrived at the port town. In Alva's view, the town was far too shabby compared to the enormous port. However, to his surprise, this small port even had street lights. Alva looked around, trying to see what else was unusual, when he spotted a huge figure in the distance. The figure was over 4 meters tall with huge vertical pupils. He was currently halfway up the mountain, seemingly helping with logging. At that moment, Bazel casually remarked, "That's our captain's guest." Guest. Alva finally realized, "That's a giant, isn't it?" "That's right, it's a giant," Bazel said with a smile, seeing the Blackhand's surprised expression. Alva exhaled, "This is the first time I've ever seen a giant. This way, please." But Bazel didn't continue the topic. After arranging a room for Alva, he immediately tried to contact the captain with the crystal ball. When he couldn't reach him, he wrote a letter to the captain. Alva was eager to explore the island, but his companion, the bosun Selena, refused, stating that she could only accompany him around the town until the captain's permission was obtained. Alva actually wanted to see the giant up close, and also to see the construction site on the hill over there, to see how large-scale the construction was. Since he wasn't allowed to, he patiently chatted with Selena, hoping to learn more information. To Alva's surprise, the bosun Selena, though seemingly talkative, was very wary and did not reveal any important information. In this casual conversation, evening soon arrived. Alva's subordinate suddenly rushed in and said, "Captain, a large ship has entered the harbor." Alva was about to say, "We'll just dock, what's the big deal?" But then he realized it couldn't be an ordinary ship, so he asked, "Whose ship is it?" "It looks like the Nuans and the Black Octopus." "What?" Alva knew perfectly well that it was the flagship of Vice Admiral Deepsea, and one of his important ships. Alva strode outside and saw 2 ships entering the harbor, both flying flags with sea monster elements. They were indeed the flags of the Vice Admiral of the Deep Sea. He kept his eyes on the harbor until the ship docked, then returned to his room thoughtfully. A short while later, Rupert, the second mate of Dawnbreaker Sword, strode over and said, "Captain Alva, it's time for dinner. I'll be joining you for the meal. Would you like to eat here, or at the restaurant?" "Let's go to the restaurant." Alva smiled politely and then asked, "Are those 2 large ships in the harbor the Admiral of the Deep Sea? Could that also be a guest of the mysterious general?" Rupert smiled and said, "Yes, the first mate is receiving us at the dock." Alva nodded, about to say something, when he suddenly noticed that the street had become brighter. After receiving the mission to make active contact with Odis, Vice Admiral Hel Constantine began searching for the location of Cruz Island on the sea chart. After trying several different nautical charts, we finally found the approximate location of the island. After searching for more than a day in the nearby waters, we finally found this place. Upon arriving at Cruz Island, Hel Constantine was initially surprised by the port. The fact that it remained quite empty despite the presence of massive ships like the Nuins and the Black Octopus showed that the mysterious admiral had spent a considerable amount of money on it. If it were a secret base, it might have a decent deepwater port, but it would never have been this big. After a brief exchange, Hel Constantine realized that he had come at an inopportune time, as Admiral Mystery was not there. However, he didn't have any urgent missions recently, so he took a few crew members to the dock, intending to stay there for 2 days and see if he could wait for Admiral Mystery. Accompanied by Bazel, the group had just arrived in the town when they saw the main street of the town suddenly light up. It was just getting dark, and you could still see fiery clouds on the horizon. The bright light seemed to bring a section of the street back to noon. Hel Constantine looked toward the light and saw a local man press a button on a street lamp. The lampshade suddenly shrank, and a second light came on. Vice Admiral Deep Sea couldn't help but ask, "Those aren't some kind of lighting crystals, are they?" "No." Bazel had already noticed that Vice Admiral Deep Sea was attracted by the streetlight, but he waited for the other party to ask before answering. "That is a kind of spiritual material that our captain found. It can emit light for a long time, but it needs to be infused with spiritual energy frequently." Hal stopped and laughed. "Such high-grade spiritual materials, used in streetlights. Aren't you afraid they'll be stolen?" "The locals wouldn't dare steal," Bazel said with a smile. "This Miss New behind me can easily find out who the thief is and where they've hidden the stolen goods. Only unsuspecting outsiders would steal." Vice Admiral Deep Sea nodded slowly before saying, "If I'm not mistaken, the person who turned on the light should be an ordinary person, right?" "Yes," Bazel smiled. "These streetlights were designed by the captain himself. The crystal light is shielded by lampshades during the day and turned on again in the evening. The button to turn on the lampshade is on the pillar. This job is easy to do and doesn't require any special skills, so it's usually left to sanitation workers." "Hel Constantine, are there sanitation workers here?" Environmental sanitation is a concept proposed by Emperor Russell, but currently only large cities have sanitation workers, and even Byam only has them in some urban areas. "I never imagined that such a small island and such a small town would have sanitation workers." "Yes, there are sanitation workers in the town," Bazel said simply. Hal grunted in agreement and stood there watching the streetlights light up one by one. After both rows of streetlights were finally lit, he exclaimed, "The mysterious general is quite wealthy." In his view, even if these luminescent materials are not as expensive as illuminating crystals, they should still be quite pricey. The group then went to a restaurant for a meal. Halfway through their meal, Hel Constantine saw Blackhand Alvaro dining at the restaurant. He was slightly taken aback, not expecting to encounter a confidant of the King of the Five Seas here. The two simply nodded slightly as a greeting. Vice Admiral Deep Sea rarely comes to the Raging Sea, and Blackhand Alva is not very familiar with him either. Chapter 340, Chapter 339 The Remnants of the Elven Race. Odis, upon learning that the Deep Sea Admiral had also arrived at Cruz Island, still did not show up. After having dinner on the Argo, he used travel to reach the lighthouse town that was under construction. The construction workers had already gone home, and only Mandy and a few others were staying there. Previously, to ensure their safety, Odis had stipulated that the first or second mate on duty on Cruz Island must live here. However, now that Grosser and the others are also living here, there's no need to worry about Mandy and the others' safety. Because Grosser was over 4 meters tall, Odis arranged for them to use a newly built workshop. Although conditions are a bit tough right now, their new house is under construction, and during the day they also go to help out in the newly planned village across from Lighthouse Town. Moreover, in Grosser's travels, they had already lived in the cave camp for a long time, so they wouldn't find the current conditions too harsh. Odis knocked on the door, and Mobert, who had changed into rune-style clothes, opened a crack in the huge workshop door. After recognizing the person outside the door, he asked with some surprise, "Odis, Have you had dinner yet? They were having dinner at that moment. I've already eaten, Odis said as she entered the room. I have something to discuss with everyone. Everyone greeted Odis and gathered around the heating array. Grocer and the others were not used to modern food, so they had to cook for themselves every day. Odis designed a heating array for them and provided them with enough meat and vegetables. It's similar to the sand-frying magic circle in Odis's secret base, both use spiritual energy to heat the sand in a fixed location. Everyone sat down again, and Grocer and the others continued their dinner. Odis said to Shadas, "Today a descendant of the Elven race has come to this island." Shadas paused for a moment before asking, "Does he know I'm here?" "I don't know yet," Odis said. "He will stay here for another day tomorrow, and if he asks to come and see you, I will bring him to you. Whether or not you want to meet with him alone is up to you. If you'd like to talk to him, I can help you schedule a time tomorrow." Shadas took a deep breath before saying, "Thank you. I'll think about it." Odis nodded. "Let me tell you about him first. His surname is Constantine. That's a descendant of Prince Darren." Shadas was so excited she almost dropped the chicken leg in her hand. Odis was taken aback. "Dairon. It's that Elven prince who accepted the sage's theories and joined the Moss Ascetic Order," Shadas said. "The sage gave this prince a new name, Constantine." "I see." Odis had suspected this before, but hadn't said anything. He smiled and said, "It seems that the Elven prince is still alive, but the Elven descendant who came ashore today may not know much about Constantine." Shadas nodded. "I understand." She suddenly grasped Mobert's hand and said, "I hope to see him tomorrow." "Okay." Odis took a document out of her bag and handed it to Longzel. "This is information about your family and descendants. Take a look at it first, and then decide whether you want to go to Backlund to see them after you have calmed down in the next few days." Longzair excitedly dropped the wooden bowl in his hand, thanked them, and quickly took the documents to read them. After chatting for a while longer, and after everyone had finished dinner, Odis stood up and said, "All right, get some rest, I won't disturb you any longer." The next day, Odis changed into a more formal outfit and then used her travel ability to appear at the docks of the port town, swaggering into the restaurant for breakfast. Blackhand, Alva has already gotten up and is having breakfast in the restaurant. Upon seeing Odis, he immediately stood up, "General of Mysteries. Please sit down." Odis smiled and said, "Although I received a letter from First Mate Bazel yesterday, I had very important business to attend to and was unable to return in time." It's all right. Alva immediately smiled and said, "The air here is very nice, I would like to stay here for a few more days." At this moment, Vice Admiral of the Deep Sea entered the room. Upon seeing Odis, he was slightly taken aback, then smiled slightly and said, "I thought I had come all this way only to find you gone." Odis smiled and said, "I didn't rush back immediately. Come, please sit down, let's have breakfast together." The three captains sat around a dining table, chatting and laughing as they ate, like three old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. After breakfast, Odis said to Vice Admiral, "Hel Constantine, let's talk first." Alva had no objection to this. After all, Alva was a lieutenant general while he was just a great pirate. Odis and Hel Constantine arrived at the dock and strolled along, chatting as they went. Vice Admiral Deep Sea said, "I didn't expect you to make such a large investment on an island like this." He saw that the construction site on the hill over there had already started, and it looked like there were thousands of people working at the same time. Hal couldn't understand why such a large-scale construction project would be carried out on such a remote island. Odis smiled and said, "The location here is actually quite good." However, he didn't continue the topic, but instead said, "You came to see me to buy the extraordinary machine gun." "Yes," Hal Constantine said. "If possible, it would be best to sell me a portable spirit wave cannon. That can't be sold for now," Odis said. "However, I can consider selling you an extraordinary machine gun." Hal was taken aback. "An extraordinary machine gun? Come on, I'll take you to test the cannons." Odis said readily, "There are several extraordinary machine guns on the side of Lighthouse Hill facing the sea." The two walked briskly forward. Seeing that Odis did not use his extraordinary abilities, Hal Constantine also refrained from using his. They chatted idly as they walked forward. After walking only a few steps, Hal saw a tall figure in the direction of Lighthouse Hill. The figure was over 4 meters tall and had a huge vertical pupil on its face. A giant. Hal was stunned, not expecting to find a giant here. He arrived very late yesterday. Grocer and the others were already resting. Odis nodded and smiled. "That's a friend of mine." Thanks to the enhanced eyesight provided by the navigator sequence, Hal immediately noticed that there was a female elf behind the giant. He was even more astonished. That was an ancient elf. Among the current elves, there is the concept of ancient elves, whose most distinctive features are black hair and soft facial lines, making them distinctly different from Hal Constantine. Vice Admiral of the Deep Sea, had seen a portrait of High Elf Constantine before, which is why he had a concept of ancient elves. Odis said, that is also one of my friends. Hal paused for a moment, then immediately asked, where did she come from? Odis made no secret of it, she was trapped in a special space and only recently returned to the real world. Vice Admiral Deep Sea paused for a moment, guessing that this might be an ancient elf, rather than exhibiting some ancient elf characteristics due to some atavism. So he asked, can I talk to her? We need her permission, Odis said. Wait here for a moment, I'll go ask her. If she doesn't agree, don't go. Hal took a deep breath before saying, okay. This is Cruz Island after all, he certainly wouldn't act recklessly. Odis then used teleport to quickly appear beside Shadas. Did you see that guy who was with me just now? Shadas asked, somewhat puzzled, why do his ears look like a human's? The most distinctive feature of elves, besides their irritable nature, is their pointed ears. One can hide their personality traits, but pointed ears cannot. They invented a secret technique, Odis replied, that can hide the pointed ears. Shadas nodded and said, I'll go talk to him. Mobert, who was standing nearby, said, I'll go with you. Odis replied, I'll have him come over. As he spoke, he waved to Vice Admiral of the Deep Sea, and Hal immediately flew over using wind control. He greeted Charlotte very politely, saying, hello. Hello, Shadas asked, are you an elf? Yes. At this moment, Vice Admiral of the Deep Sea deactivated the secret technique on his ears, which then became pointed. Odis gestured to Bazel and the others, signaling them not to follow, and then said to them, let's talk in the woods over there. By now, the woods surrounding Lighthouse Mountain were no longer the desolate wilderness they once were. There were not only roads, but also several rocks in the woods where Grosser and his companions often rested in the shade. Once under the shade of the tree, Shadas and Hal's conversation officially began. Shatas didn't want the other members to leave, and everyone was eager to hear about the recent situation of the elves, so they didn't leave. Odis was among them, and he preferred that Shatas talk to Hal, so that he could learn a lot of information about the Constantine family. Shatas took a deep breath and asked, I've heard that the Elven race has suffered heavy losses many times. How many of our people do we still have? There are several thousand elves who have always served Prince Constantine, Hal replied. Odis was slightly taken aback, he hadn't expected there to be so many elves. Hal glanced at Odis and the others, but continued, some of them are hiding in the depths of the raging sea or in the unknown waters of the misty sea, where even we have a hard time finding them. Shadas asked again, didn't the prince send anyone to search for him? I did send them, Hal said with a helpless smile. But some elves didn't quite support the prince's ideas and couldn't let go of their hatred for humans. The prince has told us many times that the war between elves and humans is caused by their extraordinary characteristics, not by innate hatred. Under the prince's leadership, we have never sought revenge against humanity, we only need to guard against members of the Church of Storms. Therefore, we will build our habitat in the Misty Sea, which is within the sphere of influence of the Republic of Intis. The people of this country believe in the eternal sun, and the power of the Church of Storms rarely appears there. Shadas added, I'd like to adjust to modern life and then visit your habitat, is that all right? Of course, Hal said, looking at Odis, unsure whether the mysterious general would release them. After all, she's a Sequence 5, and Elemental Dawn shouldn't let her leave like this. Odis smiled and said, if she wants to go, I will send a ship to take her. I need to report this to my superiors, Hal said. There's a big difference between Hal coming to pick up Shadas and Odis sending a ship to take Shadas there. After leaving the messenger's contact information with Shadas, Hal inquired about her situation. Upon learning that Shadas had once served the Queen of Calamity, Hal's concern about the matter increased even further. After chatting for a while longer, he didn't have time to see the extraordinary machine gun anymore. He immediately flew back to the dock and set sail for the Misty Sea. Only after reaching the Sea of Mist can he contact his superior, Gna Constantine. After watching the Deep Sea Admiral leave in a hurry without even having time to hide his ears, Odis smiled at Shadas and said, congratulations on finding the whereabouts of the elves so quickly. Shadas, who was usually short-tempered, suddenly bowed slightly to Odis, I want to thank you for your help. Odis smiled and said, it's a coincidence, we just happened to run into each other. He then added, someone else might come to see you later, but that person's identity is nothing special, they're just genuinely curious about the giants. Grosser laughed twice, then come on, I'm not afraid to watch. Recently, many children on the island have been walking more than 10 kilometers to see the giant, which Grosser has long been used to. Moreover, he probably realized that this might help Odis, so he readily agreed. After a brief chat, Odis returned to entertain Blackhand Alva, while Grosser and the others began their work for the day. Alva did not immediately explain his purpose, but instead suggested that he first visit the construction site on the other side of Lighthouse Hill. Odis did not refuse and took Alva to Lighthouse Hill. The construction site is still very busy. Several buildings and factories have been completed and are now being decorated, but only one residential building has been built. At this time, nearly half of the manpower is working on the construction of the residential building. Alva remarked, this kind of construction must cost a lot per day, right? Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Odis smiled, it seems that the expenses for this week are around £15,000. Of course, I'm referring to the total cost of the entire island. Spending is expected to drop sharply next week, probably to around £10,000. Looking at the bustling construction site, Alva said, I was thinking about this yesterday, why are you going to put so much effort into building such a deserted island? Because this place is situated in the cracks between various powerful forces, Odis gave a positive answer, when it's developing, no one will be watching it. Once I've developed this place, even if some people have their eyes on it, they won't dare to take any action. Alva was taken aback, not expecting the mysterious admiral to have such a consideration. Are you planning to develop this place into your own sphere of influence? Odis smiled. This will require your help. How about it? Could we hold a pirate conference here? Instead of answering directly, Alva asked, how's the food supply here? On a tropical island, it's not a problem to have enough to eat, but pirates can't just drink water and eat bread, they need to drink alcohol and eat meat. According to information Alva gathered yesterday, the island's meat supply is not abundant and may not be able to meet the dietary needs of so many pirates. Odis said, the ingredients we bought from Byam this morning will be here this afternoon. Alva paused for a moment, then immediately realized that the mysterious general might have some extraordinary means to transport supplies efficiently and quickly. This was something he hadn't expected. He had originally planned to have Admiral Mystery buy some live pigs and cattle in advance for use at the pirate convention. Seeing that this was not difficult for the mysterious general, he stopped hiding his purpose, otherwise he would easily offend the mysterious general. So he said, then there's no problem. I'll inform the pirate general about this first, and if they all agree, I'll then spread the word to the other pirates. Odis asked, who are the pirate generals confirmed to participate in the pirate conference? The Star General and the Iceberg General are confirmed to attend this conference, Alva said. The Twilight General might also come, but it's not certain yet. With you added, there will be 4 pirate generals, which fulfills the conditions for convening the pirate conference. Odis suggested, if Admiral Twilight doesn't come, you can try inviting Admiral Deep Sea, he will definitely come. Alva replied, okay. Vice Admiral Deep Sea has never been fond of participating in pirate conventions or similar events. Alva had invited him several times before, but he had politely declined each time. However, this time should be different, because Alva encountered Vice Admiral Deep Sea on Cruz Island. Obviously, he knows Admiral Mystery and knows that the pirate conference is being held on Cruz Island. Perhaps Vice Admiral Deep Sea will choose to attend the conference. If Admiral Twilight also comes, then there will be 5 pirate generals participating in this conference, which will be the most complete gathering of pirate generals ever. Then Alva asked, where do you plan to hold the meeting? Port Town, Odis said, pointing to the town across the port. All industries related to pirates are located in this town. After this, only this town will receive pirates. However, if pirates intend to buy property here, they can go to North Town or Plain Town instead. Alva frowned and said, there may be thousands or tens of thousands of pirates coming to this port. Even if many of them live on the ships, there will still be 3,000 or 4,000 living on the shore. That small town doesn't seem capable of accommodating so many pirates all at once, does it? Yes, we can't accommodate so many pirates right now, Odis said. However, the expansion plan for the port town has been put on the agenda. A large number of houses will be built in the north of the town, as well as a commercial street. Since most of them are wooden structures, given the current mobilization capacity of Cruz Island, the area of this town will expand by 1 to 2 times in a month at most. Alva smiled and said, then there's no problem. He glanced across Lighthouse Hill, is that giant from the Fussac Empire? No. Odis did not explain, but simply said, it is precisely because of my friend that the logging work has proceeded so smoothly. Can I take a closer look? Alva was very curious. Why was there a giant here? Odis had anticipated this, of course. So the two of them quickly went up the opposite mountain. When they got closer, Alva saw 2 huge logging camps on the mountainside. At one of the logging sites, hundreds of workers were busy with their tasks. They had a clear division of labor, 2 people would work together to saw, others would use axes to trim branches, and then groups of 4 or 6 would lift logs. In another logging camp, there were only a few people. The giant grocer swung his specially made great axe. The moment he chopped down, the axe shone with the light of dawn, making it exceptionally sharp. Trees that would take an ordinary person more than 10 minutes to fell, Grocer felled with a single swing of his axe, 3 in total. Then the giant, who was over 4 meters tall, picked up the tree with one hand and used an axe to trim it slightly with the other, and all the branches were cut off. Grosser casually tossed the log, and Alva saw it being thrown towards a female elf. With a wave of her hand, the female elf shot as summoned a hurricane. Blue wind blades in the wind sliced the log vertically and evenly. The hurricane swept over the log, and it broke apart, becoming planks. Suddenly, the wooden planks in midair disappeared and reappeared at the feet of Mobert, the former nobleman of the Solomon Empire. He was the one who had stolen those wooden planks to this side. Once there were enough planks, Snowman, dressed as a monk, came over and opened his arms. A pure halo rippled around him, quickly evaporating the moisture from the wood. 7 or 8 seconds later, the planks dried, and the former rune soldier Longzel loaded them onto a wagon. Once a wagon was full, the extraordinary horse would transport them to the construction site for use or to a warehouse for storage. Not to mention Alva, even Odis watched them for more than half an hour when he first saw their logging operation. I must say, working with such extraordinary skills, the whole process was incredibly smooth. The day after they left Grosser's travels, the 5 of them wanted to find something to do. For the first 2 days, they carried bricks and tiles to their village. But they only had 5 houses. Even if Grosser's houses were built like warehouses, they wouldn't need many bricks and tiles, and they could be transported in 2 days. Then they thought of logging, and that's how this cooperation started. They not only completed the logging process, but also processed the planks so they could be used right away. Alva watched for a full 3 minutes before exclaiming, "How extravagant!" Using extraordinary abilities to cut down trees. Moreover, he could sense that these extraordinary individuals were all at a high level, probably around sequence 5 or sequence 6. Meanwhile, Alva thought to himself, how desperate must they be for wood to make someone of this caliber do this kind of work? Odis laughed and said, they just wanted to find a place to hang out. As the two were talking, the first group of spectators arrived, and 7 or 8 children appeared not far from Odis and Alva, playing and laughing. Then they found a place to sit down and saw Grosser chopping wood and making a wow sound, and saw Shadas summoning a hurricane and making another wow sound, and then they had to make a wow sound for every step after that. This is also why Odis did not stop Grosser and the others from logging. Their work here would gradually lower the guard of those around them and allow them to integrate into life on the island. Now, when they take a break, some workers will go up to chat with them. After successfully observing the giant from a distance, Alva took his leave and made a preliminary agreement with Odis that the pirate tournament would be held a month later. After the guests had all left, Odis immediately summoned Mandy and explained to her the key development priorities for Cruz Island. Another large construction site is going to be set up in Gonko town. This is good news for the locals, as it means a large number of workers will be needed again. Back in her studio, Odis received a reply from General Iceberg, and the two arranged a time to travel to Remmberg together. At this time, Odis received a letter from Alan, who reported that he had discovered traces of members of the Rose School. Odis recalled that it seemed the Rose School was about to be transferred from Biam to the great scientist Tirani von Helmschuhen, also known as Orange Light Hilarion. Because Klein did not want this great scientist to fall into the hands of the Rose School, he was cornered in Biam by the demigods of the Rose School. Currently, Odis has basically handed over the management of the intelligence exchange meeting in Biam to Alan. The young man who came to seek refuge with Odis has grown rapidly under Odis's tutelage and is now capable of presiding over intelligence exchange meetings. After several intelligence exchange meetings, without any major mistakes, Odis felt reassured enough to entrust Biam with intelligence work. Furthermore, Odis had established an information exchange center in Biam to train new intelligence chiefs who could be dispatched to where Odis needed them at any time. At the recently concluded intelligence exchange meeting, Alan received intelligence that members of the Rose School had infiltrated Biam. Upon receiving this intelligence, Odis immediately realized that this was a good opportunity to strike at the Rose School. At this moment, all the members of the Rose School in Biam were focused on Orange Light Hilarion. If they made their move at the right time, they could definitely take down 1 or 2 of her sequence 5s. After a moment's consideration, Odis made up his mind to take action. He gathered his main crew and told them that he might be taking action against the Rose School, instructing them to use the teleportation array to travel to Biam. Odis, meanwhile, took Bazel ahead and used travel to arrive in Biam to inquire about Alan's specific situation. Alan first presented 2 pieces of intelligence that had been exchanged at the intelligence exchange meeting. One of the wild extraordinary individuals noticed that several undead had appeared at the Sea Breeze Inn. The wild extraordinary individual did not know the value of this intelligence, but took it to the intelligence exchange meeting to sell it on a whim, and eventually sold it for 12 pounds. Another piece of intelligence came from a wild extraordinary individual who discovered that a member of the Rose School had appeared at the Sea Breeze Inn. This extraordinary individual had witnessed in secret the battle between official extraordinary individuals and the Rose School. At that time, many members of the Rose School fled, including the person who entered the Sea Breeze Hotel. Therefore, Alan believed that the Sea Breeze Hotel should be a stronghold of the Rose School in Byam. Upon seeing these two pieces of information, Odis shared the same view, because the prisoner method had a good anti-divination ability, and astrology could not obtain much information. After thinking for a moment, Odis said, I'll go to the Sea Breeze and ... First Mate Bazel paused for a moment before saying, should we wait until Rupert and the others arrive before going? The appearance of the mysterious Admiral at the Sea Breeze Inn is tantamount to a signal that the battle has begun. Odis smiled and said, I have a magical item that can transform me into another person. Now is not the best time to take action against the Rose School. The best time is when the demigods of the Rose School and the Blood General go to surround Klein. Before that, Odis had two things to do. First, he needed to ascertain the strength of the enemy at the Sea Breeze Inn and gather intelligence on other strongholds. The second was to meet with Klein and find out when he would leave Byam through their conversation. Only after obtaining intelligence through the two channels mentioned above can we make adequate preparations. If there is only one zombie and a few werewolves or madmen as opponents, then Odis himself will lead his crew to wipe them out. If you can obtain intelligence about other strongholds, report them to the official extraordinary. So after making some simple preparations, Odis took out the faceless necklace, found a corner on the street outside, transformed into another form, changed her clothes, and dressed as a small vendor. Then he took a horse-drawn carriage to the Sea Breeze Hotel. Everything seemed normal at the hotel. The manager and waiters warmly greeted Odis and prepared a clean room for him. There was nothing unusual in the guest room. Odis took off his glasses and looked around, eventually discovering an unusual spiritual flow on the ceiling. So Odis put his glasses back on, then took out the Staff of Gus and placed it on the table, and entered the Wilderland of Knowledge through meditation. Chapter 341, Chapter 340 Rescue Klein. After Odis entered the Wilderness of Knowledge, he cast his gaze toward the Sea Breeze and through the stars emanating from the Staff of Gus in his hand. Odis first saw himself sitting in a chair, then he adjusted his gaze and went over the ceiling to the second floor. The room here was much darker than the first floor, and 3 people were sitting around a table playing cards. In real-world observation, the pathways and sequence of events for these 3 individuals are clearly visible. They are identified as 2 madmen and 1 werewolf. Odis adjusted his gaze and finally found a living corpse and several low-sequence, extraordinary individuals on the second floor. This should be a small outpost, without even a sequence 5. After Odis learned the location of the living corpse, she prepared the dream bracelet and waited quietly. The dream bracelet is a sealed artifact obtained from Iceberg General. It not only has the ability to hypnotize but also the ability to jump into dreams. Although entering the dreams of cultists is somewhat dangerous, Odis is protected by the Wilderness of Knowledge, so her mind and spirit will not be corrupted. But even by 6 or 7 o'clock in the afternoon, none of the members of the Rose School had fallen asleep. So Odis had no choice but to first go to find the world. Klein, this fellow, also possessed a strong ability to counter divination, so Odis built a wall of spirituality and directly prayed to the Fool. A fool who does not belong to this era. Respected Mr. Fool, please tell Mr. World that I happen to be in Byam and hope to meet him. Odis quickly received a response. The World invited Odis to meet at Seaweed Bar. Odis immediately went out and took a horse-drawn carriage to the Seaweed Bar. He searched around but couldn't find any trace of Gehrman Sparrow. Odis paused for a moment. Klein hasn't arrived yet. But the next second, he seemed to immediately understand something, cleared his throat, raised his hand, and twirled his travel ring around. Moreover, Odis had not yet returned to his original form at this time, because if the mysterious general appeared in Byam, it would definitely attract some attention, and might even expose his plans in advance. He believed that Klein, who possessed the abilities of the Faceless Men, should have noticed the ring he always wore on his hand long ago. Sure enough, a man in his 30s with a bulbous nose, sitting at the bar a little later, waved to Odis and said, "Don't just stand there, come and have a drink." Odis, pretending to be the other person's friend, came over laughing and sat down next to him. Klein, now disguised as a man with a bulbous nose, was more cautious and deliberately asked Odis, "Do you want to play tarot cards?" Odis smiled and said, "I have a habit of only playing tarot cards on Mondays." Although the two hadn't discussed it beforehand, they managed to match the code. After Odis ordered a beer, he raised his hand, and the surroundings seemed to blur for a moment before returning to normal. Then Odis said, "All right, you can talk now." He used witchcraft to create a protective shield around them, and for the next few minutes, no one around could hear their conversation unless they shouted. Odis first asked about the magical medicine shop, and after learning that it was the School of Life that was investigating, Odis was quite satisfied with Second Lieutenant Rupert's approach. Odis had previously spoken with Rupert, who was a member of the School of Life and also a member of the Sword of Dawn. To avoid putting him in a difficult position, Odis simply gave 2 rules. If the School of Life wanted to inquire about any information about the Sword of Dawn, they could only report to their teacher after obtaining Odis's permission. Furthermore, one should not proactively disclose information about the Sword of Dawn unless asked by the School of Life. The fact that the School of Life doesn't even know that the magical medicine shop was opened by Admiral Mystery is clearly because Rupert didn't report it proactively, and the School of Life didn't ask either. The reason that School of Life didn't ask is probably because Odis didn't have a large number of pharmacies under his command, so theoretically he couldn't open such a pharmacy. Odis smiled and said, "You can tell the School of Life that I'm the mastermind, but it would be best to wait 2 hours." He planned to tell the second mate Rupert in advance so that he could shift all the blame onto the captain. The captain had declared that this must be kept secret, which was why he hadn't reported it proactively. Since Rupert had complied with Odis's rules, Odis certainly couldn't make things too difficult for him. Klein agreed, feeling that he had already earned the £500. Then he took out a wooden box. "This is an extraordinary property of Nightmare, which I obtained from Xilingus. I hope you will pass it on to the Church of the Goddess of Night, and do not tell them that I gave it to you. In fact, it is the characteristics formed from the soul released from wriggling hunger." Odis paused for a moment, but did not ask any questions. He simply took the wooden box and said, "Okay." He asked Klein, "Are you planning to stay in Byam for a while?" "No," Klein said. "I'll leave tomorrow." Odis smiled and said, "How about I treat you to a drink, Crimson Blue Mountain Island? Consider it a farewell gift. Bloody Blue Mountain Island is Byam's most famous specialty wine, costing £1 and 12 pence sols a glass, which is also the most expensive wine in Odis's memory." "Okay." Klein had heard of this wine, but had never been willing to buy a glass to try. After that, there were no secrets left in their conversation, so Odis lifted the witchcraft early, and the two ordered 2 cups of Crimson Blue Mountain Island, and chatted casually. Odis asked, "Where is your hometown?" "Dish Bay," Klein said casually. "You probably don't go home very often, do you?" Klein paused for a moment before laughing. "Aren't you the same?" "Yes, because my family is all gone," Odis said with a double meaning, "so there's no point in me going back." Klein's expression also turned serious as he thought back to his hometown, where he still had no clue how to get back. Odis added, "I plan to build a village for Grocer and the others. They're like you and me, without a home, so let's give them a new home." At this point, he suddenly smiled and asked, "Have you ever considered settling down on Cruz Island?" He spread his hands and said, "Everyone needs a place to relax and rest." Klein was silent for a long time before saying, "I'll go visit Cruz Island when I have time." "It's a deal." Odis raised his wine glass, the 2 clinked glasses, and then drank it all in one gulp. After having a drink, both of them had other things to do that day, so they said goodbye and left early. Odis returned to the wizarding office and found Bazel and the others having dinner. She told them that the operation would take place the next morning and asked them to prepare. I also spoke with Rupert separately and told him about the magic medicine shop. This thoughtful tip almost brought Rupert to tears of gratitude. Afterwards, Odis returned to the Sea Breeze Inn, which became quite eerie at night. Back in his room, he took out the dream bracelet again and quickly discovered that the zombie had probably fallen asleep to rest. Without hesitation, Odis cast a spell to protect his spirit and soul, then immediately infused his spiritual energy into the dream bracelet, and a colorful world appeared before him. He took a step forward and entered a colorful dream world. Odis found herself still in her room, except that the walls of the room were covered with painful and distorted faces. It was his first time entering the dream world, and he had no experience. He could only follow the spiritual guidance to push open the door and arrive at the corridor where blood flowed like a stream on the ground. Stepping on the flowing blood, Odis walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor corridor was even more terrifying, with walls made of piled-up skulls and decorations that looked like human skin. The ground was a constantly wriggling carpet, as if covered with stiff hair. Odis took a deep breath, spiritually sensing the protection of the wilderness of knowledge, before confidently moving forward. He looked at the doors in the corridor, each door leading to the dreams of different people. When he reached the door of the living corpse, Odis stopped, drew the gust staff, and with a flick of his wrist, a strong gust of wind carrying the scent of blood blew the door open. The door was suddenly flung open with tremendous force, revealing a terrifying darkness inside. Painful screams and distorted cries filled the corridor. Odis suddenly felt her head throbbing, as if a series of crazy thoughts were popping up. However, soon Odis's staff of Gus lit up with starlight, which spread out and formed a layer of unreal and illusory light around Odis. The painful, distorted screams immediately subsided and became tolerable. As Odis stepped into the room, the surrounding darkness receded rapidly under the starlight, revealing the scene inside. It was a huge pool of blood, with corpses floating in it. In the blink of an eye, Odis had also entered the pond. The surrounding corpses thrashed about like carp, and hands grabbed his legs and wrapped around his waist, trying to drag Odis into the pool of blood. Odis was protected by starlight, but he felt somewhat cold. The blood and corpses around him could not harm him. Guided by her spirit, Odis did not struggle and allowed herself to sink into the pool of blood. The world around us suddenly became quiet, and the distorted roars from before disappeared. Amidst the crimson light, Odis saw a face of about 30 years old, expressionless. This was the living corpse. But it only has a face, nothing else. If one were a true dream walker, they would interpret this dream as follows: this living corpse has been using bloody killings to escape its own distortion and pain. Odis asked, how many Sequence 5 members of the Rose School have recently entered Biome? At this moment, he was having a subconscious conversation with the zombie, whose face replied without any suspicion, I don't know. I only know that General Blood, my teacher, and my teacher's partner are currently in Biome. In other words, there are at least 3 sequences of 5. However, since Blood General Senior is currently with the demigod of the Rose School, it's best not to mess with him. Instead, you can learn about the other 2 Sequence 5s. So Odis asked, what do they look like? Where are they now? The blood next to the living corpse's face suddenly surged, forming 2 portraits. There were 2 men, one with a cold expression and a hint of barely suppressed madness in his eyes. The other one looked very handsome, with a faint red glint in his pupils. Odis had seen these 2 people before. They were the 2 Sequence 5s who were leading a group to hunt them down when he helped Second Vice President Rupert rescue his teacher and classmates. The former was a vengeful spirit, who had his leg blown off by Odis. At this time, Odis learned from the living corpse that his name was Darren. The latter is a Crimson Scholar, who defected from the Life School, and is named Donnic. Darren is the teacher of the living dead, and Donnic is Darren's partner. Then the zombie said, I don't know where they are. Odis asked, do you know of any other strongholds of the Rose School? Have no idea. Odis frowned. It seemed the Rose School was being very cautious this time. He continued, what was the last time you met Darren? The crimson surge beside the living corpse revealed a first-person perspective scene, which began with a glance at a street sign that read Baker Street. The zombie turned into a small alley and came to a dilapidated door. After knocking a few times in a rhythmic manner, the door opened. Inside was a suite. 2 stern-faced men stood guard in the room outside the door. Only after confirming the visitor's identity did they open the inner door. It was a dimly lit room where Darren, Donnic, and 3 others were playing Texas Hold'em. After the zombie entered the room, it naturally joined in. Darren said while playing cards, be prepared for battle at any time in the next few days. If the next operation requires your participation, I will come to you or summon you with a shriek that ordinary people can hear. If you are not needed, you can each take your own people and leave Biome quietly. Come back in a month and meet around here again. Several people agreed. The scene wasn't over yet. The group continued telling dirty jokes while playing cards. However, Odis was already pondering, apart from Darren and Donnic, who were both Sequence 5s, the other 4 should all be Sequence SIXS. Odis breathed a sigh of relief. This time he had indeed caught a big fish. At this moment, Odis noticed that the aura around him was beginning to weaken. If he used other abilities at this time, he might be detected by the other party, so he simply withdrew from the dream. Then he closed the door, retraced his steps, left the dream, and returned to the real world. In this way, they stole a lot of important information without anyone noticing. For Odis, who was skilled in astrology, knowing what the other person looked like made things much easier. Previously, he had to ask Klein for help, but now he didn't need to. He directly entered the wilderness of knowledge, materialized a crystal ball, and used astrology to obtain the approximate locations of these people. With the enhancement and protection of the wilderness of knowledge, Odis can relatively easily avoid the opponent's ability to counter divination. Back in the real world, Odis was about to confirm the location of these people when he heard the wind outside suddenly pick up and a majestic voice announce, Hermit is at 32 Black Pepper Avenue. Odis was taken aback, then immediately realized that it was Klein broadcasting. Then, Odis heard a roar that sounded inhuman coming from upstairs, followed by the sound of a door opening and loud running. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Odis sat in his chair, listening quietly to the sounds coming from upstairs. He knew that this was a gathering of people from the Rose School, ready to strike at any moment. Odis waited quietly for a while, but instead of hearing the summons, he received a call from Klein. First, the majestic image of the Fool appeared in his mind, then it transformed into a scene of the world praying. Klein said he wanted to see Odis right now, at room 203 of the Azure Hotel. Odis was taken aback for a moment, then realized that Klein had probably already sensed the threat of the Rose School and might want him to take him away by traveling. After thinking for a moment, Odis opened the door and went out to see what the sound was, just like any other guest. He walked quite naturally to the hotel entrance and headed towards the bar not far away. After leaving the hotel for a while, he entered a dimly lit alley and used travel to enter the spirit world. The moment Odis entered the spirit world, he felt as if he was being watched. He looked around but did not see any suspicious creatures. However, the feeling of being watched made Odis wary, and she quickly left the spirit world. After walking around the streets for a while and making sure no one was following him, he boarded a horse-drawn carriage and headed to the Azure Hotel. Arriving at door number 203, Odis reached out and knocked on the door. 3 seconds later, Klein, disguised as Gehrman Sparrow, opened the door. Although the two had only been separated for a few hours, Klein had already experienced a lot. First, he contacted Darkwell and told him that the mastermind behind the magical medicine shop was Admiral Mystery. With the fat pharmacist looking surprised, Klein took the £500 reward. Later, when Klein was buying a boat ticket at a bar, he met Hermit. He broadcast the news to prevent the great scientist from falling into the hands of the Rose School. Not long after the broadcast, the great scientist Hermit appeared at Klein's door and asked Klein if he had any enemies, saying he would die in front of those enemies to avenge Klein. After talking with Hermit, Klein received another telegram, "I saw you." After a brief moment of tension, Klein realized he was just scaring himself. If the people of the Rose School could really see him, they would have come looking for him long ago. He thought about it for a moment. He was safe tonight, but it was hard to say what would happen tomorrow. At this point, Klein thought of asking Odis to take him away by traveling, so he contacted Odis under the guise of the Fool. However, just now, Klein realized that it might be difficult to escape by traveling, because the prisoner path is a very spiritual path, and at the level of demigods, they can also travel freely in the spirit world. At this point, the other party is likely lying in wait in the spirit world. It doesn't matter if others are traveling in the spirit world, but if you enter the spirit world, you will definitely be recognized by the people of the Rose School immediately. After meeting Odis, Klein closed the door and asked, "How did you get here?" "First they used to travel, then they rode in a carriage," Odis said bluntly. "Something's not right in the spirit world today." Klein thought to himself, just as I expected. Odis asked knowingly, "Why did you suddenly summon me here in such a hurry?" Klein didn't hide anything, "I'm in trouble." Odis pretended to be taken aback for a moment before asking, "That sound just now, it wasn't related to you, was it?" Klein did not answer the question directly, but said, "Indeed, I found that great scientist Hermit." "I understand now," Odis said, as if suddenly enlightened. "The Rose School has suddenly gathered so many people. Is it because they want to seize this great scientist?" Klein said, "From what I've observed, yes." He thought to himself, but most likely it was the Mother Tree of Desire that sensed that this great scientist was Orange Light Hilarion, which is why it ordered its subordinates to capture him and take him to the southern continent. Odis pondered for a moment. It's definitely not possible to leave from the spirit world, but if we leave by him now, we'll surely be detected. He paused for a moment and asked, "During your escape, you should have at least 2 or 3 demigods protecting you." Klein said, "There is a being close to the level of an angel who will escort me away." The being he was referring to was the messenger lady. Klein paused for a moment and then said, "Could you help me find another demigod to assist me? I will try my best to pay the appropriate reward. If we can get the help of the mysterious queen, this escape will be much safer." Odis pondered for a moment and realized that not only would demigods appear tomorrow, but also angels. Asking Bernadette for help could very likely get her into some trouble. Suddenly, Odis realized, if I use the Gus staff to project power into reality, I can help Klein hold out for a while and cover his safe escape. And no one will know who the hooded person is, so there won't be any trouble, or rather, even if there is trouble, it will be Klein's trouble. If handled properly, one can even remember the aura of the demigod from the Rose School, and after becoming a demigod, one can seek opportunities to hunt him. After making a quick decision, Odis said to Klein, "To be on the safe side, I can ask an being to help you leave. As for the reward, are you interested in hunting down a Sequence 5 of the Rose School?" Odis's smile was radiant. The Rose School would never have dreamed that the person they had been searching for would take the initiative to make a move. So a bold plan came to Odis's mind, and Klein, upon hearing about it, offered to help. After agreeing on their actions for the next day, Odis quickly left to scout out the location of the Rose School members he had found in the Living Corpses dream, as well as the ideal battlefield. Odis then returned to the wizard's office. Although it was already midnight, Bazel and the others were still waiting there. Odis first said to Alan, "Go and invite Bishop Dean here." After Alan left, Odis told everyone about the clues she had obtained and her general plan. When the crew heard that they would be facing 2 Sequence 5s and 4 Sequence SIXs as the main force of the Rose School, they were stunned. They only had 1 Sequence 5 and 2 Sequence SIXs on their side. The enemy's strength was too great. "I've already found help." After seeing the other's expression, Odis explained briefly, and Bishop Dean will definitely do his best to help. This dealt a heavy blow to the Rose School, which was another significant achievement. By this time, Alan had already invited Bishop Dean. When Bishop Dean entered and saw the crew of Dawnbreaker all there, he paused for a moment before asking, "What's the operation for tonight?" Alan discovered a stronghold of the Rose School, Odis described briefly. "I obtained more intelligence from that stronghold. Finally, he said, my plan is this, I will attack those 2 sequence 5s, and then use Scream to lure their 4 groups of subordinates here. We will set up an ambush on the prepared battlefield and severely damage the Rose School. Bishop Dean was also somewhat surprised by this plan. In Byam, there is only 1 deacon and 3 squads of night watchmen. In other words, there is only 1 sequence 6, 3 sequence 7s, and many low sequence members. Odis smiled and said, that's enough, because I've also asked Gehrman Sparrow to help me. Bishop Dean was taken aback. He was a very strong adventurer, with the strength of an arcane general, and seemed to be stronger than a typical sequence 5. Moreover, he had just obtained a level 1 sealed artifact, so the plan was still feasible. Tell me in detail, said Bishop Dean. Odis asked Alan to bring her a map of Byam, and then began to explain her plan. Bishop Dean saw it as a risky move, but it would certainly be a blow to the Rose School. After explaining the plan, Bishop Dean said, should I inform the Church of Storms? No need, Odis said directly. With our current strength, we are more than capable of dealing with them. Bishop Dean sensed that Odis was somewhat reluctant to invite the Storm Church to participate in the operation, so he smiled and said, yesterday, Bishop Daniel of the Wave Church came to me and said he wanted to talk to you. Let's not talk about it anymore. Odis smiled helplessly. I know why they're looking for me, and they should know my answer. He guessed that the Church of Storms must have received an oracle and didn't need to cause trouble for Odis Gard, but the Church of Storms still wanted to buy the Staff of Calamity. Odis paused for a moment and then said, I want to prove to them that I can kill more evil extraordinary beings with this magical item. Bishop Dean didn't try to persuade him further, I understand. Just as he was about to get up to take his leave, Odis took out a wooden box and handed it to him. This is from Gehrman Sparrow to the Church of the Goddess of Night. Although he told me not to tell you, I still think I should express his goodwill towards the Church of the Goddess of Night. Bishop Dean opened the wooden box, glanced inside, and then immediately closed it, saying, please convey my gratitude to that adventurer for me. Then he asked, what does that great adventurer want? Odis smiled and said, as far as I know, his true faith is in the Goddess of Night. Bishop Dean immediately drew the moon and stars on his chest, praise be to the goddess. Odis also said, praise the goddess. After seeing Bishop Dean off, Odis assigned detailed tasks to the crew and gave them several magical items that he himself did not need, so that they could use them to enhance their strength. Afterwards, everyone set up makeshift beds on the ground and rested on the floor of the wizard's office. It had been a while since we'd had an activity with everyone participating, so everyone was still quite excited. We chatted for a while before falling asleep one after another. The next morning arrived in the blink of an eye. Odis was the first to get up, changed her appearance once again, and went out to have a simple breakfast. Then, they took a carriage to a relatively secluded road, used an invisibility scroll, and arrived at a row of villas. At that moment, Klein, disguised as Gehrman Sparrow, walked over unhurriedly. After the two were in place, Odis pulled out the Scepter of Disaster with the blue gemstone, and a strong wind suddenly blew to both ends of the street, making Odis's trench coat flutter loudly. Using this level 1 magical item for the first time made Odis feel like he had become much stronger, and he seemed to completely disregard the 2 sequence 5 items. He leaped into the second-floor window. In that instant, dark clouds filled the sky, and thick, winding bolts of lightning struck the villa, as if forming a dense, eerie forest between heaven and earth. The moment Odis broke the window, Donnic and Darren had already escaped naked through the back window. Their spirituality has already sensed the threat from the level 1 sealed artifact. When Odis saw the clothes and sex toys of the 2 people in the room, she realized that they were more than just work partners. However, this is not the time to focus on that. With his demigod level wind control technique, his speed is several times faster than his flight technique. Then, a chilling bolt of lightning struck 2 members of the Rose School, but Darren quickly leaped onto a piece of glass to escape the lightning, while Donnic used his afterimage speed to temporarily dodge it. But lightning was faster than both of them, and it even managed to turn, quickly catching up with them on the street. Darren and Donnic left in 2 directions, hoping to distract Odis, but just as Darren was about to jump to the next pane of glass, he suddenly felt his movements falter, as if his body was somewhat out of control. Klein followed closely and quickly connected with the other party's spiritual thread, slowing down the other party's movements. Chapter 342, Chapter 341. The main character, Lord of Mysteries, goes online. Although Klein's assist only slowed down the vengeful spirit's movements, it was enough for Odis. The pale white beam, which had transformed into shadow, instantly cleaved Darren from the shadow back into a solid state. Klein raised his index finger, bang 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 bang. Air bullets with the power of a steam rifle were fired one after another into the body of this vengeful spirit, making him jump and his flesh and blood fly everywhere. This book was first published on the Taiwan Novel Network. Providing you with a reading experience without errors or disordered chapters. Meanwhile, a series of chilling lightning bolts struck down relentlessly. To Odis's surprise, it took 6 strikes from the demigod-level lightning to kill the vengeful spirit. Fortunately, lightning also has a paralyzing effect, otherwise the opponent would definitely have had time to escape. While marveling at the vengeful spirit's tenacious vitality, Odis summoned a hurricane, blowing herself, Klein, and the charred corpse of the vengeful spirit toward the fleeing Crimson Scholar. The opponent runs very fast. Even if Odis has a level 1 sealed artifact, he might not be able to catch up with Darren in the time it took him to kill him. But just as he ran to another street, a stone flew towards him. Balzer completed the bribe and raised his hand to Donick, weaken. This is why Odis and Klein weren't in such a hurry to pursue them, because the direction of the Crimson Scholar was the battlefield chosen by Odis, where Bazel, Brook, and others were lying in ambush. Donick's speed suddenly slowed down. He immediately turned into a shadow, trying to use the magical item to possess Bazel and avoid being struck by those terrifying lightning bolts. But Bazel, with the magical item that rivals the Windbringer, suddenly took flight, widening the distance between himself and Donick and slowing Donick's possession by a second or two. These last second or two are crucial. Odis raised his scepter, its blue gem shining brightly. A fierce hurricane swept by, blowing the shadowy Donick into the sky, where it was torn to pieces like a rag by the blue, illusory wind blades that could attack anything. Immediately, Donick broke free of the shadow form, and his twitching body fell to the ground piece by piece. Odis followed up with another lightning strike, completely annihilating all life in these bodies. At this moment, Klein still felt somewhat incredulous, not expecting to take down 2 Sequence 5 so easily. At that moment, a gaze with immense pressure descended, and the demigod of the Rose School looked in their direction. From the start of the battle to the killing of 2 Sequence 5 members of the Rose School, only a dozen seconds had passed. At this moment, Jax, the silent disciple, who was lying in wait in the spirit realm, sensed something was wrong and looked towards Odis and Klein. However, he did not make a move immediately, because if he did so in the city of Byam, he would likely be attacked by Sea King. Inside the Wave Church, Aquaman Arn Coltman, who had been on alert ever since hearing the broadcast last night, had also noticed something amiss. Just as he was about to go and check, his subordinates reported that Bishop Dean of the Church of the Goddess of Night had arrived and had important matters to discuss with Aquaman. Upon meeting, Bishop Dean got straight to the point, and Arn Coltman learned that the one who had just created the lightning and hurricane was none other than Odis. Although Sea King was very unhappy, he had no choice but to give face to the Church of the Night, so he could only observe from a distance and send people to the perimeter of the battlefield to prepare to surround and kill the escaped members of the Rose School. At that moment, a shrill scream suddenly rang out from the battlefield, echoing across half of Byam. At this moment, Odis calmly used the wind to blow the enemy's corpse to the wilderness of knowledge. Then Odis pulled out the Staff of Gus and poured star sand into it, and Gar runes appeared on the staff head. Odis was simulating the scream of the vengeful spirit. He took a deep breath and opened his mouth to scream a few times. He then used 2 scrolls on himself and on Klein. First, they used the invisibility scroll, and the 2 of them immediately disappeared. The second scroll is the imagination scroll, which temporarily conjures up a Klein through imagination. This Klein is so convincing that the demigod of the Rose School would have difficulty detecting the real Klein's whereabouts for a while. As planned by the 2 of them last night, Odis handed the Gus staff to the real Klein and casually gave him a scale armor scroll. Finally, using the disaster scepter, a hurricane was created, sending Klein to the edge of Byam City. This is the first part of their plan. Odis and Klein will kill the 2 Sequence 5s of the other side first. In the city of Byam, the demigods of the Rose School will certainly not make a move immediately. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was drawn to this side, Klein tried to escape from Byam. Odis, meanwhile, used the code of the Rose School to lure members from other strongholds and lay in ambush in a nearby park. The reason for choosing the park is that there are few people in the park at this time of day, making it a good battleground. At this time, Odis and the others concealed their tracks, while Klein was secretly sent to the edge of the city of Byam. So the second step of the plan began. On Odis's side, they waited for the members of the Rose School to enter the ambush. 7 or 8 seconds later, the imagination scroll time ended, and the demigod of the Rose School was surprised to find that Klein, whom he had been staring at, had disappeared. He quickly realized that Klein had appeared on the mountain near Byam, so Jax immediately ordered the Sequence 5s to go there and surround Klein. According to the oracle Jax received, their main objective was to capture Gehrman Sparrow, who seemed to be just as important to the Mother Tree of Desire as the great scientist Hermishwain. As for Odis just killing 2 of their Sequence 5s, that grudge can be dealt with later. Everything proceeded according to Odis's plan. After the attention of the Rose School demigods was once again drawn to Klein, several werewolves and zombies attracted by the shrieking sound ran to the park at an extremely fast speed without being warned by their companions. After the group met, they immediately became alert because they didn't see Darren and Donick. Coupled with the lightning forest that had appeared earlier, they realized that something seemed wrong. But it was too late to run. Odis stood atop the clock tower on one side of the park, raising his scepter. Instantly, lightning flashed and thunder roared across the park, and one after another, eerie silver lightning bolts struck down, instantly turning 2 werewolves into charred remains. At this moment, Odis finally felt how great it was to be a demigod. He only needed to stand far away on high ground and launch an attack at a leisurely pace to make the group of Sequence 7 and Sequence 6 soldiers scramble for cover, with nowhere to hide. Sequence 6, while not exactly helpless like an ant in the face of a level 1 sealed artifact, was utterly powerless to fight back. After realizing they had been ambushed, the 4 zombies skillfully fled in 4 different directions. If Odis hadn't possessed the Scepter of Disaster, he could have killed at most 2, but the other 2 would have been difficult to catch. But now things are different. As soon as they ran in 4 directions, Odis summoned a hurricane that blew them back to the middle of the park. Moreover, there were many blue wind blades in the hurricane. The zombies' proud defense was no match for these wind blades. Instantly, limbs and severed bodies flew everywhere in the park, and blood sprayed far and wide. Odis also suddenly realized that the Sailor Pathway's abilities were actually quite violent. Click. Another streak of silvery white lightning struck, instantly turning the 4 zombies into charred remains. None of the werewolves escaped either, killing them was just a side effect. The 4 living corpses were not actually dead, but they had completely lost their ability to resist. Odis flew above their heads and summoned Star Sand. One by one, Gar runes took shape and were arranged in a certain sequence. A pure white beam of light fell down. He simulated divine light. Amidst the screams of the 4 zombies, their evil souls were purified, and they were finally reduced to charred remains. Odis once again used a strong wind to blow the corpses into the wilderness of knowledge. Meanwhile, Bazel and his men were also busy. The subordinates of the zombies and werewolves who had just been killed were on their way. So the 8 crew members of Dawnbreaker split into 2 groups, led by the first mate and the second mate, to attack 2 of the enemy groups. The remaining 2 groups of enemies were handed over to the Night Watch squad. These enemies were mostly low-sequence extraordinary beings, and they immediately scattered and fled under the attack of Bazel and the others. After collecting all the corpses, Odis used the invisibility scroll again and quickly ran to a corner of the next street to hide. Because of the favor of the night, as long as he doesn't move, no one will be able to find him. On the other side, after arriving outside Byam, Klein ran as fast as he could to the mountain not far from the city. Before he left home in the morning, he had already summoned a giant sea beast with the scepter of the sea god, and had it wait at the bottom of the cliff of this mountain. As he fled into the woods, Klein suddenly felt his senses threatened. It seemed that every tree, every leaf, every stone, and every blade of grass around him wanted to kill him. In an instant, his body collapsed and thinned, turning into a paper figure. Whoosh whoosh. The arrow-like branches pierced through the paper figure and fell into the distance, while the leaves wrapped the paper figure up and twisted it into a sphere. Klein's body appeared 7 or 8 meters away. Without any hesitation, he took out his harmonica with his right hand, took a deep breath, and blew hard. Although no sound was made, a cold wind swept around them in the next second, and Klein's messenger, Renette Tinnikal, emerged from the void, carrying 4 blonde, red-eyed heads. Immediately afterwards, 4 heads looked in the same direction. 100 meters away from Klein, a figure was forcibly pulled out of the green trees by an invisible force. He was an elderly man with sparse white hair, deep wrinkles, and dark brown skin. His facial features were very characteristic of the southern continent. He was none other than Jax, the demigod of the Rose School. Upon seeing Renée, his brow twitched violently, and without hesitation, he opened his mouth as if to deliver a curse that had been brewing in her long silence. At the same time, one of the heads Renette was holding opened its mouth, as if making a silent shriek. Jax took a step back, and a few drops of blood flowed from his ears and eyes. Klein could no longer see the 2 demigods' movements clearly, only realizing that they were constantly shuttling between the spirit world and the real world, and that the messenger had an absolute advantage at this time. While the 2 demigods were locked in combat, Klein quickly ran towards the cliff, but after running a distance, he felt a chill creep over him. Klein sensed something and quickly began to observe the spiritual lines around him. This visual state allowed him to see many things that were not visible under normal vision or spiritual vision. First, he saw 2 dense clusters of black lines that appeared and disappeared intermittently. Those were Renette and the demigods of the Rose School. Then Klein noticed that further away, a dense mass of illusory black lines was rapidly approaching his location, pausing and detouring from time to time to avoid the 2 demigods engaged in fierce combat. Klein immediately realized that a Sequence 5 member of the Rose School had arrived. Throughout this observation, Klein never stopped and kept moving forward. He pretended not to notice anything, and as soon as the other party entered the firing range, he suddenly pulled out Death Knell and pulled the trigger. Bang! The slightly longer, black iron-colored revolver recoiled slightly, and a pale golden bullet flew out. However, the illusory black line suddenly stopped, as if it were observing something. Judging from his state, he was unaware of the danger and was simply drawn to something else. Just then, a grayish-white rabbit jumped out from the thick grass and ran away into the distance. It turned out that the other party was observing this rabbit. A large tree in front of the illusory black thread was struck by a pale golden bullet, resulting in a huge, irregular hole and a pure, blazing pale golden flame before it snapped in two. Because the other party was observing the black rabbit, they perfectly avoided being shot. The illusory black ink swirl was clearly startled and instinctively disappeared on the spot, reappearing on the surface of a nearby puddle. His figure was outlined in the puddle. He was a pale-faced man in his 40s. Having seen many bounty posters, Klein immediately recognized it as Blood General Senor. Immediately afterwards, Senor disappeared again. It was indeed difficult for ordinary spiritual vision to observe this vengeful spirit, but Klein, who could see the spirit lines, was not troubled by not being able to find his target. He saw the illusory black line rapidly moving around him, quickly closing the distance between them. Klein did not back down, and quickly gained the upper hand using Death Knell and Crawling Hunger, as well as his own abilities. Just as Klein had gained initial control of Senor's spiritual threads and severely injured Blood General, the sky suddenly darkened, and an arm reached out. This arm is 10 meters long, with a black, sticky surface covered in strange protrusions, some resembling skulls, others three-dimensional eyes, and still others tongues with sharp teeth. The moment the arm appeared, the entire forest trembled. All the green leaves withered, all the insects froze in place, lifeless, and all the wild beasts were either paralyzed on the ground or frantically tearing themselves apart. Klein's sense of danger was extremely strong when the gus staff that had been hanging on his waist suddenly emitted a dazzling light. The eerie feeling in the surroundings immediately subsided considerably. Klein grabbed the staff, raised it above his head, and abandoned the heavily injured Blood General to flee the area. But after taking only 2 steps, as if remembering something, he quickly put the death knell back into its holster with his other hand, took out the Travels of Grosser, dipped it in a few drops of Senor's blood, then lowered his head, closed his eyes, and ran quickly forward. As he ran, his spirit conjured up an image in his mind. In the light emanating from the gus staff above his head, there seemed to be a majestic being wearing a cloak and carrying a lantern in his right hand. Upon seeing this figure, Klein immediately felt that it was a light in the darkness, a hermit who used knowledge as a guiding light to show the way for the lost. After this towering figure appeared, the evil arm in midair seemed to suddenly drift far, far away, no longer capable of causing any harm. At this moment, the towering figure carrying the lantern raised his left hand and opened it out. In his palm, half of it was thunder and lightning, and the other half was surging waves. Who is this? As Klein ran forward, this question first arose in his mind. It's certain that this is not the Mystery Queen. The next second, Klein realized, this was the person Mr. Gard truly pledged his allegiance to. Then he recalled, the staff in my hand was something Mr. Gao got when he returned from the ruins of God's War. That is to say, he actually had a secret mission in the ruins of God's War and completed it perfectly, so the staff was a reward. The core of this reward is that you can request the help of this great being at any time. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. After hiding and entering the wilderness of knowledge, Odis used the stars represented by the Staff of Gus to check on Klein's condition. Seeing Klein fighting the Blood General, Odis did not immediately intervene. Although he could easily defeat the Pirate General by using the Gus staff as a medium to unleash his power, a powerful figure like Odis certainly could not make a move at this moment. When the God's Abomination, Shay, appeared, Odis finally intervened, using the Hermit card to mobilize the power of the Wilderness of Knowledge to block the influence emanating from Shay for Klein. When Sia saw Odis appear as a Hermit, he was clearly taken aback and did not immediately continue his attack on Klein. But soon, he seemed to suddenly come to his senses and recall the demands of the Mother Tree of Desire. So the bulging eyes on Sear's outstretched arm looked in Klein's direction. For a moment, Klein felt as if the air around him had frozen. The divine abomination had imprisoned the unknown, towering figure and Klein in a spiritual cage, preparing to take them into the spirit world. Once they reach the spirit world, CA can easily seal them away. Suddenly, the waves in Odis's hand made a whooshing sound, and surging, illusory waves flowed from his palm, forming high walls of water that crashed against the surrounding spiritual cage like a raging tsunami. Splash. With his spiritual cage broken, Klein suddenly felt as if he had returned to the human world, and his inspiration returned to normal. The moment he returned to the real world, Odis conjured a hurricane, sweeping away all the plants, rocks, and other obstacles in front of Klein into the air, blowing a clear path through them. Klein felt a sudden lightness beneath his feet as the wind blew him off the cliff. When he came to his senses, he was already in midair. This change left him somewhat bewildered. I'm not ready yet. Then, Klein hurriedly pulled out the talisman he had prepared beforehand, recited the incantation, and quickly threw it out to summon the sea monsters waiting in the nearby waters. Odis was in such a hurry to get Klein to leave mainly because his current image was based on the wilderness of knowledge, which made him seem high-end but was actually quite empty and no match for the divine abomination. Fortunately, the wilderness of knowledge was at a high enough level that the divine wrath Sea did not immediately see through it, so he chose to deal with it in a more cautious manner. This gave Odis some room to maneuver. After sending Klein off the cliff, Odis saw from afar that on Seer's sticky arm, the tongues with sharp teeth suddenly opened mouths, as if to utter the most filthy and evil syllables. Odis quickly raised the Elf King divine blood in his hand, and streaks of eerie silver lightning flashed and crossed, forming a lightning cage that temporarily blocked Seer's curse. Thump. Klein jumped into the water. The sea monster was a step too slow, but it arrived just in time, opened its mouth, and took Klein away. Odis was still watching Sea in midair when a dark cloud covered the sky. Aquaman Jan Kortman arrived. Although he was 2 sequences lower than Seer, he brought a level 0 sealed artifact with him, which was enough to fight God's abomination. Odis then withdrew his gaze and stopped projecting power onto the Staff of Gus. Only after seeing Klein's messenger appear and take Klein into the spirit world did Odis sever his connection with the Staff of Gus. Renette Tinnikal, carrying Klein's head in one hand and grabbing his shoulder as he hid in the sea monster's mouth with the other, entered the spirit world and delivered Klein to a reef. Back in the real world, the messenger Renette's 4 heads each glanced at the staff in Klein's hand, the Staff of Goose. Klein paused for a moment, then asked, "Is it a very powerful staff? It hurts a lot to hit someone." After saying that, the messenger seemed a little tired and disappeared from the spot. Klein was taken aback. What kind of answer is that? Just then, a hand reached out from the void and grabbed Klein's shoulder. Klein was startled and quickly turned his head to look, only to find that it was Mr. Azek who had arrived. Azek grabbed his shoulder and led him into the spirit world, speeding through layers of colors. Klein's lips twitched slightly. Actually, it's already safe. On a deserted island in some unknown sea, Klein and Azek's figures were quickly outlined on the beach. Klein was about to speak when Azek looked at the staff in his hand, frowned, and said with some uncertainty, "The Staff of Goose." At this point, there was no need to ask any further questions. Klein already understood that this staff was definitely not simple. He asked, "Mr. Azek, does seeing this staff remind you of anything?" "I remember fighting people who wield these staffs," Azek said, rubbing his forehead. It seems they were against the rule of the Byron Empire." Azek shook his head. "I don't remember the specifics very well either. However, one thing I am certain of is that in the 4th Age, only angels are qualified to wield such a staff." Klein's mouth dropped open. "An angel? Could Mr. Gar be an angel?" No, Klein immediately thought, if this guy were an angel, he would definitely cause unrest in both the North and South continents. Inside the city of Byam, Odis returned to the real world from the wilderness of knowledge, by which time the battle against the Rose School was drawing to a close. None of the members of this Rose School managed to escape. Generally speaking, battles between official extraordinary individuals and secret organizations rarely result in such a large-scale annihilation. As agreed last night, Odis took out 1 zombie trait and 2 werewolf trait samples from the Knowledge Wilderness and handed them over to the Night Watch team. Although they didn't kill the enemies corresponding to these 3 characteristics, Bishop Dean helped coordinate the various parties and stopped Sea King in time. Therefore, these 3 characteristics can be considered Odis's way of thanking the Church of the Goddess of Night. Afterwards, the crew of Dawnbreaker collected their spoils and handed over the remaining tasks to the Night Watch squad. The group returned to the wizard's office and began to take stock of their spoils. The spoils were quite substantial. Odis alone acquired a Wraith trait, a Crimson Scholar trait, and a magical item that corresponds to Wraith. In addition, there were 3 zombie traits and 5 werewolf traits, making this Odis's most abundant loot to date. The other members' spoils were mostly low-sequence traits, which they didn't need, so they used these traits to exchange for merits with Odis. After this battle, Bivis finally accumulated enough merit to obtain a Sequence 6 potion, and Noi also got the opportunity to be promoted. Soon after, all of Odis's official crew members became middle-ranking. After dividing the spoils, Odis had his crew use the teleportation array to return to Cruz Island. He gave Alan a final compliment and a bonus before leaving using travel. On the mountain outside Byam, a forest has lost all its vitality, and within it, a conspicuous road leads straight to the cliff. Tall and imposing, with thick, dark blue hair and wearing the bishop's robes of the Church of Storms, Aquaman Jan Kortman stood in midair, looking down at the cliff. He recalled the figure he had just seen, carrying a lamp in one hand and with waves and lightning in the other. He was certain that the figure was of a very high level and was not the hidden sage. Aquaman was puzzled. It's him again. The Lord of Storms seemed to know this being and had warned Arn Coltman not to investigate him. Today's battle made Aquaman realize that, besides Odis Gard, Gehrman Sparrow was also one of his subordinates. Odis returned to the Argos workshop via travel and first reviewed the operation while pacing. It is estimated that the members of the Rose School will temporarily withdraw from Biome, and for a while, we will not have to worry about them raiding Dawnbreaker's properties in Biome. The operation basically achieved Odis's goals and plans. The only unfulfilled objective was to mark the demigod of the Rose School. At that time, the divine wrath Sea put immense pressure on Odis, leaving him no time to complete such an operation. Before meeting Sea, Odis knew very well what angels meant, but only after truly meeting them could she feel their power. At that time, the divine evil put him under tremendous pressure, leaving him no time to do anything else. At that time, Sea had only revealed one arm and had not yet fully appeared before Odis. Odis then entered the wilderness of knowledge again, took stock of the spoils, and dealt with the corpses that had been brought in earlier. Odis discovered that he already possessed many extraordinary traits of the prisoner pathway, but he was hesitant to cultivate extraordinary individuals through this pathway. After a little thought, Odis decided to seal some of its extraordinary properties. When using the alchemy glasses to create seals, those made by beings below the level of demigods generally do not have significant negative effects. Even if the negative effects are significant, it doesn't matter. At worst, we can just destroy it and start over. So he gave 5 copies of the prisoner trait and 3 copies of the madman trait to 2 intelligent puppets, and asked them to make some and see how it goes. Upon returning to the real world, the image of the fool appeared in Odis's mind. First, he asked Odis to set up a blessing ceremony to retrieve the Staff of Gus, and then he transformed into a scene of the world praying, saying that he wanted to have a talk with Odis. Odis smiled. It was a significant improvement that Klein was willing to talk to him instead of constantly guessing the identity of that being. So Odis also made a praying gesture, "Fool who does not belong to this age. Respected fool, sir, please tell the world that I now have time to go and talk to him." He then prepared the necessary rituals, retrieved the Gus staff, and awaited the world's response. A minute or two later, Odis's vision was suddenly covered by grey fog. He was stunned for a moment before he realized that Klein intended to talk to him in Source Castle. The next second, Odis appeared in the magnificent hall, sitting in the seat belonging to the Hermit beside the bronze table. At the lower end of the bronze table lies a calm and reserved world. Chapter 343, Chapter 342. Features of Remmberg. At this moment, inside the Source Castle, in the magnificent hall manifested by Klein. The absence of the other members, including the fool, left Odis feeling somewhat uneasy. At this moment, Klein, who was sitting at the lowest seat, said, "Thank you for your help today." Odis shrugged and smiled, "We're just cooperating. After all, you didn't want any spoils of war." "Those spoils are nothing compared to the help you've provided today," Klein said. Then he changed the subject, "I'm very curious to know what kind of being helped me today." "That is a person with profound knowledge," Odis said. "But you can rest assured that I have not told anyone about the Tarot Society." Klein then asked respectfully, "What is his honorific title?" Odis paused for a moment before saying, "Lord of Mysteries." Klein nodded slowly. No wonder Mr. Gar called himself General of Mysteries. It turns out that he was actually loyal to the Lord of Mysteries. Klein never dreamed that the title General of Mysteries wasn't because he was loyal to the Lord of Mysteries. In fact, it was because of the title General of Mysteries that Odis, in a moment of desperation, adopted the title Lord of Mysteries as his formal name. Then Klein asked, "Why haven't I heard of this deity's deeds before?" Odis replied vaguely, "Because he is a mystery." He had originally thought that Klein would ask if the deity was the hidden sage, but he hadn't expected Klein to ask in that direction, so he was caught off guard. At this moment, Klein thought to himself, "How wonderful, the Lord of Mysteries actually gave his subordinate such a high-level staff, while the fool, the fool doesn't have anything to reward his followers, and even if he did, he would give it to other followers, not to me, because I am the fool." Taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Klein noticed that Odis's answer was hesitant, so he began to ask about the day's results. Upon learning of the loss of the Rose School, Klein felt a pang of envy once again. After chatting for a while, Odis took his leave and returned to the real world. Klein sat in the magnificent hall, silent for a few seconds. Why can't I divine any information about the Lord of Mysteries? Why did the newsboy from Backlund appear before me when I divined the Staff of Goose? Previously in Backlund, some members of the Moor's penitentiary performed a ritual to invoke the outer gods. While the ceremony was taking place, many extraordinary cases occurred in Backlund. Klein encountered one of them, a newspaper boy who strangely followed him around, and he had to keep buying his newspapers to keep the boy at bay. It was Mr. Gar who helped him solve the problem at that time. Just now, when Klein was divining the origin of the goose staff above the grey mist, the boy's appearance appeared strangely, which left Klein completely baffled. After returning to the real world, Odis took a trip to Cruz Island. After the crew returned, he held a short meeting to tell them about his recent plans and to prepare them to provide support to Remmberg at any time. On Wednesday morning, Odis arrived at the Golden Dream and met Edwina in the captain's study. Edwina has changed into a remnant-style outfit. The most distinctive feature of the country's clothing is the preference for wearing clothes in red and white, or blue and white. The women's attire often consists of a white top paired with a red skirt, or a white dress with a striking sky blue belt. Although the design isn't particularly unique, its distinctive color scheme makes it easily recognizable. Edwina glanced at Odis. In Remmberg, unless you're attending a very formal banquet or are a nobleman, you don't usually wear a tailcoat. Your outfit is likely to attract the attention of the locals. As she spoke, she tossed a cloth bag to Odis. I've prepared a set of clothes for you. Go to the bathroom and change. Odis smiled and said, thank you. He took the cloth bag, went out to the washroom to change, and found that the men's clothing in Remmberg was also mainly red and white, usually consisting of a red coat and a white undershirt, paired with black trousers. Another point is that men in Rembrandt prefer to wear bowler hats, and not many people wear top hats normally. Edwina looked at Odis, who was still sunny and cheerful after changing her clothes. This outfit suits you very well. Odis smiled and said, thank you. Can we set off now? Wait a minute. Edwina took out a yellow talisman. This is one of the official languages of Remmberg, and we might need it. The spell is the ancient Hermetic word for knowledge. Odis accepted it, thank you. After using the brass-colored talisman, he immediately felt a new pronunciation and a new script appear in his mind. The two then set off, and after a few minutes of travel, they left the spirit world and arrived in a city with a long history and unique style. The city has many old buildings with ancient styles and monochromatic colors, as well as many modern buildings with bright colors. However, Odis's attention was on the street, where there were many benches or small tables. Many people were sitting on the benches reading, and some were sitting at the small tables reading and writing something. Odis exclaimed, what a city that loves learning. At that moment, his gaze froze, for he had spotted Bernadette on the bench. With a hint of disbelief, Odis approached the bench. Queen, it really is you. You, what are you doing here? Why can't I be here? Bernadette closed the book in her hand and smiled. I have received a new prophecy, and the opportunity one have been waiting for is in Asara. The Forsaken Land, in the mountains south of Silver City. Chief Colin, with his graying hair, leads a 5-person team, including Derek, in a search in the mountains. Their target was the goose staff that had previously emitted light. However, only Derek knows what the luminous object looks like. The area isn't too far from Silver City, and everyone is quite familiar with the terrain. The residents of Silver City are also quite familiar with the types of monsters here, so the search operation proceeded quickly. Suddenly, Colin, the chief walking at the front, raised his hand, and Derek and the other team members immediately went on high alert. At that moment, Colin suddenly said, it's too quiet. Only after being reminded by the chief did everyone realize that this was indeed the case, as there were no signs of any monster activity around. The patrol teams outside Silver City don't even reach this area, so the monsters here aren't regularly cleared out. However, the exploration team encountered almost no monsters after entering the mountains, which was very unusual. Derek pondered for a moment before speculating, could it be that the light attracted all the monsters around? Colin glanced at Derek, then looked at the mountain ahead. That guess makes a lot of sense. Then he ordered, rest for a while before continuing the exploration. Odis was somewhat surprised to encounter the mysterious queen, Bernadette, in Asara, the capital of Remmberg. Bernadette was wearing local Rembrandt at the time, a white dress with a brightly colored belt. In Odis's eyes, perhaps because the sunlight was too bright, he always felt that Bernadette, who was holding a book, seemed to be glowing. Edwina, standing nearby, was very alert. This was not only the capital of Remmberg, but also the location of the headquarters of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Although the headquarters is not in the city, it is too arrogant for the mysterious queen, the leader of the secretive organization, Element Dawn, to be so openly reading a book on the street. Bernadette glanced at Edwina, then said, you guys go ahead and get busy. Come find me on Academy Avenue when you're done. After speaking of the mysterious queen, the queen continued reading, as if enjoying her leisure time. Odis had many questions for Bernadette, but with Edwina present, it wasn't appropriate for the two to discuss anything too private. So he and Edwina continued forward, and after leaving the street, Edwina whispered, what is the mysterious queen's purpose? I don't know either. Odis smiled helplessly. Even if she has a plan, she won't discuss it with me. Edwina thought about it and agreed. After all, he was a big shot in the extraordinary world, and he certainly wouldn't report her thoughts to Odis. As Iceberg General was pondering how to report this matter to the church, Odis seemed to read her mind and said, in my opinion, the fact that Bernadette appeared before you proves that she did not come here to cause trouble, so you don't need to worry. Besides, it's pointless to report to the church. Even if we send angels, we might not be able to find her. It will only make you more nervous. Edwina paused for a moment, then said nothing more. She still intended to report to the church and explain Odis's views on the matter. As for how the church would react, that was the church's business. Odis looked at the people reading all over the streets. Do the people in Remmberg really enjoy reading so much? Edwina explained, in this country, many opportunities are obtained through exams, so everyone has a habit of studying hard. For example, if two people are competing for a management position, the local bishop and professors who are good at management will usually be asked to create a test based on the actual situation. The one who scores higher will get the position. Odis was taken aback, never expecting that the Church of Knowledge had turned the entire society into a university. So he asked, what about civil servants in this society? Did they also obtain their positions through examinations? In the past, civil servant positions were inherited from their fathers, just like in other countries, Edwina explained. Moreover, each official had a group of staff members, who were essentially the lower-level civil servants in their departments. But after Rune implemented civil service examinations, Remmberg immediately realized the benefits of this method and quickly introduced such a civil service selection method. Although this exam was initiated by Rune, Lundberg had already completed the corresponding exam process before them, and the first batch of civil servants who took the exam have already started their jobs. Odis laughed and said, every country has its own strengths. It is clear that the people of Remmberg are very good at taking exams, and they seem to have no aversion to the process of obtaining civil service positions through exams. As for officials, they are mostly nobles, Edwina said. Some departments have also implemented a system of requiring candidates to take civil service exams, but they have ultimately found that nobles are more suitable to serve as officials. Therefore, the upper-level officials in Remmberg still use the system of inheritance, where all members of a family take an exam, and whoever does well gets the position. For example, the Candice family has managed agriculture in Remmberg since ancient times, and after the reform of government departments, all the ministers of agriculture have been members of the Candice family. For the middle and lower levels, civil servants are selected through examinations, targeting ordinary people, businessmen, and other social classes. But this is only limited to Asara and the eastern region. It will take some time before it can be rolled out in the western region. Odis nodded. Generally speaking, it was similar to other countries, and the officials in various departments of Rune were mostly members of the nobility. The connections within their families, and the education they received from childhood through oral instruction and personal example, certainly made nobles more competent officials. Although the Intis Parliament had great power and a well-established electoral system, what Roselle probably didn't expect was that the members of Parliament had become a new aristocracy. The process of electing a president has gradually degenerated into a game of money and politics. Although both the Fenaport and the Fussac empires underwent corresponding government reforms and declared that they would no longer use the hereditary system, in essence, the corresponding government positions never left the control of the respective families. Since the topic had come up, Odis asked, is the supreme ruler of Remmberg the king, or is there a council? No, Edwina said. But there is a Senate, which functions similarly to a parliament. The members of the Senate are mostly professors from various industries. Odis nodded, roughly understanding that the direction of the country's development was determined by the Church of Knowledge. Although he had no prior knowledge of the Remmberg Senate, he was certain that the professors had a church background. Otherwise, the members of the Senate would not be professors, but rather top performers from all walks of life, with professors making up only a small percentage. As the two chatted, they arrived at their destination, St. Chester Church, a huge Gothic church that looked very old. Although it was a weekday, people were constantly going in and out of the church to pray. The status of St. Chester Church is equivalent to that of St. Samuel Church in Backlund to the Church of the Goddess of Night. It is the second headquarters of the Church of Knowledge. Instead of going through the main entrance, Edwina led Odis to the back door and told the guard there that they wanted to see her mentor, Douglas. Douglas was the privy councillor of Asara and the principal head of the East Remmberg diocese. The guards dared not delay and immediately went to report. A few minutes later, a bishop dressed in the robes of the Church of Knowledge came out to greet him. I am Payne, assistant to Archbishop Douglas. Please follow me. He led Odis and Edwina into the backyard of St. Chester Church, a vast courtyard comprised of houses built of dark brick and stone, with the ground paved with flagstones and numerous arcades connecting the surrounding buildings. Payne led the two men to a reception room and then smiled and said, the Archbishop will have to wait a little while before he can see you. In the meantime, we'll wait here. After the three of them sat down, he looked at Odis and said, I've heard from Edwina that your research in mysticism is very advanced, and that you hope to cooperate with the Church of Knowledge. Odis paused for a moment before nodding and saying, yes. He realized that Archbishop Douglas might not be too busy to meet with them immediately, but rather wanted his assistant to speak with him first. Payne asked, then are you interested in joining the Academy of Knowledge? Edwina, standing beside Odis, took a deep breath, for the Academy of Knowledge was a sacred place for every believer of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. The Dean of the Academy of Knowledge holds a position within the Church similar to that of the Pope. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Odis recalled the information he had gathered. Every Orthodox church had such an institution. For example, the Church of the Goddess of Night had the Night Monastery. Odis's understanding was that it was a gathering place for church members who were not very good at management but were very talented in extraordinary areas. The invitation made Odis feel the sincerity of the Church of Knowledge, which was equivalent to directly entering their core organization. However, Odis thought for a moment before saying, I don't actually want to do full-time research work. Edwina wanted to remind Odis what the Academy of Knowledge represented. However, she couldn't really interrupt the conversation and could only watch anxiously for Odis from the sidelines. Payne smiled and asked, so what kind of job do you hope to do? Management work, Odis said. Preferably administrative management. That's easy to handle. Payne said readily, the church has the right to recommend officials to the royal family. We can communicate with the royal family and arrange for you to take the governor's exam. Odis was stunned, he hadn't expected his request to be met so easily. In fact, his main purpose in coming here was simply to hope that the Church of Knowledge could protect his interests in Remmberg in the future and provide him with sufficient extraordinary protection. In other words, Odis gave the Gal rune to the Church of Knowledge in exchange for their permission to develop his own power in Remmberg. To his utter surprise, the other party would so readily allow him to compete for the governorship. Of course, the value of the Gal rune is greater than that of a governor, but in such negotiations, the Church of the True God has an absolute advantage, which is why Odis did not have high hopes for the negotiation process. However, the result far exceeded Odis's expectations. This made Odis smile and say, that would be my honor. Payne said, don't be too happy yet, because you have to pass the exam to see if you have the ability to serve as a government official. If you fail the exam, we will arrange for you to study. You can only take up your post after you pass the exam. Odis nodded and said, I respect Remmberg's way of selecting talent. Payne grunted in agreement, took out his pocket watch, glanced at it, and then said, I'll go see if the Archbishop has time now. After the Archbishop's assistant left the reception room, Edwina whispered, the exams for officials are very difficult. Even nobles who have received the relevant education since childhood, the vast majority of them cannot pass the exams. Also, don't assume the church will help you cheat. After they find out about your situation, they might even make the exam more difficult. This is a reminder to Odis that his choice might get him stuck at this stage of the exam. Odis smiled slightly and said, then I will study in Asara for a while. Since a cooperation agreement has already been established, it wouldn't be unreasonable for him to bring a few of his subordinates to Asara, would it? It wouldn't be unreasonable for his subordinates to open a few shops here, would it? At that time, he can study while building his own power in Asara. Odis himself also plans to return to his old ways, open a shop about astrologers, become a charlatan, and digest potions. Edwina didn't say anything more, and began to explain to Odis the general process of the official examination. When a vacancy for a local official position occurred, the royal family and relevant scholars would usually set the questions. The competitors first pass a written test, and then go through an interview. A crucial step in the interview was to pledge loyalty to the king and vow not to engage in any acts of separatism or treason. After chatting for only a few minutes, Payne hurried back and said that Archbishop Douglas now had time to meet with Odis. So the three of them went to Douglas's office, where he was a man in his 40s, wearing glasses, with a gentle smile, and a very scholarly demeanor. If he weren't wearing his bishop's robes, Odis would have thought he was a university professor. Douglas rose and shook hands with Odis, smiling gently. Future generations will remember your contributions to mysticism. Odis politely replied, you flatter me. Douglas then invited Odis to sit on the sofa in the reception area, while his assistant Payne poured them tea. Douglas said to Odis, I heard from Payne that you wish to enter politics. Yes, Odis said. I have built an island in the sea, and under my management, that island is thriving. The reason for such vigorous development is mainly because they were given enough money. Douglas nodded slowly, you've come at the right time. There's a governorship in the eastern region that's recently become available, but be prepared, you might have a dozen or so competitors. There is no competition for the two governorships in the west, but the conditions there are too harsh, and no one wants to go. And there's one thing you need to understand, the church only has the power to nominate candidates, but not the authority to help you pass the exam. I can only use my personal influence to prevent you from making the exam more difficult. Odis smiled and said, thank you for your help. As he spoke, he took out a booklet he had prepared in advance, which contained explanations and comparison tables of the meanings of Gar runes, as well as algorithms for their use, rules for characters and geometric shapes, and other knowledge. Odis said sincerely, the moment I invented the Gar runes, I was the one who most wanted them to spread throughout the extraordinary realms, but there just hadn't been a suitable opportunity until then. At this point, he took a deep breath, the knowledge church is its best choice. Douglas accepted the booklet with both hands, don't worry, we will treat it with care. Watching the Archbishop solemnly put the booklet away, Odis said, you just said that there are two governorships in the west with no one competing for them. Yes, Douglas said. You're interested in there. Before Odis could answer, he continued, are you familiar with the situation and geography of Remmberg? I've done some research, Odis said. Lombard has two powerful neighbors, the Republic of Intis to the north and the Kingdom of Fenaport to the south. They surround the entire western part of Lundberg. In addition, there are two small countries in the northwest, each with a population of only a few 100,000. There are two neighboring countries to the east, namely the Kingdom of Rune and Massey. In the southeast there are also two small countries with small areas and small populations. Lemberg's basic diplomatic policy is to ally with the Kingdom of Lone, maintain normal diplomatic relations with the Republic of Intis, and be hostile to the Kingdom of Fenaport. Douglas smiled and nodded. It seems you have indeed done some research. In fact, when he learned that Odis wanted to enter politics, he was worried about it. He was afraid that a pirate who knew nothing would fail the exams even after several years, which would be troublesome. Odis continued, geographically and demographically, Western Lundberg is part of the central plateau of the northern continent, which is said to be an area where bandits gather. Many bandits from the Republic of Intis and the Kingdom of Fenaport were also driven to the west of Lundberg. I would even argue that it was an infiltration of Remmberg by two countries. Douglas hummed in agreement, then mentally remarked, very politically astute. So the West has always been a region where Lundberg and two other countries have been secretly vying for power, and the situation is very complicated, Odis continued. Perhaps this is why there is no competition for governorship there. Douglas sighed and said, it's worse than you think. The local people are known for their fierceness, and the bandits used the mountainous terrain to wage guerrilla warfare against the government forces. At the same time, they were funded by Intis and Fenaport, and had better weapons than the state guards. In many places, the bandits actually ruled, and the government forces could only be stationed in a few major cities. Moreover, military supplies there are frequently robbed, and the loyalty of the government forces is not very high. Another reason is that governors are frequently targeted for assassination, and the assassins have succeeded several times, so no one dares to become governor. The situation was indeed more serious than Odis had imagined. In other words, in many parts of that place, there was already a state of anarchy. Then he asked, when did this situation begin? It all started a few years ago when relations between the countries of the northern continent gradually became tense, Douglas patiently explained. Now, many people in the royal family and the Senate are advocating for turning several very chaotic western states into autonomous states. After a few seconds of consideration, Odis smiled and said, I still hope to go to a state in the west. The more chaotic the situation, the easier it is for him to establish his own power. In this situation, he can simply fire on those who disobey him. In the more stable eastern states, Odis simply couldn't use forceful methods at will. However, such chaotic states require significant investment in the early stages, primarily in terms of money and military force. Douglas scrutinized Odis carefully, and seeing that the other was not joking, said, I respect your choice. He paused for a moment and then said, you can come to take the exam tomorrow, and if all goes well, you might be able to have an interview the day after tomorrow. Because there are no competitors, the exams and interviews can be arranged specifically for Odis. Odis breathed a sigh of relief, okay. With that, the conversation essentially came to an end. Odis rose to take his leave, and Douglas saw him to the door. Afterwards, Edwina had to go to report for duty, so she planned to find a priest to arrange for Odis to stay in Asara. Odis declined, saying she wanted to wander around by herself. Iceberg General knew that Odis was going to find the mysterious queen, so he simply arranged to meet her again in the afternoon. Upon arriving on the street and seeing the exotic architecture and pedestrians, Odis paused for a moment before realizing that she had arrived in a foreign land. He laughed and remarked, sometimes using travel to go to a new place is quite meaningless. If he had arrived in Rembrandt by train, he would have been mentally prepared, but arriving directly in Rembrandt's capital city like this gave Odis a sense of disorientation. He had breakfast on the ship, and now at 9 o'clock in the morning he was already in a strange country. Odis waved, and a horse-drawn carriage stopped. The carriages in Rembrandt are smaller than those in Backlund, with softer lines and a luggage rack at the back. Once aboard the carriage, Odis announced in his newly acquired official language, Academy Avenue. Once the carriage started moving, Odis realized that he only had gold pounds in his wallet and no local currency. So Odis asked the coachman to go to the bank first. After learning that Odis was going to the bank to exchange currency, the coachman said that he could also accept gold pounds. Odis paused for a moment, but did not inquire further about the reason. He paid in gold pounds when he got off the carriage. The College Avenue is where the University of Remmberg is located. There are many groups of students on the street, and occasionally students will give impromptu speeches, which makes you feel the campus atmosphere immediately. After getting off the carriage, Odis didn't know where to look for Bernadette, so he just wandered aimlessly along the avenue. After walking only a few steps, Odis sensed something and saw that mysterious queen appear beside her, while the surrounding pedestrians seemed unaware that someone had suddenly appeared. Soon, many students' attention was drawn to Bernadette. Compared to the students here, she is a mature, intellectual, and beautiful woman. The mysterious queen is enough to conquer these young people with her unique temperament alone. Chapter 344, Chapter 343 The Academic Prodigy Bernadette. Odis asked Bernadette, who had suddenly appeared beside him, as if he were taking a casual stroll down the street, "How long have you been here?" The mysterious queen said, "I came to Asara a few days ago after leaving the Argo. She pointed ahead, "The desserts at that cafe are really good. How about we go there, have some and chat?" Okay. Odis continued the previous topic and asked, "Why did you suddenly decide to leave Backlund and come to Remmberg?" He remembered that Bernadette should stay in Backlund for some time to come. "Didn't I tell you? This is the opportunity I've been waiting for," Bernadette said somewhat vaguely. Actually, after spending time with Odis, Bernadette felt quite bored being alone in Backlund. She didn't know when the opportunity she was waiting for would come. When she said goodbye to Odis last week, she heard that he was coming to Remmberg, so Bernadette decided to come to Remmberg first, which led to the scene of meeting on the street earlier. For Bernadette, this trip to Rembrandt was more like a chance to clear her head. She suddenly realized that she had been working so hard for so long but still hadn't found a chance for promotion, so she might as well wait and see. Since you feel quite happy being with Odis, then spend more time with him. Arriving at the cafe Bernadette had indicated, she expertly ordered coffee and dessert. Soon, their orders were served, and Odis took a bite, finding the cherry cake quite delicious. The two began to chat, and Odis said, "You seem quite familiar with this place." "For a while, I suddenly missed my student days, so I got 2 bachelor's degrees here," Bernadette casually remarked. "The academic atmosphere at the universities in Remmberg is the best." Odis was taken aback. "Why do we need to read it twice?" "Because a person can only read 2 at a time," Bernadette said casually. Odis was taken aback again. "You don't seem to understand what I mean. I didn't expect you to be able to get 2 degrees in one go." "That's impressive," Bernadette said calmly. "At that time, I was already a master of prophecy. She meant that her exceptional abilities gave her a stronger understanding, so having 2 degrees wasn't a burden for her. Odis thought to himself, "Don't explain, you're a genius," and then changed the subject, talking about how renting out horse-drawn carriages actually cost gold pounds. Lombard has close commercial ties with Loan, and the gold pound fluctuates relatively little. In large cities like Asara, the gold pound is the second largest currency, Bernadette explained. The local currency is called Saeson gold. I remember that decades ago, about 2 Saesons could be exchanged for 1 gold pound, but now it takes 5 Saesons to exchange for 1 gold pound. However, the monetary system designed by the Church of Knowledge is much more reasonable than the gold pound, and it is divided into 3 types: gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. The gold coins are what we previously referred to as Saeson gold. Or the entire monetary system is called Saeson, just like the gold pound of the loan, it's a name. Gold coins are called Saeson gold, and silver coins are called Saeson silver, but locals call 1 gold coin 1 Saeson. Silver and copper coins have no other name. All 3 currencies are decimal. Odis immediately compared the gold pound he was most familiar with. 1 Saeson was roughly equal to 4 sols, 1 silver coin was roughly equal to 5 pence, and 1 copper coin was roughly equal to half a penny. This decimal currency system does indeed save a lot of brainpower when converting currencies. Odis took a sip of coffee and asked, "How can I get to know this city as quickly as possible?" Bernadette thought for a moment before saying, "How about we go for a walk around?" Actually, she didn't know much about this city. When she came to study, she just wanted to go to school. Okay. As Odis paid for her coffee and dessert, she asked the waiter for directions to the market and shopping street. In his view, these 2 places are the easiest places to reflect the characteristics of a city. Odis had assumed that Bernadette would be unfamiliar with places like shopping streets, and that she would rarely visit ready-made stores, preferring instead to go to custom-made shops. But when they arrived at the commercial street, the mysterious queen suddenly pointed to a 3-story building and said, "That looks like one of my houses." Odis paused for a moment, and Bernadette explained, "I bought them when I was in school. There was a plague in Asara at that time, and the houses were cheap, so I bought a few." Odis twitched his lips. "You don't even know how many properties you own." Bernadette paused noticeably before saying, "I have arranged for dedicated people to manage the properties in various locations. Don't skip over my question." Odis then added with a sigh, "Is this the difference between nobles and commoners?" He originally thought he was already very impressive for raising nearly 100,000 pounds to build Cruz Island, but now it seems that he is far inferior to this, Princess Intis. Then Odis suddenly remembered, there's a treasure in Remnantberg. It's said to contain a lot of valuables. If we ever need money in the future, we could take some people to dig it up. Speaking of which, the location of that treasure was left by Roselle. Odis obtained the treasure map from a Roselle relic, but because he was never too short of money, he never bothered to dig it up. "Don't be discouraged," Bernadette comforted her. "Thank you," Odis said with a wry smile, though the other person's words did little to comfort him. However, Odis quickly adjusted his mindset, began to observe the lives of the people in the city, and inquired about the local prices. Compared to Backlund, the prices here were slightly higher. This is likely because Remmberg's industry is not as developed or as well developed as Loan's. After observing for a while, Odis heard that when the locals were selecting goods, some spoke in Rune, some in the local language, and some in Intis. Bernadette, who was standing nearby, seemed to notice Odis's confusion and explained, Lombard has 3 official languages, Rune, Intis, and Zon. Well, the so-called Zon language is more like a dialect of Fenaport. Odis paused for a moment. That must be very inconvenient, right? Bernadette, however, said, this is the tragedy of small countries. Odis immediately understood the mysterious queen's words. They were a manifestation of surviving in the cracks between powerful nations. The two strolled around leisurely, and the more Odis looked, the more she felt that the most distinctive feature of this city was the figures of people reading books attentively in the streets and alleys. It's even so exaggerated that even homeless people will take out a dirty book from their tattered pockets and read it with great interest under the sun. Not far from the shopping street, Bernadette led Odis to a small, classic villa. Let's stay here for the next few days. The villa was built with red bricks, but it must have been regularly maintained, as it did not appear to be dilapidated. The villa has a small courtyard and a large terrace on the second floor. Odis didn't bother to ask whether it was rented or bought, and just followed them inside. There was a housekeeper and 2 maids in the villa. Bernadette explained, when I came to Asara, I basically stayed here. So the housekeeper and maids here all knew Bernadette, but they couldn't help but stare at Odis, because this was the first time their mistress had brought a guest. The two sat down on the sofa in the living room, and the maid immediately served black tea. Bernadette then asked, how did the talks with the Church of Knowledge go? Odis gave a brief account of the conversation and the outcome of the negotiations. Bernadette nodded, these nerds know their stuff. So you're going to the west of Remmberg? I've heard it's quite chaotic there. It's more than just chaos, Odis laughed. Several governors have reportedly died. Bernadette tapped the armrest of the sofa with one hand, seemingly thinking for a moment before saying, I'll go with you. I don't need protection, Odis said. Let them try to assassinate this governor. The more you come, the more you earn. Bernadette laughed and said, why didn't you say this last week when you were almost buried alive by the earthquake cracks? Odis was a little short of breath, no. It's different. There won't be any enemies of a higher level in the west. I'm not your bodyguard, why would I protect you? Bernadette raised her chin, I've heard for a long time that the snow-capped mountains there are quite beautiful. Perfect timing, I'll go take a look when I get back. Odis paused for a moment before asking, aren't you busy lately? Bernadette frowned, what does it matter to you whether I'm busy or not? Even if you don't go to those western states, I'm planning to go on vacation anyway. It would be best if we could go together, Odis said honestly. I would feel very at ease with you by my side. Bernadette smiled and nodded, that's more like it. She paused for a moment and then said, I'll have someone go and buy lamb chops this afternoon. Odis immediately understood what the other party meant, no problem, I'll make the roasted lamb chops. He had made roasted lamb chops once before, and Bernadette was very satisfied with his cooking skills. Bernadette then had her maid take Odis to see the room prepared for him. It was quite nice, with all the necessary furniture and furnishings. Odis lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. He himself seemed a little unaccustomed to the fact that he was about to embark on a new journey. Around 2 p.m., Odis met Edwina near St. Chester Church, as agreed with her. Upon meeting, Edwina said, Bishop Douglas asked me to tell you that you need to go to the administration hall at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to take the exam. Thank you. Odis then asked, what kind of content will be tested? Edwina thought for a moment, I heard that the test is about how to govern, how to solve some livelihood issues, etc. You have experience in managing Cruz Island, so most of the test questions will not be difficult for you. This is why Bishop Douglas did not arrange tutoring for Odis. Upon hearing that the questions were to be asked, Odis breathed a slight sigh of relief, chatted for a couple more minutes, and then used the trip to send Edwina back to the ship. Odis then returned to Cruz Island to check on the construction progress of several sites. For a while after that, he could only come once or twice a week. Finally, after checking on the progress of the port town's reconstruction at the dock, just as he was about to leave, Tim, a crew member sent by the Navy, happened to see Odis and quickly called out to him, Captain, the Admiral has urgent business with you. Odis was taken aback, what is it? I don't know. Tim hurried to the dock and said, the letter said it was urgent, let's go to Byam now. Odis was taken aback again. Although the headquarters of the Rune Navy in the Raging Sea was in Byam, Admiral Emilius's defense zone was not there, so he rarely appeared in Byam. The sudden need to meet in Byam suggests there might indeed be an urgent matter. Just as the two were about to enter the spirit world, Rupert, the second mate stationed on Cruz Island, called out to Odis again, Captain, I have something urgent to tell you. Odis was taken aback. Why did everyone have urgent business? He waited until Rupert ran onto the dock before asking, what is it? Rupert didn't speak immediately, but looked around. On the daytime docks, some workers were doing the final construction work on the port. The three of them went to a secluded spot, where Rupert said, "Today we caught 2 suspicious individuals. They didn't know that our workers have rosters and employee numbers, and they tried to sneak into the construction site, but they were caught by the staff. But when I received the notification and rushed there, the 2 people were already dead. The preliminary conclusion was suicide, and the poison was probably hidden in their mouths." Odis frowned. This was the first time Cruz Island had captured a spy, and a treacherous one at that. "What are your thoughts?" "I think they are most likely sent by the Feniport Navy," Rupert said. "Having previously caused the Feniport Navy to lose face, and having recently inflicted some losses on them, they are likely to consider taking strong measures to retaliate on Cruz Island." Odis thought for a moment before saying, "Investigate and see if there are any other spies." He planned to speak with Grosser and others after meeting with Admiral Emilius, asking them for support if needed. With Grosser and others around, Odis was relatively at ease about Cruz Island unless Feniport sent out a demigod. After exchanging a few more words with Rupert, Odis and Tim arrived in Byam. And in the villa belonging to Admiral Emilius, he met this naval demigod. After exchanging a few polite words, Admiral Emilius suddenly said, "I will be transferred back to Backlund." Odis was taken aback. Why so suddenly? He did remember that Emilius had been transferred back to Backlund, and that not long after returning, he had started taking charge of the Ministry of Defense, but he really didn't expect it to happen so suddenly. Emilius smiled, a rare occurrence for him. It's not surprising at all. He had anticipated this after his brother, the governor, was suddenly dismissed from his post. Admiral Emilius summoned Odis for another matter. "Would you be interested in coming with me to Backlund?" He wanted to groom Odis to be one of his own protégés. Odis pretended to consider it carefully and then politely declined the invitation. He then thought to himself, suddenly, he felt a sense of the end of the show and the departure of the guests. The two then talked for more than an hour, and it was clear that Admiral Emilius really wanted Odis to go to Backlund with him. However, Odis's recent focus has been on developing in Remmberg. As he left Admiral Emilius's residence, Tim was already waiting outside. "I've already heard that Your Excellency has been transferred to Backlund." Odis hummed in agreement. "Has your mission changed?" "No, not at all," Tim smiled. "The Admiral has informed the new Admiral of my mission and the continuation of the strategy against the Dawnbreaker pirate crew." Then he asked Odis, "Shall we go and pay a visit to the new general?" Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. "No need," Odis said with a smile. "Before long, the new leader will send someone to visit him." After a brief chat, they each returned to Cruz Island under the guise of travel. Odis went to the construction site and met with Grosser and 5 other characters from the book, explaining his request for their help in case of danger. They had cut down too many trees and made too many planks in the past, and they couldn't use them all at once, so they came to help out at the construction site on Lighthouse Mountain. Grosser and the others readily agreed to Odis's request. Grosser and the others were resting, so Odis chatted with them. He first asked Snowman, "What role did the Moss Order play in your time?" "That is the only organization recognized by the all-knowing and all-powerful Lord," replied Snowman, a monk from the tertiary period. "But they do not preach, nor do they manage worldly affairs. They would use all their wealth to build libraries and do their utmost to spread knowledge to everyone in the world, whether they were kings, missionaries, or beggars. Everyone who entered their libraries had an equal right to learn. In addition to their ascetic practices, they also valued travel. The way to travel was to drive a horse-drawn carriage full of books to one city and village after another, and to explain the knowledge and mysteries in the books to people. Teach citizens about the law, farmers about the growth patterns of crops, officials and businessmen about morality, priests about how to devoutly believe in God, and the extraordinary about how to combat loss of control." Odis paused for a moment. "Wasn't this the idea I gave to Rosalind, one of the 10 pillars of the current Moor's penitentiary? Great minds think alike." Then he felt that this lifestyle was indeed very attractive, as it allowed him to travel around, see different landscapes, spread knowledge, and do some noble things. At this moment, Mobert from the Solomon Empire of the Quaternary period said, "In my time, there were also such mobile libraries. They have special passes issued by the Empire, which theoretically allow them to receive assistance anywhere in the Empire. I heard that before the Solomon Empire was established, there were people in the southern continent who did the same thing, but after the Byron Empire unified the southern continent, they actually drove them away." Odis asked, "Why?" "I heard it's because the Emperor of the Underworld and the Ascetic Order of Morse have conflicting ideologies." Mobert shrugged. "I'm not entirely sure about the specifics. However, when I was a child, I heard my ancestors say that after the Great Cataclysm, human order almost collapsed, and it was the members of the Moss Ascetic Order and their mobile library that upheld the bottom line of order. Thanks to their efforts and appeals, human civilization has not experienced a significant regression. But it was a very chaotic time, and it is said that many people died in the Moor's penitentiary. Odis was taken aback. Didn't that sage protect the members of the Moss Ascetic? I don't know, Mobert said. I've only heard the name sage in legends, but I've never seen such a miracle left by a deity. Oh, the fifth age is a bit different from the fourth age. In the fourth age, gods still walked on land, and you could often encounter miracles left by gods. At this point, the ascetic snowman from the third age said, in our era, sages also disappear for a period of time every now and then. According to some records, he would disappear for decades to hundreds of years each time, and many people speculate that this was the asceticism of the sage. By the way, the sage prefers to be called him, but we still unconsciously refer to him as he. Mobert exclaimed, what a gentle deity. Odis, however, roughly understood what was happening. During the third age, the sage was not in good condition, often falling into slumber and struggling against his divinity. It seemed that as time went on, the duration of his slumber had become longer and longer. By the quaternary period, the situation was likely even worse, and such occurrences were rare. Then he exhaled, this deity is truly unconventional. At this moment, Mobert added, if Shadas hadn't also known about the sage, I would have doubted whether the sage was ever truly on par with the ancient sun god. Shadas glared at him, and only after seeing the fifth age nobleman shrink back did she say, the sage often visits the elf clan, and the elf king and queen always warmly welcome him. He popularized the method of advancing through potions among the elves and promoted the use of asceticism to combat madness and rage. The elf king didn't seem to approve of this, but he still welcomed the sage as a guest, and one of the princes accepted the sage's views and joined the Moss Ascetic. Odis nodded. This matched the information he had previously obtained from the deep Sea Admiral. Not only elves, Shada said without any concealment, the founders of the Moss Ascetic Order were beings who were willing to follow the sage and had seen the desecrated stone tablet. They are willing to actively fight against the madness and twistedness of the extraordinary, but most of them are human, and they hope to use this to control the extraordinary and fight for more rights for their own kind. Odis nodded slowly. At that time, this was also an organization that leaned towards protecting humanity. Then he took out the gustaff from the leather pouch hanging at his waist and asked, do you know what this is? Shadas glanced at Odis and said, this is the gustaff. She recognized Odis at first sight and even thought that Odis had stolen it from somewhere, since only important figures in the Order of Morse were qualified to possess such a staff. At this moment, Odis asked, and Shadas replied, at your level, it seems you are not capable of mastering such a weapon. Where did you obtain it? Odis explained, you may not know this, but something happened to the Moss Ascetic, and most of the gustaff were lost. Shadas was clearly taken aback, the 10 pillars would lose the gustaff. It is said to have been lost in the battle with the outer gods, Odis said. The staff I have in my hand was given to me by one of the 10 pillars during the fourth age. Shadas sighed, yes, the battle against the outer gods is too dangerous. Mobert, standing to the side, was somewhat surprised. The Ascetic Order of Morse fought against the outer gods. Odis explained, as far as I know, during the second and fourth ages, the power of the outer gods permeated the real world. However, the infiltration of outer gods was not so severe in the third and fifth ages. Mobert nodded and said, that reminds me that in our education we did learn how to guard against believers of other gods. But Snowman and Ronzel clearly do not possess this knowledge. Snowman nodded slowly, indicating that Mobert was right. Odis then asked, I heard that these staffs were made by the elves. That's right, Shadas said. It was the work of a high-ranking elf. During its creation, the Elf King sent me to inquire about the progress. I almost stumbled upon the scene of the outer god's flesh being processed. If it weren't for the protection of that high elf, I would have lost control on the spot. She paused for a moment and then said, this is a very high-level weapon. Those below the level of demigod may not be able to exert even 1% of its power. Odis paused for a moment, but quickly understood that the other person meant 1%, although in ancient times it was obviously not described using a percentage system. He exclaimed, this is really good stuff. This solidified his resolve to reclaim as many gustaffs as possible whenever he had the time or opportunity. Then Odis asked, why was it made by the elves? I've heard Mobert and Longzel talk about your impressions of the elves, Shadas explained. The majority of the elves are indeed extraordinary individuals who have passed the sailor pathway. But we also have extraordinary individuals with the reader and general knowledge pathways, especially that high-ranking elf with the general knowledge pathway, who were quite unique at the time. Even at the very beginning of the Moss Ascetic Order, there were no extraordinary individuals who had taken this path. Odis thought back and realized that his impression of the elves was indeed somewhat contradictory. While they were irritable, they also seemed to wield very exquisite weapons. It is said that the sage can also create very fine weapons, Shadas said. But I don't know why he entrusted this task to us. Odis said, oh, realizing that this might involve some high-level transactions. If you have the chance, you can learn about this kind of issue. If you don't, it's okay not to. After chatting for a while, Odis spoke privately with Edward Ronzel. Seeing that the latter was ready to go to Backlund to find his relatives, he took Ronzel to Backlund with him on a journey and handed him over to Hugh. After meeting, Hugh and Furs looked Long Zayer up and down, as if asking with their eyes, is this the soldier who has been missing for more than 100 years? After a brief introduction to each other, Odis reminded Longzel, be careful, and try not to attract the attention of the official extraordinary individuals. Long Zayer nodded, okay. At this moment, he was somewhat excited and a little lost, perhaps suddenly unsure how to face the descendants of his family. Afterwards, Odis returned to Asara by traveling to the room Bernadette had prepared for him, and then smiled helplessly. It felt as if he had traveled around the world that afternoon. Around 6 p.m., Odis went to the kitchen to make lamb chops. Just like in Backlund, Odis was busy in the kitchen while Bernadette chatted with him, leaving the hired chefs and helpers somewhat at a loss. The main course was prepared by Odis, while the side dishes were prepared by the chef. After finishing the roasted lamb chops, Odis and Bernadette went to the restaurant for a meal. The maid had already poured the pre-dinner drinks. After taking a sip, Odis said, now that we're in the West, we may not have such good conditions for a long time. Bernadette laughed and said, do you think I have high expectations for life? Odis glanced at the gold cutlery on the table and said against her will, no. If you lie, your nose will grow longer. Odis couldn't help but touch his nose and smiled, I'm just worried that the conditions in the West are too harsh. Bernadette replied, I have a small dining table, so you can come to me if you can't find a meal. Odis recalled the magical, little dining table of the mysterious queen that could provide an unlimited supply of food, cut off a piece of lamb chop with a knife, tasted it, and said, I will try my best to make sure you have a good meal. Didn't you understand what I meant? You mean what you mean, Odis smiled. It is my honor to travel with the queen, and of course I will try my best to ensure that your quality of life does not decline too much. Bernadette smiled and said, you should go to Backlund with Emilius. With your eloquence, you might become a general someday. Odis laughed along, if you offered me the position of king, I might consider it. Ha! Even a big talker can make your nose grow longer. The atmosphere at the dinner table became increasingly harmonious. After dinner, Odis returned to his room, rested for a while, and then used meditation to enter the wilderness of knowledge. He has been preparing to write his new book for the past few days. 2 intelligent puppets are responsible for organizing the materials for him. Odis just needs to integrate these materials and start writing. Odis plans to name his new book, The Book of the Stars, which will consist of 3 parts. The first part is about how to interpret the stars, which is divided into active and passive interpretation. The so-called active interpretation refers to the application of astrology. Passive interpretation refers to the act of quickly interpreting the celestial phenomena after suddenly seeing them in the night sky. The difference between the two is that astrology is an active form of divination, interpreting the constellations in the night sky, and the results tend to be revelatory. Chapter 345, Chapter 344 Amon personally provides on-site guidance. Odis is considering his new book. He has been an astrologer for a long time but has never actively observed the night sky. However, he is more proficient than the average astrologer in interpreting revelations. Because this interpretation process has little to do with proficiency, spirituality plays a more important role. In other words, the stronger one's spirituality, the more specific and accurate the revelation one receives. Of course, Odis also planned to list many common constellations in the book, so that ordinary people could also use the book as a reference book. In the second part of the book, Odis mainly explains the precautions for observing the starry sky and includes the magic circle that can prevent being watched by the outer gods in this part. The third part, although also part of the Book of Stars, Odis intended to make it a separate book. This is because this part is Odis's way of simulating other abilities. Ordinary astrologers do not have this knowledge. When they do have this knowledge, they can also simulate other abilities like Odis. Of course, their simulations cannot compare to Odis's enhanced form with the Staff of Gus and Wilderness of Knowledge. However, its ability to simulate is about 2/3 as powerful as the imitation ability at level 5 of the Reader pathway. This greatly enriched the methods of astrologers, essentially creating a new ability for this field. The problem is that if you want to learn this ability, you need to learn Gar runes first. Therefore, this separate section first explains and applies the Gar runes, and then details how to use Stardust to simulate other abilities. Odis's idea was that the first 2 parts of the Book of Stars could be made public. However, the third part could only be used within Odis's own territory. After speeding up the time, Odis continued writing until he was exhausted. He looked at his work and smiled slightly. This kind of work is definitely faster with help. For his previous books, he collected all the materials himself, which was a very tedious task that took up about half of the total writing time. Let's stop here for now, and Odis, from the perspective of the Staff of Gus, will first observe the other 2 wielders. The demigod of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, as usual, locked himself in his workshop after work to do some research he enjoyed. Rosalind of the Moss Ascetic Order already had her own mobile library, which Odis paid little attention to. Instead, he looked at the goose staff in the Forsaken Land, which was currently lying among the corpses of several monsters. Those monsters must have come to steal the staff, but they all died in the battle one after another. Odis rubbed his hands together, praying that Little Sun and the others would find them soon, because the corpses of these monsters could easily attract more monsters. If the staff is taken by a monster, it will be very difficult to find it again, given the strength of Silver City. After observing for a while, Odis returned to the real world. At this point, he was no longer willing to let the staff of the Forsaken Land glow to guide Derek and the others, as that would only allow the monsters lingering around to obtain the staff prematurely. Now we can only trust that Derek and his team are experienced and will find us soon. Just as Odis returned to the real world. On a relatively wide street in the slums of Prides, a port city in southeastern Backlund. Rosalind Ray, sitting in front of a pile of books, glanced at a raggedly dressed child peeking in her direction. The child noticed Rosalind's gaze and ran away in fright. Rosalind was one of the 10 pillars of the Moss Ascetic Order. Due to the nature of her ascetic practices, her condition was almost affected, so she consulted the Lord of Mysteries and expressed her doubts. Odis then instructed her to spread knowledge among ordinary people, and in doing so, observe the world to solve the problems she was facing. Behind Rosalind was a modified horse, with the carriage opening from one side and the back. The doors resembled bookshelves, filled with books. Inside the carriage, there were also several small bookshelves, which were also filled with many books. After receiving guidance from the Lord of Mysteries, Rosalind immediately modified a carriage and filled it with books that ordinary people might need before embarking on her journey of asceticism. Since her previous place of ascetic practice was near Pulitzer Bay, this city naturally became her first stop. Today was her first attempt to share knowledge with ordinary people, and the poverty and darkness of the slums shocked her. She had always heard how advanced the technology of the factories in Rune was and how much wealth they plundered from the colonies every year, but she never imagined that some of the people of Rune were living in such poverty. Rosalind had assumed that the people here would be as hungry for knowledge as they were for food and gold, but to her surprise, her mobile library did not attract anyone. Only a few children seemed interested, but they just observed from a distance and dared not approach. Rosalind seemed to realize something, looked at the robe she was wearing, and realized that there might be something wrong with her attire. As long as you are dressed neatly and cleanly, there is no need to dress like a priest. Just then, Rosalind's spirit seemed to sense something and suddenly looked up. Just as she was examining her attire, someone appeared in front of the mobile library and casually picked up a book from the shelf. He was a young man with dark eyes and a broad forehead. His clothing was also quite peculiar, consisting of a classical mage's robe and a pointed soft hat. He wears a single crystal lens over his left eye. He had a gus staff tucked into his waistband. It's Amon. Rosalind's bookstall welcomed its first customer, Amon. She jumped up in surprise, but the next moment, she forgot why she was surprised. Amon smiled and said, "Ah, mobile library, how I miss it." He glanced at Rosalind, "Who told you to do this?" Before Rosalind could answer, Amon said with a solemn expression, "Lord of Mysteries." Then he asked, "What is his appearance like?" Rosalind finally felt that a thought in her mind had suddenly disappeared, but she couldn't remember exactly what thought had disappeared. This image. Amon opened a book and revealed a meaningful smile. "He really has returned, then this world is even more interesting." Rosalind frowned as she looked at the man beside her, who was leisurely flipping through a book. Why does he look so familiar? Who is he? After flipping through a few books, Amon said to Rosalind, "There's something wrong with your attire. As the administrator of a mobile library, your clothing should be more modest and conform to local dress customs. Oh, and also, the mobile library needs not only books, but also some first-aid medicines, as well as magical, theatrical scrolls, and scrolls that can quickly intimidate the enemy." Rosalind nodded. "Thank you, I will get these things." Amon put down his book, shook his head, and said, "The librarians these days are so unprofessional." As he spoke, his figure vanished. Rosalind seemed to suddenly come to her senses. "I need to change my clothes, prepare some herbs and spiritual materials, and also prepare a few scrolls." She frowned. She could understand the first thought, but why did she have the other two thoughts? After a good night's rest, Odis got up early the next morning, ate breakfast prepared by the cook, and then took the carriage that Bernadette had instructed the housekeeper to prepare the day before, to the administrative hall of Remmberg. This is a classical building with a large courtyard, flower beds, a fountain, and many horse-drawn carriages. After Odis explained his purpose to the waiter, he was led into the interior of the building. Upon entering, you are greeted by a grand hall with a large chandelier. The decor is not luxurious, but it exudes a solemn atmosphere. The people in the office were all reading documents or discussing issues, and they seemed quite busy. Following the waiter to the second floor, the noise level dropped considerably. The office doors were mostly closed, with only a few opening occasionally. Odis saw several people reading newspapers inside, indicating that work wasn't very busy. Odis was led to a spacious reception room, which resembled a small classroom with rows of neatly arranged tables and chairs. Inside were two male government employees dressed in formal attire and wearing bowler hats. One of them introduced himself with a somewhat professional smile, saying his name was Bud. He paused for a moment and then said, "Mr. Odis Gard, please come in. Your test questions have just arrived." Odis thanked him politely, then found a table, sat down, and took out his round-bellied fountain pen to answer the question. Bud and another government employee checked the sealing wax on the envelope containing the exam papers before taking out the papers and handing them to Odis. Odis glanced at the list and saw that there were 5 essay questions. The first question was about how to deal with corruption among subordinates, the second question was about how to handle relations with the State Guard, the third question was about how to solve the problem of displaced people, the fourth question was about how to deal with the infiltration of foreign powers, and the fifth question was about his views on small-scale wars. After glancing at the exam questions, Odis thought to himself, I originally thought Remmberg was just a bunch of bookworms, but from these exam questions, it's clear that the people who set them are very professional. Once these 5 questions are answered, the problems in Western Remmberg can be solved. Of course, this is only a theoretical solution, the specific implementation depends on the person who carries out the plan. At that moment, Odis composed himself and focused on answering the questions. These problems are not difficult for him. Yesterday, he had basically figured out how to solve the problems in the West, and he now has the ability to solve them. Odis finished the exam in just over half an hour. When he handed in his paper, Bud reminded him, the exam lasted 2 hours. Won't you check it again? No need. Odis confidently put away his pen. When will the results be available? 2 to 3 hours. The other party replied, you can come back in the afternoon, or you can wait here. Since there were no competitors for the position in the West, all I needed to do was show the exam paper to the relevant superiors, ask them to grade it, and then calculate the average score. Odis had nothing to do today, so he said, then I'll wait here for a while. He put away his pen, stared blankly at the flower bed in the yard, and pondered how to begin building his own power in Asara. First, we need to go to Byam and have Alan, who is currently in charge of the intelligence exchange, recommend 2 people to build an intelligence network in the city. Once Odis has established initial power, he will have Mandy send people to open a magical medicine shop. With money, he can recruit more people and expand his own power. Furthermore, Odis estimated that this trip to Backlund by Longzul would definitely make him completely leave the past behind and join his forces. Odis planned to first send his first mate, Bazel, and combat captain, Cleveland, to recruit wild extraordinary individuals and establish the extraordinary power of the Sword of Dawn in Remmberg. During this period, I kept Ronzel by my side for a while and established basic trust before letting him take charge of Remmberg's extraordinary power. In a while, first mate Bazel will be promoted, and then I will have 2 rank 5 subordinates, which will allow me to manage both the Naval and Remmberg forces. Glug. Just as I was thinking this, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open and slammed against the wall. A middle-aged man with slightly graying temples, a round face, and an imposing presence walked in. He looked Odis up and down, then suddenly turned to Bud behind him and asked, is this Odis who answered the question just now? He simply couldn't believe that such a sophisticated politically astute answer to the essay question came from a young man in his early 20s. After receiving an affirmative answer, the middle-aged man stretched out one hand and quickly walked over to introduce himself, my name is Bichel, and I am a high-ranking official in Bernier province. Riembo is a small country, but it has 22 cantons, which are divided into 3 provinces for easier administration. These 3 high-ranking officials spend most of their time in the capital, Asara, because although their positions are high, the area under their jurisdiction is not large, and they can quickly travel to the provinces under their jurisdiction if there is any business. Today, Beecher was invited to look at a governor's exam paper. He didn't pay much attention to it because there were hardly any talented people willing to go to the West to be governor. He assumed that the newcomer recommended by the church was just another idiot who couldn't even pass the written test. Odis shook hands with the other person, hello. Bernil province is what the people of Remmberg often call the Western province, and this high-ranking official is Odis's future superior. The high-ranking official, Baikier, waved the exam paper in his hand. You just said on the exam paper that you could let the refugees do construction work and train them to fight bandits. Yes. Odis knew that the person in front of him was also an official with rich political experience. He smiled and said, in a turbulent region, as long as the problem of displaced people is dealt with, the turmoil will be mostly resolved. Because if migrants have no food or jobs, they will become a new source of instability. That's why he concluded that the person in front of him was an official with extensive political experience, and he immediately grasped the key points the person made in the test question. Odis continued, the bandits have caused the refugees to lose their land and property, so if they were to join the army, their fighting strength would certainly be quite good. If we could reward them with the land we've taken back from the bandits, they would be an extremely powerful army. Bichel nodded. That is indeed a good idea, but where will we find the money to train them and arrange construction work for them? The official sighed and said, the fiscal deficit in Bernadette province is already 3 times its annual revenue, and officials and the military have not received their salaries for a year. This is also why many people suggest giving autonomy to the most chaotic states, because these states are like bottomless pits. Odis smiled and said, in general, in such chaotic places, it's not that there's no wealth, but rather that wealth is only in the hands of a few people who are capable of protecting their own property. In addition, the bandits must also have a lot of resources. The money problem shouldn't be too difficult to solve. Bichel paused for a moment. It seems you already have a complete idea. As he spoke, he sat down in a chair and gestured to Odis, please sit down. After Odis sat down, Bichel said with some anxiety, now more and more senators, as well as royal nobles, are suggesting that the western states should have autonomy. This is tantamount to handing over our territory to another country. We can forget about getting it back later. He was somewhat helpless about this. The current situation is indeed very difficult. There aren't many soldiers to send, and Rune doesn't intend to get involved in Bernadette province. It's already difficult enough to just maintain the status quo. You need to be mentally prepared, because the situation in the states of Cherite and Vaud is the most difficult. They have not had a governor for more than a year, and the people there may not even approve of the governor sent by Remmberg. Odis nodded slowly. Which state is in a worse situation? Watai state. Then I will go to Watai, Odis said succinctly. Immediately, Baikier was overjoyed. He took out his pen and immediately wrote 10 points on the rating page. After handing the score sheet to Bud and his colleagues, and instructing them to take the exam to other administrators, Bichel whispered, if you pass the interview, you can ask Duke Bowen for some policy support. Generally, as long as you don't ask him for money, he will most likely agree to your request. Odis nodded, thank you. More than an hour later, Bud returned to the room and smiled, congratulations, Mr. Gar, you passed the exam with a high score, including a 10. Odis joked, is the score for this exam going to be out of 100? Bud paused for a moment before saying, no, it's a 10-point system. Seeing the other person's serious demeanor, Odis asked again, is a score of 10 rare? I've worked here for 6 years, and you're the first 10 I've ever met, Bud said seriously. Moreover, a 10-point score that could potentially become a direct superior in the future makes it even more valuable. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Odis smiled and nodded, not taking it too seriously. After all, the West was short of people right now. If he were that high-ranking official, he would give someone a perfect score if he heard that someone was willing to go to the West. What he didn't know was that the reason Bud brought this up so seriously was because the people responsible for grading these kinds of exams in Rembrandt were very meticulous. Even in the West, where there was such a shortage of people, Bud would always give the correct score. Odis's exam paper also received high scores from the other graders, with an average score as high as 9.5, making it the highest-scoring exam paper in recent years. Then Bud informed Odis to come for an interview the next morning. After agreeing, Odis left the administration hall and, in a secluded corner, used her travel ability to travel to Byam, where she asked Alan to recommend 2 clever students. Since the intelligence exchange meeting became formalized, Odis has used it as a training base for intelligence personnel, having Alan teach a group of trainees how to collect intelligence. Alan immediately recommended 2 people and gave them a brief introduction. One of them was named Benny, and the other was named Fitch. Both were of mixed local and lone descent. Mixed-race children in the colony generally face discrimination from both the locals and the lone people. They are now 18 or 19 years old and have not yet found jobs, so they were recruited by Alan to be assistants. Odis spoke with them personally and was quite satisfied with them. After confirming that they were willing to go to the northern continent to engage in intelligence work, Odis directly took them to Asara under the guise of travel. After briefly explaining the situation in the city, Odis gave each of them £100 and assigned them different tasks. Benny was tasked with befriending the intelligence dealers here and organizing an intelligence exchange in Asara, telling him that he would later receive military support. Fitch would try to get to know the local officials and nobles, and then Odis would spend more money to package him as a wealthy merchant from Rune and establish close ties with the officials and nobles. In response, Odis gave each of them a crystal ball and told them how to use it. He said they could use the crystal ball to contact him if they had any urgent matters or problems that they couldn't solve. Ordinary people also possess spirituality and can use the crystal ball given by Odis. Moreover, the entire length of Remmberg from east to west and from south to north is less than 800 kilometers. As long as Odis is in Remmberg, they can contact the captain. After a quick lunch, Odis used travel again to bring Bazel and Cleveland from the Argo. His task for them was to quickly familiarize themselves with Asara's extraordinary powers and, if they encountered any talented and decent wild extraordinary individuals, to try recruiting them. They each received £200 in startup capital. After assigning the tasks, Odis returned to Bernadette's villa with a sense of relief. At this moment, the mysterious queen was having afternoon tea. Odis thought to herself, I feel that I already trust my subordinates very much and understand the principle of delegating power, but I seem to be a little lacking compared to Bernadette. Having known the mysterious queen for so long, Odis only remembered that Bernadette was busy for a while when they were building ships on Lasha Island, and afterwards she seemed to have nothing to do, and the elemental dawn continued to operate smoothly. Of course, this is related to her extraordinary power. Bernadette is a Sequence 3 and a Level 0 sealed artifact. None of her subordinates dare to overstep their authority and will diligently complete the tasks assigned by the Queen. Because of the existence of extraordinary power, their work progress, loyalty, and so on can be known through divination, so they dare not falsify anything. Odis sat opposite Bernadette. I'm thinking of opening an astrologer's studio. Do you have any suitable property that I can borrow? Bernadette was taken aback, not expecting Odis to be so direct. Are you planning to pay rent? Odis pulled out the complete book of wizardry that he had prepared beforehand. See if this can be used as rent. His main purpose in approaching Bernadette was to spread the compendium of magic more widely. Although the materials for advancing to Hermit did not require the 9 books to be widely disseminated, the ritual for becoming a god did require having a sufficient impact on the world. Previously, Odis was unsure where to begin with this ritual, until he recalled finding a combat manual on a crew member of the Death Note that day. This gave Odis a sudden inspiration. He could use his knowledge to make an impact on the world. Therefore, Odis actively promoted cooperation with the Church of Knowledge, asking them to help spread the Gar runes. At the same time, the complete book of wizardry could also be made public. First of all, it could be used by the Elemental Dawn. After all, this extraordinary organization has many members who are secret seekers. Bernadette paused for a moment upon seeing the book, Complete Book of Wizardry, which reminded her of the first time she read the manuscript of the Manual of Combat. Bernadette certainly wouldn't need the knowledge described there, but the theories within were quite amazing. After learning that the book had been published openly and legitimately, Bernadette immediately sent people to purchase a batch, and from then on, every member of Elemental Dawn and Low Sequence had a copy. When Bernadette saw the Complete Book of Wizardry, she immediately realized that it was a must-have for every middle sequence beyonder in the Elemental Dawn. Even at Sequence 5 Astrologer, witchcraft remains an important means of attack for extraordinary individuals in this pathway. Once they learn the sorcery here, members of the Elemental Dawn will be much stronger than other extraordinary individuals through the Secret Seeker pathway, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they are half a sequence stronger. Bernadette spent a good 10 minutes reading the Compendium of Wizardry before looking up at Odis and asking, "What do you think of this house? How about you take it?" She was well aware of the immense value of this work. She would have been willing to give Odis all of Remmberg's assets, let alone the house. Odis said, "This house is too big. A smaller house would be better. If it's too big, it will put a lot of psychological pressure on customers in the future, which will affect the mystery that Odis creates." Bernadette put away the Complete Book of Wizardry and asked, "What exactly are you planning to do at that workshop?" "I plan to use it to play the role of an astrologer," Odis further explained. "By helping clients solve some practical problems, I can create a mysterious atmosphere and use that opportunity to digest the potion." Bernadette nodded. "Then I have a house on Sacred Tree Avenue, which should be just right." The Avenue of the Divine Tree. Odis found the name rather strange. "It is said that a divine tree once grew there," Bernadette said. "If you eat a leaf from that tree, you will gain the knowledge of an entire book in your mind." Odis was taken aback. This was very similar to the effect of the leaves he had obtained in the ruins of the War of Gods. Bernadette added, "At the same time, many occult enthusiasts live there, and there are salons about occultism held on that street every day. From what I've observed, there are still many wild extraordinary beings living there, as well as some not-so-high-level extraordinary gatherings." Odis laughed. "It is indeed very suitable for me to try digesting potions." Bernadette immediately summoned her housekeeper to inquire whether the property had been rented out. Upon learning that there were tenants, the mysterious queen instructed the housekeeper to bring 300 sassons, or approximately 75 pounds, as compensation for the tenants, and to have them move out that day. Odis exclaimed, "If only the Remmberg government and the church were as efficient as you." After finishing their business, Odis returned to his room to rest before entering the Wilderness of Knowledge, again to check if the Silver City exploration team had found the Staff of Gus. The Forsaken Land, the mountainous region south of Silver City. At this moment, Derek's squad was engaged in a fierce battle, and Derek threw an ice bomb with a huge head at the monster in the distance. As the bomb exploded, 2 humanoid monsters were frozen in place. He then swung his hurricane axe, severely injuring one of the monsters with a single blow, before swinging it again to kill it. This also created an opportunity for another team member, who conjured a sharp 2-handed greatsword and cleaved the monster in 2. Chief Colin did not make a move, but quietly watched the exploration team members fight. The other 2 team members used thunderstorm bombs to paralyze the 2 monsters, and easily took them down. This was the first time Colin had experienced the changes that Derek's extraordinary weapons had brought to the residents of Silver City. To be precise, most of the methods controlled by Silver City, while possessing strong offensive capabilities, have almost no control abilities. These one-time extraordinary weapons filled the gaps in Silver City's defenses. Most of the monsters have very limited intelligence, and once they are under control, they can be easily dealt with. Monsters that previously required a battle and a chase to defeat can now be dealt with in a dozen or so breaths. This is why the price of these weapons is getting higher and higher. After quickly resolving the battle and reaping the spoils, Colin did not order a rest, but instead said, "Continue the search." The source of light must have been nearby before, and the strongest evidence is that there are more and more monsters here. Boom. After walking a short distance, Colin and the others suddenly saw the hillside ahead rise up and make a loud explosion. The next second, a large amount of lava surged out from the raised ground, like a small volcanic eruption. The lava quickly flowed down the hillside, and the high temperature of the lava made Derek and the others feel that their exposed skin was extremely hot. Just as they were about to scatter and flee, they suddenly saw that Chief Colin did not seem to be avoiding the scorching lava. Complex symbols suddenly appeared in the chief's pupils, and then he drew a straight sword and smeared a layer of golden grease on it. The straight sword then emitted a bright light, and Colin raised the long sword and thrust it forward. Whoosh! The scene before the exploration team resembled shattered glass, first showing obvious cracks, then rapidly collapsing. Darkness still shrouded the land, there was no lava, no small volcanic eruption, and everything remained desolate and gloomy. Derek and the others were stunned for a moment, everything that had just happened was actually a dream. Colin stared ahead. Derek. Derek understood what Chief meant and immediately made a gesture of embracing the sun. A pure white beam of light fell down, illuminating the surroundings. All the members saw a 3-meter-tall, 8-legged demon wolf on a huge rock in the distance. During the Third Age, some groups of dire wolves still roamed across various continents. After this place became the land forsaken by the gods, some dire wolves survived in this environment. Judging from its size, the wolf on the boulder should be at the level of a demigod, and its two huge black eyes were staring at Derek and the others. At this point, Derek noticed that the goose's staff they were looking for was on one of the other person's legs. Colin swiftly drew another straight sword, both radiating a dawn-like glow. Faced with an opponent of this demigod level, who also possessed sufficient intelligence, the chief did not immediately launch an attack. Derek quickly realized that in this situation, it was usually best to confront the other party and then force them to retreat. So he quickly said, "Chief, the staff on its leg is very special." Colin certainly saw the staff, but without imbuing it with spiritual power, the Gus staff showed no particular unusual features. Derek's reminder made Colin take the matter seriously immediately. He told Derek and the others, "You all step back." Before Derek and the others could even begin to retreat, Colin suddenly charged at the demon wolf. The chief's charge was very sudden, even creating a whooshing sound. As the chief charged, a suit of armor radiating the colors of dawn appeared on his body. Derek and the others did not hesitate and immediately scattered. They could not help in the battle between demigods and were easily injured by the aftershocks of the battle. They had barely run a few steps when Colin had already rushed up to the wolf, thrusting his sword straight at it and holding it horizontally in front of him for defense. Although this wolf was almost the size of an elephant, it nimbly dodged Colin's straight thrust and turned its two black-eyed eyes toward the chief. Colin felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, and the morning light around him grew even brighter, illuminating much of the surrounding wilderness. Although he hadn't fallen asleep, his movements were slightly slower, and he was struck in the chest by the demon wolf. The moment he was struck, Colin's defensive straight sword suddenly thrust out, slashing the leg of the demon wolf carrying the Gus staff. The Silver City's chief rushed close for this attack, but unfortunately, the wolf was alert and slightly retracted its leg, so Colin's sword failed to cut off the leg. Colin was sent flying by the wolf's palm strike, crashing into a boulder that shattered into several pieces, sending those pieces flying everywhere. Thanks to the dawn armor, Colin wasn't seriously injured, but he managed to create some distance between himself and the dire wolf. The wolf only suffered some superficial wounds, which were not serious to it, but it did not linger in the fight. Taking advantage of the distance between the two sides, it turned and fled. Colin gave chase, when suddenly the wolf howled, and illusory runes appeared on one of its teeth, from which an illusory giant emerged. That was the vengeful spirit sealed in the wolf's teeth. He could escape while controlling the vengeful spirit to continue fighting Colin. The giant's vertical pupils were devoid of any spirit, his clothes were tattered, and his body was covered in wounds, from which thick yellow liquid oozed. After the giant's vengeful spirit appeared, a huge two-handed greatsword appeared in its hands, and it slashed at Colin, who was chasing after it. Colin deftly blocked the giant's greatsword with one hand while holding the sword in the other. He put the straight sword back into its sheath on his back, took a glass bottle filled with golden liquid from his pocket, and threw it at the phantom giant. The glass bottle exploded in midair, creating a bright golden light. The beams of light, like sharp arrows, pierced holes in the illusory giant. The phantom giant quickly raised his hand to block his enormous vertical pupils and let out a miserable cry, which grew increasingly faint. Colin had already passed the giant's vengeful spirit and suddenly leaped into the air. At the same time, a huge Sword of Dawn appeared above him. Then the Sword of Dawn disintegrated, turning into countless fragments of light like the morning sun, which flew towards the direction of the demon wolf. The wolf's two enormous black eyes narrowed, and it quickly opened its mouth to release 3 more spirits to help it block the storm of light. The next instant, terrifying shards of light struck the demon wolf precisely at its body and the area around it. The area immediately appeared to be hit by a fierce artillery barrage, creating large craters. The 3 spirits released by the demon wolf were completely torn to pieces, and the demon wolf itself was also seriously injured, with large areas of its skin ripped open and flesh exposed. However, the 3 spirits protected the wolf's vitals, so its life was not in danger. Moreover, in the heat of the moment, it protected the gust staff, which is still on one of its legs. As the wolf saw Colin charging towards it like a hurricane, its eyes turned ferocious, and it gripped the gust staff with one paw, imbuing it with its own spirit. Colin, who had caught up, suddenly stopped. The seemingly ordinary staff head suddenly flashed with colorful light. The next instant, the demonic wolf in front of him suddenly swelled up, becoming twice as big as before, and its spirituality surged, as if it had become much stronger than before. Chapter 346, Chapter 345 Taking the mysterious queen to her post. The land forsaken by the gods, in the southern mountains of Silver City. Before Colin, the demon wolf that had wielded the Staff of Gus seemed to have its spiritual power doubled instantly. Its black eyes sparkled with starlight as it silently gazed at the human before it. The stronger its spirituality, the stronger its abilities will become. It was difficult to put Colin into a deep sleep before, but now Colin's Dawn of Light may not be able to withstand the opponent's abilities. The 2 demigods faced off for a breath or two. Colin slowly took a step back, as he wasn't entirely confident that the fight would continue. Therefore, Colin did not intend to take any risks and planned to let the wolf go first, then return to Silver City to form a demigod team with the other elders, and then chase after the wolf. Since his sword was already stained with the blood of the demon wolf, he could easily find the demon wolf's trail afterward. Seeing Colin retreat, the wolf did not continue its attack, but instead moved its 8 legs quickly backward and left. He reacted this way because he suddenly had a bad feeling. The wolf had just taken a few steps back when it suddenly turned its head to look at the gust staff in its palm. Suddenly, the staff emitted an even brighter light, followed by a surge of power. As if it had suddenly come to life, it broke free from the demon wolf's grasp and floated into the air. Then, a towering figure descended. In the wilderness of knowledge. When Odis entered, Colin, the chief of Silver City, had just started a battle with the demon wolves. After the demon wolf tried using the gust staff and its spirituality was instantly enhanced, Odis immediately realized that the chief of Silver City would not risk his life for this staff. So Odis grabbed the Hermit card and the Elf King's divine blood from the side and made his move without hesitation. The land forsaken by the gods, south of Silver City. Colin, the wolf, and the exploration team members hiding behind the cover saw a majestic figure draped in a holy cloak appear in the light emanating from the gust staff. His right hand held a lantern, while his left hand was half thunder and lightning and half surging waves. All the confusion that had been lingering in everyone's heart since childhood seemed to vanish instantly. That lamp was like a beacon of light in the darkness, a guiding light of knowledge to illuminate the way for those who were lost. The moment this towering figure appeared, bolts of lightning flashed across the sky, one after another, as if stimulated by something, swirling above everyone's heads. The thunderclaps, one after another, made Derek and his teammates' heads buzz, and for the first time they realized how terrifying the familiar lightning could be. At this moment, the wolf finally realized what was happening and turned to run away. Lightning bolts struck it one after another. These were no ordinary lightning bolts, they had a chilling white light and an astonishing aura. The first lightning bolt struck, and the wolf was electrocuted, its skin torn and bleeding. The second lightning bolt struck, and the wolf was charred and burned. When the third bolt of lightning struck, the wolf had already lost its life. At this point, its spirit, which possessed a slight degree of divinity, was not completely dead, but from a biological perspective, it was already dead. Odis looked at the demonic wolf before him and marveled at how much more powerful the lightning was in the land forsaken by the gods. This demonic wolf is different from the outer god follower he killed before. The previous outer god follower seemed to have only reached the level of a demigod, while this demonic wolf is stronger than a normal sequence 4, but has not yet reached the level of sequence 3. With that thought, he withdrew his power, and the gust staff slowly descended. Colin did not immediately go forward to pick it up. Instead, he waited until the goose staff fell to the ground and completely lost its light before approaching it. After carefully examining the staff, a dark green symbol appeared in Colin's pupils. He scrutinized the staff again to make sure there was nothing wrong with it before picking it up. When Derek and the others arrived, Colin had the rest of the exploration team collect the loot. As they approached the dire wolf, Colin called Derek back. Who was that being just now? I don't know, Derek said honestly, feeling that it wasn't the fool. But if it's not the fool, then who is it? In the wilderness of knowledge. Odis observed for a while longer, and only returned to the real world after Colin led the team on their return journey. After sitting at his desk for a while, Odis couldn't help but smile. He thought he had finally gotten his hands on the Gus staff. During dinner, Bernadette glanced at Odis and asked, "Did something happy happen?" "I'm quite happy that the potion is already half digested," Odis said with a smile, offering a casual excuse. Bernadette shook her head. "Don't think of digesting potions as so simple, especially at sequence 5. Even with good luck, it will take about a year to digest." However, she then added, "Of course, you should be an exception, because before you, no one has ever digested potions by writing books, nor has anyone digested potions in the way of a wizard office. Odis smiled. This was merely an attempt to actively seek an opportunity to digest the potion. While they were talking, Bernadette's housekeeper, whom she had sent out that afternoon, returned and reported to Bernadette that the tenants of the house were already moving out and would be leaving that night. Bernadette nodded in satisfaction and made an appointment with Odis to go see the house the next day after he finished his interview. The next morning, Odis rode in Bernadette's carriage and arrived at the administration hall again. Odis noticed that many people were observing him, whether intentionally or unintentionally. It was Bud who greeted Odis again. "Please follow me." As they were talking, Bud led him upstairs. Odis asked, "Why does everyone seem so curious about me?" "They know your exam results from yesterday," Bud replied as he led the way. Odis paused for a moment before realizing those people were looking at what the top student looked like. He is gradually adapting to the atmosphere in Rembrandt, where doing well on exams makes you feel superior to others. This time, Bud brought Odis to the 3rd floor. The offices here all had double doors. Odis saw through a half-open door that there was a secretary's office inside, and the offices of the important officials were inside the secretary's office. Bud first led Odis to a small conference room, asked him to wait a moment, and then left. About half an hour later, Bud entered and said again, "Please come with me." He led Odis to a small conference room containing a huge portrait of the king. In the portrait, the current king, Conrad I, wore a crown, held a scepter in one hand, and rested his other hand on the sword at his waist, looking very majestic. It must be the result of the artist's embellishment, which preserved Conrad's majesty while making him appear approachable and without the airs of a king. Conrad I was in a somewhat awkward position, as only the lone people recognized him as king, while other countries only recognized him as a duke. The reason for this situation is that Conrad's ancestors were dukes of the Kingdom of Fenaport, and it was only during the War of the Oath that they broke away from the Kingdom of Fenaport. Besides the portrait, there are 5 tables and 5 seats in the room, 4 of which are arranged together, and there is a separate seat opposite the main table. Bud invited Odis to sit in that separate seat. "Please sit here." The 4 people you will be interviewing later are the Minister of the Interior, Duke Bowen, the Bishop of Life, the high-ranking official of Bernier Province, Beecher, and the Minister of Defense, Benedict. When you meet the Duke of Bowen, please observe etiquette and bow to him. In addition, before the interview, you must first swear an oath in front of the portrait of the king in front of the 4 interviewees, and then the interview will proceed. This is the oath, but of course, you can also improvise. Odis took the oath. "Thank you." He then read it through. The oath essentially stated that he would be loyal to the king and would not do anything to harm the interests of the royal family or the country. Odis recalled that the members of the Remmberg royal family were also extraordinary individuals through the arbitrator pathway, and that Remmberg, in a mystical sense, was the territory of Conrad I. This oath should establish a certain mystical connection with Remmberg. If Odis really wanted to do something that would harm the national interest, then the Duke of Remmberg should have noticed it. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the 4 interviewers finally entered the room during the conversation. Odis was initially prepared to stand up and greet them out of politeness, but when she saw the 4 interviewers sit down on their own and start reading the documents on the table, it seemed as if they were deliberately ignoring her. So Odis did not get up, but continued to lean back in his chair and wait for them to read the materials. He knew very well that this deliberate ignoring was putting pressure on him, but Odis was not buying it. A few minutes later, the 4 interviewers finished reading the information about Odis and then looked up at Odis. After seeing that their deliberate ignoring of Odis had not put any pressure on her, the Duke of Bowen and the Minister of Defense were somewhat displeased. Then Bishop Clifton, one of the interviewers, announced, "The interview begins." Odis rose, swore an oath before the king's portrait, and then leisurely sat back down in his seat, awaiting his question. Beegier first asked, as if he didn't know Odis well, "Are you sure you want to go to Watai?" Odis nodded. "Yes, I'm sure I want to go there." Defense Secretary Benedict then asked, "How do you plan to deal with the bandits there? Shouldn't they be called bandits?" Odis said, "From what I understand, they have already occupied most of the area except for Watai City." Benedict waved his hand and said, "Whatever, just tell me how you plan to deal with them." Of course, we should reclaim the lost territory and imprison all the bandits who dare to resist, Odis laughed. Benedict laughed too, are you kidding me? Then he asked, what will you use to reclaim the lost territory? Odis simply said, I personally possess the strength of sequence level 5. This startled both Duke Bowen and Benedict, who immediately looked down to look at the information about Odis again. Clearly, they hadn't been paying attention at all. Then Duke Bowen asked Odis the same question as Beegier, are you sure you want to go to Watai? In a small country like Remmberg, a sequence 5 extraordinary would have a much better future staying in the capital, Asara, than becoming a governor in a remote state. Yes, Odis replied again, then continued to answer the Minister of Defense's question. I have heard that the government troops in Watai City have not been paid for more than a year, and we cannot count on them. I also have some of my own forces, and I plan to bring them to Watai State and use them to reclaim lost territory. Duke Bowen's earlier indifference vanished, are you confident? For the Home Secretary, Bernier Province was a bottomless pit at this time, but he could not simply leave it unattended. If he were to abandon those territories and declare autonomy to some of the states during the Duke of Bowen's term, he would certainly be condemned and might even become a villain in history textbooks in the future. Now that someone is willing to use their power to try to reclaim those lost territories, he will certainly support them wholeheartedly. As for what will happen after the recapture, that's a question for later consideration, because in Duke Bowen's view, Odis can at most achieve some kind of balance with the forces of Intis and Feniport in Watai. Odis will need Ashara's help to continue fighting the enemy, so he is not afraid that the pirate will escape his control. The other interviewer, Bichel, was taken aback. He hadn't expected Odis to bring his own forces to Watai State, which made him realize that Odis's goal was definitely not as simple as just being a good governor. However, Bichel would not object to this, as he realized that his pressure would be greatly reduced after Odis went to vote state. Odis replied, I am confident. He then smiled and added, at least it will prevent the city of Watai from being harassed by bandits, and I will try my best to restore transportation between Ashara and Watai. Duke Bowen nodded, once transportation resumes, the capital will certainly provide you with sufficient support. He thought that Odis meant the same thing as he had imagined. After stabilizing Watai, he would ask the capital for reinforcements and supplies, which was why he made such a promise. Odis actually meant to restore traffic, as much as possible. Of course, he wouldn't reveal his true intentions, but instead seized the opportunity to ask, before restoring traffic, I need some help. Duke Bowen frowned and said, you may not realize it, but if you are traveling to Watai with supplies or a lot of wealth, it will make your journey very difficult. Because bandits are rampant on the road, you may often be attacked by them. Odis smiled and said, I only need a few hundred sets of military uniforms. You don't need to provide the weapons, but you must allow me to raise the military funds myself. Duke Bowen thought to himself, there are only a few hundred people. We can raise the money ourselves. As long as it doesn't cost money, it will be easy. So he said, okay. Odis added, I need military command over Vorta, if there are still government troops there. Bowen readily agreed, sure. He knew very well that the state guard there was no longer obeying the state government's orders. I will give the local powerful figures a warning, Odis said. You cannot interfere in the affairs of the vote region. Bowen paused for a moment before saying, that's fine too. He originally wanted to remind Odis that the local order was basically maintained by the local nobles and self-governing associations, and that it would be difficult to deal with if they were offended. But Bowen thought about it and decided to leave the mess to Odis, so he didn't say anything in the end. Odis smiled and said, I have no other requests. Duke Bowen asked those around him, do you have any other questions? The other three, the high-ranking official in Bichel and the Bishop of Culliford, all wanted Odis to become the governor of Vote, and the Secretary of Defense Benedict did not object, so everyone was fine with it. Next came the scoring process, and Odis passed the interview with high marks once again. Moreover, at the suggestion of the Minister of the Interior, the Duke of Bowen, the Minister of Defense, Benedict, immediately gave Odis a permit, instructing him to take the permit to the quartermaster to collect his uniform. After Duke Bowen and the others left, Bichel asked, your formal appointment should be issued tomorrow or the day after. When do you plan to take up your post? In the next few days, Odis smiled. I plan to recruit a few clerks in Ashara after the appointment is made, and they will come with me to take up the post. In addition, my men also need time to get to Ashara. Bichir nodded, looked around to make sure no one was watching, and whispered, after you take office, I will allocate 20,000 saison from the provincial government as your initial funding. He sighed, the provincial government has a huge shortfall, so this is all I can give you. Oh, by the way, don't expect to find anyone in Ashara. Odis calculated that it was roughly equivalent to 4,000 pounds, thank you. Why not take advantage of a free lunch? Moreover, Odis's real purpose was not to recruit people, but to see how fast Feniport's intelligence agency would react. The two chatted as they went downstairs and left the administration hall separately. Odis first went back to Bernadette's residence to look at houses together. The Sacred Tree Avenue has many old houses and a nice environment, with flower beds and trees on both sides of the road. Like other neighborhoods, many people are reading on both sides of the street here. Bernadette's house was at number 77. It was an elegant two-story townhouse with a small yard planted with flowers and plants. The first floor has a living room, kitchen, and dining room, while the second floor has 2 bedrooms. The house is fully furnished. Although the area is not large, it perfectly meets Odis's needs. Seeing that Odis was quite satisfied, Bernadette said, "You can arrange it however you like, and use it for as long as you want." After thanking her, Odis treated the mysterious queen to lunch, then immediately found Basil and Cleveland, took them to 77 Sacred Tree Avenue, and told them that this was the secret stronghold in Asara. Then Odis began assigning tasks to Basil and Cleveland, instructing Basil to renovate the place slightly, with the requirement that it have a certain mystical atmosphere. Cleveland first rented a conference room as a temporary studio, then went to the newspapers to place GG ads. The first ad was about the governor of Vorta being recruiting a clerk with a high salary, and the next ad was about, astrology master arrives in Asara. Watching his 2 subordinates leave, Odis recalled the scene when he first arrived in Byam and couldn't help but think, it's so convenient to have subordinates. When he couldn't stay in Backlund and went to Byam, he was the only one handling these matters. After explaining Ashara's situation, Odis used travel to return to Backlund, to 19 Pinster Street, which is Hugh and Fur's current residence. The doorbell rang, and Furs opened the door for Odis. After entering, Odis asked, "Where is Longsel?" Hugh took him to Edward's family cemetery. Furs said as she went to the kitchen to boil water. "He went this morning and should be back soon." Odis nodded and sat down at the dining table to chat with Furs. After waiting for more than half an hour, Shio opened the door and brought Long Zaire back. Long Zaire is at least 1.8 meters tall. He doesn't seem that tall in other places, but when he's with Hugh, he looks very tall, and it even looks a bit like a father bringing his daughter home. "Chief." Hugh saw Odis as soon as he entered the room. Long Zaire was a little down, but as soon as he entered, he saw Odis and nodded to him. Furs poured tea for everyone, and after everyone was seated, Odis asked Longsel, "Have you seen the descendants of your family?" "I took a look from afar." Long Zaire took a deep breath and said, "I've thought about it, and I think it's best not to disturb them. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look." Odis hummed in agreement. Long Zaire continued, "Today, Miss Shio accompanied me to the family cemetery again. I found my father's and mother's graves. Their graves had long been covered by weeds, but fortunately there was still a tombstone." He paused at this point. Hugh then said to Odis, "I have given the cemetery workers enough management fees to keep them in good condition regularly." Odis nodded, took out £200 in cash from his wallet and handed it to Hugh. "When I handed Longsel over to you before, I forgot to leave him some money. This is to make up for your expenses." "No need," Hugh quickly refused. Mr. Long Zaire didn't spend much money, and besides, Odis, however, refused to listen. "This is also payment for gathering information about Longsel's family." Hugh was about to refuse, but Odis simply pushed the money onto her. In fact, Odis deliberately did not leave any gold pounds for Longsel, so that Longsel would understand that although he still had the strength of Sequence 6, he was no longer in line with the current state of Backlund. Therefore, the protection and help that Odis provided to Longsel became all the more valuable at this time. When Odis was just running a herbal medicine shop, he would have thought that such a move was a petty trick, something to be considered clever but ultimately ineffective. But as his extraordinary organization expanded further, Odis gradually realized that such tricks could sometimes be quite useful. First, you must genuinely provide tangible benefits to your subordinates. It's pointless to just make empty promises. Second, you must make them feel the tangible benefits you're offering. Then Odis asked Ronsel, in Backlund, "Is there anything else you haven't finished wishing for?" "That's all," Longsel said. "After we return to Cruz Island, I will officially work for you. Go back and stay for the night." Odis nodded and said, "I'll pick you up and take you to Remmberg tomorrow." Long Zaire nodded and hummed in agreement. After chatting for a few more minutes, Odis told Longsel to wait there for a while, and then went to the Gar herbalist's shop to pick up Cana. The 3 of them used the travel to return to Cruz Island together. Odis had already prepared the arbitrator potion for Longsel to take. The potion inside Long Zaire's body was imagined, and he needed to take the potion again to fully recover. Now that Long Zaire has officially pledged allegiance to Odis, Odis will naturally help him recover. Of course, his potions weren't given away for free, they would need to be redeemed with merit points later. After drinking it down in one gulp, Long Zaire said, "I felt the potion was digested the moment I drank it." Odis hummed in agreement. Just as he had imagined, Longsel had already digested the potion once in the Travels of Grosser, so if he took the potion again now, he could easily digest it again. Long Zaire wanted to continue drinking the Sequence 8 potion, but Odis said, "This is a potion, not plain water." Let it stabilize in a few days before drinking it. After sending Longzil back to Grocer and the others, Odis took Kana to see Mandy and introduced him to the work environment so that he could get into the swing of things as soon as possible. Odis did not return to Asara immediately today because the scroll shop project was almost ready, and the most crucial issue now was the location of the shop. Odis's plan was to use a house on the other side of Lighthouse Hill to set up a teleportation array. The main camp is located on Beacon Hill, while the secondary camp can randomly appear anywhere in Byam, or even in Asara. Furthermore, Odis intended to place the house in a state between the real world and the spirit world, so that even if someone used divination, they would not be able to divine its exact location. This would require setting up a large number of magic arrays, and also the extraordinary trait of a traveler. Odis does have another magical item that rivals the traveler's item, but before smashing it, he should explore the area and try to salvage the Goose's staff there. Odis doesn't have time these few days, so she plans to explore with Bernadette after arriving in Watai. Odis didn't want anything else, he only wanted the staff of Goose. After Odis selected a suitable house, she asked Mandy to renovate it in advance for future use. Odis returned to the capital Remmberg that evening. It was past dinner time, so Odis said goodbye to Bernadette and went back to his room to rest. The next morning, the administrative hall delivered the appointment letter, and Odis took it to Bernadette and said, "Get ready to depart." He smiled and said, "My men will arrive in Asara today, and after finding a few more clerks, they'll leave." Bernadette didn't seem to take it too seriously. "Okay. How do you intend to accompany me?" Odis asked. "I mean, are you going to come with me openly and honestly, or do you plan to hide and follow me secretly?" "Of course I'll go with you," Bernadette said. "Otherwise, there's no point in hiding." Odis mustered her courage and asked, "Then, how about you pretend to be the governor's wife?" Bernadette glanced at Odis. "Ha." Odis quickly said, "I was just joking." "Then, how about you pretend to be my secretary? Or assistant? Adjutant?" Odis suggested several roles, but seeing that he wasn't satisfied with the mysterious queen, he said, "Then tell me, what role do you want to play?" Bernadette frowned slightly. "So, I can only be your subordinate." "I won't play a subordinate, I won't play a wife." Odis was taken aback. "Do you mean you want to play my mother?" Without a second thought, Bernadette slapped Odis across the face, and Odis quickly dodged. "Be more specific." Odis protested. "Can't we just be friends?" Bernadette asked. Odis paused for a moment. "A friend is accompanying the governor to take office. Is there a problem?" "No problem, absolutely no problem." Odis replied immediately. Bernadette nodded in satisfaction, and the matter was settled. Next, Odis continued his preparations. He first took Longzil to the outskirts of Asara, and then, in front of him, pulled out 100 extraordinary puppets that had been prepared beforehand from the spatial magic circle, and explained to Longzil how to use these extraordinary puppets. Then Odis and Longzil entered Asara openly and booked an entire inn, making sure they both stayed in one room. Then Odis took several extraordinary puppets and gave them 600 sets of military uniforms. He had the extraordinary puppets change into the uniforms, and the remaining 500 sets were put into the space magic circle by Odis for later use. Afterwards, Odis had Longzil buy many wooden boxes with the extraordinary puppet as a backup, and the preparations here were completed. Odis then went to the rented conference room in Cleveland to prepare for the interview for the clerk position. But the whole day passed, and not a single person came to apply. Odis planned to leave the following afternoon, and if no one came to apply by the next morning, he would not hire a clerk from here. To Odis's surprise, 3 more people came to apply for the job the following morning. They all wanted to leave Asara and demanded a high salary from Odis. Odis readily agreed and told them to get ready to depart on the 3 p.m. train. None of the 3 applicants expected that time would be so tight, and they all said goodbye, saying they needed to hurry back and pack up. Around 2 p.m., Odis and Bernadette arrived at the train station by carriage. The moment Bernadette stepped off the carriage, she attracted the attention of many men. Today, Bernadette was wearing a red and white dress with a distinctive local style, paired with a black embroidered blouse. They give off a very elegant and energetic vibe. Odis was also dressed in the local style of clothing, black trousers, a white shirt, and a red vest. After arriving in Rembrandt, Bernadette finally stopped requiring Odis to wear formal attire, or rather, Odis's current clothing was the country's more formal attire. The 3 clerks that Odis had just hired reacted differently when they saw Bernadette, but they obviously did not recognize the mysterious queen, so although their expressions and eyes showed some surprise, they were not astonished. Long Zaire then directed the 100 soldiers to lift dozens of large wooden crates onto the baggage car. The large amount of luggage attracted a lot of attention. Ugh. At 3 o'clock sharp, the train to Salatha departed. Since the railway had not been built to Watai, Odis's plan was to first take the train to Salathu and then take a carriage to Watai. The train hadn't been leaving Asara long before it arrived in the fields. This was Odis's first time traveling far by train, and when he saw the fields outside, he immediately felt that the difference between the city of Remmberg and the fields was enormous. Odis and Bernadette, sitting in the first-class carriage, casually chatted about the crop yields of this era. Bernadette said, "The crop harvests of the kingdom of Feniport are the best. In that country, with the help of the Church of Mother Earth, most parts of the country have had bountiful harvests almost every year." Odis then asked, "Are there homeless people in that country? Is anyone worried about food?" Bernadette took a deep breath before saying, "There are homeless people, and some people will starve to death. Sometimes I feel that hunger is not caused by natural disasters, but simply by human error," Odis said, looking out the window. "The world should have enough food for everyone to eat their fill." Bernadette also looked out the window. "What are your thoughts?" "This idea is currently being used by all the countries in the northern continent," Odis said. "When grain prices are low, they hoard large quantities of grain, and if grain prices start to rise, they immediately sell off the hoarded grain to stabilize prices." Bernadette thought for a moment. "Obviously, this method isn't very effective." "The method is a good method," Odis said. "But according to my observation, there are big problems with the people in charge of hoarding grain. They are officials, nobles, and some of them were originally grain merchants. They hoarded grain and used various means to seek personal gain, which instead became a destabilizing factor for grain prices. In addition, some interest groups are preventing the stockpiled grain from being sold at the right time, rendering the plan ineffective." Before Bernadette could speak, the person sitting next to them suddenly asked, "Is there any solution?" Every seat in the first-class carriage was spacious. Odis and Bernadette sat opposite each other, with an aisle in the middle and 2 more seats on the other side. Or rather, the entire first-class carriage had only 2 rows of spacious seats. The man sitting opposite was in his 30s, with a clean-shaven beard. He was dressed in a suit but not a top hat, and had clearly been listening to Odis and Bernadette's conversation. Odis smiled and said, "Until there is a proper oversight, we can exchange food for labor." The men paused, then asked, "What do you mean?" "Give food to those who are starving, and let them participate in labor," Odis explained. Seeing that Bernadette and the men still didn't quite understand, he explained further, "Merchants and any interest group know that organizing starving people, giving them food, and making them work can create more value. In this process, they will not be interested in the food. As long as we supervise them to prevent them from overusing labor, those who need food will have food to eat, the panic caused by food will be reduced, and food prices will tend to stabilize. This approach will benefit all parties. Interest groups will profit greatly from the starving people, the hungry people will have food to eat, and those who have money to buy food will no longer have to worry about fluctuations in food prices." Bernadette slowly nodded, realizing that she had previously lacked concrete thinking on governance. The man opposite him stroked his chin, pondered for 4 or 5 seconds, and then smiled and said, "Although it seems to complicate things, it is indeed a good idea." Then he took a deep breath and said, "Only by feeding those officials will they work obediently." Odis smiled and said, "But this method can only solve the problem temporarily." The men then asked, "Is there any solution that can completely solve the problem?" "We need to cultivate a group of officials who prioritize national interests over private interests in their thinking, who can guarantee basic integrity, and who have good execution capabilities," Odis said. "We should also try to sever the chain of interests between officials and businessmen." The men paused for a moment, then thought for a few seconds before shaking his head and saying, "Impossible, it's impossible to cultivate such an official." Odis smiled slightly and said nothing more. The reason this man spoke so resolutely was because people in this era had a misconception, that only the wealthy and powerful could make the world prosperous and ensure the most basic order. Therefore, the officials in this world are basically the transformed aristocracy and the newly rich who have accumulated capital through the Industrial Revolution. And each of the counselors is basically a very wealthy person. Take the Council of Ruin as an example. The upper house is a hereditary seat, and the members are nobles who have completed their transformation, just like the Father of Justice. The members of the House of Commons are all millionaires with assets exceeding £1 million. Although the Constitution of Ruin stipulates that members of Parliament may not run businesses, and those who wish to become members of Parliament must entrust their businesses to management companies. This regulation is somewhat self-deceptive, because those who manage the companies are appointed by the wealthy men who became a member of Parliament, and they will naturally follow the wealthy man's instructions. Odis's real meaning was that those powerful and wealthy people should not be allowed to continue serving as officials. However, he also knew that such an idea was somewhat out of step with the times, so he just thought about it and planned to conduct an experiment quietly in the future. Afterwards, Odis talked with the men all the way, and the political issues that the men found very difficult were easily resolved by Odis. Moreover, Odis's solution took into account the interests of all parties and was not just empty talk. The way the other person looked at Odis gradually began to show a hint of admiration. Around 7 p.m., the train arrived at its final destination, Salith Estate. Odis stood up and shook hands with the men, tacitly refraining from asking about his identity or name. Only in this way can the conversation between the two people remain relatively pure, like a purely academic discussion. However, if names are asked, the nature of the conversation changes, and it takes on a certain political dimension. After getting off the train, Long Zaire directed the extraordinary puppet to move all the wooden crates to the train station's warehouse, leaving the puppet on guard duty. Odis, accompanied by the 3 clerks, traveled to the hotel in 2 separate carriages. After the car door closed, Bernadette immediately said, "There's something wrong with those 3 clerks." Odis laughed and said, "Of course there's a problem, otherwise why would I have summoned them?" Bernadette smiled slightly. "It seems there will be a good show tonight." Chapter 347, Chapter 346. The transport squad leader from Fenaport. Upon arriving at the hotel solo tour, Odis generously booked the entire 3rd floor and then took Bernadette out for a meal. Salaf Estate is already in the heart of the western province. It takes 2 days by horse-drawn carriage to reach the city of Watai. The city is very safe and the businesses seem quite prosperous. The food at the hotel was pretty good, about the same level as in Asara. After dinner, Odis gave a few instructions to Longzil in the hotel corridor, leaving all the chores to Longzil and the 3 clerks, while he and Bernadette returned to their respective rooms. After the 2 entered, Neil, a clerk in his 20s, whispered to Long Zaire in the hallway, "Captain, isn't that beautiful lady the governor's wife? If they are a married couple, they should go into the same room." Long Zaire's public identity is the captain of the guard, while his team members are those extraordinary puppets. He glanced at Neil before saying, "No." He gave a brief reply and then went to direct the extraordinary puppets to settle them into different rooms. Meanwhile, Longzil instructed 3 clerks to go out and inquire where they could buy carriages, as Governor Odis had just told them that they needed to buy a few carriages to continue the second half of the journey. After watching the 3 members go downstairs, Long Zaire quickly went to Odis's door and knocked on it. "Please come in." Long Zaire opened the door and saw that Odis had just taken off his vest and hung it on the coat rack. After closing the door, he whispered, "Governor, that clerk Neil seems to be an undercover agent sent by another organization." Odis glanced at Longzil. "Why do you say that?" "He's asking about far too much," Long Zaire said. "Unless he's extremely curious, he's definitely helping other organizations gather information." Odis smiled and said, "This can't be called an undercover operation." Long Zaire was taken aback. "Am I being too sensitive?" "No, what I mean is, I sensed he was sent by another organization the moment I first met him," Odis smiled. "So you can't call him an undercover agent, you can only call him a fool or an actor." Long Zaire smiled and said, "I see." Odis sat in the chair in front of his desk. "Be on alert tonight. I suspect someone might attack us today." "Yes." After saying that, Long Zaire left the governor's room. At that moment, Bernadette, who lived in the next room, appeared as a phantom, seemingly a spirit, passing through the wall. She sat down seemingly casually opposite Odis. "How did you figure out that those 3 people were acting strangely?" "The Neil I was talking about with Longzil just now must have just arrived in Remmberg," Odis said. "He said he failed the civil service exam and had lost hope for life in Asara, but his fingers didn't have the deformity that comes from holding a pen all the time. He had long noticed that the people of Remmberg had a characteristic: almost everyone's thumb, index finger, and middle finger had slight deformities, which were caused by extensive use of pens. If one had truly prepared for the corresponding exam, there should have been similar traces." Odis paused for a moment and continued. "The clerk, Roxanne, said her fiancé had disappeared and she couldn't find him anywhere. She didn't want to stay in Asara any longer. She looked heartbroken when she said this, and almost cried, but he immediately gave himself away when asked the next question. I asked her if she had called the police, and she said she had. But why didn't she wait for the police investigation results before preparing to leave Asara immediately?" Odis leaned back in his chair and continued. "The 3rd clerk, Corey, said that his friend had gone missing in Watai City, and he really wanted this job to search for his friend under my protection. This is the most carefully crafted explanation, almost flawless, but it has a fundamental logical problem. If he really had such a good relationship with his friend, he should have gone to find him himself long ago. If the relationship isn't that good, it's unlikely that I'd take the risk. Of course, my most basic basis for judging that they have problems is that they don't have any absolute reason to go to Watai State, or rather, the reasons they came up with don't warrant an ordinary person doing such a risky thing." Bernadette crossed her legs and said, "So, you recruited them on purpose, didn't you?" Odis smiled and said, "That's about right." After Odis's previous interview, when the high-ranking official Beecher told him that it would be difficult to recruit people in Asara, Odis came up with this idea to see if his previously accumulated enemies were well informed. For the past few months, Odis has been adrift at sea, never staying in one place for long, because under the protection of Knight's favor, his enemies are unlikely to find him. But now Odis has come to land, and he has been in Asara for several days in his true form and identity, a fact that should be known to many. Therefore, Odis's act of recruiting clerks was essentially giving those organizations with ill intentions a legitimate reason to approach him. In this way, their attack can be launched with full force in one go, without being hesitant or having to test the waters. Of course, Odis wouldn't have been so arrogant as to invite a wolf into his house before he learned that Bernadette was going to accompany him. Knowing that Bernadette would be going to Watai City with him, Odis had no more worries. He was only a sequence 5, and the enemy would not send out angels. With Bernadette around, Odis is safe as long as there are no angels among the enemies, and she can also reap a lot of spoils. Upon hearing Odis's reply, Bernadette said, "If the other side sends out demigods, I will help you deal with it, and the spoils of war at the demigod level are mine. If they are just enemies below demigod level, and you are not in mortal danger, I will not take action, nor will I share your spoils." Odis smiled and said, "Thank you." After chatting for a few more minutes, Bernadette returned to her room. Odis did not go to the wilderness of knowledge to write today, but instead took the time to rest, because if someone were to launch an attack, the battle would definitely take place in the middle of the night. While Odis was fast asleep, a pair of hands suddenly nudged him, waking him up immediately. He glanced at the clock in the darkness. It was a little past 3 in the morning, but his intuition did not sense any danger. After a slight pause, Odis realized that the one who had just pushed her might have been the invisible servant, a reminder from Bernadette. The spirituality at Sequence 5 is certainly not comparable to that of a demigod. Bernadette should have sensed the danger beforehand. Odis immediately began to put on the sealing artifact. The gust staff and the sealing artifact were placed beside him, and he put them on in 2 or 3 seconds. Then he used the scale armor scroll, held the staff, and sat on the edge of the bed to wait. Because it was in the city, and not many people knew that Odis possessed the Scepter of Disaster, Odis did not intend to use this level 1 sealed artifact. After waiting a few more seconds, Odis, as if sensing something, looked towards the window. His own spirituality was only now given a warning, and although there was enough time, it wouldn't have been as calm as it is now. Because of Bernadette's reminder, Odis was well prepared. So when he saw a figure suddenly appear at the window, Odis immediately infused the star sand into the staff of Gus and simultaneously imbued the hand of judgment with spiritual power, imprisonment. The other party hadn't done anything yet, they just stood there, seemingly imprisoned by the surrounding air. Odis charged forward, death. Whoosh. He smashed the window and sent the other person flying. Odis also flew out, and the symbol on the head of the Gus staff appeared, summoning a bolt of lightning from the sky that struck the opponent. Odis then swung his fist with his glove-clad hand, harvesting. Under Odis's 3 consecutive blows, the opponent fell to the ground, severely injured and unable to get up. The process was swift, leaving the attackers completely bewildered. They began their attack, but the target of their assassination rushed out first and immediately seriously injured one of their members. Odis's attack continued, and the starlight on the head of the Gus staff suddenly solidified, forming a straight sword made of starlight, which pierced straight towards the member who had fallen to the ground. "Exile," shouted a punishment knight standing on the roof. Odis was pushed away by a tremendous force, failing to deliver the final blow. At this moment, the other members of the enemy finally came to their senses and attacked Odis. A chaos mentor, lying in ambush under the window, because everything happened so fast and hastily, picked up a floor tile and threw it at Odis, thus completing the bribery process. Just as he was about to use his next ability, Odis suddenly used Flash to appear not far from the punishment knight on the roof. Odis flung out a scroll, Chaos. As the scroll radiating black light shattered, the punishment knight was immediately thrown into a state of chaos, and the extraordinary power he had originally used on Odis was instead thrown at a nearby tile. Odis stepped forward abruptly, and Gar runes appeared on the Gus staff in his hand. Suddenly, clusters of dawn-like light descended around him. The dawn light condensed at the head of the staff, forming a sharp straight sword that pierced fiercely towards the punishment knight. Thump thump thump. One of the judges who had been lying in ambush in the courtyard as support finally rushed over. Because his exile ability had a limited range, he raised his gun and fired at Odis, hoping to force him to give up the attack. Chaos. This was the chaos unleashed by the Chaos Mentor in the courtyard, used to block Odis's attack. But they were all too late. Odis's straight sword pierced the punishment knight's heart. The intense pain and the threat to his life instantly pulled the punishment knight out of his chaotic state. He immediately jumped backward, letting himself fall off the roof. As he fell, he extended his palm and solemnly declared, "The use of scrolls is prohibited here." Odis on the rooftop was unable to catch up. He was first hit by the Chaos Mentor's chaos, but fortunately, he was surrounded by dawnlight, so he was not greatly affected. Then the 3 bullets hit Odis, but they were all blocked by the power of the scale armor scroll. Odis knew that he was affected by chaos, and that no matter what ability he used in the next few seconds, he might miss his opponent due to this tiny mistake. So he stopped attacking and looked at the 4 people in the courtyard. They have 3 Sequence 5 members, 2 Punishment Knights, and 1 Chaos Mentor. One of the Punishment Knights was the first one to appear at the window. He had been severely injured by Odis, completely losing his fighting ability and unable to escape on his own. Another Punishment Knight was stabbed by Odis. If an ordinary person had been stabbed like that, they would have died long ago. But for a Sequence 5, it was just an injury. He could even continue fighting, but he couldn't move around too much. After all, Odis's sword had stabbed him near his heart. Currently, the Chaos Mentor has become the main fighting force, and the judge, who just arrived as reinforcements, is also unharmed. The judge fired 3 shots, waking many people up, who then stood at their windows looking out. The 3rd floor, Bernadette's room. The mysterious queen sat in a chair by the window, quietly watching the battle in the courtyard. At that moment, the door to the room was kicked open, and Neil, the clerk Odis had just hired, pointed a gun at Bernadette, hands up. Bernadette glanced at the other person. You're the first one. Neil paused, not understanding what the other person meant, but then he said in a fierce tone, stand up, from here. Bernadette looked out the window again and waved casually at Neil. Neil's neck was suddenly twisted by an invisible force, and his neck was snapped, interrupting his speech. Neil struggled for a few moments, then collapsed to the ground convulsing. The Chaos Mentor in the courtyard knew that they didn't have much time left for the assassination, so he took the initiative to attack Odis. He first used the weakening ability, then suddenly jumped onto the wall, dug his hands into the bricks, and climbed onto the roof in a few moves. Like a brown bear, he drew his short sword and pounced on Odis. The Punishment Knight, with the chest wound, continued in a solemn tone, witchcraft is forbidden here. The judge, standing to the side, also shouted while attacking, teleportation is prohibited here. One difference between the Punishment Knight and the judge is that the judge can only ban once, and the bans cannot be stacked. The prohibition skill of the Punishment Knight can be stacked. This means that the judge can only use prohibition once within a certain period of time, while the Punishment Knight can use it many times in a row. Odis was still under the chaos status, and it had been weakened, so he immediately jumped from the rooftop into the courtyard to avoid the Chaos Mentor's attack. Imprisonment. The judge, who had been chasing closely, used the imprisonment ability. The air around Odis suddenly became viscous, but before he could even land, he was imprisoned in place. The Chaos Mentor charged forward and stabbed Odis in the chest with his sword. But the moment the sword tip touched Odis, the Chaos Mentor froze, because there was no feeling of a sharp weapon piercing flesh, but rather as if he had stabbed a hard steel plate. Then, the Chaos Mentor saw a layer of illusory scales flash across Odis's body, and he suddenly understood why the judge's 3 shots had not hurt Odis. Death. At this moment, the judge behind him followed closely, ready to finish him off, thinking that Odis had been stabbed. However, the physique of an astrologer is not strong. If an astrologer is stabbed in the chest, he should basically lose his fighting ability. However, the Chaos Mentor realized that Odis seemed to be deliberately leading them closer. It was at this moment that he saw Odis's lips curl up and she smiled slightly. The Chaos Mentor immediately realized something was wrong and quickly jumped back, shouting, "Get out of the way." But it was too late, because once the death ability has a target, it will definitely hit the other party, and the judge could no longer change the target. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. At this moment, the head of the Gus staff in Odis's hand emitted a brilliant light once again, and a huge pillar of starlight fell down, completely covering the judge. The pillar of starlight is Odis's own ability, not a scroll or witchcraft, so it was not weakened by the forbidden just now. The moment the judge was covered by the beam of light, his skin seemed to melt and disappear. The Chaos Mentor immediately used the Chaos ability again, hoping to interfere with Odis. Although the beam of light shifted slightly, it still failed to leave the judge immediately. On the other side of the courtyard, the Punishment Knight immediately used the imprisonment ability on the judge, hoping to block the attack of the beam of light with the thickened air. However, the ability to imprison was immediately shattered by the beam of light. So the Punishment Knight immediately used exile in the hope of pushing the judge out of the pillar of light. This method was indeed effective. The Punishment Knight pushed out a figure from the pillar of light, but the figure immediately crumbled like a pile of sand and scattered on the ground. These sands are the judge. Because of the judge's death, the prohibition on the teleportation ability was lifted, so Odis instantly teleported to the Punishment Knight's side, and Gar runes were reflected in the head of the goose staff in his hand, which he pointed at the Punishment Knight's wound. Bang. With a muffled thud, the Punishment Knight's chest cavity was completely blown open. His heart and lungs were exposed to the air. Odis had just simulated the flesh bomb ability of the Mystic Pathway. The power of this ability was not great, but it was enough to catch the Punishment Knight off guard and was directly blasted into a fatal wound. When I turned back, the Chaotic Mentor had already run away. Just a few seconds ago, when he had 2 teammates helping him, he thought the mission was hopeful, but in those few seconds, the situation changed instantly, and now he was the only one who could move. Clearly, the assassination mission was unlikely to be completed, so he turned and ran. Odis used Flash to catch up, and with the gust staff shining brightly, he used the Starlight Cage ability to trap the Chaos Mentor. Then Odis threw a punch with the hand that had the Harvest Gauntlet. Harvest. He sent the Chaos Mentor flying. Then Odis used her imprisonment ability to trap the Chaos Mentor once again. He then used the Gust Staff to mimic the vampire's claw ability, his fingernails rapidly growing longer and shrouded in a blood-red mist, wrapped with illusory symbols. Odis's 5 fingers were like 5 sharp daggers, stabbing at the Mentor of Chaos. Seeing that he could not dodge, the Chaotic Mentor simply raised his left arm to block Odis's 5 fingers. Puffed. The long, 5 fingers pierced through the Chaos Mentor's arm in an instant, almost hitting his chest. The Chaos Mentor took a deep breath. Chaos. In the instant affected by the chaos, Odis seemed to lose his goal. He used the Sword of Dawn simulated by the Staff of Gust to stab the ground. Then, Odis's second sword pierced a big tree by the roadside. This feeling was strange. Odis knew very well that her target was the Chaos Mentor in front of her, but when she launched her attack, her thoughts and actions were confused, and she perfectly avoided the opponent. The Chaos Mentor seized the opportunity to escape, but after taking only 2 steps, he turned around and found himself back in front of Odis. When Odis used the imprisonment ability, he was afraid that his next attack would not be able to completely eliminate the opponent, so he simply hypnotized the Chaos Mentor. Although it was battle hypnosis, the opportunity was fleeting, but it was enough for Odis to emerge from the state of chaos and use the Staff of Gust to summon the Pillar of Starlight, instantly enveloping the Chaos Mentor in a dazzling sea of stars. The violent impact instantly brought Chaos Mentor to his senses. He jumped back and let out a scream. Many parts of his body were mangled and bloody, as if he had just been in a violent explosion. This is the difference between Sequence 5 and Sequence 6. Previously, the judge had virtually no ability to resist the Star Pillar. However, the Chaos Mentor still had the strength to dodge, but after dodging, he was in a very sorry state. Odis immediately tossed out a scroll, Art. This is the Blood Explosion scroll he designed using the flesh and blood of that black spider. Although this violated the prohibition of the Punishment Knight no longer had the power to punish him at this time, so the power of the scroll was only slightly reduced, and there was no other effect. Puff. The Chaos Mentor was instantly blasted open, with a large hole blown into his stomach, and then collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. Odis finally breathed a sigh of relief, solidified the starlight once again, and used the Sword of Stars to finish off the assassin in front of him. Odis then threw the corpse of the Mentor of Chaos into the wilderness of knowledge and hurried back to the courtyard. At this moment, Longzil, who had just jumped down from the 3rd floor, had just killed the 2 seriously injured Punishment Knights. He sheathed his long sword and smiled somewhat helplessly. I just charged down, and the battle is almost over. Just as he arrived in the courtyard, Odis used Starlight Pillar, and by the time Longzil rushed over, he had already severely injured the 2nd Punishment Knight. Seeing that Odis had gone after the fleeing enemy, Longzil stayed behind and dealt with the 2 wounded enemies. Odis said, "There will be plenty of opportunities to fight in the future." As he spoke, he used the Gust Staff to simulate the relevant abilities of the Death Pathway, accelerating the extraction speed of traits, and quickly obtained 3 traits of the Arbitrator Pathway. You have fully recovered your level of characteristics. Odis smiled and said to Longzil, "When we arrive in Watai State, I will give you a Sequence 8 level potion. Well, you can start by collecting auxiliary materials." With that thought in mind, Odis threw the corpse of one of the Punishment Knights into the wilderness of knowledge. He suddenly realized that he didn't have any potion recipes other than Sequence 9 of the Arbitrator Pathway, so he planned to use Spirit Communication to obtain potion recipes later. Long Zaire smiled and said, "Okay." Odis left Ronzil to deal with the police who had rushed over after hearing the news, and he quickly returned to the 3rd floor and went to Bernadette's room. Upon seeing Neil's corpse, he paused slightly. Did this guy expose himself? Bernadette hummed in agreement. I don't understand either. Why didn't he leave quickly and instead came here? Odis kicked the corpse. What else could it be? He must have been lustful. Bernadette simply said, "Oh," and waved her hand at Neil's corpse again. An unknown force folded the corpse into a V shape. Odis clearly heard the sound of the corpse's spine breaking, so he summoned 2 extraordinary puppets, who threw the body into the yard and handed it over to the police. The mysterious queen asked Odis, "Do you know which faction the assassins belong to?" "It should be sent by the Fenaport military," Odis said. "We captured spies on Cruz Island before, but they committed suicide before we could interrogate them. I suspect they were sent by the Fenaport military. It's precisely because I wasn't often on Cruz Island before that they couldn't find me, which is why they thought now was the perfect time to assassinate me." Bernadette nodded and said, "It's a very reasonable guess. Aside from the royal family and military of Rune, only the royal family and military of Fenaport have many extraordinary individuals who act as arbitrators and lawyers. At this moment, the police who arrived at the scene saw so many soldiers staying in the hotel and immediately realized that this was not an ordinary case. Therefore, they did not immediately launch a further investigation but quickly reported to their superiors. Before long, the official extraordinary individuals also arrived. Although the Western Province is currently in chaos, its religious beliefs have not been disrupted. In other words, although Intis and Fenaport are infiltrating the Western Province and supporting a group of local armed forces, they dare not affect the local churches. Because if that were the case, war could very well break out. The extraordinary beings who arrived were official extraordinary beings from the local church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. After learning that Odis lived there, they simply inquired about the situation, took a statement from Odis, and left. Archbishop Douglas had already given orders to the churches in the western provinces to cooperate with Odis's actions as much as possible. Therefore, the church's official extraordinary beings would not make things difficult for Odis. After the investigation was basically completed, Odis moved to another room, lay on the bed, and pretended to continue resting. In fact, he used meditation to arrive at the wilderness of knowledge, first crushing the 4 extraordinary characteristics, and then using the sealed artifact to communicate with spirits. Because Odis could draw upon the power of the wilderness of knowledge, she easily brought the spirit of the mentor of chaos into a state of spiritual communication. Odis asked, "Which organization do you belong to?" The chaos mentor, looking bewildered, replied, "The Fenaport Security Bureau." Odis nodded slowly. The functions of Fenaport Security Service were similar to those of MI9 in Rune and MI8 in Intis. In addition to investigating some extraordinary cases, they also carried out some infiltration or assassination work in other countries. Odis had already guessed this and wasn't particularly surprised. He then asked, "Where did you get this information about me?" "Our group is only responsible for assassinations," the Chaos Mentor replied. "We don't even know where we got the information from." Odis nodded slowly, guessing that there were officials in Asara working for the Kingdom of Fenaport. Seeing that he couldn't get any other useful information, he asked in another direction, "Do you know the potion recipes for the Fallen Earl or the Lawful Mage?" These are the names of potions from the Lawyer and Arbitrator pathways, respectively, at Sequence 4. Now that Odis has many subordinates through the channels of lawyers and arbitrators, she should certainly inquire about the corresponding potion recipes if given the opportunity. Unfortunately, this chaotic mentor has not yet come into contact with the formula at this level. Odis then went to communicate with the spirit of the Punishment Knight and obtained the potion recipes for Sequence 8 to Sequence 5. This Punishment Knight was also unaware of the Law Mage's potion recipe. After ending the spiritual communication, Odis returned to the real world to continue resting. The next morning, at breakfast, the other 2 clerks greeted Odis with normal expressions, as if they didn't know that Neil had died the night before. Odis knew this was a sign of their confidence in their organization, otherwise, they would have fled long ago after witnessing the assassination attempt the previous night and learning of the target's strength. Their task today is to buy a carriage to continue their journey. Just as Long Zaire and his group arrived at the car dealership, Odis received an unexpected invitation. A man claiming to be the governor's butler invited Odis to lunch at the governor's residence. Odis assumed that the governor had invited him to dinner after learning that the governor of the neighboring state was passing through his jurisdiction. When Odis arrived at the governor's mansion by carriage, the governor turned out to be the same man she had chatted with on the train. Chapter 348, Chapter 347, The Tarot Meeting discusses the Lord of Mysteries. The governor of Salathu, a man in his 30s, was dressed in a suit and had a clean-shaven face. He was the same man Odis had met on the train before. The two had been talking about policy issues the whole way, but when they got off the bus, they did not give each other their names or exchange contact information. After they met, the two shook hands, and Odis smiled and said, "I didn't expect that we would meet so soon." He guessed that the person he had been talking to the whole way was a political figure, but he never expected that it would be the governor of Solotur. The first task Odis received for his newly established intelligence network in Asara was to gather intelligence about the Western Province. By the time Odis set off, 2 relatively complete intelligence reports had already been delivered to him. One is a comprehensive intelligence report compiled from government archives. The Western Province has a total of 7 states, which are relatively large in area compared to other states, but have a small population. The Vote Canton borders the Kingdom of Fenaport to the southwest, the small Kingdom of Kana to the northwest, and the cantons of Chatter, Salathu, and Valais to the east from north to south. The situation in these 3 states is not good either. Chadril has been without a governor for more than a year, similar to Vote, where it has almost become autonomous. The situation in Salathu is slightly better. While the security in the city is relatively good, outside the city, most areas are basically out of the control of the Remmberg government. The governor who invited Odis to dinner was named Kelt. Officials had a good opinion of him, and the state guard he reorganized was quite effective in combat, repeatedly defeating attacks by local bandits. Meanwhile, Kelt's governance was also quite good. Production and commerce in Salathu quickly recovered, which gradually led to tax revenue and the recruitment of more soldiers. In another intelligence report about the western provinces that Odis had, there was also a section about Celt. Merchants had commented that it was thanks to Celt's efforts over the past few years that the infiltration of other countries and the rampant bandits had been kept at bay in the two westernmost states. Otherwise, the entire western province might already be in grave danger. Another source claims that Celt is a member of the Naval family, an old noble family in Remmberg. While recalling some of the information he had obtained, Odis exchanged pleasantries with Celt. From what you said earlier, I knew you were no ordinary person. Celt smiled and said, this morning I heard from the police station that you are the governor of Odis who just got a high score on the exam. A high score doesn't necessarily mean strong ability, Odis said politely. We'll have to see how they perform after taking office. As they talked, the two sat down in the reception area. Celt's smile faded, and he asked, are you mentally prepared? Odis knew, of course, that the other party was asking whether they were prepared to deal with the complex situation in Vote State. He also put away his smile and said, I'm prepared, but I'm afraid the situation will be more complicated than I imagined. Celt then asked, what strategy do you plan to take once you get to Watai? Odis gave the other person a deep look before saying, first, let's understand the local situation. Although I obtained some information about Watai City and Asara, it doesn't seem to be the latest information. Then, based on the characteristics of each party, we will formulate a plan to completely retake Watai Prefecture. He didn't go into too much detail, lest the news leak out. Celt didn't pay attention to Odis's somewhat vague answer, and continued, currently, the autonomous association that spontaneously formed last year rules the state of Watai. The members of the self-governing association are very diverse, including local nobles, merchants, military officers, and representatives of bandits. The bandits there were indeed very rampant, but after a period of rampant activity, and since Asara did not adopt a very tough strategy, the various forces had basically completed the process of attacking and compromising with each other, which is why this autonomous association was established. Furthermore, the State Guard has become a completely independent armed force. Unless you offer them enough benefits, it will be very difficult to gain control of the State Guard. Odis asked, what level of nobility are the local nobles? They were two barons who were appointed there a long time ago, and their mission was to defend against the infiltration of Fenaport, Celt explained. Later, when the state of Vote was established, the families of the two barons became very prestigious families in the area. The current president of the self-governing association is Baron Darnell. Odis then asked, how many bandits are there, and how strong are they? The bandit army has a population of 30,000, but it is mostly half civilian and half military, Celt explained patiently. It is mainly composed of 3 forces, 2 of which are supported by Fenaport, and the other is supported by Intis. Their elite troops are better equipped than the state guards, and they are now the de facto rulers outside of Watai City. There are also some small bandit groups that are relatively weak because they do not have the support of foreign forces and can only rely on the 3 larger bandit groups. Odis nodded slowly, thank you. Celt suddenly smiled and said, that's all I can do for you. The situation in Salatha State isn't good right now, so I can't offer you any real help. However, if you need any intelligence, you can go to the owner of Watai Daily Necessity Store, he's the person I sent. If I need anything, I will go to him, Odis said. I have a feeling, Celt said seriously. With your level of governance and your abilities, you will definitely be able to solve the problems in Watai State. At that time, the pressure on me will be much less, and the entire western province will be saved. He paused for a moment and then said, if you still have the capacity by then, the 2 of us can try to work together to solve the problem in the Shadow region. Odis looked the official in front of him over again before saying, no problem. He then said, I will start building the railway from Vote State to Salatha State as soon as possible, and I will need your help then. Celt was stunned for a moment before looking at Odis in disbelief. You want to build a railway? Odis laughed and said, is there any need to be so surprised? Back then, it took Remmberg several years' worth of fiscal revenue to build the railway from the capital to Salathu, Celt tried to explain. It would have been very difficult for a single state to accomplish this. Of course I know that, Odis said, but it is very inconvenient without a railway. In fact, for a small country like Rembrandt, the railway should extend to every canton. Celt said somewhat helplessly, that's true, but... He sighed. Let's talk about something else. The straight line distance between Watai City and Salota City is only over 90 kilometers. If a railway is built, it will only take 2 hours to reach Watai City from Salota City. Even now, if you're lucky, it would take 2 days to travel by horse-drawn carriage. If there is severe weather such as rain or snow, it may take several days to travel. But this railway, which is less than 100 kilometers long, is a huge project that is almost impossible for a state to complete. First, it requires a lot of money, and second, it requires a lot of labor. The total population of Watai State is less than 400,000, and it cannot rely on funding from Asara. It will have to find its own way to solve the funding problem. This will be a difficult goal for Celt. As the conversation progressed, it was lunchtime, so the two went to a restaurant and chatted while eating. However, they did not revisit the previous topic and instead began discussing the local customs and culture of the western provinces. Around 1 p.m., Odis returned to the hotel, where Longzil had already purchased the carriage Odis needed, as requested. However, today is Monday, and the tarot meeting is about to begin, so Odis ordered that they rest for another night and set off tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this order, Longzil also planned to go out and see if he could buy the auxiliary materials needed for the sheriff. Materials for Sequence 8 are not hard to buy, you can find them at a reliable herbal shop. Odis lied and said he was going to take a nap, then returned to his room to prepare for the tarot meeting. At exactly 3 o'clock, Odis's vision was covered by grey mist, and in the blink of an eye he entered the magnificent hall, to one side of the bronze table. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Audrey's clear greeting rang out, and the tarot session officially began. After the members greeted each other, they sat down. The priestess Katlia did not disappoint Klein's expectations. She first addressed the person at the head of the bronze table, saying, "Fool, this time we have 3 pages of Emperor Rosel's diary." The fool, Klein, smiled and said, "Very well, you can consider making your request now." Soon, Katlia materialized 3 pages of a diary and handed them to Mr. Fool. Klein read the diary seemingly casually. The information in these 3 pages was very advanced. First, the Emperor talked about the generalist path to advance to Sequence 4 and the ritual of ascending to the angel. This made him feel that the process of advancement seemed to be a very twisted and uncontrollable process of madness. Next, we talked about the role of the anchor and discussed this with Mr. Dor. Finally, Rosel had a strange dream in which he returned to a small island he had once explored. Some of the people who were exploring with Russell at the time were infected with a strange contamination. He had always thought the problem had been solved, but now he was reminded of that contamination again, which made him wary. After reading through all the diaries, Klein pondered for a moment before asking Katlia, "What is your request?" Katlia immediately asked, "Respected fool Mr., was Emperor Rosel's life ever influenced by an ancient organization?" The other members immediately thought of Rosel's past membership in the Twilight Hermits, and made their own guesses along this line of thought. They basically all believed that Emperor Rosel must have been influenced by this organization. After all, the initiator of that organization was the Angel King of the audience pathway. However, Alger, the hanged man, noticed that the priestess was asking about the life of Emperor Rosel, and whether he had been affected. This refers not only to some of the major decisions Rosel made during his lifetime, but also to the Emperor's temperament and some of his ideas. Odis, however, realized that Bernadette's investigation of Rosel had revealed some connections between Rosel and the Twilight Hermits. Her encounter with Adam the week before last had sparked many connections, which led her to ask the question. Klein, on the other hand, thought that the mysterious queen's selection of diaries was vague, making it impossible to ask precise questions about the content provided. As for the question about priestess, it wasn't difficult for him to answer, yes. Klein could tell from Rosel's diary that Rosel's joining the Twilight Hermits was more like an investment by Adam, which more or less influenced many of the decisions Rosel made in his life. That's why Russell left a warning in his diary, "Beware of the audience." After answering, Klein didn't add anything and simply said, "It's your turn." Katlia rose and bowed to the fool in gratitude. Alger, however, had begun to speculate. In the previous deal concerning Rosel, the Hermit had mentioned that Adam invested in Rosel because he had his own motives. It seemed that while Rosel received some benefits from that organization, he also suffered some negative consequences. Audrey and the magician first lamented that Russell's problems might be even more complex than the previous description of the Hermit. The son Derek said to Odis first, "The Hermit, I have already used my merits to exchange for the staff you requested. I can ask the fool to give it to you after the gathering." Everyone was taken aback at first, and then they recalled that at the last tarot meeting, the Hermit gave the son a task, and at that time they were all guessing how the Hermit would influence the Forsaken Land. Upon hearing son's words, Klein, Alger, and the others were puzzled as to why the same style of staff worn by Odis could also be found in the Forsaken Land. Only Emlyn, the moon, had never had any contact with Odis in private and did not know what kind of staff it was. Odis nodded and said, "I have also prepared the 100 extraordinary weapons you need, which I will give to you after the party." "Okay." Derek, the little son, agreed, then asked, "Mr. Hermit, what kind of being killed the demigod-level demonic wolf that day?" "What?" "And a demigod-level demon wolf also died." Everyone immediately realized that in the process of searching for the staff, they must have also experienced a battle at the level of a demigod. The fool Klein immediately thought of the Lord of Mysteries, but none of the other members had ever seen this being and had made the same connection. However, they soon realized that during the demigod battle that day, an unknown being had intervened and helped Silver City obtain the staff. Then they all began to speculate about who that great being was. The priestess, Katlia, first ruled out the mysterious queen, showing that she was aware of her own limitations. The queen was not powerful enough to warrant that. The other members speculated for a while but came up with no clues. That is the Lord of Mysteries, Odis replied. The members, except for Klein, were all stunned, because they had never heard of such a deity. However, Gadria immediately realized that the Hermit was actually connected to an unknown entity. Then it dawned on her, could all those secrets of the extraordinary realm that he knew have been obtained from this unknown being? What price did he pay? Does the Queen know about this? Alger and other members also had some guesses, and believed that the Hermit was truly loyal to the Lord of Mysteries. Emlyn, the Moon, thought to himself, the backgrounds of each member of the Tarot Club are indeed extraordinary. I felt a long time ago that since the Hermit knows so much, he must come from some secret organization. Now it seems that my guess was correct. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but raise his chin. Before Derek could continue asking questions, Audrey asked first, the Hermit, what kind of being is he? Odis pondered for a moment before saying, that was a being who wished to spread the light of knowledge to the world. Gadria suddenly froze, that's the hidden sage. If that's really the case, then the Queen is in danger. Klein also had this suspicion, wondering if Lord of Mysteries was just an alias of hidden sage. No, Odis immediately said. Please distinguish between them. He is the radiance that spreads knowledge, not the indoctrination of knowledge. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Katlia was stunned for a moment before she breathed a slight sigh of relief. Then she recalled that during the previous trade for information about the Great Emperor, according to the information mentioned by the Hermit, the hidden sage seemed to be only at the level of an angel king. Could it be that the Lord of Mysteries is a new angel who appeared through the secret seeker pathway? Although everyone had some guesses, no one asked any further questions because the Hermit did not elaborate. After a second or two of silence in the Grand Hall, Audrey broke the stillness. Ladies and gentlemen, does anyone have any news about the mystic wind chime tree? Alger hesitated for 2 seconds before saying, I have a lead, but it will be at least a few weeks before I can obtain it. The clue he mentioned came from the island where he had previously made a deal with the world, where he had discovered a psychedelic wind chime tree, but he hadn't tried to get close due to his lack of strength. Now, he plans to advance to Sequence 5 soon, at which point he will explore the world and obtain the extraordinary materials that justice needs. No problem. Audrey exclaimed with delight, without even asking the price. Then, Klein manipulated the world and said, I have a magical item that I want to sell. He had some savings at sea, but after arriving in Backlund, he discovered that the life of a rich man was too expensive, and he also owed the messenger lady several thousand gold coins, so he planned to sell the unused sealed artifact he had just acquired. Everyone looked towards the lower part of the bronze table, waiting for the introduction of the world. World paused briefly before continuing, that magical item is called Lucky Scales, which is my own name. Its ability is to passively bring good luck to the wearer. For example, in daily life, the owner of the magical item will encounter good things from time to time and will be able to succeed in whatever they do. Second, we should deliberately bring misfortune upon the enemy and make the target unlucky. The negative effect is that good fortune is immediately followed by bad luck. The more lucky you are before, the more unlucky you will be afterward. Finally, the world added a reminder, this necklace is not recommended for extraordinary individuals who lack combat power. Although it can help people avoid fatal attacks, the subsequent explosive backlash is equally dangerous. Only those with sufficient combat power and keen reflexes can survive it relatively easily. Audrey, who was initially very interested in the magical items sold by the world, nodded with a slight sense of disappointment, indicating that Mr. The World was right. The more the priestess Katlia heard it, the more familiar it seemed. She felt she had seen the effect of the lucky scales somewhere before. After thinking for a moment, she asked with slight surprise, Senor. According to Katlia's initial assessment, it should be the necklace of Blood General, Senor. Hearing this, even Alger, the hanged man, couldn't help but wonder, where did Gehrman Sparrow get that? What did he do last week? Last week, he was on a deserted island not far from Cruz Island, keeping a close eye on the Argo's movements, and lacked knowledge of the outside world. Klein hadn't expected that he would discover that the magical item came from the Blood General, as soon as he mentioned its abilities and before he could even show its appearance. After a moment's thought, he manipulated the world and laughed, he is dead. Katlia frowned, he's already dead. Although the bounty for Blood Admiral is higher than that for Star Admiral, that's mainly because Senor has done too many bad things. Previously, Gadria and Senor had clashed several times, and she had the upper hand in each of them, but she was unable to seriously injure this pirate general. Unexpectedly, Blood General was killed by Gehrman Sparrow. At Sequence 5, the strength difference between people is generally not too great. It is common to see a strength gap like that between Gadria and Senor. One side is slightly stronger, but it is difficult for the other side to seriously injure the other. Very few people can create enough distance to kill another sequence 5. Therefore, both Katlia and Alger were somewhat surprised by the fact that Blood General was killed by Gehrman Sparrow, and they began to speculate about Gehrman Sparrow's true strength. The other members then gradually recalled what the Hanged Men had told them about the sea. Senor is the name of Blood General, and unexpectedly, last week, a pirate general was killed by the world. The members of Justice and others did not realize what this matter meant. Audrey suddenly thought, if I find out who killed Blood General, I can find out the true identity of world. The Hermit Odis broke the silence in the room, asking, how much are you planning to sell it for? He didn't need this magical item. The negative effects were too great for him. He could easily win a battle against an enemy because of the luck it granted, only to die in something that seemed ordinary. Odis inquired about the price because he realized it was a magical item comparable to the Monster Path, a Sequence 5 winner item, which could be smashed for the second lieutenant's promotion. 12,000 pounds, Klein said, manipulating the world. But if you buy it, it will only cost 9,000 pounds. Consider it repayment for my previous favor. Everyone was taken aback, and soon Katlia naturally guessed, could it be that the Hermit provided a lot of help in the process of the world killing Senor? If it's 2 against 1, then it makes sense. Odis thought about it and realized that 9,000 pounds was a reasonable price. However, his current savings are around 10,000 pounds. He was originally planning to swindle Admiral Deepsea. He was thinking of trading arms with Admiral Deepsea, but after meeting with Shadas, that guy left immediately without even having a chance to see extraordinary machine gun. Odis is currently building a port town on Cruz Island. Although he plans to use mostly wooden structures for the buildings there, it will cost a lot of money to build a town that meets his requirements. Even in Vatican City, money is needed, and the meager allocation from the high-ranking officials is barely enough to fill a gap in their teeth. Odis has enough money now, but if he spends 9,000 pounds, he may immediately face another financial crisis. After considering it for a moment, Odis shook his head and said, never mind, I don't have much spare money on hand right now. Klein was taken aback, not expecting the Hermit to be so candid. If it were Emlyn the Moon, he would probably say, let me think about it. At this point, Katlia said, if it's a little cheaper, I might consider buying it. Klein then manipulated the world and said, if you can use some gold coins instead, it will only cost 11,000 pounds. After a moment's thought, the priestess Katlia said, I can pay you 5,000 pounds of gold coins, plus 6,000 pounds of gold pounds. But the condition is that you must tell me why you're giving the Hermit such a big discount, otherwise you have to reduce my offer by another 500 pounds. For a pirate general, he had acquired a considerable amount of gold coins during his previous robberies, but because they were not as easy to spend as gold pounds, they remained piled up in the ship's hold. The world glanced at the Hermit, and seeing that the other party had no objection, said, no problem. The deal, involving over 10,000 pounds, was thus finalized. After the two agreed on the approximate time for the transaction, Klein manipulated the world and said, last week, I teamed up with the Hermit to hunt down Sequence 5 of the Rose School. I killed the Blood General, and the Hermit also made considerable gains. The Rose School should not appear in Biome for some time to come. Katlia was taken aback. It sounded like the Hermit's gains were even greater than the world's. Could it be that he also killed a Sequence 5? The world continued. During this process, the Hermit helped to hold off the angels of the Rose School. Although I didn't take any other spoils, I still feel indebted to the Hermit. Katlia almost stood up. The Rose School has dispatched angels. This news made the other members look at the Hermit together. In everyone's mind, angels seemed to be very far away from them. But what was unexpected was that last week, the Hermit and the world not only encountered the angels, but also clashed with them. This news sounds absolutely surreal. Klein didn't think this was confidential information worth hiding, so he manipulated the world to say, yes. Audrey looked at the Hermit and asked, how did you stop their angels? Gadria wasn't too surprised by this, as it was very likely that the Queen had helped to stop it. Gadria knew very well that the Queen had a level 0 sealed artifact, which could hold off ordinary angels for a while. However, it could also be the Lord of Mysteries mentioned earlier. Odis smiled and replied, it wasn't me. It was a mysterious being I invited. Katlia became convinced of her belief that this mysterious being was the Queen. Audrey was slightly taken aback, and assumed that the Hermit had invited the mysterious Lord of Mysteries. At this moment, Alger was also a little puzzled. Logically speaking, the world was the benefactor of Mr. Fool, so why didn't Mr. Fool help? Katlia then asked the world, did the Rose School only send one angel and the Blood General? His reminder made the other members realize that the Hermit's spoils were probably even richer than the world's. They also dispatched a demigod, the world said, as well as several sequence 5s. There should be about 8 or 9 other middle sequence extraordinary beings, and quite a few low sequence extraordinary beings. Alger thought to himself, with so many people mobilized, the Rose School is carrying out a major operation. One last question, Katlia said, thinking, I've already spent £500, might as well ask. How did you escape? What were the results of the battle? This was the question Klein wanted answered, because only by answering it could he prove that the fool hadn't stood idly by. So he answered. The helper I hired stopped that demigod, while another helper led me away from the gaze of God's abomination, Asara and Sea King. Alger thought to himself, that makes sense. It seems that the world also used the identity of the fool's favorite to invite a demigod and an angel-level helper. But the reality may be more severe than imagined, which is why they had to join forces with the Hermit to block the angel-level attack. Besides Klein and Odis, who were involved in the matter, the priestess Katlia was also aware of it. However, the other members did not think of these things. They just felt that this battle seemed very complicated, with both sides deploying a large number of high-level extraordinary forces. They are more interested in knowing the outcome of the battle. The world did not answer immediately, but instead looked at the Hermit. Odis smiled and said, in addition to eliminating 3 sequence 5 enemies, including the Blood General, we also wiped out all the mid-sequence enemies we discovered, including 4 undead, as well as low-sequence enemies. In short, we didn't let any of the enemies we found escape. Upon hearing this answer, Audrey, Furs, and the others, who had little concept of extraordinary combat, were simply pleased, believing that the joint action of the 2 members of the Tarot Society had once again dealt a blow to the evil extraordinary organization. Meanwhile, Katlia and Alger, 2 members with rich combat experience, realized a problem. Whenever the Hermits planned an operation, the enemy's casualty rate was generally very high. The same thing happened in the last operation in Porto Lavi. This time, it was a complete annihilation. They were well aware that in extraordinary battles, especially those involving Sequence 5, even with ambushes, if the enemy could not be eliminated quickly, there was a good chance that the enemy's Sequence 5 could escape, and there were not many cases of total annihilation. Chapter 349, Chapter 348 The Fall of Lilith. During the Tarot meeting, the High Priestess Katlia and others learned about the fierce battle that took place on Blue Mountain Island last week, and only then was the transaction considered complete. Then Emlyn the Moon looked at the Hermit. Mr. Hermit, can we trade information about the Second Age this week? Last week, when trading intelligence about the authority of the Moon, Emlyn had hoped to initiate an intelligence trade about the Second Age, but the Hermit did not agree at the time. The other members all looked at the Hermit, as they had also been eagerly anticipating this deal. Odis thought for a moment before saying, okay, well, we'll only trade today, about the divine war that had a profound impact on the Second Age. During the Second Period, it was a very important event that determined the course of the latter half of the Second Period, influenced the Third Period, and even has an impact on the present. Emlyn, however, was more concerned with how much compensation is needed. After a moment's thought, Odis said, £5,000. This is because it contains information not only about Lilith, but also about several other ancient gods. Emlyn breathed a slight sigh of relief, then immediately said, I'll offer £1,500. Audrey then contributed £1,500, while the other 5 members each contributed £400. This time, Katlia didn't argue with Justice and the Moon because she had just spent a lot of money. As with previous transactions at the Tarot Club, the transaction officially began after the members agreed on how to pay their fees. Odis smiled and said, before we talk about that War of the Gods, let me briefly talk about the 8 ancient gods. They are Giant King Ormur, Elf King Sonia Solum, and Vampire Progenitor Lilith. These 3 ancient gods formed an alliance in the early Second Age to fight against other ancient gods. Angelweed, the imaginary dragon, Gregory, the progenitor of the Phoenix, and Kvasithan, the king of the alien species, formed an alliance in the early Second Age to fight against the alliance of the Giant King and other ancient gods. The remaining 2 ancient gods, Demon King Fabudi and Destruction Wolf Fragra, did not join any faction. Behind the grey fog, the fool Klein thought to himself, the Hermit actually revealed the true names of the 8 ancient gods from the very beginning. This is extremely important information. Klein has read so many diaries and has had many experiences exploring extraordinary ruins, yet he still doesn't know the true names of all the ancient gods. The other members also sat up straight, listening attentively to the Hermit's narration. They had only learned the true names of all the ancient gods today, and they hadn't expected that they had actually formed 2 alliances to fight against each other. This made them immediately sense the humanistic, or rather, rational, side of the ancient gods. Before this, their impression of the ancient gods seemed to be that they were twisted beings who only knew how to carry out bloody killings. Katlia eagerly anticipated that the Hermit's description of the Second Age's history would be as detailed as when he traded information about the Fourth Age. Odis continued, most of the ancient gods are not in good condition. We've talked about this before. They have more than one pathway of characteristics within them. Those who are slightly luckier can absorb the characteristics of adjacent paths and can remain rational most of the time, but if they absorb the characteristics of ancient gods that are not adjacent paths, they are extremely brutal and are said to even cruelly kill their own children. For example, the characteristics of the Destruction Wolf and Phoenix Ancestor that these two ancient gods devoured were the characteristics of non-adjacent paths, so their condition would be relatively worse. Emlyn quickly asked, what about our progenitor? His condition must be relatively better than that of the ancient gods, right? Odis said, I'm not sure about the specifics either, I can only make guesses based on what I know. He paused briefly and then said, according to some later evidence, the main characteristic of the progenitor of the vampires is the characteristic of adjacent pathways. It is said that by the middle of the Second Era, his state was the best among the ancient gods, and he was the most rational ancient god. Emlyn first breathed a sigh of relief, then looked around at the other members, as if to say, see, we vampires are different. I don't know much about the process of that War of the Gods, Odis continued, but we can infer the cause and process of the War of the Gods from its outcome. Let me first tell you the result, and then I'll talk about some of the divine war processes that I've speculated about. He paused briefly before continuing. The result was that the progenitor of the vampires perished together with the alien king and the destruction wolf. Everyone was stunned for a moment. The hanged man, Alger thought to himself, from the previous descriptions of the Hermit, it is not difficult to guess that the progenitor of the vampires was seriously injured in this war of gods, but I did not expect that he would perish together with the other two ancient gods. Gadria thought to herself, no wonder the course of history in the Second Age was changed. 3 of the 8 ancient gods were gone all at once. The balance among the ancient gods must have been broken. Upon hearing this, Emlyn, the moon, clenched his fists tightly, his eyes almost bulging out of their sockets, as if he were about to explode at any moment. If you don't think about it carefully, it seems like a brutal war of gods. Odis said, but if you think about it seriously, the progenitor of the vampires and the king of the alien belong to different factions of ancient gods, so it's not surprising that they perished together in the battle. But why did the destruction wolf also perish along with it? Or could I put it another way, why would the destruction wolf get involved in the battle between the vampire progenitor and the alien king? The hermit's question immediately made everyone realize that this question was the key to understanding that divine war. Katlia couldn't help but sigh again. The hermit not only knows a lot, but his thinking logic is also very clear. I didn't notice this at all when I heard him talk about the results of the god war. The other members had similar thoughts, they didn't notice anything amiss when they heard the description. At the same time, because everyone didn't know much about the ancient gods and didn't know how they differed from modern gods, when the hermit mentioned this, they instinctively wanted to make related connections, but found that due to the limited information they had, they didn't know where to begin. So in the end, the other members all looked at the hermit again, waiting for his further explanation. Odis paused for a moment before continuing. Before explaining this, I need to mention another premise. During the Second Age, the ancient gods basically had no concept of extraordinary paths. The battles at that time were basically not for the purpose of seizing extraordinary characteristics, because the ancient gods were generally quite violent, and they would often fight each other as soon as they met, without any special reason. So the destruction wolf's participation in the war may not have had a clear purpose. It's very likely that it encountered the battle between the vampire progenitor and the alien king, and thus joined the war. He paused for a moment and then said, I also learned from other sources that after this battle, both the giant king and the elf king accused each other of betraying the vampire progenitor. So there's a real possibility that a betrayal really did occur here. Emlyn jumped to his feet and exclaimed, Who betrayed the progenitor? The other members frowned slightly, as they couldn't find any connection between the two descriptions given by the hermit. Odis did not answer immediately, but waited a second or two before saying, I have not received any definite information. You can't exactly say that Amabella betrayed Lilith, can you? In the previous 2 transactions, everyone already knew that the goddess of harvest was called Amabella, who is now the Mother Earth goddess. If everyone interprets this as the Earth Mother goddess betraying the vampire ancestor, then this misunderstanding becomes even more difficult to explain. Emlyn the Moon was very dissatisfied with the hermit's answer, such important information, and you didn't know. Odis didn't seem to mind Emlyn's unfriendly tone, and he still smiled and said, however, I can help you determine a general location. Only then did the Moon sit down and continue to listen attentively to the hermit's story. After the fall of the progenitor of the vampires, Odis said, Lilith's follower, the goddess of beauty, Alnia, who later became the Blood Moon Queen, led the vampires to submit to the Elf King. Klein, Gadria, and Alger immediately understood the meaning of hermit, but the other members, including the Moon Emlyn, did not seem to understand what it represented. Odis continued, it is said that the goddess of beauty, Ornia, was already a Sequence 1 archangel at that time, and she should know many inside stories of this divine war. Since he has pledged allegiance to the Elf King, it is almost certain that it was not the Elf King who betrayed the vampire ancestor. Emlyn realized, that's the King of Giants. At this point, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the son Derek. Odis waved his hand helplessly and said, although the Silver Kingdom was once loyal to the giant court, that was back in the Second Age. The son is a human being and has nothing to do with him. Emlyn took a deep breath, barely suppressing the anger in his heart. No wonder I thought he was so hateful when I first met him. It turns out he was once an enemy of the vampires. Justice Audrey then asked the Hermit, why did the King of Giants betray the progenitor of the vampires? Odis thought for a moment before saying, I'm not entirely sure of the specific reason, but it's also possible that the Giant King betrayed Lilith. Because the ancient gods basically had no morality, or rather, at that time everything was determined by power. If the Giant King betrayed the vampire ancestor, he would most likely not deny it, nor would he accuse the Elf King of betraying Lilith. Audrey paused slightly. No, not King of Giants, just now you. Suddenly, she seemed to understand something. The Hermit never said that the Giant King betrayed the progenitor of the Blood Clan, he only said that the Giant King and the Elf King blamed each other. Audrey realized that the Hermit must have a deeper meaning in saying this. Could it be that someone betrayed the progenitor of the vampires in the name of the Giant King? Klein, the fool, suddenly realized something. The Hermit had already made it very clear that he was not the King of Giants, but most likely a follower of the King of Giants. At that moment, it suddenly occurred to him, in a previous transaction, the Hermit had said that the Earth Mother Goddess was actually Amabella, the queen of the Giant King, who was a farmer through the divine path. Could it be her? Just as he was thinking about this, Klein recalled what the Hermit had said before the Third Age, there was no concept of adjacent pathways. If we only consider the problem in terms of adjacent pathways, it seems like we are using modern concepts to consider ancient problems. Katlia had also considered this, but she knew more about the desecrating slab than Klein, so she immediately thought, could it be that the goddess of harvest had seen the desecrating slab, gained the concept of adjacent pathways, and thus betrayed them? But then she immediately realized, no. Since the goddess of harvest, of that time, now the Mother Earth goddess, has maintained the same path and has not jumped to the adjacent moon path, what did he gain from this scheme? Of course, it cannot be ruled out that his plan failed. Katlia took a deep breath, feeling that it was difficult to make an accurate guess about such a thing. The other members, except for Alger the Hanged Man who had some guesses, were still confused and didn't quite understand what Odis was trying to express. Emlyn, in particular, thought for a moment before asking the Hermit, why did you say it was King of Giants just now, and now you say it's not him? The main problem is that I haven't received accurate information, and the existing clues don't support any logical guesses. Odis smiled. How about this, I'll let you know as soon as I have a sufficient understanding of this matter. For example, after the war between the three gods, including the Earth Mother Goddess. Emlyn had no choice but to say, all right then. Odis continued, with the concept of betrayal, the course of the War of the Gods becomes roughly clear. The War of the Gods that took place in the Second Age should have been a fierce battle between two camps of the ancient gods. The reason for this speculation is that after the vampire progenitor encountered the alien king and the destruction wolf, the giant king and the elf king did not immediately come to the rescue. It is very likely that they were fighting the imaginary dragon and the phoenix ancestor at the time and could not get away at all. So I guess the situation at the time was like this, a fierce conflict broke out between the two camps of the ancient gods, with the vampire progenitor fighting against the alien king of the opposing camp. At this moment, the destruction wolf suddenly appeared, preparing to join forces with the alien king to attack the vampire ancestor. Thus, after a fierce battle, the progenitor of the vampires perished along with the other two ancient gods. The other members nodded slowly, agreeing that the guess was reasonable. The key question now is, why did the destruction wolf suddenly appear on the battlefield? Odis continued, although the fact that someone betrayed the vampire progenitor can explain the sudden appearance of the destruction wolf to some extent. But why is it the destruction wolf that appears? And not the other non-aligned ancient god, the demon king? The magician first thought to himself, could it be that the traitor notified the destruction wolf but not the demon king? But she also felt that the Hermit must have had a deeper meaning in saying that. Alger thought so too, could it be that the Hermit discovered some clue through this detail? Odis paused for a moment and then said, to answer this question, we must first look at the final outcome of this War of the Gods. The greatest impact of this divine war on later generations can be summarized in 4 aspects. The first aspect is that the goddess of misfortune gained enough benefits and, after disappearing for a period of time, became the goddess of night. Secondly, the fall of the destruction wolf led the god of the dead to submit to the phoenix ancestor, who later rose to become the emperor of the underworld. Thirdly, the different king's subordinate god, the god of spirits, received enough benefits to become the later bound god. Fourth, the demon king is the only ancient god who has not yet fallen. Klein, behind the grey fog, paused for a moment. The first 3 points were consequences of the fall of the ancient gods, but what about the 4th point? Didn't the Hermit just say that the Demon King didn't participate in the war? Everyone realized the rather abrupt fourth point and had their own guesses, but because they had so little information, their guesses were not of much value. Odis continued, let's start with the first aspect. We talked about this when we were trading information about the Antigonus family. At that time, not only did the Destruction Wolf join the battle, but its followers also joined the battle. After the Destroyer Wolf fell, the Goddess of Doom acquired the uniqueness of the Dark Pathway and at least 2 Sequence 1 properties. At that time, the Goddess of Misfortune was probably already a Sequence 1. Only after obtaining these characteristics and uniqueness did she have the opportunity to be promoted to a god. Klein frowned, although the Hermit didn't say it explicitly, he seems to suspect that the Goddess of Night played a role in this matter. Well, it's no wonder he's suspicious. After all, the Goddess of Night gained a lot of benefits after this divine war, so she has a certain motive. But he had no idea what the Goddess of the Night had done. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. The priestess, Gadria, summarized some information she had previously obtained, that is to say, the Destruction Wolf contains both the Sleepless One and the Diviner within it, the uniqueness of the 2 pathways, and the corresponding high sequence characteristics. No wonder the ancient gods are so brutal and insane. Alger felt a little regretful because he hadn't participated in the previous exchange of information about the Antigonus family. He never expected that an angel family would have connections with the Goddess of Night. The second aspect was already discussed in detail when we traded information about the Emperor of the Underworld, so I won't repeat it here, Odis said. The third aspect is also quite crucial. However, the presence of the God of Spirits is not strong, and its influence is easily overlooked. I recently learned from another source that the Outer Gods had a particularly strong influence on the real world during the Second and Fourth Ages. The God of Spirits seemed to have been influenced by the Mother Tree of Desire during the Second Age. Taking advantage of the brief pause in the Hermit's speech, Klein immediately asked, is it the Mother Tree of Desire that the Rose School believes in? Odis nodded, yes. This was unexpected, and suddenly it seemed that the problem of the Outer God was more complicated than imagined. Odis continued, the God of Spirits, which later became Bound God, was only at the level of King of Angels. In the several eras that followed, he never obtained the remaining Sequence 1 attribute. Because that characteristic resides in the Demon King. At this point, Odis smiled slightly, that's why I mentioned the Demon King. The main characteristics of the Alien King come from the Prisoner Pathway, which is adjacent to the main characteristics of the Demon King. I learned from another source that the characteristics within the Demon King should be 2 Sequence 1 characteristics of the Criminal Pathway and 1 Sequence 1 characteristic of the Prisoner Pathway. Because of the characteristics of adjacent pathways, the state of the Demon King was relatively good during the Second Age. Although there was no concept of adjacent paths at that time, the ancient gods were attracted by the properties of adjacent paths because of the existence of the law of aggregation of extraordinary properties. Therefore, if the Demon King had been present during that divine war, he would most likely have attacked the Alien King instead of besieging the vampire ancestor. Emlyn, the moon, seemed to understand, so that traitor betrayed the whereabouts of our ancestor to the Destruction Wolf, not the Demon King. That could be said, Odis replied, but the reason I mentioned the Demon King is mainly because he must have also gained some benefits in this battle. At the same time, because he is more rational, unlike the Destroyer Wolf, who didn't have any important purpose and joined the war just because he saw other ancient gods fighting. Perhaps the Demon King secretly observed the course of this battle and, at the right moment, gained some benefits, such as the Sequence 1 characteristic of the third, Criminal Pathway. At this point, Odis shrugged, of course, this is just my guess, and there is no evidence to prove it. I just think that this War of the Gods has such a profound impact that every ancient god should have participated in it in their own way. The Demon King is the only ancient god who did not experience the fall of his kingdom. However, after the Third Age, he seemed to disappear and rarely appeared in people's sight. Audrey noticed that this was the second time the Hermit had mentioned ancient gods who had not experienced the fall of their ancestors. She recalled the Hermit's body language when he said similar things on 2 separate occasions. He seemed relaxed overall, with his hands waving casually. So she concluded that this was an important clue that the Hermit had unintentionally revealed. But Audrey was a little confused about what this clue meant. After understanding the movements of the other ancient gods at that time, the full picture of this divine war gradually became clear, Odis said. It was a premeditated battle. This can actually be seen from the fact that the ancient gods' subordinate gods also participated in the battle. If it were an encounter battle, the ancient gods' subordinate gods would not be able to participate in the battle so calmly. He paused slightly and then said, we don't know who the mastermind is right now, but we can see from the outcome of the battle that one of them, Vampire Progenitor, Alien King, or Destruction Wolf, must be the mastermind's target. The magnificent hall fell silent, the kind of silence that comes from savoring the secrets one has heard. No one expected that this war of gods would involve such a wide range of people, with all 8 ancient gods possibly participating directly or indirectly. After a silence of about 4 or 5 seconds, Alger the hangman suddenly said, judging from the impact of the war of the gods on later generations, the goddess of misfortune benefited the most. He didn't dare say, goddess of the night, but instead used, goddess of misfortune. The other members first looked at the hangman, and then they all looked at the hermit. They certainly understood the meaning of the hangman. Generally speaking, in any scheme or conspiracy, whoever benefits the most is essentially the mastermind behind it. Among the beneficiaries of this divine war, the goddess of the night undoubtedly received the greatest benefit. After the War of the Gods, before the Third Era, the goddess of night was promoted to a true god, while the god of the dead only became the emperor of the underworld in the Fourth Era. The god of spirits only became the bound god during the Fourth Age, and never became a true god. Odis thought for a moment before saying, at present, I have not obtained any accurate clues to prove that the goddess of misfortune is one of the planners of the divine war. Even if it exists, we definitely won't find it, because... He looked around at everyone and said, because this is secret. In Odis's view, the goddess of night must have made some plans or preparations in advance for this divine war, otherwise it would have been unlikely that she could have acquired so many advanced characteristics and uniqueness so easily. The uniqueness of the dark pathway and its sequence, one characteristic may have been attracted by the characteristics within its body. Furthermore, the fact that it was able to acquire the uniqueness of the moon pathway after the fall of the destruction wolf, despite being impacted to some extent, is enough to show that it was prepared. Therefore, Odis strongly suspected that the goddess of night must have played some role in it. However, these effects are most likely to become hidden, making them unknown to anyone. Everyone was slightly taken aback, especially Gadria, Klein, and the other two, who immediately thought of one of the core powers of the goddess of the night, which seemed to be secrecy. They immediately realized that the hermit meant that he also suspected the goddess of night was involved in planning the divine war, but he had not found any concrete evidence. Klein frowned slightly at this point, but then accepted it calmly, since at that time the goddess of misfortune was just an angel, or at most an archangel. At that time, the adjacent paths of darkness were occupied by the Phoenix ancestor and the giant king. If he wanted to become a god, he could only have a chance if he killed one of the gods. From this perspective, the goddess of the night has sufficient motive to do something in the dark. After a few seconds of silence in the hall, Odis continued, I also obtained a very crucial piece of information from another source. The progenitor of the vampires was also influenced by the outer gods, which is why, when he was besieged, he did not flee but chose to perish together with the enemy. The other members were taken aback at first, and then they all thought of the same question, right, why didn't the progenitor of the vampires escape back then? As extraordinary individuals, they were well aware that, under normal circumstances, if they encountered 2 extraordinary individuals of the same level, they would be able to escape even if they couldn't defeat them. Of course, this excludes extraordinary individuals like Odis and Klein, who are unlikely to let go of an extraordinary individual at Sequence 5 level. However, there are not many extraordinary individuals like them, and very few people are so unlucky as to encounter such opponents. At the level of gods, their methods of escape should be more advanced and diverse. Even if the opponent is a god, it would be difficult to stop the progenitor of the vampires from escaping. However, the progenitor of the vampires did not escape, but perished together with the 2 ancient gods, which does seem rather strange. Emlyn, realizing what was happening, immediately asked, the hermit, who has influenced the ancestor. Aren't outer gods also deities? Why can they influence our ancestor? Odis made no secret of it, it is the fallen mother goddess. Everyone recalled the intelligence exchange from last week. The fallen mother goddess was the outer god who had transformed into the primordial moon. Klein and Katlia then had a basic answer to the last question that the moon had just asked. Odis continued to Emlyn, you should remember what we discussed before about the concept of above the gods, which many outer gods have at that level. And the fallen mother goddess is one of the more powerful outer gods. As for why he can influence the vampire progenitor, combined with the information from our transaction last week, the fallen mother goddess seems to have similar authority to the vampire progenitor. He should have used this as a connection to influence the vampire progenitor. Furthermore, as I just mentioned, the influence of outer gods on the real world during the Second Age was even more severe than it is now. Emlyn then asked, to what extent has it been affected? It is said to have been contaminated to some extent. Emlyn took a deep breath, seemingly stunned. The other members were also stunned, not expecting such a thing to happen. Even the progenitor of the vampires was influenced by the outer gods. Previously, Klein and other members felt that the outer gods' influence on the real world wasn't that serious. However, as they obtained more and more secret information, it seemed that the outer gods could be seen in every major event in every previous era. After a few seconds, Emlyn asked again, is this information reliable? Odis exclaimed without hesitation, absolutely reliable. Emlyn took another deep breath, his hands trembling uncontrollably. How could this happen? How could this happen? Then, somewhat alarmed, he looked at the Hermit. Is there any way to resolve the corruption of the fallen mother goddess? Before the Hermit could answer, Katlia gave a wry smile. Odis said, perhaps the gods have a way to solve this problem. His implication was, I am not a god, I have no such way. Odis continued, this may be the reason why the progenitor of the vampires did not escape, but chose to perish together with the other ancient gods. Chapter 350, Chapter 349. The Transport Squadron Leader from the Rose School. During the tarot session, the members' expressions gradually turned serious after hearing the answer from the Hermit Odis. Taiwanese novel website. The fool Klein was keenly aware that the War of the Gods that took place in the Second Age was extremely complex, with each side having its own objectives, which seemed difficult to discern on the surface. The priestess, Katlia, realized, could this be the progenitor of the vampires, choosing to commit suicide to avoid being completely corrupted? Then she exclaimed, the corruption of the fallen mother goddess is far too powerful, even the ancient gods cannot escape it. Emlyn, the moon, was utterly stunned for a moment before immediately asking, did the progenitor decide to perish together with the other ancient gods on its own initiative, or was it forced to do so? That might be the case, Odis replied with a smile. You should know that I can't give you a precise answer to this kind of question, I can only tell you my guess. Emlyn nodded repeatedly, I'm willing to listen, I'm willing to listen. The speculations about the Hermit are generally quite logical, and even if the truth is not like that, they should be close enough. Odis continued, I believe that the progenitor of the vampires could not have been unaware that he had been corrupted. When he realized that he could not resolve the corruption, he only had two paths before him, one was to completely accept the corruption, and the other was to perish and stop the spread of the corruption. If it is completely corrupted, the progenitor of vampires may lose itself and perish. As a god, especially a god with abundant spirituality through the moon pathway, there is a high chance that it can be resurrected. I think these two paths shouldn't be difficult to choose. Emlyn breathed a slight sigh of relief, so, the progenitor chose to perish together with the other ancient gods to end that corruption. His eyes immediately welled up with tears, the ancestor. The ancestor is great. Odis thought to himself, I think he is more concerned with his own interests. However, he did not voice these thoughts aloud, and continued, in my opinion, the ancestor of the vampires must have made this decision after the god war. Judging from the situation after the war, his decision lacked sufficient preparation, otherwise, he should have been able to fully resurrect shortly after the War of God. Hearing this, Emlyn gave a wry smile, but several eras have passed, and the progenitor has not yet been fully resurrected. Odis said nothing, because he knew very well that Lilith had been fully resurrected in the late Second Age, but in a different identity. He paused for a moment before saying, that's all the information I have about that War of Gods. Because it's been so long, many details are still unclear. I will continue to share new information with everyone as I get more information. Odis does indeed know many inside stories, but she will reveal them after the War of the Gods ends next year. Emlyn felt a sense of loss. He had been looking forward to trading this intelligence, but now that it was traded, he felt as if he had lost something important. The magnificent hall fell silent as everyone savored the intelligence they had just acquired in the transaction. With the transaction concluded, the discussion moved into a free exchange phase. The son Derek spoke first, I have become a notary. Klein felt an urge to cover his face again, this is something we don't need to tell you. But Klein soon realized that the little son had grown to a certain extent, and his sudden statement was probably to hear everyone's opinions on the notary. After all, he was the only extraordinary individual with the sun pathway in Silver City, and if he wanted to digest the potion as quickly as possible, he didn't even have anyone to refer to. Alger the Hangman had a similar idea, but he calmly replied, notary will greatly improve physical fitness, but is still more of a support role. The ability to make a notarization valid can be temporarily enhanced, while the ability to make a notarization invalid will be weakened or forcibly dispelled. At the same time, the notary is also good at drafting contracts. Once he signs and approves them, even a Sequence 5 cannot violate them. Even a Sequence 4 demigod who wants to forcibly breach the contract will have to pay a considerable price. As a member of the Church of Storms, I am familiar with many of the advantages and disadvantages of the Sun pathway. Little son Derek sincerely thanked him, saying, thank you, Mr. Hangman. Besides wanting to understand how people viewed notaries in order to find ideas for his role, he also wanted to become a Sequence 6 so that he could choose a sealed artifact from the Round Tower in Silver City to use. Having gained a sufficient understanding of the notary, he believed that he should prioritize selecting a sealing artifact that was good at controlling the target. If none was available, he should choose a sealing artifact with strong attack capabilities to make up for his weaknesses. After a few more brief exchanges and no new topics to discuss, Klein announced the end of the tarot session. Back in the real world, Odis saw the hotel ceiling and seemed to suddenly come to her senses, realizing that she was on her way to her new post. He yawned, got up, prepared the altar, and completed the transaction at the tarot meeting. They received £4,600 in cash, as well as more than a dozen extraordinary items. The cash was obtained through intelligence transactions, and the extraordinary materials were partly paid for by Little Sun as intelligence fees, and partly paid for by Odis in gold pounds last week for Little Sun to purchase the extraordinary materials. The Little Sun was, of course, paid for with extraordinary materials of the low sequence in gold pounds. After finishing all this, Odis drank a few sips of water and lay down on the bed for a proper afternoon nap. Nothing much happened this afternoon. After Odis woke up naturally, she invited Bernadette to dinner, and afterwards they went for a walk. However, after 8 o'clock, the number of people on the street seemed to decrease suddenly. Odis made a few inquiries and learned that the city of Salatha was not very safe at night. The two of them didn't continue shopping, since they weren't police officers and had no need to maintain order in the area. Moreover, once the pedestrians have left, the streets may only be left with thieves and robbers, and there's nothing worth strolling around. That night, Odis and his companions rested early. The next morning, they boarded a carriage and first went to the station to load the large boxes onto 2 freight wagons. Then, the convoy of 5 carriages set off. The 100 extraordinary puppets led the way, some clearing the path while others followed behind, forming a team that didn't appear too frail. The road to Watai city looked passable, but there weren't many carriages on it, because soon after leaving Salota city, you would enter the mountains, where bandits roamed everywhere. Although Governor Selt of Salatha state had defeated several large bandit groups, the fundamental problem remained unresolved. As the previous bandit groups were wiped out, new bandits emerged one after another. Those who continue westward are usually caravans of bandits from Watai Prefecture, or caravans of the 2 barons from Watai Prefecture. The former were not afraid of robbers, at worst, they would fight. The latter had already given enough benefits to the robbers along the way, so the bandits would not steal their things. After walking all morning, Odis and his party did not encounter any robbers. Because they belonged to the 3rd category, those who are numerous and powerful. The extraordinary puppets were still dressed in military uniforms and carried weapons, so small groups of robbers dared not rob such a group. At noon, Odis and the others rested under the shade of a tree at the entrance of a village. Although this was a mountainous area, there were quite a few villages. According to Odis's experience, most robbers come from villages like this, where they farm in their spare time and rob when they have the chance. If you want to find the bandits' informants in a village like this, you won't find them at all, because they are all the bandits' informants. This is why bandits in and around cities are easy to wipe out, but bandits in mountainous areas are difficult to eliminate. Normally, most of them are not bandits, and once they are defeated, they will break up and hide in the deep mountains, returning home to continue farming after the state guards withdraw. After a while, someone will rally them and organize them again, forming a new bandit army. But these bandit armies are not the most difficult to deal with. The most difficult bandit armies are in Watai and Shatter regions, where they are supported by foreign forces and are better equipped than the state guards. We continued our journey in the afternoon, and around 3 p.m., we entered the territory of Watai Prefecture. The weather has been great these past 2 days. If it doesn't rain, we should be able to reach Voti State the day after tomorrow. Actually, it wouldn't matter much if it rained, since the extraordinary puppets aren't afraid of getting wet. It just would make the roads more difficult to travel, affecting their journey. After walking for more than an hour, when they passed a village by the roadside, Odis saw an old woman with a cane standing at the entrance of the village, looking indifferently at the procession in front of her. Odis glanced at the other woman's expression and then ordered the car to stop. He rolled down the window and asked, "Madam, do you need any help?" Bernadette, who was riding in the same car as Odis, was a little confused. She wondered why Odis would suddenly help a stranger. This is because Odis saw that the other person's eyes were lifeless, indicating that he must have encountered great difficulties. This area is now within the territory of Watai State, which falls under the jurisdiction of Odis. If it can be of help, Odis will lend a hand. The old woman glanced at Odis indifferently. "Help? Can you resurrect my son and daughter-in-law, and my 7-year-old granddaughter?" Odis was taken aback, and immediately understood that the old woman was looking for a place to commit suicide, which was why her eyes were so lifeless. He opened the car door and got out. "I'm the newly appointed governor of Voti State. Tell me, who killed them?" "Governor?" The old woman sneered. "Heh. Where was the governor when my son was stabbed in the gut and struggled in agony for a long time before he died? Where was the governor when his wife was raped? Where was the governor when my granddaughter was kicked and hit her head on a rock, splitting her skull in 2? At this moment, Long Zaire, who had also alighted from the carriage, coldly said, "Watch your tone." Odis waved to Longzal and then said to the old woman, "I sympathize with your plight, but I feel no guilt, because that is the responsibility of the former governors, not mine. Tell me what happened. If the murderer is caught, I will shoot them at your family's grave." The old woman glanced at Odis and said coldly, "It's no use, it's no use. They're all dead." As she spoke, she walked slowly forward, crossed the road, and headed towards the woods on the mountain. Long Zaire was about to go and bring her back to prevent her from committing suicide, but Odis stopped him again. Let her go, she has no will to live. Sometimes, for some people, simply living is torture. Odis then said to Longzil, go to the village and ask what happened. Also, find out where the old woman's family is buried. Long Zaire nodded, yes. Odis then returned to the car and said to Bernadette, wait a moment. Bernadette hummed in agreement, having no objections. After all, she was accompanying Odis to his new post, and naturally, she would prioritize Odis's ideas when things came up. Odis would only offer advice if there was a problem that she couldn't solve. Bernadette did not ask Odis for his intentions at this moment, but simply observed quietly. Soon, Long Zaire learned about the old woman's ordeal. Yesterday, a band of bandits passed through the village and brutally murdered the old woman and her family. The bandit army used a flag that depicted a flying eagle. It was the flag of their leader, Kret. Odis quickly recalled the intelligence he had received earlier. Kret was a bandit army supported by the Republic of Intis. This kind of bandit army is not quite the same as small groups of robbers. Many of them have financial support and have even received some professional training. They are more like mercenaries than small groups of robbers who are half civilian and half military. I understand. Odis nodded, then said to Longzil, take a few people and go find that old woman. If she's not dead, then leave her alone. If she committed suicide, then bury her with her family. Long Zaire hummed in agreement. The caravan continued onward, and around dusk, Longzil caught up and reported to Odis, the old woman jumped off a cliff and committed suicide. Odis simply said, I understand. Continue on your way. Bernadette, sitting opposite Odis, suddenly said, the lower class of this world is inherently miserable. Of course I know, Odis smiled and added, so now I hope to popularize my inventions more quickly and use them to reshape the world. Bernadette wanted to say something more, but in the end she only opened her mouth and said nothing. In her memory, her father had also had the idea of changing the world, but in the end, he was defeated by the world. Although Russell left the world with a great political legacy, it seems he is still some distance from changing the world. Bernadette's lifespan of over a century had already made her lose hope, but she wouldn't let her own opinions dampen Odis's enthusiasm. After dark, Odis arrived at the town where they were to stay, but there were no lights in the town, which made Odis and his companions feel a little strange. This is a small town built along the road, with some shops on both sides of the road and some residential houses behind the shops. The town isn't very big, you can see the other side at a glance. After leaving Salathu, we arrived here at night, which is why this small town exists. After entering the town, there was no one on the not-so-long main road. Odis, sitting in the carriage, looked at Bernadette, but Bernadette shook her head, indicating that her spirit did not sense any danger. After thinking for a moment, Odis said, let's go to the inn here and stay first. After entering the hotel, Long Zaire instructed the extraordinary puppet to prepare dinner. Then, he led several puppets around the hotel and discovered that some guest rooms still contained luggage and personal belongings. The guests staying at the hotel vanished without a trace, as if they had evaporated. After hearing Longzil's report, Odis didn't seem to care much. Go and prepare a few rooms, let's settle in first. Not a single mistake, not a single poem, not a single post, not a single piece of content, not a single look. Long Zaire paused for a moment, then reminded him, Mr. Governor, something's strange here. Odis smiled and said, I've seen many strange things, don't take it too seriously. Long Zaire's eyes seemed to ask, are you really going to live here without any worries? Odis's response was not without reason. It's unclear what exactly happened here, or if this was a setup specifically targeting him. If none of this is a setup specifically for him, there's no point in worrying unnecessarily. If this was a setup targeting him, then the other party's actions were likely intended to force Odis and the others to leave the town. Even if we leave this town, we will still encounter the ambush we are bound to face, so we might as well stay here and catch the other side off guard. With the two newly recruited clerks present, Odis certainly wouldn't explain this matter too clearly. After dinner, Odis and the others returned to their rooms. Bernadette quickly passed through the wall again and appeared in Odis's room. I just made a prophecy that this town has suddenly become like this because of your arrival. Odis smiled and said, I'm not a robber, why are they running? In truth, he knew that someone didn't want him to live in this town. He didn't know who it was, but it was probably the bandits and nobles of Watai city who were planning to welcome the new governor. It could also be enemies he offended at sea before. After all, he relied on the protection of the night to provoke some extraordinary organizations. Now that he has suddenly emerged from the darkness into the light, many people will surely come to seek revenge. However, with the mysterious queen backing her up, Odis wasn't too worried. Odis pondered for a moment and said, I guess I'll have to work again tonight. Bernadette smiled, then she knew she was in for a good show. Actually, she found it quite interesting to watch Odis fight the enemy. When she secretly observed Odis assassinating Duke Negan before, she realized that Odis as an astrologer was more powerful than when she was an astrologer. So when you see Odis in battle, it's like seeing an enhanced version of yourself fighting. That night, Odis made thorough preparations, keeping the sealing artifacts and scrolls within easy reach. But after waiting all night, nothing happened. This made Odis realize even more that the enemy had driven everyone away yesterday in the hopes that Odis would think something was wrong here, so he continued forward overnight. However, what they didn't expect was that Odis would not follow their script at all. At breakfast, Odis reminded Longzil to be on high alert today and distributed heavy weapons to the extraordinary puppet. He estimated that there was an enemy encirclement ahead, and a battle was inevitable. The extraordinary puppet usually only carries cold weapons such as swords and knives, as well as a modified, flaming arrow shaped like a revolver. The so-called distribution of heavy weapons refers to equipping them with 2 portable spirit wave cannons and 20 extraordinary machine guns, while other extraordinary puppets are equipped with semi-automatic rifles designed by Odis. It is no exaggeration to say that such a configuration is enough for them to relatively easily defeat 2 full regiments, and even defeat them head-on. Just as they were about to continue their journey, Longzil caught several suspicious-looking people. After some questioning, we learned that they were residents of this small town. Yesterday afternoon, someone suddenly shouted that Kret's main force was going to stay in this town for one night. They said they would stay for one night, but in reality, the townspeople provided them with food and lodging, and also indulged in their debauchery. When they left, they would steal all the valuables they could carry with them, as well as most of the food. Such things happen frequently in Watai Prefecture, and the residents of the small town are used to it. Once they encounter a large band of bandits, they run away as fast as they can. If they can't escape, they can only accept their bad luck and stay to serve the bandits. Most of the time, the bandit army would not carry out massacres indiscriminately. They also knew that the population in these mountainous areas was limited, and if they killed too many people, there would be nowhere left to rob. Odis told Longzil to release the men, and the group continued on their way. After walking for more than half an hour, Odis finally understood why the other party wanted him to travel overnight. The road ahead was carved out of the cliff and was only wide enough for one carriage to pass at a time. Every so often there is a small open space, which is where cars pass each other. Odis looked out the car window. Below the cliff was a rushing river and jagged rocks. An ordinary person falling from here would surely die. As Odis put on the sealing artifact, he ordered the caravan to continue, certain that the enemy would attack the convoy here. Because if it were him, he would definitely attack here too. Bernadette, sitting opposite Odis, remained relaxed. For a demigod, such a perilous environment had no effect on her. Suddenly, she turned her head to look at the rock wall, then cleared her throat. The tacit understanding that had developed between the two during this time made Adi realize immediately that they had now stepped into the enemy's ambush. He examined the rock face carefully but couldn't see anything unusual. However, Bernadette's warning was probably correct. So Odis immediately used the flight scroll and the scale armor scroll to prepare for battle. Suddenly, the horse pulling Odis seemed startled, and with a sudden leap, it plunged into the steep canyon. Odis suddenly rushed out of the carriage and used a levitation scroll on the carriage, which stopped falling and floated in midair. Odis carefully observed his surroundings, but still could not find any trace of the enemy. After a moment's thought, Odysseus immediately understood and threw a spirit explosion scroll towards the location of the carriage. The surrounding, extraordinary puppets were not greatly affected, because they did not have any spirit bodies. The scroll only caused a short-term disturbance to the spirituality within them, but they could quickly return to normal. But the vengeful spirit, hiding in the crevice of the rock wall, had to flee its original location. Odis grinned. His guess was right. This time, the one who ambushed him must be the Rose School. The vengeful spirit was very good at hiding, and Odis's spirituality did not sense its presence at all. While flying in midair, Odis took out the disaster scepter. There was no one around for more than 10 kilometers, which was a good opportunity to use this level 1 sealed artifact. In an instant, dark clouds filled the sky, and streaks of pale lightning exploded before the black, phantom-like, vengeful spirit. Meanwhile, Longzil commanded his team, mainly composed of extraordinary puppets, to advance rapidly, hoping to escape the battlefield as soon as possible. After all, given the power of the sealed artifact in the hands of Mr. Governor, these extraordinary puppets couldn't be of much help. Odis, who was flying in midair, soon noticed that none of the thick bolts of lightning seemed to have struck the vengeful spirit. He then looked up at the mountaintop, where a woman dressed in Remmberg attire stood with a sinister expression. She held a dagger in the style of the southern continent tightly in her hand and was coldly staring at the location of the vengeful spirit. Odis's spirituality immediately sensed that it was a level 1 sealed artifact, which should also be equivalent to sequence 4. The reason why those lightning bolts didn't harm the vengeful spirit was because the sealing artifact blocked those attacks for him. Odis guessed that it was the demigod who had appeared in Biome who had noticed that Odis Gard had a level 1 sealed artifact. That's why their assassinations involve carrying level 1 sealed artifacts. Immediately afterwards, 2 more people appeared beside the woman holding the level 1 sealed artifact. They stared coldly at the rapidly advancing, extraordinary puppets. Then, behind them appeared a group of people with the same indifferent expressions. Odis estimated that there were 2 living corpses behind them, and the corpses he controlled were behind them. 2 living corpses suddenly bent over and ran towards the group of extraordinary puppets, commanded by Long Zaire, and the corpses behind them immediately followed. Then they leaped down, preparing to jump into the middle of the extraordinary puppets. However, Long Zaire spotted them in advance and immediately shouted, "Machine gunners! Attack those corpses that jumped down!" Da-da-da-da-da. Almost the instant Long Zaire gave the order, a barrage of extraordinary bullets, like fiery snakes, rained down, forming a despair-inducing network of fire. The ordinary corpses were torn to pieces like rags after being hit by machine gun bullets. Even the 2 living corpses could not withstand such dense bullet fire. They dodged very nimbly in mid-air and did not appear in the extraordinary puppet when they finally landed. Some of the undead they manipulated did manage to land among the extraordinary puppets, but 2/3 of them were smashed to pieces during the fall and were no longer capable of fighting. As the remaining third were about to seize the machine guns from the extraordinary puppets, those extraordinary puppets, who were not carrying machine guns, had already drawn their melee weapons and engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the undead. Meanwhile, the puppets wielding the extraordinary machine guns quickly retreated. At such close range, the probability of accidentally injuring their own people was greater than the probability of killing the enemy. The 2 Sequence 6 zombies were about to rush up to help when Long Zaire quickly stepped forward and blocked their attack. Early yesterday morning, after Odis obtained the extraordinary properties of the Punishment Knight, he made a magical item for Longzil that was equivalent to a Sequence 5 item. This allowed him to return to a true Sequence 5 level, at which point he could relatively easily block the attacks of the 2 zombies. The power of the weapon in the hands of the extraordinary puppet surprised the vengeful spirit and the woman holding the level 1 sealed artifact. Just now, they had also realized that these people in military uniforms were actually puppets, but they did not expect that these puppets would be so powerful. The woman was a Sequence 5 winner from the monster pathway, and it was because of some of her own abilities that she was able to wield this level 1 sealed artifact. This sealed artifact corresponds to Sequence 4 puppet of the prisoner pathway, which theoretically allows her to manipulate those puppets. However, there are still significant differences between the sealed artifact and the real Sequence 4. This winner can only fight Odis with the sealed artifact at this time and has no time to pay attention to the battlefield on the other side. While the undead fought the extraordinary puppets, Odis immediately waved his scepter, and a tornado flew towards the mountaintop, carrying along rubble and weeds that were also lifted into the air. The tornado was so strong that it carved a shallow line into the rock face. The winner immediately turned into a phantom and used the sealing artifact to hide in the spirit world. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Odis threw an aphrodisiac scroll at the vengeful spirit, intending to use this moment to severely injure it. Just as Odis had predicted, the vengeful spirit, who had been forced to hide in the crevices of the rock by the Scepter of Disaster, suddenly had its lust ignited by the aphrodisiac scroll, and pounced on a rock that jutted out from the mountain not far away, hoping to have an affair with that rock that went beyond friendship. In fact, the aphrodisiac scroll doesn't have that much of an effect on Sequence 5, except for the indulgence faction of the Rose School. Just as Odis was about to continue his attack, a phantom male figure with a full beard suddenly appeared in his pupils. Odis's eyes widened. Oh no, there's another vengeful spirit. This time, the Rose School actually dispatched 3 Sequence 5s, carrying a level 1 sealed artifact, to carry out the assassination. Fortunately, the scale armor scroll could also block some extraordinary attacks, otherwise Odis would have been completely possessed by this vengeful spirit. At that moment, the tornado on the mountaintop disappeared, and the winner reappeared, holding a level 1 sealed artifact. Looking at Odis, who had already been partially possessed, he revealed a cold smile. Even if the possession wasn't complete, Odis was still a lamb to the slaughter in her eyes at this moment. Fire! Long Zaire's icy voice made the winner, who was preparing to attack Odis, suddenly tremble. A portable spirit wave cannon has been assembled and fired a shell at the winner. Chapter 351, Chapter 350. If you're not convinced, then fight. Boom. The violent explosions from the portable spirit wave cannon echoed on both sides of the cliff, startling many birds into flight, which quickly flew away. Whoosh! Large swathes of rocks were blasted into the air like fireworks, some falling into the river at the bottom of the canyon, others crashing onto the narrow road that could only accommodate one carriage at a time. For a moment, dust and gravel obscured Odis's vision. The power of the portable spirit wave cannon stunned the extraordinary individuals of the Rose School. They even initially thought that the spirit wave cannon was also a level 1 sealed artifact. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Odis infused his spirituality into the dream bracelet, securing his spiritual body and mental form. He then infused star sand into the Gustaff, and amidst the dazzling starlight, he simulated divine light. A pure white beam of light fell on Odis himself. The vengeful spirit that was possessing Odis could not withstand the scorching light and had to end the possession, hiding back in the cracks of the rock wall. Odis immediately stopped maintaining the holy light. At this moment, his whole body was red, like a steamed shrimp, and he was somewhat dazed. However, with the double protection of the dream bracelet and the scale armor scroll, he quickly recovered. He quickly put the Gustaff back on his waist and threw a gravity scroll at the vengeful spirit that was about to possess him again. This scroll was developed by Odis through his study of the black crystal obtained from Whale Island. The vengeful spirit, which had no physical form and seemed as light as a soul, suddenly felt several times the normal gravity and plummeted straight to the bottom of the steep canyon. At this moment, the other vengeful spirit, who had been kissing the rock and hadn't been awakened by the explosion of the portable spirit cannon or even affected by the rolling rocks, finally broke free from the influence of the aphrodisiac scroll. Just as he was preparing to observe the surrounding battlefield, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket struck him, turning him from a vengeful spirit into a physical form. Odis gave him no time to react, and bolts of lightning struck down one after another, flashing like lightning, each flash a bolt of lightning capable of causing great damage. After 7 bolts of lightning struck, the vengeful spirit was reduced to charred remains. Although it did not die immediately, it had completely lost its vitality, and its extraordinary characteristics began to emerge. At this moment, the winner who had just gone to the spirit realm to avoid the portable spirit wave cannon shells dared to appear. After glancing at the situation on the battlefield, she immediately raised the dagger in her hand, and the falling rock seemed to suddenly come to life, smashing towards Odis. Everything happened very quickly. Odis had already broken free from the possession of the vengeful spirit and killed another vengeful spirit. Most of the rocks blasted down from the mountaintop had only just landed in the middle of the canyon, which is why the winner was able to use the sealing artifact to imbue them with sentience and life, allowing them to attack Odis like stone cannonballs. Phew! Odis raised the scepter of disaster, and a hurricane with blue wind blades blew in, sending the incoming rocks flying into the sky. At the same time, it made a poof 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 sound, and some larger rocks were cut into smaller pieces by the wind blades as if cutting cheese. Odis's spirit continuously poured in the scepter of calamity while throwing a scroll of doom at the winner. His tactics were also carefully considered. For the Rose School, the extraordinary individuals of the prisoner pathway were the true progenitors. However, the level 1 sealed artifact was not used by either of the two vengeful spirits, but by the winner. This led Odis to speculate that the winner possessed certain qualities that might have prevented the artifact from having negative effects. The main ability of the winner is to accumulate luck, so Odis guessed that using that sealed artifact requires a certain amount of luck. The scroll of misfortune he throws out has a certain probability of breaking the balance between luck and misfortune created by the winner. This attack method is the advantage of the scroll professor, as he can attack his opponent with scrolls while maintaining the power of the sealed artifact. The moment the scroll shattered, winner's eyes narrowed. She sensed a strong sense of crisis, and in the next instant, she unleashed a vicious curse at her wielder. Just as Odis had guessed, the dagger's negative effect was that it would randomly curse the wielder during use. However, if you're lucky enough, the sealed item might be in a dormant state when the holder uses it, giving you about 3 minutes of safe usage time. Even if the sealed artifact awakens ahead of time, if you are lucky enough, the curse of the sealed artifact will ignore the holder and instead target the people or things around the holder. The winner had accumulated enough luck to allow her to use the sealed artifact for a certain period of time. However, the scroll of misfortune thrown by Odis prematurely consumed the luck she had accumulated, causing the sealed artifact to awaken early and issue a curse to her. But she escaped the first curse using the luck she had accumulated beforehand. A tree not far away was cursed, withered rapidly, its leaves fell like snowflakes, and its bark cracked dryly, instantly losing its life. The winner did not linger in the fight and used the level 1 sealed artifact in his possession to prepare to escape back into the spirit world. She knew very well that if she couldn't reseal the sealed artifact in her hands as soon as possible, the damage it would cause her would be no less than the damage caused by Odis. Seeing that the other party was about to back down, Odis immediately threw out a spiritual scroll. In the instant the scroll exploded, he glanced at the vengeful spirit, who had just fallen into the steep canyon. At this moment, the effect of the gravity scroll had ended, and the other party was unaware that the winner was preparing to retreat and was returning to the battlefield to help as quickly as possible. However, because there are not enough mirrors around, it will take another second or two to return. For Odis, this was a good window of opportunity, and he once again looked toward the winner at the summit. The next instant, the scroll exploded, and the winner's spirit immediately felt a certain impact. Odis said in a solemn tone, "Discard the seal." The scroll of words is a scroll created by Odis using the talks of the true creator. Since only 9 scrolls could be made in total, 3 had already been used before this one. Scrolls of this level are also effective against demigods, and Odis is generally reluctant to use them. However, because the other party was holding a level 1 sealed artifact, Odis wanted to prevent the other party from escaping from the spirit world, so he simply used the scroll that he usually couldn't bear to use. The spiritual scroll was quite effective, and the winner tossed the sealed item aside without even thinking. Then, as if belatedly realizing she had done something foolish, she bent down to pick it up, but the area around the level 1 sealed artifact, which was shaped like a dagger, turned dark red, and a stream of magma emerged, engulfing the sealed artifact. This magma was, of course, created by Odis using the Scepter of Disaster. If there were volcanoes nearby, this scepter could directly trigger a small-scale volcanic eruption. Even without volcanoes, large amounts of lava can be generated in rocky areas to attack enemies. Upon seeing this scene, the winner hesitated for a moment before reaching into the lava to search for the sealed artifact. Ah! With a scream, the winner withdrew his hand. The physical strength of the monster pathway extraordinary individual was far inferior to that of the prisoner. The winner's hands were scalded and bloody, completely unable to withstand the high temperature of the lava. In that brief moment of hesitation, the lava rapidly increased, engulfing her legs. Flames consumed her clothes, and amidst the winner's screams, Odis swallowed her with the lava. The vengeful spirit that rushed back from the steep canyon had already reassessed the battlefield situation and immediately jumped back to the bottom of the valley, preparing to escape. But before he could land, a hurricane blew him into the sky, and blue wind blades dismembered the vengeful spirit and blew him back to the road carved out high in the valley. Then Odis struck each of the 2 living corpses with a bolt of lightning, leaving them half dead. Longzil stepped forward and killed them. The assassination attempt was thus resolved cleanly and efficiently. However, Odis did not immediately collect the spoils. Instead, he had the carriage, which was still suspended in midair, return to the road and instructed Longzil to lead the caravan through the treacherous road as quickly as possible. Several extraordinary puppets were injured in the battle just now. They were carried away quickly by other extraordinary puppets. Several extraordinary puppets, under Odis's instructions, diligently cleaned up the battlefield, making sure to collect all the weapons, even taking away all the broken gun parts that had fallen to the ground. Once the caravan had set off again, Odis began collecting the spoils. First, he went to the lava at the mountaintop, where the dark red lava suddenly began to churn again. The level 1 sealed artifact, shaped like a dagger, was intact and even felt somewhat cold. Odis first placed it in the wilderness of knowledge, and then used the Scepter of Disaster to bring out the remains and characteristics of the winner. The other 4 properties also began to be released. After Odis picked them up one by one, he blew the shattered corpses and many rocks on the road into the steep canyon. However, there have been significant changes here compared to before. A large crater has been blasted into the mountaintop, where the lava has begun to cool rapidly. Caravan members who frequently travel this route would certainly be surprised by such changes. When Odis caught up, the caravan had already left the treacherous road, and Longzil arranged for the group to rest in a flat area. Lately, Longzil has been extremely busy. Not only does he have to temporarily act as Odis's head butler, but he also has to keep an eye on the 3 suspicious clerks who were just recruited. Whenever he has time, he also has to learn how to use the extraordinary puppets more efficiently, as well as the weapons they use. However, after this period of effort, Longzil has become basically familiar with the extraordinary puppets and the performance and power of the extraordinary weapons equipped by Odis. Odis was quite satisfied with Longzir's command today. After learning that Longzir had purchased all the auxiliary materials for the sheriff yesterday, Odis told Longzir to calm down and maintain a good state. During the lunch break, he would prepare the sheriff potion for him in advance. Odis then tallied the losses. 9 extraordinary puppets were wounded in the battle, 2 of whom were seriously injured and required major repairs. They were basically damaged by falling rocks. Compared to the zombies, they reacted faster and were more adept at using weapons, so the zombies didn't cause them much damage. Of course, Odis was well aware that this was the behavior of encountering a middle-order extraordinary being. If he encountered a demigod, such as a puppet, they would likely be turned to the side. At this point, Odis prepared to further improve the extraordinary puppets by setting up a one-click shutdown function. If a demigod were to seize control of the extraordinary puppets, Odis could instantly shut them down. Moreover, Odis felt that this matter was urgent, because he felt that once he became a demigod, he would definitely encounter some demigod-level opponents, and it would be too late to make changes then. As Odis was lost in thought and about to get into the carriage, Longzil came to report, another clerk has died. Odis was not surprised by this. Which one died? Corey, Longzil said, was killed by another female clerk, Roxanne. Roxanne said that Corey struck first in the previous fight, and she had no choice but to retaliate. Odis paused for a moment. He had hired 3 clerks in Asara, 2 men and 1 woman. One of them, Neil, had been killed by Bernadette in the assassination attempt early yesterday morning. Odis estimated that the other two clerks were also informants for other organizations, but Roxanne's actions made it impossible for him to distinguish which one was the informant for the Rose School. Corey may have been an informant for the Rose School, and he inadvertently exposed himself during a previous assassination attempt, leading to his death at the hands of Roxanne. But it's also possible that Roxanne killed Corey simply to cover up her own identity as an informant for the Rose School. However, one thing is certain, Roxanne is not an ordinary woman, or rather, Odis does not believe that a single heartbreak would suddenly transform Roxanne into an assassin. After a slight pause, Odis said, "Give Roxanne a bonus of 200 sassins to recognize her bravery." 200 sassins is roughly equivalent to 40 pounds. Long Zeldin immediately understood that Odis was preparing to observe further. If Roxanne was indeed the spy of the Rose School, then she was only doing this to protect herself. She would likely escape at the first opportunity, and it wouldn't be too late to intercept and kill her then. However, for Odis, the most important role of these three informants was to let him know that there were probably several hostile extraordinary organizations, or rather, extraordinary organizations that were interested in him, that knew he was about to take up his post in Watai state and had the ability to organize an assassination attempt against him in a short period of time. The result was 3 answers. 2 have emerged so far, one is Fenneport's military, and the other is the Rose School. As for the third extraordinary organization that wanted to kill him, Odis guessed it was either the Moor's Penitentiary or the Iron Cross, with the former being more likely, since he knew very well that several pillars were already looking for him. Odis believed that he had only killed a Sequence 6 member of the Iron Blood Cross, which was not a deep-seated hatred, so he thought the Moor's Penitentiary was more likely to be the culprit. Whether Roxanne was an informant for the Moor's Penitentiary or not was no longer important to Odis, since she would most likely face another assassination attempt from the Moor's Penitentiary soon anyway. After dealing with Roxanne's matter, Odis boarded the carriage and ordered them to continue their journey. Bernadette, who had been sitting in the carriage, glanced at Odis. "You already have 3 level 1 sealed artifacts, right?" Odis then recalled that Bernadette had been by his side when he obtained these 3 level 1 sealed artifacts, and he smiled and nodded, "Yes." Bernadette hummed in agreement and said nothing more. She only recalled that she also had a level 1 sealed artifact when she was at Sequence 5, but those sealed artifacts were all given to her by her father. During the rest of the journey, Odis took a break to enter the wilderness of knowledge and glanced at the level 1 sealed artifact that he had just captured. The negative effects were similar to his previous guesses. He tried to seal it with knowledge wilderness and made the sealed object well-behaved. Even if Odis didn't have enough luck, he could safely use the sealed object for 3 minutes. As for the main abilities of the sealed artifact, there are 2. One is to imbue inanimate objects with sentience, turning them into the holder's puppets. The other is to emit a shriek that can attack spirits. After naming it the puppet dagger, Odis returned to the real world. That noon, while the group was eating and resting, Odis praised Roxanne in front of everyone. Roxanne looked very excited and said she would definitely be loyal to the governor. To be precise, she couldn't help but be excited. In the entire team, Long Zaire and the soldiers were all subordinates of the governor, and the beautiful lady was a friend of the governor. She was the only outsider. Given the opportunity to demonstrate her loyalty, she naturally wanted to do so. After lunch, Odis kept his promise and granted Longzel the extraordinary trait of sheriff. Similarly, right after drinking the potion, Long Zaire felt that the sheriff's potion had been completely digested. In the 2 assassination attempts that Odis had encountered before, Longzel didn't help much in the one against Fenneport, but he performed well in the assassination attempt against the Rose School that happened this morning, and the merits he accumulated were roughly equivalent to the sum of the extraordinary characteristics of arbitrator and sheriff. A Sequence 5 can easily earn low sequence merits in missions. Odis then promised, "You can start collecting supplementary materials for the interrogator now. As long as your condition allows, you can be promoted first, and the merits can be made up later." Long Zaire smiled and said, "Okay." Although they encountered an assassination attempt in the morning, it did not affect their itinerary. That evening, they arrived at a small town with a hotel to rest as planned. During dinner, Odis and the others noticed that almost everyone else in the restaurant was watching them. These must be spies sent by the state of Watai. Odis didn't take them too seriously and continued to eat and rest as usual. That night, Odis and his party were not attacked or anything strange happened. Odis rested and continued their journey the next day. We finally arrived in Watai City at around 10 a.m. A dozen or so people were waiting on the edge of the city to welcome the new governor. Longzel got off the carriage and asked around, only to find out that they were all staff members of the state government, as well as a bishop of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Odis got off the carriage and first went to chat with Bishop Cassie, who was in charge of missionary work in the province of Vauhaus. After a brief chat, Bishop Casey left, citing other work to attend to. Under normal circumstances, it would be unusual for a bishop to greet an administrative official, but because of Odis's special circumstances, Archbishop Douglas sent several telegrams requesting Bishop Cassie to fully support Odis's work in Watai. That's why Bishop Casey came to greet the new governor. His presence here was tantamount to demonstrating the attitude of the Church of Knowledge. After seeing the bishop off, Odis asked the officials, is the state government still functioning normally? Yes, one of the state government officials, who was in his 30s and looked rather amiable, replied. It has always been the self-governing council that has helped the state government maintain normal operations. Odis said, oh, indicating that she understood. The implication was that during the period without a governor, the self-governing council had been paying their salaries. So now the state government is the state government of the self-governing council, not the state government of Remmberg. Odis seemed not to have grasped the other person's underlying meaning and asked the official who had just answered, what is your position? Police chief, the other person replied with a smile, my name is Wells. In the absence of a governor, the police chief, who is responsible for maintaining order, is the most powerful figure in Watai city. As he spoke, he glanced at the hundreds of soldiers Odis had brought, silently assessing the new governor's strength in his mind. Very good, Odis said. Introduce your colleagues. The remaining officials include those in charge of finance, agriculture, commerce, and so on. They are all key officials responsible for maintaining the operation of the state government. However, their current administrative power is probably only within Watai city, and most of the officials there actually have little real power. Odis said to Wells, take me to the state government. Wells immediately said, please follow my carriage. No, Odis said, we'll walk. Wells paused for a moment, then forced a smile and said, it's quite a long way. Odis frowned, I came all the way from Salatha without saying a word. Wells had no choice but to say, well, all right then. Even though he was already working for the self-governing association, the governor was still his official direct superior. This is why officials still come to greet the new governor after learning that he has taken office. Although most of their positions are now nominal, they can still receive a decent salary in Vote State. The newly appointed governor has the power to remove them from office, so it's important to give them face. Odis didn't say anything about this power of personnel appointment and dismissal, but he made up his mind that if he built up enough power in the future, only provincial officials could appoint and dismiss key state officials, and governors would only have the right to make suggestions. However, for Odis now, this system is still quite good, as it can guarantee him sufficient power in Watai city. Odis led the way, strolling into the city streets. There were quite a few pedestrians on the somewhat dilapidated streets, and if you ignored the fear on their faces when they saw Wells, everything seemed normal. Odis smiled and said, the security here is quite good. I thought there would be a lot of gang members on the streets. Thank you for your hard work, Chief. Wells replied with a smile, since we're doing the job of maintaining public order, of course we have to do our best. Odis nodded and suddenly asked, why didn't the members of the self-governing council come to greet us? Wilston paused for a moment before finding an excuse. Today the autonomous council has an important meeting. They were actually discussing their attitude towards the new governor. Originally, they planned to concentrate their efforts on dealing with the new governor, and at worst, they would scare him away with assassination or kill him directly. However, after learning that Bishop Casey had personally come to greet them, the council's attitude softened considerably. In the preceding years, no matter how the nobles and merchants seized the opportunity to compete for profits, and no matter how brutally the bandits ruled over some areas of Watai Prefecture, they dared not touch the interests of the church. Because they are well aware that there is an agreement between the church and the government that the church will not interfere in secular affairs under normal circumstances, but if the interests of the church are harmed, the church will definitely take action. These bandits and nobles knew very well that they were as weak as ants in the face of the church. The arrival of Bishop Casey made the members of the self-governing council wonder if the new governor was recommended by the Church of Knowledge. If so, assassination would be out of the question. So they held an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. Upon hearing Welsh's reply, Odis said, take me to where they are meeting. Wells gave an awkward smile. This isn't quite right. As he spoke, he quickly winked at the officials behind him, signaling them to inform the members of the self-governing association. Odis then looked at Longzel beside him, who immediately understood and said to the extraordinary puppets, holding semi-automatic rifles, load. With a synchronized clatter, several semi-automatic rifles were loaded at the same time. Odis smiled and said, their marksmanship is excellent. If I want to kill someone within 100 meters, they can kill them for me. The officials all trembled, and none of them dared to slip away. Odis then looked at Wells and said coldly, lead the way. Yes, yes, yes. Wells immediately realized that the new governor was not someone to be trifled with. Under the watchful eyes of Longzel and others, the officials boarded a carriage and led the way for Odis. Soon, they arrived at a tall building with state guards at the entrance and state guards patrolling the courtyard. The carriage stopped in front of the courtyard gate. Odis exchanged glances with the sentries before saying to Wells, you go first. Wells smiled wryly and said, the state guards won't let us in. Odis said nothing, but took the gun holster from Longzel and tied the bag to his waist. Wells had no choice but to bite the bullet and go forward, but to his surprise, the sentry on guard acted as if he didn't see them and let them in. The soldiers patrolling the courtyard glanced at Odis and then continued their patrols, making no attempt to stop them. This immediately terrified Wilston. Had these soldiers been bribed by the new governor? When did this happen? Did the lords know? In fact, Odis hypnotized them by making eye contact with them. These people are mostly ordinary people, with only a few low-sequence, extraordinary individuals. Odis used the dream bracelet to hypnotize them almost instantly, and they would be ignored for the next few minutes. Odis had no intention of playing political games with these people. Instead, he planned to crush them with sheer force. Odis would be delighted if they were to use force. Just as everyone entered the courtyard, Odis felt as if there was someone behind him, but when he turned around, he saw nothing. However, Odis soon realized that Bernadette's invisible servant had followed them. He knew Bernadette wouldn't miss the chance to watch the show. Arriving at the meeting room door, Odis kicked it open. Glug. The double doors slammed against the wall. Inside the spacious conference room, a dozen or so members of the self-governing association looked at the doorway in surprise. When they saw the unfamiliar young man, and the officials and soldiers in uniform behind him, they were even more surprised, because they had a vague idea that this man should be the new governor. Their surprise stemmed from the odd fact that the guards hadn't stopped the new governor, or even informed them of the situation. Seated at the head of the table, an elderly man in his 50s, with slightly graying temples but well-maintained and without any wrinkles on his face, stood up and asked, "Who are you?" "Odis Gard," Odis said calmly. Then, feigning ignorance, he asked, "Who are you?" "David Darnell. He is the current president of the Self-Governing Council, Baron Darnell." Odis said casually, "Nice to meet you." Then he continued, "I heard you have an important meeting today, so I'm here to inform you, because of the governor's arrival, the Autonomous Association's mission has ended, and it is officially dissolved from today onwards. If such gatherings occur again, they will be defined as illegal gatherings." Before the members of the Self-Governing Council could say anything, Wells and the other officials gasped in shock. They originally thought the new governor was just there to show off his authority to the members of the Self-Governing Association, but instead he was going to dissolve the association. This sent chills down their spines. They felt like the sky was about to fall. The members of the Self-Governing Council were initially surprised, and one of them smiled and said, "Mr. Governor, you may not be familiar with the situation in Watai State. Without the Self-Governing Council..." Bang. Without a word, Odis drew his flaming arrow from his holster and shot the member in the head. Glug. The body lay slumped on the conference table, convulsing, blood flowing across the surface. Holding a gun in one hand, Odis asked the members of the Self-Governing Council with some confusion, "Sorry, I didn't quite hear what he said." Wells thought to himself, "Didn't you hear me clearly? Why did you still fire?" Chapter 352, Chapter 351 Inviting guests, beheading, taking in dogs. There are also extraordinary individuals among the members of the Self-Governing Council, but their highest sequence is only sequence 7. At this moment, Odis shot and killed a member of the Self-Governing Council with a single shot. After a brief moment of surprise, they all showed anger and stood up one by one, ready to attack. Odis, however, continued to provoke them, "Are you deaf? What did this person lying on the table just say?" Just as the members of the council were about to take action, Baron Darnell suddenly said, "He just said that we obey the governor's orders." Odis then smiled and said, "So he supports me. I'm sorry, I fired too early. Next time I'll make sure you finish what you're saying." Wells, who was following behind Odis, twitched his lips. "He's already dead, is there going to be a next time?" The other members of the Self-Governing Association looked at the president, not understanding why he had responded in this way. Odis immediately put away his gun. "I want to form a state legislature. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, representatives of nobles, bandits, and merchants will all come to the state government to discuss the formation of the legislature." Everyone was taken aback, but then they realized that this governor was not a brainless young man. He wanted to turn the Self-Governing Council into a state legislature. However, this change must be made at the governor's behest. Specifically, the Self-Governing Council has no subordinate relationship with the governor, but the newly formed state legislature, while protecting everyone's rights, must obey the governor's orders. Of course, this is theoretically how the new governor's plan works, but the members of the Self-Governing Council all laughed when they heard this, because as long as they have the status of state legislators, they will still be the actual rulers of Watai. As Odis walked out, he said, "Excuse me, everyone. See you tomorrow." After the new governor came downstairs, the members of the Self-Governing Council looked at Baron Darnell, the chairman. The Baron said calmly, "Didn't you notice that he was deliberately trying to provoke you? I got some vague information from Bishop Casey. This new governor is a very powerful extraordinary being. If you had dared to make a move just now, he would have killed you all." Everyone shivered and rushed to the window to look out into the courtyard. At this moment, Odis led his men into the courtyard, and the State Guard patrol ignored them and let them out. Unlike Wells's officers, most of them had experienced some extraordinary battles and did not believe that the soldiers had defected. Now they believe that the new governor is truly a remarkable and extraordinary person. At this point, they looked at each other, and finally one of them asked, "Are you going tomorrow?" Most members remained silent, as they were merely representatives, with the exception of a few individuals such as Baron Darnell, and did not have the authority to make such a significant decision. After a few seconds of silence in the meeting room, one member suddenly said, "It's still uncertain whether the new governor will be able to stay in Watai City tomorrow." Those around immediately understood what the other person meant and all looked at the corpse lying face down on the table. That was Edmund's cousin, the commander of the State Guard. Edmund was also a powerful, extraordinary being. His cousin had been killed, so he was bound to seek revenge on the new governor. Even if the new governor is very powerful, he only has a few hundred men, and he will likely be driven out by state guards who outnumber him several times over. At this moment, Odis and the others returned to the carriage. This time, Odis sat in the same carriage as Wells and learned from Wells about the faction represented by the person he had killed that day. Odis smiled and said, "The opportunity to establish your authority has arrived." Wells, standing to the side, swallowed hard. He sensed the new governor's power and began to waver, wondering if he should quickly pledge allegiance to him. However, he hesitated for a long time and still did not express his loyalty. Because Baron Darnell and his family have been the elite of this land for generations, their status is deeply ingrained in the hearts of everyone in this land. The state government building is a dilapidated office building, and the yard is not very big. In some places, weeds have even grown. Compared to the building where the self-governing council used to hold meetings, it's like the difference between a mansion and a slum. State government staff were all waiting at the door to greet them. After giving them a brief greeting, Odis asked Wells as she walked inside, "Whose property does the self-governing council building belong to?" "I'm not entirely sure myself," Wells replied vaguely. "I only know that it belongs to the self-governing association." Odis hummed in agreement, then asked, "Who's in charge of the state government's hospitality arrangements?" A middle-aged woman following behind stepped forward and said, "Governor, I am the administrator. Clean up the state government meeting room for tomorrow's reception of the self-governing council members," Odis said. "Also, arrange accommodation and meals for me and my entourage. Give everyone half a day off this afternoon, but be prepared that we may have to work overtime tonight." Everyone was stunned, not understanding why the governor would make such an arrangement. But before they could say anything, Odis continued, "When I came here, the high-ranking officials made a promise to me that the provincial government would give me a large sum of money as soon as I took office. From now on, the salaries of state government employees will be uniformly paid by the state government." Upon hearing this, smiles gradually appeared on everyone's faces, and they felt that working overtime in the evening wasn't such a bad idea. They didn't believe the new governor would lie about such a thing, because he would certainly need some subordinates to get things done, and the soldiers he brought were clearly incapable of handling administrative work. The best way is to bribe them with money and get them to keep working. The governor's official residence is not far from the state government building. It is just as dilapidated as the state government building, and some of the houses in the yard have been rented out by unknown people. Odis did not pursue the matter further, and generously paid out of his own pocket to refund the tenants double the rent, asking them to move out by nightfall. This is for their own good, because it has become very dangerous here since the new governor moved in. After settling in, Odis looked at the worn-out furniture in her room and called over the clerk, Roxanne, asking her to purchase a batch of new bed sheets, pillows, tableware, and other supplies, and to replace some of the really dilapidated furniture. When Odis left Asara, he went to the bank to exchange 1,000 pounds for 5,000 sassons. After arriving in Watai, he discovered that there were just too many places where he needed to spend money. Although the place was a bit run-down, it was very spacious. Odis had a separate restaurant where he and Bernadette ate lunch together. Odis glanced around and said, "It needs to be renovated." "Sigh, such a big house, even a simple renovation would cost 2,000 or 3,000 pounds. Bernadette took a sip of soup. "When I came here, I noticed that the people here looked alright, so they probably don't go hungry often. But their clothes were tattered, their houses and shops looked dilapidated, and most of the streetlights were broken." She put down her spoon and said, "This place is really too poor. Are you planning to pay for the initial investment and expenses yourself?" "Of course not," Odis laughed. "Someone will send money soon." Bernadette was taken aback. "You're not planning to auction off your state legislator seat, are you?" Odis was about to say, "How could I use such low-level methods?" But he felt that it was inappropriate to say it that way, so he paused briefly and then said, "I just think the self-governing council's office building is quite good. The state government can work there in the future." Bernadette looked at Odis. "You're planning to rob me?" "Don't put it so harshly," Odis laughed. "They were donating voluntarily, they were so kind that I couldn't refuse." Bernadette leaned back in her chair, somewhat puzzled as to what Odis was up to. However, she did not ask any further questions, because for some dramas, the most exciting moment is when the truth is revealed. After chatting for a few more minutes, Odis went to the state government to officially begin his work. Bernadette's invisible servants remained close to Odis, watching the show while also protecting her. Odis was already used to this and just did what he was supposed to do. At this point, only Odis and a few others remained in the state government building. All the other staff members had been given leave. Just as Odis had predicted, around 3 p.m., a force of several hundred state guards surrounded the state government building. Having anticipated this, Long Zayer immediately commanded the extraordinary puppet to enter combat mode, confronting the enemy at the gate of the state government compound. Odis looked at the densely packed state government members on the street, and then at the rooftops in the distance, where many people were watching. He smiled as if talking to himself, or as if addressing an invisible servant. The audience has arrived. At that moment, the state guards at the state government building suddenly stepped back a short distance, and Commander Edmund's adjutant stepped forward, indicating that he wanted to talk to the new governor. Odis met with the other party in the governor's office. As soon as they met, Odis did not stand on ceremony and asked coldly, "If I remember correctly, the Constitution of Remmberg stipulates that the governor is the supreme commander of the state guard. I don't recall giving any orders to bring the state guard here." The adjutant paused for a moment before saying, "We're just here to be inspected by the governor." Odis said, "I have finished my inspection, and in my opinion, even a pack of dogs would be more competent than you. All right, you can get out of here now." The adjutant, not yet 30, barely suppressed his anger. "There's one more thing." Odis thought to himself, after all these years of turmoil, none of the officials who survived in Watai are fools. He had already acted as arrogantly as possible today. If this were at sea, he would have already exceeded the pirates' tolerance. But there are still quite a few people here who are able to endure it. The adjutant took another deep breath before his tone returned to normal. "We are here to arrest the murderer who killed the state guard officer, and we hope you will hand him over." Odis remarked that state guard commander is no simpleman either. Clearly, given the unclear situation, he doesn't intend to completely sever ties with the new governor. But this matter can't be ignored, so they hope to hand over an insignificant person as a scapegoat and let it go. Odis, however, thought it would be appropriate to hand over the clerk Roxanne, who was highly suspected. But after thinking about it for a moment, he still felt that he needed to establish his authority today so that things would go more smoothly in the future. So Odis simply said, "I now declare that the state guard has illegally assembled and is attempting to attack the state government. Governor Odis Gard has determined that the state guard is an illegal organization and has ordered its immediate disbandment." The adjutant opened his mouth, recalled the conversation, and confirmed that he had exercised great restraint and had no intention of provoking the new governor. But is this governor crazy? Why is he reacting like this? But the adjutant quickly realized what was happening and said seriously, "I will convey your message." Odis grunted and waved his hand, indicating that the other party could leave. Then, without giving the commander of the state guard any time to react, he ordered the extraordinary puppet to shout through a megaphone, "Governor Odis Gard orders the state guard to be an illegal organization and to be disbanded immediately. In 3 minutes, we will launch an attack on the state guard. Anyone wearing a state guard uniform is our target." Odis clearly saw the astonishment of the state guard members, as well as the surprised expressions on the faces of the people standing on the rooftops in the distance. He smiled to himself and thought, being extraordinary has its advantages. If I didn't have extraordinary power, with just a few people like me, it would be almost like courting death to do such a thing. By noon, the extraordinary puppet had been re-equipped with heavy weapons, but it was not equipped with the portable spirit wave cannon. A few shots from that thing could very well wipe Watai City off the map. Odis intended to establish his own power here, not to massacre the city. At this point, the enraged state guard members fired first at the extraordinary puppet. Da-da-da-da-da. The extraordinary puppet, who was already holding a machine gun, immediately opened fire on the state guard members in the street. State guard members fell one after another, and only then did they realize what was happening and scrambled to find cover. The state guard also had machine guns and cannons. However, it is obviously not possible to use cannons in urban areas. The state guards then opened fire with their machine guns, and the extraordinary puppet quickly took cover behind a wall. The state guard commander, Edmund, realized this was a good opportunity and immediately ordered his men to charge. Edmund believed that although the governor's guards had heavy firepower, they were only a small number of men, and once they entered the courtyard, they could be quickly overwhelmed. Just as the soldiers rushed closer, several huge grenades flew out from inside. The junior commander at the front simply shouted a warning to his soldiers to be careful of the grenades. The soldiers, being experienced in combat, did not charge in a swarm, but instead formed a dispersed formation, giving them enough space to avoid the grenade explosions. Or rather, there is enough space to avoid the explosion of a regular grenade. Boom. Boom. As the massive grenades exploded one by one, the street in front of the state government building was transformed into a living hell after the intense flames subsided, with limbs, entrails, and flesh scattered everywhere. Then some survivors who were farther away from the explosion center screamed in agony. They too had been seriously injured or severely burned. Edmund, who was in command at the rear, was in a state of confusion for a moment. Not only him, but also the adjutant of the State Guard and several other officers, as well as the spies from other forces on the roof, were stunned. Amazed that the new governor's subordinates threw a grenade or a cannonball. Even artillery shells don't have that much power, do they? When the extraordinary puppet picked up a machine gun and started firing again at the doorway, Edmund suddenly snapped back to reality. Retreat. Retreat now. Without him even shouting, the members of the State Guard ran faster than rabbits, and the hundreds of men scattered instantly. The extraordinary puppet immediately gave chase, with the machine gunner firing in front and the extraordinary puppet, armed with a semi-automatic rifle, following behind to provide follow-up fire. Edmund immediately moved to the back of the group and gestured towards the extraordinary puppets, twisted. Whether it was machine gun bullets or semi-automatic rifle bullets, they all deviated from their original trajectories and hit the walls on both sides of the street. The commander of the State Guard knew very well that in the chaotic state of Vought, his soldiers were his greatest asset. Only by having enough soldiers could he have a voice. The brief exchange just now resulted in the deaths of over 100 soldiers, but it hasn't affected his overall strength or status yet. But it was uncertain what would happen if his men continued to die, so he simply covered the rear for his soldiers himself. Seeing this, Odis kicked open the office window and flew out of the second-floor office. Seeing this, Ronzel, who was about to rush up to fight Edmund, immediately raised his hand, ordering the extraordinary puppets to stop firing. Odis had already realized that the commander of the State Guard was a Sequence 6, corrupted baron, who could kill him with 2 lightning bolts from the Catastrophe Scepter. However, Odis did not choose to do that. Instead, he drew the Staff of Gus and condensed star sand at the head of the staff, forming a straight sword that shone with starlight. He wants to defeat Edmund head-on, which would be the most impactful approach for the local powers. When Edmund saw the new governor taking action himself, his expression immediately turned serious, because the weapon in the new governor's hand looked very advanced, indicating that he must be a very difficult enemy to deal with. He kicked a severed limb at the new governor, completing the bribery, and then used the classic lawyer approach, weaken. The informants around them were completely focused, not daring to even blink. Many of them had seen the State Guard commander fight others. Usually, as long as he used the weakening ability, the commander's enemies would become very weak, and Edmund could win relatively easily. But the new governor did not seem to have weakened. He wielded a straight sword with a dazzling starlight and thrust it at Edmund, forcing the governor of the State Guard to dodge in a rather awkward manner. At that moment, Odis's straight sword suddenly lengthened and stabbed at Edmund again. The commander of the State Guards retreated sharply and was almost stabbed. Odis suddenly laughed and said, "You are no match for me." In fact, Odis realized this the moment he saw the commander. He said this only for the eyes and ears of those watching the battle. Edmund looked at Odis with some fear. I. Odis gave him no chance to beg for mercy. He raised his starlight straight sword, and dozens of sharp eye spikes formed in midair, piercing towards Edmund like javelins. This is a form of magic invented by Odis, not an imitation of extraordinary abilities from other sources, so it does not use the Gus staff to gather Gar runes. Or, in Odis's view, witchcraft was the only way to defeat the opponent. Edmund immediately focused his attention on distorting the trajectory of the icicles. One eye spike after another was driven into the ground, but none of them hit Edmund. However, a dazzling starlight flashed before his eyes. That was Odis's starlight straight sword. He took advantage of Edmund's dodge of the ice spikes and struck him on the neck. Edmund fell to his knees in shock, his head immediately dropping to the ground. The State Guards who were fleeing for their lives stopped in their tracks, stunned by what they saw. The informants on the rooftops with binoculars were also stunned. All along, the most powerful extraordinary person in Watai City, in their eyes, was completely powerless in front of the new governor. Odis immediately ordered, "Continue the pursuit until no one in Watai is wearing State Guard uniforms anymore." The extraordinary puppets raised their guns again, and the State Guard adjutant who had just spoken with Odis quickly took off his hat and began to remove his uniform. The others immediately understood and began to follow suit. After they took off their coats and trousers, the governor's guard soldiers did not continue the pursuit, and they left the area in fear. After Odis acquired Edmund's extraordinary qualities, he said to Longzel, "Go and inform the state government officials and staff to return to work. Let them clean this place up. Remember, let them clean it up, don't interfere. Also, have someone fix my window." In Odis's view, these corpses still had some value. Afterwards, Odis saw the astonishment of the state officials through the window of his residence, as they vomited and cleaned up the severed limbs on the ground. Bernadette, who was standing nearby, commented, "The effect of establishing authority is quite good." "SOSO," Odis laughed. "It would be better if the commander could have lasted a few more rounds." Bernadette glanced at Odis before saying, "This is, after all, a small town. It's already quite good if an official extraordinary has a sequence 6. Odis grunted in agreement. According to some intelligence he had obtained, the commander of the State Guard was originally a sequence 7, but it seemed that he had only recently had the opportunity to be promoted to sequence 6. Before Odis arrived, besides Edmund, the only other person here was a sequence 6 member of the Church of Knowledge. This is also why Odis would choose to come to the western provinces without any pressure, because a sequence 5 here can basically crush the extraordinary beings here. Among those bandit troops, there might be sequence 5 sent by other countries. However, for Odis, 1 or 2 sequence 5s posed no threat. In the large conference room of the Self-Governing Association, a dozen or so members of the Self-Governing Association sat there, but none of them spoke. At this point, another Baron, Devin Dempsey, said, "Since you dare not express any opinions, I will speak first. I will send someone to talk to the new governor." A member of the Self-Governing Association sitting to his left reminded him, "He said you should go, not that you should send someone." "I'll send someone to talk to him first and ask him what he really means." Devin said nonchalantly, "You may be afraid of him, but I'm not. No matter how powerful he is, would he dare to kill me and Baron Darnell?" Darnell cleared his throat in exasperation, not understanding why old Baron Dempsey would allow such a fool to inherit the title. Darnell had no choice but to say, "I will send my son, and Dick will be the one to go." That was Darnell's family heir, and in his view, this already showed great importance to the new governor. Moreover, this arrangement provides a buffer should there be any disagreements with the new governor. The reason he attaches so much importance to this is mainly because the new governor has both a background in the Church of Knowledge and is very powerful. If the new governor had met only one of these two conditions, he wouldn't have reacted this way. Now that both conditions have been met, it means that the Church intends to intervene in the affairs of Western Reynoldsburg without violating its agreement with the royal family. Although they were nobles from a small town, they still possessed the necessary vision and perspective. Then Baron Darnell said to the other members, "I suggest you all go too." After learning of the president's attitude, the other members all nodded slowly. So early the next morning, most of the members of the Self-Governing Association came to the state government by horse-drawn carriage. As they passed the gates of the state government compound, they could still vaguely see bloodstains and deep craters from the explosion. However, the deep pits have been filled with new soil, and the bloodstains on the ground have been covered up as much as possible, but some traces can still be seen. Long Zaire, who was in charge of security, didn't think much of it as the members of the self-governing associations came in, but the state government officials and staff were very excited. Before Odis arrived, the members of the self-governing council were the true rulers of Watai City. Normally, it was the state government officials who went to the self-governing council's office building to report on their work. Unexpectedly, they also came to the state government's conference room today. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Odis leisurely arrived at the conference room. After closing the door, he looked at the dozen or so people in the room and asked, "Please introduce yourselves first." He was accompanied by Bernadette's invisible servants. The members of the self-governing council remained silent. Yesterday, they hadn't felt any pressure meeting the new governor, but after what happened with the state guard yesterday, they suddenly felt a lot of pressure today. As he spoke, Odis sat down in the chair at the head of the table and glanced at the people before him. "Speak." Then everyone began to introduce themselves one by one. Among them were two representatives sent by the Baron. One was the eldest son of Baron Darnell, and the other was the personal valet of Baron Dempsey. In addition, there were 5 local representatives, who were actually representatives of 5 bandit groups. 3 of them were sent by the leaders of the 3 largest bandit groups, while the other 2 were representatives jointly elected by other smaller bandit groups. There were also 5 business representatives, most of whom were men of the 2 barons and mainly operated some monopolistic industries in the state of Vote. After everyone introduced themselves, they all looked at Odis, waiting for him to talk about the state legislature. Odis looked them over before saying, "I want to build a train station in Watai City and construct a railway from here to Salotha City." Everyone was stunned for a moment, then showed expressions of surprise. Weren't we supposed to be discussing state legislature matters? Why are we suddenly talking about the train station? Their surprise stemmed from the fact that Vote State had long desired to have its own train station, but due to the mountainous terrain, building a railway would require excavating numerous tunnels, making the railway, which was only a few dozen kilometers long, extremely expensive, thus preventing its completion. The new governor, however, immediately vowed to build the railway, and from what he said, the preliminary work seemed to be almost done, as if construction could begin tomorrow. At the same time, they didn't quite understand what this had to do with the state legislature. Seeing everyone's expressions, Odis knew that his words had achieved the desired effect, completely disrupting all their preparations. Odis continued, "Asara will invest part of the cost of building this railway. The boxes I brought contain the first investment, but we will still need to raise the rest ourselves." Everyone nodded slowly, agreeing that this was a very reasonable point, but they didn't know how much they would have to raise themselves. Bernadette, who was using invisible servants to monitor the meeting, thought to herself, "Isn't this just like auctioning off state legislators? But then she realized, wait a minute, wasn't this railway Odis's own idea to build? When did Asara say she would fund it? It was only then that she realized this was just one part of Odis's plan. Over in the conference room, Odis continued, the state legislature has 2 hereditary seats. He glanced at the 2 men sent by the nobles, and these are hereditary seats that will be recognized by the Remmberg government. As long as you are willing to contribute 300,000 sassons during the construction of the railway, these 2 seats will be yours. 300,000 sassons is equivalent to 60,000 pounds. The personal valet hadn't quite grasped the new governor's meaning yet, but Baron Darnell's son, Dick, had already gasped and then immediately became excited. Since the reforms of the Remmberg government, the 2 barons in Watai have been far removed from the center of power. Although Baron Darnell seized the opportunity to establish an autonomous council and regain control of Watai, the council is not an organization recognized by the Remmberg government and cannot be dissolved at will. Hereditary seats in the state legislature are essentially a ticket back to the power center of Watai state, and they are willing to pay not just 300,000, but 600,000. Dick had no doubt about Odis's promise of a hereditary seat. His father had spoken with him seriously about the new governor the day before, a judgment he made based on the Church of Knowledge's attitude toward the new governor and his own abilities. But Dick couldn't make such a big decision on his own, so he said, Governor, please allow me to discuss it with my father. Odis frowned, looked at the other noble representative, and asked knowingly, you can't make the decision either, can you? The other person paused for a moment, then said, huh? Ah. Yes, I can't make that decision either. Snap. Odis slammed his hand on the table, causing a section of the massive conference table to collapse, startling the other members. Then Odis pointed at the 2 noble representatives and said, get out. Dick smiled and said, Governor, please don't be angry. The main problem is that we didn't know you were talking about building a train station and railway. Odis sneered and said, I'll give you one last chance. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, still here, have someone from your family who can make the decisions come. Otherwise, I would assume you have given up the hereditary seat. Yes, yes, yes. Dick quickly got up and walked out, wanting to discuss this matter with his father as soon as possible. The personal male servant also went out to report the situation to his master. After a few seconds of silence in the meeting room, Odis looked at the 5 local representatives. If I'm not mistaken, you can't make the decision either, can you? He continued, I still have 8 legitimate seats in the state legislature, which I can only obtain by contributing 150,000 sassons when the railway is built. You all get back here right now and talk to your master. Also, tell them that this is their last chance. I may not be able to kill all the bandits, but it is easy to take down a few bandit leaders. If it's still you guys coming to talk to me at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, I'll twist your bandit leader's head off and use it as a football by the afternoon. No one else dared to say anything, they knew very well that the new governor most likely had the power to do so. After announcing this, Odis got up and left unhurriedly. The group looked at each other for a moment, then quickly got up and went back to report. At 10 a.m., in Baron Darnell's mansion. The 2 barons, along with several important figures from their families, were gathered in the baron's drawing room. They remained silent, waiting anxiously, some sitting and some standing. Finally, Dick strode in from outside, Asara's telegram has arrived. Since yesterday, they have been using every connection they can to find out about the new governor. At this crucial moment, the telegram finally arrived. Baron Dempsey stepped forward and asked, what does the telegram say? The new governor was personally recommended to the Remmberg government by Archbishop Douglas, Dick read from the telegram. We haven't been able to find out anything about the railway construction, but the new governor passed the written and oral exams with high marks. Moreover, it is said that the Minister of the Interior, Duke Bowen, has given the new governor some privileges, and the senior officials of Bichel have also expressed their strong support for the new governor, saying to those around them many times that the state of Vode is saved. Dick put down the telegram and looked at his father. Baron Darnell breathed a sigh of relief, my guess was right. It's definitely because the church doesn't want Watai state to continue to be in chaos that they sent such a powerful figure to Watai city. Such a person is capable of giving us a hereditary seat in parliament. Dick said, but it's about the railroad. Darnell raised his hand and said, even if this is the new governor's way of making money, I can grit my teeth and scrape together 300,000 sassons. Baron Dempsey chuckled and added, I can afford it too. The new governor's promise was something they had been dreaming of, and besides, coming up with 300,000 sassons wouldn't be too difficult for them. During lunch, at a manor in the western mountains of Watai city. This place used to be Baron Dempsey's property, used specifically for hunting, but now it has become the residence of Baron, the leader of a bandit gang. At this moment, Baron was in the basement, discussing the matter of state legislators with another bandit leader, Bruce. Baron first confirmed, you didn't report this to Mr. Eden, did you? Mr. Eden was a colonel sent by the Fenaport military to provide the bandits with the necessary weapons and training. Meanwhile, Baron and Bruce had to report their actions to this man most of the time. Of course I didn't tell him. Eden smiled helplessly. If I had told him, we definitely wouldn't have been able to go. The new governor's promise of state legislator seats was something these two gang leaders had been dreaming of. They both knew very well that they were Feniport's lackeys, and the kind of lackeys that could be abandoned at any time. They are very excited about finally having the opportunity to obtain legal status. But they still had some doubts. Bruce said, I wonder if the new governor's promise is the same as the promise made by the Remmberg government. I got some information from my conversation with Mr. Eden, Baron said. This new governor has caused Feniport a lot of trouble at sea, so a few days ago Feniport sent someone to assassinate the new governor on his way to take office. At that time, Mr. Eden asked me to send someone to act as a guide for the assassin. Yesterday, the people I sent as guides all returned, and the people of Feniport are all dead. The new governor really has the ability to take down both of us. Bruce paused for a moment. Remmberg has made up his mind to retake Watai. That's what I think too, Baron said. Otherwise, we wouldn't have sent such a capable person to Watai state. Bruce took a deep breath. The new governor is right, this is our last chance. In the governor's office in Watai City, Odis was meeting with the former adjutant of the State Guard, who was not in military uniform but dressed in the attire of an ordinary man from Remmberg. 266 former members of the State Guard are willing to pledge allegiance to the governor. Odis glanced at the other person lazily, without giving an immediate answer. I forgot to ask you yesterday, what's your name? Gerald. Odis nodded. If you're going to pledge allegiance to me, you should at least show some sincerity. The other party immediately replied, we can go out of the city to suppress the bandits. Odis waved his hand, saying, you don't need to worry about bandit suppression. He paused for a moment and then said, I happen to have something for you to do. Once it's done, I will accept your loyalty. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Odis arrived at the conference room with Gerald and a team of former state guards. Baron Darnell and others rose to greet the new governor. Odis nodded in satisfaction. This time, not only did the two barons come in person, but two of the leaders of the three large bandit groups entrenched in Watai Prefecture also came, as did most of the leaders of the smaller bandit groups. They also brought their subordinates and bodyguards, and the entire conference room was packed with people, some sitting and some standing. Odis, seated at the head of the table, asked seemingly casually, who is absent? Gerald quickly replied, Eagle, Kret. Odis smiled and said, I'll send Longzel out of the city this afternoon to suppress the bandits. Kret will probably not see the sun rise tomorrow. Both Baron and Bruce smiled, feeling they had made the right bet. Glug. The state guard suddenly closed the double doors, and Baron Darnell felt a chill run down his spine, a bad premonition creeping in. Odis glanced at Gerald, let's begin. Gerald nodded, then suddenly drew his dagger and stabbed Baron Darnell, who was closest to him, in the heart. This turn of events was so sudden that the others were caught off guard and hadn't had a chance to react. Gerald said coldly, make your move. Whoosh. The members of the Yuanzhou Guard unfastened the safety on the submachine guns they had been issued to them just yesterday and began firing at the nobles and bandits. Chapter 353, Chapter 352 The Iron-Blooded Governor. Taiwanese novel website. The high rate of fire submachine gun rapidly fires bullets. Although this gun is not as accurate as a semi-automatic rifle, it has a high rate of fire, making it more effective in confined spaces. Moreover, as long as the positioning is appropriate, there will be almost no accidental injuries. After a volley of fire from the submachine guns, most of the ordinary bandits and bodyguards were already dead, and many of the extraordinary ones were also injured. The room reeked of blood, making one want to vomit. Blood seeped out from under the door. State government officials and staff who rushed to check the situation in the corridor immediately recalled what had happened the previous afternoon. Terrified, they quickly retreated back into their rooms. Baron Darnell and his men who remained outside drew their weapons and rushed to provide support, only to be met with a barrage of fire from the extraordinary puppets, turning the state government into a battlefield. At this moment, most of the extraordinary individuals in the conference room were low-sequence members. The original State Guard members had a numerical advantage in the help of submachine guns, which was enough to hold them back temporarily. Gerald's extraordinary warriors, accompanied by the State Guards, focused on dealing with the Sequence 7s. Odis did not intend to make a move, he simply sat quietly in his chair and watched everything unfold before him. When he was in Asara, he planned to use swift and decisive measures to eliminate the local forces in Watai City. As for the seats in the state legislature, it was just a pretext he used to bring these people together. While dodging gunfire from the state guards, Baron Dempsey shouted, Governor Gar, I am the Baron of Remmberg, the master of this country. Are you going to kill me too? Don't talk nonsense. Odis immediately said seriously, as the governor, how could I harm the nobles of Remmberg? You were killed by those bandits. The two barons were ambushed by the bandits and ended up being killed by them. It sounds so satisfying. Seeing Baron Dempsey's expression turn to anger, Odis continued, don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. In less than a month, there will be no more bandits in the entire province of Watai. At that moment, Baron Dempsey was stabbed by an extraordinary member of the State Guard and fell to the ground, which was covered in blood, filled with resentment. The fierce battle lasted for more than 10 minutes, during which all the nobles and bandits in the room were killed. The battle had left Gerald and the others covered in blood, so much so that their clothes were no longer recognizable as their original color. Many members of the State Guard also died, and the remaining men were panting heavily, somewhat bewildered. The intense battle had quite an impact on their emotions, and they were momentarily unable to process what had just happened. Odis said solemnly, the State Guard will be reorganized into a security force and will once again be under the command of the state government. As you just saw, the bandits brutally murdered the 2 barons. However, the 2 barons were willing to donate all their wealth before their deaths, asking the state government to wipe out the bandits and avenge them. The first task of the security team is to bring all the property of the 2 barons to the state government, and then they will go out of the city to suppress the bandits in the afternoon. Gerald breathed a sigh of relief. This was a lucrative position. The fact that the governor was willing to give it to the newly reorganized security force meant that the governor was willing to accept the members of the security force. In Odis's view, the bandits deserved to die because they didn't treat ordinary people as human beings. The nobles also deserved to die because they didn't treat ordinary people as human beings. It was they who plunged Vote State into chaos, with many places even losing basic order. Members of the State Guard have also killed ordinary people, so they deserve to be killed as well. So Odis gave them this dirty work, letting them atone for their sins. Since they have sincerely pledged allegiance, then they can be forgiven. Of course, if they don't change their old bad habits, Odis won't be lenient. Odis paused for a moment and then said, leave the ancient fiefdoms of the 2 barons to those 2 families, and then just find 2 children to inherit the titles. Gerald immediately replied, I understand. He knew very well that this was related to the aftermath of the entire incident and that it had to be handled properly. Then Odis said to Longzil outside the door, send a telegram to the Remmberg government, saying that the situation in Watai is very complicated, and ask them to allocate some money to support it. He wasn't really asking for money, but rather reminding Duke Bowen that they had promised Odis they would raise the military funds themselves, and that while Odis's method of raising funds was a bit radical, it had at least saved face for the nobles. If the Remmberg government has objections, then ask them to allocate funds. When news of the 2 barons' deaths at the hands of bandits spread rapidly throughout Watai, the nobles and bandits who had allied with Watai turned against them and came to the state government to show their support for the new governor. Odis didn't even see them, nor did he allow Longzil to meet with them. He simply sent his clerk, Roxanne, to get a brief overview of the situation. On this day, Watai City was in chaos. Many people were filled with anxiety, and many were still running around hoping to meet the new governor. Of course, life remains difficult for most ordinary people, and the power struggles among officials seem to have little to do with them. Although it appeared chaotic, Odis had by this time become the de facto ruler of the entire city. Standing at the window of the governor's mansion, Odis and Bernadette looked at the crowd at the gate. After a few seconds of silence, Bernadette asked, what do you plan to do with these people? There's no need to deal with them, Odis said. Watai City still needs merchants, and it needs some people to fill the power vacuum at the bottom. I will not arbitrarily deal with them until a sound government system is established. However, when the time is right, some of the most heinous criminals will certainly be punished. After hearing Odis's answer, Bernadette asked again, your violent method of seizing the property of the local nobles should trigger many chain reactions. For example, more people will join in this plundering process. They may not dare to rob nobles, but they will dare to rob ordinary people. Odis smiled and said, basic security can be guaranteed, the people here are used to this kind of chaos. He paused for a moment and then said, in other places, this kind of behavior would indeed hand over leverage to others, but this is Watai State. The Remmberg government is already planning to abandon the Vote region. They'll tacitly approve of me doing a lot of things as long as I can take this state back. Of course, they will keep a detailed record of what I did, and once Watai State has fully restored order, they will treat those things as my crimes and transfer me away. Bernadette was slightly taken aback, you already guessed all this, and you still did it. Odis smiled and said, by the time they want to transfer me, it will be too late. Believe it or not, in less than 6 months, no matter where I go, I will be the governor of Watai State. Bernadette paused for a moment before saying, I believe you. Then she wondered why Odis was so adept at handling these issues, since she had never heard of him having any political experience. In fact, it was Odis's memories from the Common Era that helped him. For example, he could simply look up historical records in the wilderness of knowledge to find out how to suppress bandits. The tactic of bestowing official titles upon bandit leaders has historically proven effective. It's not that the bandit leaders were brainless, but the job was so precarious that having even a minor official position was enough to save their lives. Or rather, no one would give up a peaceful life to become a bandit leader in the deep mountains. Around 1 p.m., Gerald received new orders to personally lead a team of 50 security personnel to assist Longzil in suppressing bandits outside the city. The reward for this mission is 20 submachine guns. When Odis ordered Gerald to kill nobles and bandits, he provided 20 submachine guns. The powerful firepower of the submachine guns has been unanimously recognized by the members of the security team, and they also made a small fortune while confiscating the nobles' property, so they have no objection to the governor's arrangement. Most of the weapons designed by Odis were extraordinary, only the semi-automatic rifle and the submachine gun were considered normal weapons. This is because these two types of firearms have simple structures, and using a normal design is more cost-effective than using an extraordinary design. Moreover, the manufacturing process is not difficult, making it a product that Odis envisioned as an export product. Now that Odis has started small batch production of spirit storage crystals, the problem of extraordinary machine guns having rest periods has been solved. Therefore, Odis will continue to use the extraordinary design approach for those weapons with high firepower. After gathering at the designated location, Gerald and the others were surprised to find that Ronzel had only brought 60 or 70 subordinates with him. Gerald cautioned, Mr. Ronzel, the Kret we're dealing with reportedly has 4,000 or 5,000 men, of whom more than 1,000 are elite. The so-called elite force refers to the bandit army that is fully equipped with weapons from the Republic of Intis and has received formal training. These bandits were as good as, or even better than, the security forces. The reason why the bandits were unwilling to attack Watai city before was simply because the commander of the State Guard was a Sequence 6, while the bandit leaders were only Sequence 7. Gerald knew that Ronzel was a very powerful extraordinary, and his soldiers were also well trained, but with only a little over 100 men including the security force, it sounded like a joke to deal with thousands of enemies. Long Zaire said, you just need to lead the way, and you don't need to worry about the rest. Now I command, advance at a run. The members of the security team were all very uneasy. They had previously wondered if they would be used as cannon fodder, but now that they realized how few people were in this operation, they were certain that they would most likely be used as cannon fodder. However, after leaving the city for a while, they didn't have time to think about such things, because the members of the Governor's Guard were in such good physical condition that they ran for half an hour without even breaking a sweat. After running for more than half an hour, at Gerald's repeated requests, Longzel finally agreed to rest for 10 minutes. Many members of the security team were so exhausted that they lay down on the ground and gasped for breath. Long Zaire frowned, forget it, those who can't hold on can slowly follow behind. Then he asked Gerald, you're not going to give up either, are you? At this point, Gerald was certain that Ronzel did not intend to use him and the security team members as cannon fodder, otherwise he would not have let them go so easily. Gerald quickly replied, I can handle it. Long Zaire said, then you will lead the way, but the other members should catch up as soon as possible. I understand. Gerald quickly made arrangements, telling the members who were not physically fit to catch up later, while he led a dozen or so members with better physical strength to continue leading the way. Running along like this, around 4 p.m., they could already see the town built by Kret's forces on the mountainside in the distance. Those were wooden buildings constructed after Kret's power rose to prominence, and after continuous expansion in recent years, they have grown to the size of a small town. The town is located in a place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Although it is not very steep, and several regiments of troops can be easily deployed, once you get close, there is a natural mountain wall that provides a barrier like a city wall. It can be said that by placing a few machine guns in key positions, the attack of several regiments could be repelled. However, Long Zaire brought a portable spirit wave cannon. After he felt that the distance was about right, he ordered the extraordinary puppet to assemble the portable spirit wave cannon. Gerald and the others, who were resting on the spot, looked at the lingbow cannon with curiosity. They were all a little puzzled as to what kind of weapon had such a long range. It's still 20 or 30 kilometers from here to the town of Kret. Actually, Long Zaire fired the cannon from this position to better control the situation, otherwise, the lingbow cannon would have been able to fire long ago, given its range of 60 kilometers. After the portable spirit wave cannon was debugged, Long Zaire ordered, blow up the mountain opposite the town. While the portable spirit wave cannon could easily wipe out those small towns, the wealth accumulated by Kret and the bandits would also be wiped out. Therefore, Long Zaire's first shot was just a demonstration. The shells, like specks of light, were launched and exploded on the mountain opposite the town almost instantly. Boom. The violent explosion destroyed many wooden buildings in the town across the mountain. When the flames from the explosion disappeared, half of the mountain had vanished without a trace. The people of the town seemed to swarm like bees from a hive, suddenly appearing all over the town's streets. They didn't know what was going on, but they instinctively sensed danger, and they were all like headless flies, running around aimlessly. Keep moving forward. Long Zaire ordered. The extraordinary puppet quickly dismantled the portable spirit wave cannon, and the anti-bandit squad continued its advance. Once the extraordinary puppets had all set off, Longzel noticed Gerald and the others standing there dumbfounded. What are you waiting for? Run. Gerald and the others weren't waiting for anything, but rather they were terrified. Although they were dozens of kilometers apart, they could still feel the power of the shell. After the battle the day before yesterday, they thought that the Governor's Guard used big hand grenades and machine guns, which were already the most powerful weapons of the Governor's Guard. Only then did they realize that the Governor's Guard had not used heavy weapons at all during the previous battle. If they had used that cannon back then, hundreds of their State Guard soldiers wouldn't even know how they died. Gerald swallowed hard before quickly giving the order, run forward. A few kilometers ahead, Lonzel fired another shell, this time closer to the town of Kret. This further fueled the panic in the town, followed by sporadic gunfire, as if Kret's elite troops were maintaining order. After that, Lonzel would fire a shot every few kilometers. By the time of the third shot, even Kret's elite troops could not withstand the pressure and joined the chaotic crowd. For those who have never seen a lingbow cannon, this weapon is enough to overturn their understanding. Before this, they would never have imagined that the weapon would be so powerful. In the devastating explosion, their confidence and spirit were shattered by Long Zair's continuous pressure. Now they only had one thought left, escape. Of course, Long Zair wouldn't give them such an opportunity. Wherever most people ran, he would fire a cannon in that direction, and then the bandits would flee back in a panic, running in another direction. When Long Zair led his men to attack the town, they encountered almost no resistance. After a few shots and shouts, the bandits, who were already in a state of panic, surrendered one after another. Several extraordinary individuals among the bandits did not surrender, but only 2 of them were Sequence 7, and they were easily dealt with by Long Zair. The battle lasted only half an hour, and over 1,000 prisoners were captured. They actually had the opportunity to capture more prisoners, but they didn't need that much manpower right now, so Longzel ordered them to leave all their belongings and go. Gerald considered reminding Mr. Ronzel that it would be difficult to capture these people if they were released deep into the mountains, but then he thought that he didn't know what new weapons the new governor had. What might have been an insurmountable problem for the previous State Guard could be easily solved by the new governor. So in the end, he didn't give him a warning. Then Long Zair began to loot the town's valuables, which was their main objective for this operation. The looting was carried out by the Governor's Guard, while the security forces were responsible for guarding the prisoners. The members of the security team had no objections to this arrangement. After all, they had already plundered the noble's wealth once today. By evening, the battle was over. After interrogation, it was revealed that Eagle Kret was one of the Sequence 7s that Longzel had killed earlier. The other Sequence 7 was sent by the Intis. The bandit suppression team guarded the prisoners, stayed overnight in the town, and then escorted them back home with their spoils. These people only took the valuables that were easy to carry. There was still a large amount of grain in the town, which they couldn't take this time. They could only send a dozen or so security guards to watch over it and organize more people to move it as soon as possible. After winning the first battle against the bandits, Long Zair led his team to quickly eliminate 2 other bandit groups. Odis and Longzel were initially worried that after the leaders of the 2 bandit groups died, the bandits might rob the wealth accumulated by the leaders and escape. As a result, Mr. Eden, sent by Fenaport, helped them a great deal. He spent a lot of effort to keep the 2 bandit groups in check, and there was no looting or escape. What Odis was most concerned about, the wealth accumulated by those bandits over the years, was finally in his hands. However, because the state of Watai borders the kingdom of Fenaport, much of the wealth has already been transferred. Even so, the series of operations yielded an astonishing amount of supplies. All the large chests that Odis had brought from Asara were filled, and many valuables were simply left lying around in the corners of the rooms. Odis brought in Kinna, who was in charge of finances, and had him, along with several extraordinary puppets, count the cash and register and appraise the gold, silver, and jewels. At this point, the crisis in Vientiane state was essentially resolved. Of course, the bandit problem persists, as a large number of bandits have fled to the deep mountains, and soon someone will organize them into a new bandit army. However, this is no longer Odis's focus for the time being. His next step is to expand the security force and recruit a large number of clerks to work for the government, while dismissing many state government officials. All of these actions are aimed at making the state government more efficient. Cornell, the special envoy of Beecher, a high-ranking official in the western province, saw the mountain above the wall as he passed by the road built on the cliff, and it appeared that a large-scale collapse had occurred recently. Connor found it strange, he hadn't heard of any earthquakes in Vaudia recently. However, he didn't take it too seriously and quickly passed through the area with a few entourage. The latest novels are first published on 69 Shuba. Connor's mission this time was to deliver a commendation order from a high-ranking official to Governor Odis Gard, as well as the 20,000 assassins that the high-ranking official had previously promised. News of what had happened in Watai had reached Asara, including the deaths of the 2 barons and a telegram from Odis requesting assistance. Just as Odis had predicted, the Duke of Bowen ultimately chose to remain silent. That way, Bitchel could issue the commendation order openly and legitimately, and at the same time send someone to find out the specifics. 2 weeks after Governor Odis took office, Connor noticed while in solo tour that Watai had set up a safe station at the train station. Caravans traveling to Vientiane would be escorted free of charge by the Vientiane security forces. Connor believed that as long as these caravans did not suffer too much economic loss, the policy would surely lead to a rapid boom in commerce in Watai. Just as he was thinking this, Connor saw many people standing on both sides of the road ahead. He couldn't help but frown. He thought he had hidden his whereabouts very well, so why would anyone come to greet him? However, upon closer inspection, they discovered that the people there were not there to greet them. They seemed to be waiting for someone from the direction of Watai City. So Connor got off the carriage early and asked the people by the roadside, "Who are you waiting for?" The passerby glanced at Connor before saying, "Wait for the governor's bodyguard." Connor was taken aback. Is the captain of the guard coming to suppress bandits? Generally, when encountering a bandit suppression team, everyone should try to stay away, right? After all, it's often difficult to tell whether such a team is there to suppress bandits or to become robbers themselves. "No, it's to bring in a few robbers to be executed," another person said. This made Connor even more puzzled. Are the robbers going to be brought here to be executed? He remembered that it was about a day's journey from here to Watai City. "You look like an outsider." A middle-aged man waiting by the roadside smiled and said, "When the new governor passed through this village on his way to office, he heard that a band of bandits led by Kret had brutally murdered a family. Only an old woman was left in that family, who committed suicide out of despair. The new governor said that after the bandits of Klein were wiped out, the murderer would be brought to the family's grave and shot. You just happened to arrive today when the governor's bodyguard was bringing someone in." At this point, people started discussing it. Someone said, "Have you heard? The governor has only been in office for 4 or 5 days, and he has already wiped out the 3 largest bandit groups." "What, 4 or 5 days? I heard it was 3 days. I have a relative in Watai City, and I specifically asked him about it. Let me tell you, this governor is definitely a favorite of the god of knowledge and wisdom. He instigated a battle between the 2 barons and the bandits. Although the 2 barons died, the bandits suffered considerable losses. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the governor ordered the suppression of the bandits, and easily wiped out the 3 largest bandit groups. Those 2 barons should have died long ago. They have the power to attack the bandits, but they never bother to deal with them." Humph. Connor listened quietly to the side, and soon he realized that bringing those bandits here to be executed was very likely a show put on by Odis Gard. The aim was to make the public aware of the current situation in Vientiane, and this highly dramatic performance has already helped the surrounding residents accept the new governor. Because they learned that a large group of bandits had been wiped out, everyone felt hopeful. By this time, Connor was beginning to admire Odis, who had managed to give hope to the people of a state that had been in chaos for so long in such a short time. At this moment, a small procession appeared on the road in the distance. Everyone stopped talking and looked in the direction of Watai City. The column moved forward quickly, and soon Connor saw the men at the front of the column wearing a Remmberg uniform, riding a white horse, and looking quite spirited. Behind them was a group of soldiers escorting a prison cart toward them. At first, the people around just watched quietly. Then someone threw a stone at the people in the prison cart. Then more and more people followed suit. The escorts did not stop them, but simply tried to avoid the stones. Soon, the prisoners were beaten bloody from head wounds in fear. Although they kept begging for mercy, the onlookers threw things at them more and more fiercely. When they were taken to the grave of the old woman who had committed suicide, they were already half dead from being crushed. Captain Long Zaire gave everyone a brief speech, roughly saying that with the arrival of the new governor, the bandit army would be gradually and completely wiped out. Starting today, murder and robbery will be punishable by death. Several gunshots rang out, and the robbers were executed. Connor noticed that the weapon used by the governor's guard was a rifle he had never seen before, which appeared to be capable of automatic fire. He wondered if this was the latest equipment from Rune, because Connor had heard from a high-ranking official in Big Eel that Governor Odis Gard was born in Backlund. After the bandits were shot dead, the crowd cheered. Connor thought to himself, with cheers, order and government credibility in Vote State have been restored. After Longzo left and the crowd dispersed, Connor continued on his way. When they were still half a day's journey from Watai City, Connor saw a small caravan protected by the security team. This caravan was not from out of town, but was made up of small merchants from Watai City. They mainly sell daily necessities, and they will stop in the villages along the way for 1 or 2 hours to trade with the villagers. Previously, due to the large number of bandits, there hadn't been any small caravans like this for several years. Upon entering Watai City, Connor saw that the streets were filled with the activity of repairing dilapidated shops. Connor learned that the new governor had given every shopkeeper along the street a sum of money to repair their storefronts, supposedly from spoils of war by the bandits. With these people leading the way, the whole city seems to have come alive, and after some renovations, it will also improve the city's image. Instead of going to the state government immediately, Connor found a hotel to stay in. He then learned a lot of information, such as that the security team had expanded its recruitment, and all the members recruited this time were people who had been driven out of their hometowns by the bandits and had no choice but to come to Watai City. Because they didn't have much savings, only a small number of them got job opportunities, and most of them became homeless in Watai City. For a time, theft and robbery occurred frequently. In order to make management easier, the previous self-governing council had confined them to a corner of the city and prevented them from coming out. It is said that the area became a living hell, and many people starved to death. After the new governor arrived, he provided them with food and recruited some of the relatively healthy members into the security force. Because the banditry had not been completely resolved, they were unwilling to return to their hometowns. So the new governor arranged for these refugees to work on the railway outside the city, providing them not only with food but also, it is said, with a small amount of wages. The second astonishing piece of news Connor heard was that the new governor was using the money seized from the robbers to build the railroad. This made Connor realize that his second objective was unlikely to be achieved. Originally, Beecher had heard that the wealth of the nobles and bandits of Watai Prefecture had been seized by Odis, and he hoped to obtain some funds from Odis, as the provincial government's deficit was simply too high. After all, it was a large sum of money, which Odis couldn't spend all at once. But if Odis wanted to build a railway, that amount of money probably wouldn't be enough. To verify the authenticity of the railroad construction, Connor went to the construction site outside the city and saw that tens of thousands of people were already working there. Most of them were emaciated refugees, but their work didn't seem too strenuous. They were clearing the site to build a train station. Connor thought it was a bit ridiculous. The railway hadn't even started construction yet, and they were building a train station first. However, after smoking a few cigars and chatting with a junior officer of the sheriff's office, he realized that he had underestimated the problem. It is said that while Governor Odis was suppressing bandits, he invited a designer from Rune to begin planning the railway. The first thing to determine is the location of the train station, because as long as there are design drawings, construction can begin, and there is no need for surveying like for railway lines. Connor understood, of course, that the purpose of doing this was to give the refugees a job so that they could survive. The engineer is currently surveying the railway line in the mountains, and it is said that many tunnels need to be dug. Meanwhile, in Watai City, in addition to starting construction on the train station, some factories are also being built. It is said that the new governor wants to produce everything needed for the railway, such as rails and sleepers. Connor knew, of course, that rails were very difficult to manufacture, and that only 2 or 3 steel mills in the entire Remmberg were capable of making them. But the sheriff's junior officer said that the governor had brought in several workers from somewhere, or some people said they had been kidnapped. The workers were in charge of overseeing the construction of these factories, and it was said that once they were completed, the equipment would be brought in and production would begin. Connor once again marveled at Governor Odis's efficiency. Furthermore, he believed that the workers must have been kidnapped, since the governor had been a pirate and was perfectly capable of doing such a thing. Connor's trip to Watai these past few days has been very fruitful. In a telegram to his senior official, Butchell, he commented, "Odis Gard is absolutely a tough governor. I believe he will certainly find a solution to the problem of small bandit groups roaming the deep mountains. Watai will be more prosperous than before, once again becoming Remmberg's bulwark in the west." A few days later, Connell went to the state government to issue a commendation order and transferred the provincial government's allocation to the Watai state government. However, Governor Odis was not present. He was received by the governor's assistant, Ms. Mandy, a lady with exquisite makeup and impeccable attire. He speaks with elegance and possesses a refined demeanor. He is currently responsible for the daily operations of the state government. She told Connell that the governor had gone to the mountains to survey the railway line and that she couldn't get in touch with him. Actually, Odis accompanied Bernadette to see the snow-capped mountains. After arriving in Watai City, I worked hard for half a month, and finally, things were back on track throughout the state. During this time, Odis continued to attend the tarot meetings as usual, but there was nothing particularly important to discuss at the recent meetings. Occasionally, he would return to Cruz Island to check on the progress of its development, since the pirate convention was just a week away. Whenever he had time, Odis would take Bernadette to see the snow-capped mountains. The average altitude of Watai Prefecture has reached more than 2,000 meters, and there are several snow-capped mountains with beautiful scenery. Odis prepared chairs and a small table, and the two of them sat on a secluded meadow, drinking tea and admiring the beautiful scenery of the snow-capped mountains. After watching quietly for more than 10 minutes, Odis said, when the banditry was not so serious, there were still some noble manners at the foot of the snow-capped mountains in Watai Prefecture. The banditry has been too severe in recent years, and those manners have long been abandoned. I could take it over, renovate it, and turn it into a snow mountain hotel to attract wealthy businessmen and nobles to come and spend money. Bernadette smiled and said, those nobles will definitely send people to demand these estates. How can you prove they belong to them? Odis had no intention of indulging the nobles. If you call them, will they respond? Bernadette remarked, Watai is truly fortunate to have a governor like you. Then she said, let's talk about the space we're going to explore. Odis had already asked Bernadette to prepare in advance that after viewing the snow-capped mountains, they would explore the space within the sealed artifact. I went in once when I was in Sequence 7, Odis described. It was a meadow that was always raining, and my spiritual feeling was that it was the real world, but it wasn't. In the distance of that meadow, there seemed to be many dangerous figures moving about. At the time, those figures seemed to be of a very high level. Some time ago, I learned from another source that there seems to be a Gustav in that space, so I thought of exploring that space as soon as possible. Bernadette nodded slowly. Your main goal is the Staff of Goose. Yes, Odis said. If there are any other gains, those below the demigod level will be mine, and those above the demigod level will be yours. This is the best way to distribute the spoils, since it would be difficult for Odis to obtain demigod level loot all by himself. After finishing their business, the two talked about the current situation in Watai Prefecture. Bernadette asked the question she had been wanting to ask all this time: why did you insist on building that railway? First of all, it can provide a large number of jobs, Odis said. This is a tangible benefit that the local people can receive. The second objective is to further popularize the extraordinary tools I have invented, and also to find further improvement solutions in practical applications. I also plan to use these tools to train the first batch of extraordinary tool developers. Third, and most importantly, we must restore public confidence and the government's credibility. The fact that such a difficult project can be successfully completed fully demonstrates the current capabilities of the state government, thereby boosting everyone's confidence and strengthening their sense of unity. Bernadette fell silent. She had never imagined that Odis would use this railway to accomplish so much. In the past few days, Bernadette felt that she had really made the right choice in coming here, otherwise, she would never have imagined that Odis would be so capable in handling political affairs. She felt that if Odis had a broader stage, she would definitely receive more surprises. She even considered whether to create broader opportunities for Odis. As she pondered, she looked up at the majestic snow-capped mountains again, quietly appreciating the beautiful scenery. It wasn't until sunset, when the two saw the golden glow of the setting sun on the snow-capped mountains, that they tidied up the table and chairs and returned to Watai City through the spirit world. That night, the two went to bed early, and the next morning, refreshed and ready, they made their final preparations. Then Odis summoned Longzil and had him stand guard outside his door. Odis took out a small, circular crystal with a faint starlight shimmering inside. After hanging the star ring on his door, Odis opened the door again to find that the outside world had turned into a wasteland. The sky was overcast with dark clouds and a light drizzle was falling, making it feel rather chilly. Odis and Bernadette surveyed their surroundings and, finding no danger, stepped into the wilderness one after the other. Upon entering the wilderness, they immediately sensed many malicious gazes directed at them from afar. Bernadette looked up at the sky, as if she could see the constellations through the clouds. This is indeed the real world, and it should be within the territory of the Republic of Intis. Odis was taken aback. The official extraordinary beings of Intis didn't even notice this strange space. Bernadette withdrew her gaze. This space isn't entirely in the real world, so it's normal that we didn't discover it. And if I'm not mistaken, this should be a special space formed during the War of the Gods. Chapter 354, Chapter 353 Exploring the Battlefield of the Gods in the Quaternary Era. Odis thought he had misheard. This space was formed during a War of the Gods. Bernadette hummed in agreement. I can sense that there are more than one deity's presence here. Then she smiled and said, although this place is dangerous, it looks like it hasn't been explored yet, so there should be quite a few discoveries. Odis frowned slightly before saying, the sealing artifact that teleported us here was something I seized from the Moss Ascetic Order. They didn't even explore the area. Could this be a trap? Remember this website's domain name, Taiwan Naval Network. Bernadette looked around, then her eyes suddenly became deep, with illusory symbols rolling within her pupils. A few seconds later, the strange phenomenon in her eyes disappeared, and she took a deep breath before saying, this operation went relatively smoothly and there shouldn't be any major danger. Perhaps the Moor's penitentiary did not value this sealed artifact. This is not a difficult thing to understand. It is very likely that an extraordinary being of the middle sequence obtained this sealed artifact. With their spirituality and knowledge, they can only sense the danger here, but cannot see the opportunities hidden here. Odis is a case in point. He came here before because he felt that this place was very dangerous. If it weren't for the Staff of Gus, he would not have tried to explore this place before becoming a demigod. Moreover, a crucial issue is that even if a middle sequence, extraordinary individual within the Moss Ascetic Order discovers the unusual nature of this place, he might not necessarily report it. Instead, he would wait until he is strong enough to apply for permission to explore the sealed artifact. With that thought in mind, Odis felt relieved. Bernadette looked around and, guided by her spirituality, pointed in a direction, saying, let's explore in that direction first. Then a phantom carpet suddenly appeared beneath their feet, carrying them as they flew rapidly at low altitude. As they ventured deeper into the overgrown wilderness, Odis saw what appeared to be some enormous, illusory figures moving slowly in the distance. After observing for a while, Bernadette changed direction and headed towards the figures. But the closer you get, the smaller those figures seem to become. Odis was about to ask, what kind of ability is this? Bernadette suddenly raised her hand, and the magic carpet abruptly stopped. This happened so suddenly that Odis almost stumbled and fell. Is there danger? Bernadette stared ahead for a while before saying, try throwing something forward. Odis saw a stone in the grass not far away, so he knelt on the magic carpet, picked up the stone, and threw it forward. When the stone flew to within about 3 meters of them, the space that had seemed normal suddenly became illusory, and the stone disappeared in front of the two of them. Odis was taken aback. His spiritual senses had not detected any danger ahead. At that moment, his spirit seemed to sense something, and he turned his head to look. In the sky not far away, a stone burning with blood-red flames suddenly appeared and quickly fell. Odis's spiritual perception made it clear that it was the stone he had just thrown. The flames on the stone were quite peculiar. They burned the stone to ashes in just 2 or 3 seconds, and the ashes fell to the ground along with the drizzle. Bernadette said, the space here is completely chaotic. Odis already had a guess, the Tudor Empire. The Tudor Empire of the Fourth Age was probably located in present-day Intis, and among the great nobles of this empire was Mr. Men, the progenitor of the Abraham family, who possessed authority over space. Bernadette hummed in agreement, confirming Odis's guess, then this place should be a battlefield between the Tudor Empire and the Solomon Empire. Because she also sensed the influence of the lawyer route. Then, Bernadette pointed in another direction, and the flying carpet immediately changed its flight direction, though at a much slower speed than before. After flying for a while longer, Bernadette couldn't help but frown. There aren't any extraordinary traces here at all. If it really was a battlefield of divine war, they should have encountered traces left from that battle long ago, having flown for so long. The flying carpet stopped again, and Odis pondered for a moment. Could it be that those extraordinary traces were all in that illusory space just now? Bernadette paused for a moment before saying, that's also possible. She looked at the open space to the side, where an invisible servant suddenly appeared. Bernadette directed the invisible servant into that illusory space. Phew. 2 or 3 seconds later, Bernadette suddenly burst into flames of blood. Odis, who was standing nearby, was startled. Before he could help her, the Bernadette burning with flames suddenly collapsed and quickly became illusory. On the grass beside the flying carpet, Bernadette's solid figure was quickly outlined. She glanced at Odis, whose worried expression had not yet completely faded. Indeed, there is another space, where there are flames everywhere and rain-soaked meadows, broken spaces, and distorted order. That is the real battlefield of the gods. Odis said, according to the information I have, another Gustav is also on the grassy area in the rain. Could it be in there? Then he asked, is it very dangerous in there? Bernadette closed her eyes, as if recalling something, before opening them and saying, there is a safe entrance. She first raised her hand, making herself and Odis appear illusory. Then they jumped back onto the illusory carpet, which suddenly rose and slowly moved forward, entering an illusory space. The crimson flames were not far ahead, but Odis did not feel any burning sensation. The space here is extremely chaotic. On the crooked mountain, there are trees laden with strange fruits. Blood-red flames burn in the air and in the fields. Within the flames, there are tall figures moving slowly forward, as if they are surveying the fiery field. In the midst of the fiery plains, there were a few small, discontinuous patches of grass, where rain was falling. Despite the raging fire, it didn't stop the light rain from falling on the grasslands. Bernadette said, in some areas here, the order is reversed, for example, far is near, and small is big. Even the numbers are confused, for example, 1 is 2, and 2 is 1. Odis opened his mouth. This is a high-level power of the Black Emperor pathway. Bernadette looked around and slowly nodded. Even with my spirituality, I can't avoid all the chaos, but fortunately, none of these chaos are that dangerous. Well, that description might not be very accurate. If no one takes advantage of this chaos, it won't be very dangerous. As she spoke, she looked at the monsters slowly moving forward in the flames. Perhaps there were demigods among them who possessed the lawyer pathway, and the chaos here would be a great help to them. Odis thought to himself, luckily, I invited Bernadette to explore with me. If I had come alone, I probably would have been burned to ashes as soon as I entered this place. Then he paused for a moment, because he realized that without Bernadette's help, he might not have explored this area at all. The monsters that were moving through the flames seemed oblivious to the illusory Bernadette and Odis, continuing to walk silently forward. Bernadette observed for a while longer before saying, let's sneak over to those grassy areas and find the Gustav you need. While we're at it, let's take a closer look around and find a suitable target. Then the illusory carpet led them to a grassy field where it was raining. This place seemed to be an isolated space. The two people standing on the grass could not even see the surging flames around them, but could only see huge figures moving slowly in the distance. Wait a moment, I'll get some further clues. Odis pretended to pray, but actually entered the wilderness of knowledge to determine the specific location through the vision of the staff of Gus. Bernadette already knew that he served the Lord of Mysteries, so there was no need to hide her prayer at this time. He had also considered raising the goose staff from some location here into the air and making it emit a dazzling starlight, but if he did that, it might attract the attention of the surrounding monsters. So he could only raise his gaze and observe his surroundings. Odis first entered the field of vision of the Gus staff somewhere here. Under the true vision, he saw that the monsters in the surrounding flames were all shriveled humans, or human corpses, with extremely painful expressions on their faces, being driven forward by the fire. Most of them were actually at the level of demigods, and they were probably killed by the aftershocks of the previous divine war, but it is unknown why they entered those flames. The grassy area, though damp and rainy, was spotless, without a single monster in sight. He looked around carefully again, but couldn't find himself or Bernadette. However, because of the high vantage point, Odis saw the sloping mountain and used it as a coordinate to roughly determine its location. Then, returning to the real world, Odis roughly pointed out a direction. So Bernadette once again raised the illusory flying carpet, and they arrived at the meadow that Odis had pointed out. After searching for only a few minutes, they found that staff of goose that was half buried in the ground. After confirming that there were no monsters around, Odis reached out and grasped the Gus staff. It felt icy cold, like solid ice in winter. The staff was simply stuck into the ground and easily pulled out. He held it in his hand and looked at it, a smile spreading across his face. This was the second Gus staff he had retrieved. Bernadette was also paying attention to the staff. Before it was imbued with spirituality, the staff didn't seem to have anything special about it. Just as Odis was about to discuss it with the other person, the two of them suddenly had the same feeling and looked at the ground where the Gus staff had been stuck. From the small hole created by the staff, it seemed as if a surging power was about to burst forth. As the two quickly retreated, a stream of illusory water flowed out from it. The flowing water seemed to represent boundless tranquility, just a glance at it brought a sense of peace. Bernadette suddenly reached out and pressed Odis's face in another direction. Odis snapped back to reality, realizing that she had almost succumbed to the mental shock brought on by the river. She didn't want to move or escape. This reminded him of the river of the dead he had encountered in the goddess's prison. But the river in front of me seemed even more powerful, just one glance was enough to shock my soul. Bernadette once again used the flying carpet to fly into the air, and the two watched as the river below rapidly swallowed the grass, and the surroundings became unusually cold. At this moment, Odis suddenly looked up and saw that the surrounding flames had become even more intense, and the monsters in the flames suddenly turned their heads to look at the two of them. In a flash, Odis suddenly realized, the Underworld Emperor was also involved in the battle taking place here. Odis glanced at the corpse in the flames again. He guessed that the power of the Emperor of the Underworld and the power of the Blood Emperor had some kind of mutual influence here, which was why this scene had occurred. Those corpse-like monsters were affected by the aura of the Netherworld Emperor, while the fact that they were driven by flames but were not burned to ashes by those obviously high-level flames was due to the influence of the Blood Emperor. Odis further speculated that the river before them was a river of the dead, influenced by the river of eternal darkness. This leads to the inference that before the Eternal Dark River obtained the uniqueness of the Red Priest pathway, the Eternal Dark River had already established a certain connection with it. These guesses were made in an instant, and now was not the time to think about them in detail. The monsters around them were already rushing towards Odis and Bernadette. Bernadette directed the flying carpet to quickly ascend into the air, and then Odis felt a moment of disorientation, only to find herself in the air above the collapsed mountain peaks in the blink of an eye. Bernadette used the chaotic space here to flash here. Bernadette then directed the flying carpet to fly out of this illusory space and onto the grassy field outside, which was covered in gloom and rain. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and everything that had just happened in another space seemed to have no effect here. Bernadette frowned slightly. The only loot from this expedition might be that goose staff. She had just noticed that when those monsters were surrounded by blood-red flames, it was difficult for her to attack them. The flames were at a very high level, so she couldn't enter them. Odis smiled helplessly. I can. Just as they finished speaking, the two of them looked out at the distance of the meadow. Those figures that seemed so far away suddenly rushed towards this side. The two immediately realized that those must be the monsters in the flames, and they seemed about to rush out and attack Odis and his companion. Bernadette silently put on the sage's forehead ornament. This is indeed a good opportunity to attack them. As long as they're not in those higher-level flames, Bernadette can try to take down a few. In that case, wouldn't we have spoils of war? Then she looked at Odis, who immediately understood and used an invisibility scroll. As long as he remains invisible, the monsters shouldn't be able to see him. Bernadette stepped back a little further to create a safe distance, then put Odis down and let him walk to the door leading to the outside world on his own. The space in this wilderness is somewhat strange. It's impossible to enter the spirit world normally. To leave, one must go through the door they came from. However, the ability to flash can be used here. Just as Odis was about to jump off the magic carpet, she seemed to remember something and handed one of the Gus staffs tucked into her waistband to Bernadette. You can borrow it for a bit. Bernadette hesitated for a moment, but still took it. The instant she infused the Gus staff with her spiritual power, she felt her own spirituality surge, as if it had suddenly become much stronger. Then she realized with surprise that the Gus staff had created a stronger connection between her and the sage's forehead ornament, and at that moment she felt like an angel. Surprised, Bernadette looked at Odis, but Odis was nowhere to be seen. So she looked at the Gus staff in her hand again, and for a moment she couldn't figure out what kind of magical item it was. Just then, the monsters in the flames broke through the illusory spatial barrier and arrived on the rain-soaked grass. Their bodies still bore crimson flames, and in an instant, a large patch of grass centered around them dried up and burst into flames. The latest novels are first published on 69 Shuba. They then looked up at Bernadette, who held a staff shimmering with starlight. After confirming that there were no angels among these monsters, Bernadette raised her hand, and a huge ice palace rose from the ground. The surrounding temperature plummeted, the grassland was instantly frozen, and everything in sight turned white. The monsters, their bodies engulfed in flames, froze in their movements as the flames rapidly diminished, nearly extinguishing. In midair, Bernadette donned an illusory crown and an equally illusory cloak. She was delighted to discover that the Gus magic array had also enhanced its ability to reproduce. At that moment, she felt like the Snow Queen. Among the monsters with flames on their bodies, the demigods attacked Bernadette with their extraordinary abilities in coordination, while those below the demigod level used their extraordinary abilities to escape. They also seemed to possess basic intelligence, knowing that they were no match for Bernadette. While in stealth mode, Odis glanced back during flight and saw Bernadette in midair commanding giant ice pillars and icicles to attack the monsters. At this moment, Bernadette is the true queen. At the same time, Odis saw a monster using teleport to escape the battlefield. That was clearly the body of a traveler, or rather, the corpse of a traveler. He paused for a moment, then looked in Bernadette's direction again. Seeing that the demigod-level monsters there were being held back by the mysterious queen, he used his teleport ability to appear not far from the traveler, imprison. Odis infused the Hand of Judgment with spiritual power, using imprisonment to trap the monster. He swiftly infused the star sand into the Gus staff, and amidst the dazzling starlight, a massive pillar of starlight descended, rapidly shattering the layer of flames covering the traveler's body. A layer of dawn-like light quickly appeared on the traveler's body surface. It was the dawn light he had recorded earlier, which caused only some damage to its body and did not defeat it. Odis then solidified the brilliant starlight on the staff of Gus, instantly forming a straight sword with dazzling starlight. As soon as the pillar of starlight dissipated, he stabbed at the traveler monster, while simultaneously throwing out an ice scroll. The traveler monster didn't have time to use any other abilities and immediately teleported away, but he was unable to use the teleport ability and remained standing in the same spot. It belatedly looked down and saw that its legs were frozen in thick ice crystals, which were connected to the ice palace summoned by the mysterious queen, trapping the traveler monster. This is the effect of the ice scroll that Odis just threw out. If it were a normal traveler, he would have felt himself frozen and would have taken some measures to deal with it. But it was a corpse and didn't feel its legs being frozen. Odis seized the opportunity and swiftly swung his sword, the starlight straight sword, cleaving the traveler in two from top to bottom. But the traveler monster is not dead yet, because it is already a corpse and cannot die again. So Odis simulated the divine light and purified the traveler, who quickly gained the characteristics of the traveler. Then Odis looked at another sequence 5 monster not far away. These monsters had no unified command and no coordination with each other, making them easy to defeat one by one. So Odis simply took out the Scepter of Calamity, and with thunder rumbling, a series of eerie lightning bolts struck down, gaining him another Reaper trait. Just as he was looking for a new target, he found that his vision suddenly became a little blurry. Then his vision changed dramatically, and it seemed that his perspective had become wider. Odis belatedly touched his forehead, not realizing that an eye had appeared there sometime during the night. After a moment's thought, he realized that the numbers around him had obviously been distorted and confused, with 2 becoming 3, so his 2 eyes had become 3. Then he discovered that a right hand had grown out of his right wrist, turning his 2 hands into 3. Odis recalled Bernadette's earlier warning and realized that this was the power of the Black Emperor pathway, causing the collapse of order. He glanced at Bernadette over there and saw that she was carrying 2 heads on her shoulders. It's obvious that one was twisted into 2. Odis carefully examined himself and did not feel any discomfort. Whoosh! Just as Odis was about to continue hunting, he suddenly heard the sound of a river. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a large, somewhat ethereal black river emerging from the center of the grassland, causing large swathes of wild grass to wither and die. The entire space trembled noticeably, and then red flames shot out from midair. Odis was slightly taken aback. It seemed that they had broken the fragile balance of this chaotic space. Bernadette over there also quickly picked up 2 demigod-level trait items, summoned the flying carpet again, and fled swiftly. The demigod-level monsters behind her all reached out towards her, as if trying to grab something, but in the end they grabbed nothing. Bernadette, still with 2 heads, pulled Odis onto the flying carpet, and the 2 of them quickly rode the carpet to the doorway. Odis glanced back and saw the space behind him rapidly collapsing, the black river of the dead gushing from the ground, and blood-red flames falling from midair. The position in midair became distorted and chaotic, as if the invisible giant pillar supporting this space had collapsed. The monsters stopped chasing, their speed slowed down, and eventually their feet were covered by the waters of the river of the dead, leaving them standing there motionless. Odis raised her right hand again, and there were still 2 hands on her wrist. At that moment, he heard one of Bernadette's heads say, "Stop struggling, face your true feelings. He may only be sequence 5, but his future is bright," and Bernadette raised a hand and immediately covered the mouth, then looked coldly at the other head. The head that had just spoken transformed into streams of illusory information and merged into Bernadette's body. She looked at Odis with some unease, but breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that he only showed a surprised expression. Bernadette changed the subject. "What's with that expression?" I am a little worried," Odis swallowed and said. "Was the head that disappeared just now the real Bernadette, or is the head we have now the real Bernadette?" The mysterious queen smiled and said, "Both of these heads are mine." However, another person suddenly revealed her inner thoughts. Odis said, "Oh," and upon thinking about it, it was indeed true. Then Bernadette used the power of the sage's forehead ornament to remove Odis's extra eyes and hands. At this moment, the 2 people arrived at the door. After glancing at the rapidly collapsing space, they quickly left and closed the door. Immediately, a huge crack appeared in the ground of the wilderness, and more illusory river water surged out. A crack appeared in the sky, from which streams of blood-red flames shot out. The surging river water and the falling flames met in midair, intertwining to form a phantom figure in his 30s wearing a crown. He opened his mouth and let out a painful and frantic roar. The monsters in the river had their heads explode instantly upon hearing this roar. But soon, the illusory figure disappeared, and the space was immediately filled with river water and flames. This is a remnant soul of the Blood Emperor, who, after his fall, unexpectedly established a connection with the River of Eternal Darkness. Or perhaps it can't be called an accident. After all, the Eternal Darkness Emperor once used the River of Eternal Darkness to forcibly accommodate the uniqueness of the Red Priest path. Within that uniqueness, there must be remnants of the Blood Emperor's spirit. Remmberg, Watai County. Odis and Bernadette returned to the real world, and Odis quickly removed the star ring. At that moment, the entire room suddenly began to shake violently, and the chandelier on the ceiling creaked and groaned. Odis paused for a moment before exclaiming, "An earthquake." "It must be because the collapse of that space just now affected the real world," Bernadette said. Fortunately, there was only a noticeable tremor, and the earthquake was short-lived. Bernadette then said, "The epicenter should be in Intis. I'll go there to check on the damage." If this were in another country, she wouldn't care at all. But in Intis, she was determined to see if she could be of any help. However, before entering the spirit world, Bernadette reminded Odis that space has become very dangerous, do not continue exploring there. Odis nodded, "That's what I think too." Only after Bernadette disappeared from his sight did Odis look out the window. The earthquake had caused some panic among the residents of Watai City, who came out into the streets to ask each other questions. Fortunately, there were no signs of the houses collapsing, so the panic quickly subsided. Odis placed the star ring into the wilderness of knowledge, then lay down in an armchair and entered it through meditation. He first used the knowledge wilderness to shatter the sealed artifact, obtaining the more valuable traveler trait. With this feature, he plans to build a teleportation array between Cruz Island and Watai City to enhance communication between the two. In this way, if there is any need, it can be purchased directly from Biome. Then Odis looked at the 2 items with alternating blood red and pale white traits. The traveler trait was an unexpected bonus, which would be useful in the scroll shop. He had originally planned to seek an opportunity to hunt down a traveler, but now he had the advantage of establishing a scroll shop magic circle. However, these 2 properties are affected by the high-level aura of the Red Priest and the Grim Reaper and cannot be used directly. Fortunately, Odis had prior experience extracting the true creator's ramblings, and quickly extracted the influence within them. Because this influence was completed over a long period of time and was not directly influenced by the Blood Emperor and the Underworld Emperor, the aura extracted by Odis cannot be considered a divine-level spiritual material like the talks of the true creator. They can only be considered demigod-level spiritual materials. However, scrolls made from them are definitely more powerful than those made from ordinary demigod-level spiritual materials. After Odis shattered these 2 properties, he returned to the real world. Bernadette didn't return until the afternoon and told Odis, the earthquake happened in the countryside, but some houses in the villages collapsed. Fortunately, only people were injured and no one died. Otherwise, both of them would feel guilty, especially Bernadette. Although she has been away from Intis for a long time, it is still the place where she grew up, and she has a special feeling for it. Bernadette finished explaining the earthquake before returning the Staff of Gus to Odis. Odis, of course, saw the mysterious queen's reluctance, so she said, if you need it, you can borrow it. After borrowing it a few times, the Lord of Mysteries can directly bestow one upon her. Chapter 355, Chapter 354 Bernadette's further assistance. Odis had ulterior motives when he lent the Staff of Gus to Bernadette. If the mysterious queen could establish a connection with the Lord of Mysteries, that would be ideal. This would not only strengthen mutual trust, but also allow Odis to provide more assistance when Bernadette advances in the future. When Bernadette learned that she could borrow the Gus staff, she simply grunted in response and then changed the subject. You mentioned before that you plan to train a group of extraordinary tool researchers. Odis nodded, yes. He then went on to say, currently, the forces I have cultivated myself already have a group of extraordinary individuals who are either secret seekers or general knowledgers, but they are all low-sequence extraordinary individuals. Without the Gar rune, one could only conduct the corresponding research at least at the sequence 6 level with the craftsman and scroll professor. However, now that there are Gar runes, even low-sequence extraordinary individuals can use computation to create corresponding extraordinary tools after completing the necessary training. With the emergence of spirit storage crystals, ordinary people can also perform this kind of work, but they will be much slower than extraordinary individuals in learning about magic arrays and Gar runes. The calculation process is very difficult for ordinary people, and they cannot come into contact with anything too advanced, otherwise they are easily contaminated. There is a group of low-sequence extraordinary individuals on Lasha Island who are generalists, Bernadette said. Under the current conditions, I simply don't have enough traits to advance them. She looked at Odis, you can try to recruit them. Wild, generalist individuals face a precarious situation before becoming craftsmen, lacking significant combat strength. Crucially, their battles primarily require extraordinary weapons, which are extremely expensive. However, most of them were unwilling to join the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Firstly, the Church of Steam might not be able to trust them, and secondly, they chose this path in the hope of making a lot of money after becoming craftsmen. The Elemental Dawn is one of the few organizations that can provide them with the artisan trait, so many wild, generalist, pathway extraordinary individuals come here because of its reputation. However, Elemental Dawn does not need too many craftsmen. Even if they open magical item manufacturing shops under the guise of leather goods stores in several major cities, it is only enough to absorb the current production capacity of those craftsmen. Moreover, while such manufacturing shops earn a lot of money, they also have high expenses because they require extraordinary power to maintain the normal operation of such shops. This is why Odis intended to use a teleportation array as the entrance to the scroll shop, as such a place would easily attract the attention of other extraordinary individuals, whether they were official extraordinary individuals or those from clandestine organizations. The generalist pathway extraordinary individuals waiting on Lasha Island were in a somewhat awkward position. At Sequence 7, they were unable to complete dangerous missions independently, and Elemental Dawn had no shortage of research talent. They could be said to have no advantage in this organization. But Bernadette will still try her best to retain them, providing them with easy and stable jobs. Because this is an important, extraordinary reserve, even though such a reserve is mostly unused. She knew very well that what Odis needed most at this time was this kind of extraordinary accumulation, so after deciding to help Odis further, she planned to use the entire Elemental Dawn to further lift Odis up. Bernadette was well aware that such a decision posed both enormous risks and opportunities for the Elemental Dawn to become even stronger. Odis was deeply moved by Bernadette's help. Thank you. Yes, I'll send the second and third mates to recruit people in the next few days. At this time, third mate Bivis had been promoted to craftsman. After settling the matter, Odis then discussed the pirate tournament with Bernadette. The Grand Maritime event is just days away, and Odis has made thorough preparations and plans to stay on Cruz Island for the next few days. Because some pirates had already arrived at the venue, Odis needed to personally intimidate them. I'm somewhat surprised that the Moor's penitentiary hasn't made a move yet, Odis said to Bernadette on the sofa. I had received intelligence that they were preparing to take some action against me. This intelligence was obtained from Rosalind, one of the 10 pillars of the Moor's penitentiary, who was currently running a mobile library and had not been able to obtain any new information from her recently. Logically speaking, Odis had been in vote for some time, and even if the Moor's penitentiary was slow to react, they should have received the news by now. But they didn't take any action for a long time, which made Odis wonder if they were going to make a big move. He also believes that the presence of Bernadette by his side may be the reason why they have not yet taken action. After all, even if the angels came, they would have difficulty harming Odysseus. Bernadette thought for a moment before asking, "What are your plans?" "I don't have any plans," Odis laughed. After all, the enemy is hiding in the shadows, and any plan could fall through. He paused for a moment before saying, what I'm worried about now is that after they conduct some investigation in Watai, they might change their mission from assassinating me to sabotaging my operations in Watai. After all, establishing a corresponding force in Watai State is a crucial step for Odis. Once he has a base in Watai State, he will have a springboard in both the Raging Sea and the Northern Continent. Once Odis becomes a demigod, he can formally establish his own organization, recruit wild extraordinary individuals, and further expand his power. A little research would reveal that disrupting Odis's plans in Vote would make him very uncomfortable. Bernadette looked at Odis, already guessing what he was thinking. During your pirate tournament, you want me to help you protect the gains you've made in Watai. Odis nodded. Yes, I have prepared for this. No problem, Bernadette said before Odis could finish speaking. Odis paused for a moment, but continued, I have prepared a reward for you. Bernadette waved her hand, then said seriously, when I saw what you did in Watai, I knew that this state, this country, would be yours sooner or later. In my opinion, helping you is a long-term investment. You can just say hello to this small favor, there's no need to prepare any compensation. Odis smiled and said, now that you mention it, I'm afraid I won't be able to pay you enough in the future. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. I'm an angel investor. Bernadette clearly remembered that after her father became consul, the conflict between him and the church grew increasingly serious. Bernadette found it a great experience to be involved in Odis's actions. She wasn't too concerned about the distribution of profits after success. Or rather, based on her observations, she knew very well that by involving the Elemental Dawn in the revolution initiated by Odis, and by making the Elemental Dawn even larger, it would be her share of the benefits. Yes, in Bernadette's view, Odis is now carrying out a revolution. However, this guy is very much like a seasoned politician. Before he becomes powerful enough, he will not make any statements that contradict the current rulers. He will just quietly accumulate strength and wait for an opportunity. All right then. Odis did not insist further, but said, the construction of the railway is the priority now and in the future. As for the bandit suppression, there is no need to worry about it, because once the newly recruited men have completed their basic training, I will be able to completely eliminate the bandit problem in Watai Prefecture in less than a month. Bernadette paused for a moment. She had thought about this problem before. If she used her extraordinary power at the demigod level, the problem didn't seem too difficult to solve, just kill all the bandits. Hypnotizing them or imprisoning them are too troublesome, so it's much more effective to just kill them all. Anyway, they had killed people either voluntarily or under duress, or at least committed crimes like burglary, so they didn't have much of a psychological burden when they killed. If new bandits appear, then kill them again. But if that's the case, by the time the bandit problem is completely solved, it's estimated that almost all the able-bodied men in the entire Watai Prefecture will have been killed. She knew very well that this was a way of thinking from the perspective of an extraordinary person, not from the perspective of a ruler. No problem. Bernadette smiled, realizing that Odis would surprise her again. I can help you maintain the status quo. Odis nodded, okay. After discussing some details, the two started talking about going to a bar for a drink together. Because they were so satisfied with today's spoils, they drank until evening without realizing it. Odis returned to his bedroom reeking of alcohol. Instead of going to sleep immediately, he lit his pipe and began to summarize the rules of conduct. Since arriving in Watai State, he has often pondered this, because in the last few days he has not known why the potion has started to be digested little by little. Just 2 days ago, when Odis heard rumors that the new governor is Prince Remmberg, and the new governor is a chosen one of the gods, he probably understood why the potion had been digested. After completing the bandit suppression operation, Odis transferred many intelligence personnel from Biome. Their only task was to help Odis build momentum. Odis was also very experienced in creating momentum. He knew that simply reciting a script wouldn't do if he wanted to praise the governor. He needed to use a series of fabricated stories to quickly build up the image of the new governor in the minds of the people. And Odis did indeed do many things, so as those stories spread, they were embellished and became more and more outrageous. The versions reported by his subordinates to Odis were all ones that would not embarrass him. After hearing some rumors, Bernadette laughed and asked Odis if he could eat 3 cows in one meal and use the toilet once to fertilize 3 acres of land. Odis was speechless. Regardless of public opinion, Odis has already acquired a certain legendary quality, which makes her even more mysterious. So Odis digested the potion. Odis then realized that the core of being an astrologer was not about using celestial phenomena to divine for others, but about gaining the respect and admiration of those who received the divination after making an accurate prediction. A normal astrologer achieves this by pretending to be a charlatan, while Odis achieves the same effect by acting as a governor. So Odis concluded in his mind, try not to appear in front of the public, use the facts he has done to mobilize public opinion and make the people continue to feel that their governor is very powerful. To sum it up briefly, Odis went to bed early, as she had a lot to do tomorrow. The following morning, Odis first set up a teleportation array from Cruz Island to Watai City, and then took Longzil and Mandy back to Cruz Island. The port town had been transformed by then, and the whole town looked brand new with distinct layers. The only drawback was that the smell of paint had not completely dissipated. After all, the construction period was so tight, and Odis had no intention of using extraordinary means to speed things up. The pirate convention is still 3 days away, but a group of pirates have already arrived. They are all amazed that such a remote island has such a large deep-water port and such a beautiful town. The entire port town, whether new or old, has been painted with a fresh coat of paint and simple designs. Some landscapes feature blue skies and white clouds, while others depict the sea and islands, creating an overall artistic feel. Although the pirates were rough men, they still had basic aesthetic sense, and coming to a town like this would make them feel happy. At the same time, Odis divided the town into 5 areas: the accommodation area, the Red Street area, the trading area, the dining area, and the residential area. The lodging area was a hotel that provided accommodation for the pirates, while the Red Street was the area where prostitutes solicited business. Although Odis didn't particularly like the business, he was well aware that it was an important source of income for many women on the island, and that it couldn't be stopped until new industries were developed. Moreover, this business may not be able to be stopped in the future, since pirates are not exactly gentlemen, and satisfying their desires at the port is one of their main purposes for landing. Unless there are no pirates at sea, streetwalkers will be the most common profession in this area. Therefore, Odis tried to formalize the business, including setting corresponding hygiene standards, providing appropriate personal protection for the streetwalkers, and providing them with relevant training. The people Mandy brought were all very skilled at this. With a little training, any one of them could make the prostitutes on Cruz Island stand out on the high seas. The purpose of standing out is to command higher prices so that streetwalkers can escape poverty as soon as possible. Another important poverty alleviation project is located in the trading and dining areas. There are 2 types of transactions here. The first is to purchase the pirate spoils, which requires a strong background and ample funds. Therefore, this business can only be carried out by the town government. When Odis returned, in addition to establishing a passage between Cruz Island and Vote State, he also brought back a large amount of cash. This cash was seized from nobles and bandits, and Odis intended to use it to purchase the pirate spoils, including a large amount of cargo from merchant ships. Converting goods into cash was an important way for pirates to sell stolen goods. Compared with goods sold through normal channels, these stolen goods were very cheap, and many of them were purchased for less than 1/10 of the price of goods sold through normal channels. After Odis established the teleportation array between Cruz Island and Vote State, he was able to transport large quantities of goods to Vote State. In recent years, industrial production in Vote State has been almost at a standstill, requiring a large amount of industrial products, and some of the stolen goods can be easily sold within the state. Odis planned to organize a caravan to transport most of the stolen goods to the city of Salathu, and then use the railway to transport them to other regions. He believed he could quickly sell these goods and then make money to repair the railway. This is a business that only Odis can currently do, because the cost of transporting the stolen goods to the northern continent is extremely low. He doesn't have to pay taxes or bribe customs officials, and the profits are quite considerable. If the Remmberg government wants to get involved and take a share, Odis will ask them for more funds to build the railway. As a sequence 5 and with the support of the church, Odis was not afraid of them at all. Other daily necessities, such as everyday items, jewelry, clothing, hats, boots, etc., can be traded with local residents. As for arms deals, they are currently only under the control of the town government. Odis has already manufactured a batch of submachine guns and semi-automatic rifles, preparing for limited sales. In the food area, Odis uses smart helmets to provide training, enabling the local people on the island to quickly master the methods of making some local specialties. He also provides them with interest-free loans to help them get their businesses up and running. Although the number of visitors will decrease rapidly after the pirate convention, it will certainly help some people escape poverty and even become wealthy. The last residential area was for the town's residents. Odis had moved all the original port town residents together. Odis stood atop Lighthouse Hill, surveyed the bustling port town and harbor, and then, led by a staff member, arrived at his office. After this period of construction, the buildings on Lighthouse Hill are basically completed. The first batch of buildings facing the sea are mainly positions and bunkers, while those facing the island are mainly administrative offices and some residential areas. The second phase of construction is still underway, mainly consisting of supporting facilities such as schools and shops, as well as the second phase of residential areas. Odis intended to distribute these residences to those who followed him. For example, Mandy and others were eager to have their families move here. There's none of the chill and gloom of Backlund here, prices are low, and most importantly, there's an abundance of fruit and food is very inexpensive. The only downside might be the risk of being attacked, given the presence of pirates hostile to Odis and the Fenipot Navy, which is also an adversary. Providing the local natives who have just pledged allegiance to Odis, as well as the newly trained extraordinary individuals, with housing far exceeding the living standards of Cruz Island, will enhance their sense of belonging. Meanwhile, Odis also planned to build a new housing development in Plains Town, which was intended to be sold to pirates who hoped to settle there. The future model is that the port town will host pirates, while the town itself will be isolated from other areas. Plains Town can accommodate pirates who intend to settle there, and Odis can even provide them with the necessary protection. These kinds of pirates usually went to sea because they were too poor in their hometowns. After making a fortune at sea, they hoped to return to a normal life. Odis believed that such pirates were acceptable. As for Lighthouse Town, it does not accept any outsiders unless they pledge allegiance to Odis and work for him for a period of time. Odis's office was on the second floor of the town hall. It was very spacious, and all the decorations were very new. They were the work of designers hired by Backlund. Both the decorations and the desk looked very impressive. He toured his office and was quite satisfied. Just as he was about to go find Grocer, Mandy's assistant, Bella, came to report, "Mr. Gar, Mr. Tim has something urgent to discuss with you." During Mandy's absence, Bella was in charge of the normal operation of Cruz Island. Tim is an officer sent by the Rune Navy to contact the Dawnbreaker, but he also has the duty to monitor the Dawnbreaker. In an ordinary pirate crew, this position would certainly be of high status, but in Dawnbreaker, this naval officer was like a transparent person. Rupert and the others who stayed behind on Cruz Island went about their business as usual, seemingly not treating him as an outsider at all. The latest novels are first published on 69 Shuba. Odis said, "Let him in." He guessed that the Navy had sent people again. Sure enough, a man in his 30s with a rather handsome appearance came in with Tim. Tim introduced him, "This is Bob." Odis simply grunted in response, then looked at Tim, "What do you need me for?" His meaning was simple, "I'll only talk to you." This made Tim secretly grateful to the captain. His current situation was rather special. He was sent by the original Admiral Emilius. After the new admiral took office, considering that he knew the mysterious admiral and the Dawn Sword pirate crew best, he was allowed to continue in his post. If Tim cannot keep his current job, he will likely be transferred to a sinecure by the new general and will be unlikely to be given important responsibilities for the next few years. The most important thing to keep your current job is to prove that your role is unique. The mysterious admiral is only willing to talk to Tim, so he is irreplaceable. Tim smiled and said, "Bob came a week ago but hasn't been able to find you." He asked Rupert for information, only to learn that the captain had gone to the North Continent to become the governor and was not replying to letters written to Odis. Odis invited the two to sit down on the sofa over there, then smiled and said, "I've been a bit busy lately." He knew perfectly well what Tim and Bob wanted from him, which was why he didn't reply. "Here's the thing," Tim quickly got to the point, "the Navy wants your cooperation to arrest several wanted criminals during the pirate conference." Odis refused outright, "No." He then added, "I will not arrest the pirates as long as they do not commit crimes on Cruz Island." Tim paused for a moment before laughing and saying, "I understand." At this moment, Bob, who had been silent until now, spoke in an unfriendly tone, "It is your duty to carry out the Navy's orders." Tim cursed under his breath as an idiot, then quickly said, "Let's go back and discuss it." Odis gave Bob a cold look before saying, "I only promised to assist the Navy in eliminating pirates, but I did not promise to help capture wanted criminals." Bob frowned. "What's the difference?" Odis suddenly laughed and said to Tim, "How did the Navy end up recruiting such an idiot?" Tim didn't know what to say, so he could only sit aside and smile apologetically. Bob was about to explode when Odis spoke to him first, "I said it's different, and it's different. Furthermore, I have no obligation to carry out naval orders because I have never received a penny of salary from the Navy. If you continue to spout nonsense, I will immediately join forces with Feniport and relentlessly attack the islands along the Chakra Island, Nickard Island, and Norhouse Island line. I can tell you definitively that unless the Rune Navy sends 3 fleets, don't even think about stopping my ship." Bob opened his mouth wide, momentarily speechless. Tim quickly said, "He's not very good at talking, please don't be angry." He then started talking about the changes that had taken place on Cruz Island in recent months, abruptly jumping to another topic. Odis didn't mind and started chatting with Tim. After chatting for a few minutes, Tim got up to say goodbye. After the two left the mayor's office, Tim whispered, "If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." Bob replied, "Odis wouldn't dare kill us." Tim cursed, "Idiot," under his breath again. If the mysterious admiral had really sided with Fenipot, would he need to kill us? Bob swallowed hard, but still stubbornly insisted, he destroyed so many of Feniport's warships, would Feniport accept him? Tim took a deep breath and tried to explain calmly, "That just proves his worth." Bob had no choice but to change the subject. "What should we do if we fail to complete the general's mission?" Tim thought to himself, "You have the nerve to mention the general. I reported to the Navy a month ago that the new pirate convention would be held on Cruz Island. If the newly appointed General Michel wanted to gain political achievements, he should have sent someone to comfort the mysterious general long ago. However, he has been in office for more than a month and has not sent anyone to make contact. They only sent someone because they needed the help of the mysterious admiral. If I were Captain Odis, I would have to leave you hanging there for a week. But he said aloud, didn't you hear? Odis already agreed. He agreed. Didn't he say that if the pirates didn't commit crimes on Cruz Island, he wouldn't? At this point, Bob understood what the other person meant. Tim laughed at the other man's foolish appearance and said, we can make them commit crimes. Bob replied, actually, the task would be much simpler if we sent people to forcibly arrest them. Tim was genuinely amused and exasperated, then we can forget about catching those wanted criminals. He was certain that Odis would protect those people and spread the word that the Navy would not be able to capture anyone on Cruz Island. Tim knew perfectly well that Odis intended to build a place on Cruz Island for pirates to sell their stolen goods and spend their money, and that security was the pirates' top priority. Especially during the process of selling stolen goods, the pirates felt very insecure and had a higher demand for security and stability. In Odis's view, the Navy's unannounced arrest was a perfect opportunity for him to promote himself. He had enough confidence to do so because, in addition to cooperating with the Navy, he was also a favored one of the goddess of night, an identity that allowed him to disregard the Navy's orders. After seeing Tim and Bob off, Odis used travel to reach the village opposite Lighthouse Hill. The residences for Grocer and the others who came out of the book are now complete, and have been decorated in their preferred style. Grocer and others named this place Old Village. When Odis arrived in his hometown village, Grocer was sharpening his enormous greatsword in the open space in the center. Odis asked, where are Shadas and the others? Sardas and Mobert went hunting in the mountains. Grocer folded a piece of cloth the size of a curtain and wiped the greatsword in his hand. Snowman went to Plainstown to help make dried mangoes. Odis was taken aback, you don't have enough food. Grocer, who only had one vertical eye, smiled and said, we should always find something to do. Odis said, oh, and then added, Rupert must have spoken to you, right? A few days ago, Odis received a letter from Hugh, confirming the location of the giant tribe. Since Odis was unable to leave, he wrote to Rupert and asked him to relay the matter to Grocer. We've talked. Grocer sheathed his greatsword and sighed, I had given up hope, but I never expected there would still be a tribe of giants. I'm taking you there today to have a look, Odis said. Are you mentally prepared? It's done. Grocer's tone sounded somewhat unnatural. Odis laughed and said, you don't need to be nervous. Grocer said, as if to reassure himself, yes, don't be nervous. Just greet them like giants, and all the barriers will be gone. Odis hummed in agreement and then asked, if you're ready, let's set off now. After receiving an affirmative answer, Odis grabbed one of Grocer's fingers and opened the illusory gate to travel to the Fuzak Empire. This empire was located at the northern end of the northern continent, while the tribe of giants was in the north of the country. Because Grocer was so large, he needed more spirituality to travel in the spirit world, so they rested once along the way before reaching their destination. It was a small town in a valley, and from a distance, one could see tall figures walking on the town's streets. This place is located on the south side of the Ontal Mountains, which are basically a natural dividing line. To the north of the Ontal Mountains lies the plain of eternal night, where the polar day and polar night alternate. In contrast, the southern part of the Ontal Mountains experiences 2 or 3 months of relatively normal weather throughout the year. Although those 2 or 3 months are called summer, they are relatively cool. However, in the months before and after that, the snow and ice will melt, and the vegetation will have a short growing season. The tribe of giants was settled in this remote place. After observing the town for a while, Odis said, I heard that the giant tribe is quite hostile to humans, so I won't go with you. I will come here again at this time tomorrow. Then you can decide whether you want to stay here for a while or come back with me. If you encounter an emergency, recite a holy name in the language of giants, the essence of knowledge, the wilderness of mystery. The brilliance of all civilizations. To dispel the beacon of truth that is unknown. Grocer took careful notes. After bidding farewell once more, Odis returned to the island of Cruz through a journey. Grocer stared blankly at the spot where Odis had disappeared for a moment before turning to look at the town built by the giant, feeling somewhat lost and uneasy. As evening fell, Admiral Katlia arrived at Cruz Island 2 days ahead of schedule. She quietly observed the huge harbor and the beautiful houses on the island. None of this surprised her. In her view, it was not surprising that the Hermit could build a deserted island into such a state with his abilities and resourcefulness. The arrival of the future attracted all the pirates on the island to the port to watch the excitement. During the pirate conference, pirates generally do not attack each other unless they have a deep-seated hatred for each other, so they are not worried about being killed by the Star Admiral with one shot. Odis also gave him face, and after hearing his subordinate's report, he personally went to the dock to greet him. Immediately afterward, the future docked, and a ball of stardust appeared in Katlia's palm, emitting a dazzling starlight. Then these starlights solidified and formed the gangway from the ship to the dock. As Katlia stepped onto the pier via the gangway, Odis smiled and said, Welcome to Cruz Island. Katlia said, I hope this pirate tournament won't disappoint. Of course. Odis gestured for you to enter. I've prepared accommodations for you, but before that, I'll show you around the town. Katlia was taken aback. What's so interesting about this? This wasn't her first time attending the pirate convention. As an island hosting the pirate convention, the only difference was that the food was more unique and the streetwalkers were more alluring. Just then, the streetlights turned on one by one. Gadria stared at the scene before her for a moment before saying, "Show me around." Chapter 356, Chapter 355. A Loving Family. On Cruz Island, the dreamlike scene before her eyes stunned Katlia. As the sun was just setting and the light began to dim, bright spots of light appeared on the streets, making them as bright as day. Caldelia knew perfectly well that it was not a gas streetlight, because a gas light wouldn't be this bright. Odis, who was standing nearby, said, "Then let's start our tour with the streetlights." He once again used the excuse he had prepared long ago. "This is a material that I found by chance that can continuously emit light." "I knew it couldn't be lighting crystal," Katlia said, snapping out of her reverie. "You're just so comfortable using this kind of material in streetlights." "There have indeed been a lot of people stealing streetlights lately," Odis said frankly. "But I caught all those thieves and gave them two options, either pay a £200 fine or buy this ball of light for £300. By this time, crew member No had been promoted to Sequence 7 magician. These past few days, she had either been catching thieves stealing streetlights or on her way to catch thieves. Unless the thief's sequence is above Sequence 7, they can be caught quickly using divination. However, if it is truly a level above Sequence 7, they generally wouldn't do such underhanded things. Or rather, he would instruct his subordinates to do so instead of stealing it himself. Katlia paused for a moment, about to exclaim, "That's so cheap," but then smiled and said, "You must be crazy for money." Odis smiled but said nothing. When he quoted a price to Lieutenant General Iceberg before, he had calculated the cost. At that time, the spirit storage crystal in each street lamp was worth 1 soul. Of course, this does not include the cost of help from a demigod, because Odis can complete a key step in the production process on his own using a level 1 seal. As production increases, costs continue to decrease, and current costs have been reduced to around 10 pence. Once the thief who stole the energy storage crystal is caught, he will definitely buy it back if he has enough money. Because if you resell such items on other islands, you can easily make several £100s. The extraordinary realm is currently unaware of spirit storage crystals, so after Odis catches the thieves, he sends someone to explain to them that these crystals can store spiritual energy. Therefore, many thieves are willing to pawn all their valuables to buy it. Since they were truly broke, Odis ordered the thieves to be taken to an iron mine and made to mine for a month before being released. In just the past few days, he has earned more than £20,000 just by catching thieves or selling spirit storage crystals. There are also many big pirates who hope to buy a batch of spirit storage crystals from the town government. But Odis did not agree. He planned to let the thieves test the waters first. If the market was right, Odis would openly cooperate with the Church of the Goddess of Night and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom to officially launch the spirit storage crystal. This kind of thing definitely needs the endorsement of the Church of the True God, and Odis also has to give the Church a portion of the profits, otherwise the Church and secret organizations will come looking for him, and in that case Odis will have to sell it secretly. Only when a community of shared interests is formed can Odis be sold openly and legitimately. After observing the streetlights for a moment, Gadria said, "The streetlights alone are enough for the pirates to talk about for a long time. As long as pirates talk about Crusade, the island's popularity will never wane." The two continued their tour, and Odis introduced the food area to Katlia. Katlia listened quietly and soon discovered that it brought together cuisines from various countries and regions across the North and South continents. This was somewhat unbelievable. Katlia even suspected that the Hermit had used travel to go around the world, kidnapped local celebrity chefs, and sent them to Cruz Island. Then she realized that even the pirates, who weren't particularly interested in food, would definitely remember this town. "And if time and currency allow, I will come back here to spend money again." Because the pirates came from all over the world, and the food on the high seas was only island food, many pirates may not have tasted their hometown cuisine for many years. "Since we're going to eat anyway, why not go to Cruz Island and eat what we want?" After visiting the dining area, Odis took Katlia to the trading area and explained the general process of selling stolen goods. Giardelli felt very comfortable and that the process was very standardized, just like a VIP customer going to a bank to conduct business. As long as we maintain good credit, pirates will definitely come here to sell their stolen goods in the future. Because the risk of selling stolen goods here is very small, especially with the standardized procedures, the pirates will feel that this is a very normal thing, thus reducing their tension. This can further increase mutual trust. At that moment, a dispute broke out at a weapons shop not far away. Crew member Boris was leading his men to maintain order, but after verbal persuasion failed, he had no choice but to beat up the troublemaking pirates. These past few days, all the crew members of Dawnbreaker have been working overtime, and even Tim, the officer sent by the Navy, has been assigned by Odis to maintain order. However, none of the crew members complained, because the captain gave them bonuses every day and they could also accumulate merits. After a pirate gathering, they will basically have one of the potion recipes or extraordinary properties needed for their next sequence. The only regret is that they have all recently advanced in rank, and the potion hasn't been fully digested yet, so they need to wait a while before they can advance again. Once the dispute was resolved, Odis waved to Boris. Why was that pirate causing trouble? Boris, a crew member with some stubble, replied. He wanted to order 20 submachine guns, but the clerk told him that there was a limit of 2 per customer, and that he would only be able to get them when they left shore. Odis frowned. Didn't the clerk tell him he could make a reservation? This wasn't Odis's hunger marketing tactic. The gun manufacturing factory on Cruz Island wasn't finished yet. The current batch of guns was produced by extraordinary puppets in Odis's secret base. The problem is that the extraordinary puppets are now facing a shortage of manpower and cannot contribute more production capacity. Odis originally planned to build factories for semi-automatic rifles and submachine guns on Cruz Island and Vote State respectively. The production capacity on Cruz Island was mainly sold to pirates, while the guns produced in the Vote State factory were sold to international customers. Although no orders have been received yet, Odis is certain that orders will come in soon after the Governor's Guard displays these weapons. As for handing over the weapons purchased by the pirates when they left the shore, this was entirely for security reasons. However, when purchasing, they can go to a specialized shooting range to test the gun. After that, personnel who boarded the pier were also prohibited from carrying submachine guns or semi-automatic rifles. These 2 types of firearms are too lethal and must be regulated. I did, Boris replied, but when the other party heard that it would take another 3 months, they thought he was being played, and that's how the argument started. Odis glanced at the pirates who had just been beaten by Boris. Now, upon seeing the mysterious Admiral and the Star Admiral, a hint of fear flickered in their eyes, perhaps out of fear of being beaten again. Odis then said, have the shop assistant explain to them that we are indeed short of the goods we have prepared, and ask for their understanding. And promised that he would be provided with enough firearms within 3 months. Boris paused for a moment. Is it necessary? After saying that, he quickly covered his mouth, took a deep breath, and said, I'll go right now. Boris never managed to shake his habitual provocation. He would usually tap his mouth shut when he saw the captain. But today, he really didn't have time to stick his tongue out. In Odis's view, this was certainly necessary, as these were the target customers. After Boris left, Katlia asked, what new weapon have you developed this time? Odis thought for a moment before saying, come on, I'll take you to the shooting range. As he spoke, Odis grabbed Katlia's shoulder, and in the next instant, the 2 of them vanished from the spot. 2 seconds later, they appeared on the hillside of a valley. In the middle of the valley, several large, spirit storage crystals floated in midair, illuminating the entire valley as brightly as daytime. Katlia saw that there were 2 shooting ranges with different shooting distances in the valley. The sound of da-da-da could be heard incessantly. At one of the shooting ranges, the target was about 100 meters away. 2 pirates were testing their guns. The guns they were carrying were ones that Gedalia had never seen before. After the safety was released, dozens of bullets in the magazine were fired in just a few seconds. Several targets were hit by a burst of bullets. The 2 pirates seemed very happy. After testing the guns, they talked to the staff next to them, probably planning to order a batch. At the other shooting range, the targets were over 200 meters long. It was a semi-automatic rifle range. With each shot, some bullets hit the targets, piercing through the wooden targets. After watching for a while, Gadria took a deep breath. She keenly realized that if an ordinary person used these 2 guns, they would essentially have the ability to kill a low-sequence, extraordinary individual. In a head-on battle, even a sequence 7 couldn't withstand such barrage. After a long pause, Gadria said, I would also like to order a batch of such firearms. Odis smiled and said, of course, but we'll have to wait a bit. These guns have only recently started mass production, and the quantity is still a bit tight. Caldelia hummed in agreement, I can wait. She paused for a moment and then said, once you have a certain amount of stock, you can contact me by writing. At this moment, Katlia looked into the distance and saw lights in the distance as well, and then asked, what is that place? That's an iron mine, Odis said with a smile. There's a very good iron mine on this island. Moreover, this iron mine is now the property of the town government. When Odis first became mayor, he had no intention of taking over the iron mine. It was still the common property of the self-governing council. Even if the self-governing association is later dissolved, the assets still belong to the members of the self-governing association. Later, when Odis negotiated with the natives in the mountains, he declared that the iron ore mining was a personal matter and had nothing to do with the town government. Odis then explicitly stipulated that all forms of slavery and employment would be abolished on the island of Cruz, and that any labor relationship would require payment. Meanwhile, after completely losing control of the island, the members of the self-governing council turned to establishing an iron ore company. At first, they did not take the town government's regulations seriously and continued to arrest people in Plains Town, hoping to use the locals to mine iron ore. Odis punished them severely, and they dared not continue to capture slaves in the mayor's territory. So they decided to capture the natives in the mountains. The first capture was relatively successful, but after that, the iron mine was attacked by local natives every day. The natives also attacked their supply convoys, causing considerable damage. Later, when the natives acquired rifles, the iron ore company lost all its advantage. They even asked the mayor for help, but Odis had no intention of getting involved. Ultimately, the iron ore company lost many people and went bankrupt due to a lack of follow-up funding before it had extracted much ore. At this time, the town government purchased the iron ore at a low price and began to organize production. First, they released all the mountain inhabitants and gave some compensation to the inhabitants around the iron mine. Afterwards, they recruited workers from Pingyuan town, where they already trusted the mayor, and offered very good wages, attracting quite a few miners. After reaching an agreement with the indigenous people in the mountains, the iron ore mine officially began production. Odis also funded the construction of a smelter nearby, so the iron transported out of the mountains were mostly iron ingots. Now, not only does Cruz Island have a large demand for steel, but after the railway construction begins, a large number of rails are also needed, and the ore from one iron ore mine is not enough. Fortunately, the state of Vote does have iron ore deposits, and with some coordinated production in Odis, it should be able to become self-sufficient. Seeing all this, Katlia realized that the Hermit had transformed Cruz Island into an island with abundant industries. Such islands are rare at sea. Most islands only have one or two pillar industries, and if that industry fluctuates, many people engaged in it will go bankrupt. This will severely impact the island's main sources of income, preventing them from accumulating wealth sustainably. It was already dark when Odis glanced in the direction of the mountains and exclaimed, "Huh?" Gadria was taken aback. "What's wrong?" Odis smiled and said, "I have a surprise for you." He paused for a moment and said, "It's getting late, let's go have dinner." As he spoke, he pointed in the direction of the mountains. "I built a small wooden cabin there. How about we eat there?" Caldelia didn't seem to care much. "Okay." Odis once again used travel to take General of the Stars to a high mountain peak, where there was a small wooden cabin with lights on inside. From here, Katlia could see the calm sea under the moonlight and faintly hear the sound of the waves. The dazzling lights at the foot of the mountain are also in full view, the bustling port town, the tranquil lighthouse town, and the plain town that feels like a paradise. Each town gives people a different feeling. "Come in." Odis was already standing at the door, and he pushed the door open and went in. Katlia followed her inside, only to be stunned at the doorway. There was a tall, imposing figure sitting on the sofa inside, legs crossed, reading a book. After a pause of about a second or two, Gadria quickly said, "Your Majesty." The person sitting on the sofa was none other than the mysterious queen. Because the food in Vote State was rather mediocre, Odis and Bernadette had been coming to this cabin for dinner quite often recently. Although this island is not large, it has an abundance of seafood and fruit, making it more abundant in ingredients than Vientiane. Bernadette glanced at Katlia, then put down her book and said, "Come in and sit down." Then she said to Odis, "I just caught 2 fish." The cabin had a fully equipped kitchen. Odis took off his coat and tossed it onto the sofa, rolling up his sleeves as he said, "The fish here are much fresher than the ones at the fish market." As Odis skillfully gutted the fish, he said, "I just took Katlia to see semi-automatic rifles and submachine guns." Bernadette placed the book on the coffee table, leaned back in her chair, and asked with a smile, "What are your thoughts?" Katlia was stunned again, because she hadn't seen such a kind and gentle queen in a long time. After pausing for a second or two, she said, "It can give ordinary people extremely strong firepower." She took a deep breath. "I even think these weapons could completely change the way pirates fight." The latest novels are first published on 69 Shuba. Bernadette nodded with satisfaction. "In my opinion, there are even deeper implications. If pirates have such powerful firepower, shouldn't the Navy also have equivalent firepower?" Caldelia had recovered from her initial surprise and immediately understood what the Queen meant. The Navy will purchase such weapons in large quantities. Then she looked at Odis, who was washing fish, and at that moment she roughly understood why the Queen had said that he was someone who could change the world order. After thinking for a moment, Katlia asked again, "Is this a new business for Element's Dawn?" "No." Bernadette smiled and glanced at Odis. "The Elemental Dawn will also be ordered from him." While busy, Odis said, "Once we have a certain amount of stock, I will send a batch to Element Dawn. Gadria looked at the Queen's smile and fell into a brief moment of contemplation. With the help of extraordinary powers, Odis quickly prepared dinner. 1 fish was used to make soup, another was made into grilled fish, and 3 pineapple rice dishes were also made. It was the first time that Katlia had ever eaten pineapple fried rice. It had the aroma of rice and the sweet and sour taste of pineapple. She ate 6 or 7 bites in a row. She was about to praise Odis's cooking skills, but she didn't say it. She noticed that the Queen and Odis were chatting and eating, and the atmosphere was like that of a family having a meal. At first, Katlia felt very warm. After all, she hadn't felt this way in a long time. But then she was horrified by her own feelings, because one of the protagonists of this heartwarming scene was the mysterious Queen, and she never expected that the Queen would have such a side. It made her feel both unfamiliar and somewhat frightened. The reason for her fear was that a terrifying thought had entered her mind, leaving her momentarily unsure how to face the Hermit in the future. But soon, Katlia came to terms with it. After all, choosing a partner was the Queen's prerogative. She stopped overthinking and, while enjoying the food, listened to the conversation between the Queen and the Hermit. It sounds like the Queen is discussing with the Hermit how to manage the state of vote. In recent tarot readings, the Hermit hasn't shared his current situation, but Katlia learned through her own channels that the mysterious general seems to have gone to Remmberg. But she didn't expect that the Hermit was now the governor of Remmberg. Katlia had no idea how the Hermit became governor, or what his purpose was. All I could do was listen quietly. Finally, Katlia simply enjoyed the food. Not only was the pineapple rice delicious, but the fish soup made by the Hermit was also very flavorful, and the grilled fish was perfect to accompany drinks. After dinner, the three of them went to the wooden chairs by the door, enjoying the sea breeze and the view outside, chatting idly. At this moment, Bernadette's invisible servants are clearing the tables and washing the dishes in the dining room and kitchen. It wasn't until after 9 p.m. that Bernadette got up and headed from the spirit world to Watai City. After shutting down the spirit storage crystal in the cabin, Odis led Katlia to the room that had been arranged for her. It was a wooden house with a small yard, located high up in the port town. There are only a few of these houses, which were specially prepared for the pirate general. After Odis took his leave, Katlia sat by the window, gazing at the scenery outside in silence for a long time. The following morning, Odis arrived as promised in the northern part of the Fusak Empire, not far from the giant town. As soon as Odis appeared in the real world, he saw Grosser sitting on a boulder not far away. Odis was taken aback. "You arrived early." Grosser grunted in response, unable to hide his disappointment. Odis asked, "It seems like things aren't going too well." "I've talked to them a lot," Grosser said. "I've made 2 friends, and the town's chief is willing to take me in. But you have to believe in the god of war to join them. I don't even know what kind of god that god of war is. But it certainly isn't the great king of giants." Odis thought to himself, actually, he is the child of the king of giants, so the relationship is not that distant. Grosser let out a long sigh of relief. "I refuse their baptism." Odis then said, "Then come back to Cruz Island with me. I'll hire you to protect that island. And you have a home there now, and you have acquaintances like the ascetic snowman. Satas and Mobert may leave the island soon, but Snowman will definitely not leave." Grosser rose from the boulder and said sincerely, "Thank you." After he refused the giant leader's baptism, he sensed a subtle change in the other giants' attitudes toward him, and he knew very well that this was not home. The place that still gives him a sense of belonging is his hometown village on Cruz Island. Odis used travel to take Grosser back to Cruz Island. They reappeared in the open space in the center of the old village, where the large whetstone where Grosser had sharpened his sword was still there, as if it had long ago foreshadowed the return of the giant warrior. Odis said, "As a reward for protecting this island, in addition to providing you with enough food, your salary will be the same as Longzel's. After you get paid, you can try to trade with the locals. In addition, if there are any other missions, it is very likely that we will have to fight in the northern continent." Grosser nodded, "I will follow your instructions." He now has a job and his own house, so his life is pretty good. "I've prepared a weapon for you." Odis took out a modified machine gun from the wilderness of knowledge, which also had a strap attached to it. The improved, extraordinary machine gun, which felt heavy and difficult to use in Odis, was as easy to wield as a revolver in the hands of the tall Grosser. Grosser tested the feel of it. "Very good. You can try it where there's no one around," Odis said. "No need to reload, but you need to rest for 3 minutes after every minute of firing. Tomorrow, I will have someone send you 3 magazines, and I have already designed a chargeable armor for you. Each magazine can be used for 1 minute. Moreover, when using a magazine, as long as it is not used continuously, the usage time can be much longer than 1 minute. Those so-called magazines contain large, spiritual storage crystals that store spiritual energy in advance to support the continuous firing of the extraordinary machine gun. Let's try it out first." In Odis's plan, if there are enough magazines, this extraordinary machine gun can be on standby around the clock. After learning about the current situation of Giant Town, Odis probably guessed that this would be the outcome, which is why he modified an extraordinary machine gun in advance. After chatting with Grosser for a while, Odis returned to his office to deal with matters concerning the pirate conference. The day before the pirate conference opened, all the great pirates had arrived. They were received by the crew of Dawnbreaker Sword. After all, the crew members already possessed the strength of great pirates. Many of the great pirates had attended the pirate convention more than once, but this was the first time they had been received in such a formal manner. They were even provided with accommodations that were more exquisite than those in normal hotels, which greatly satisfied their vanity. To maintain order in the port town, Odis sent Grocer, who had just started working on the Sword of Dawn, to the port town carrying a giant sword and an extraordinary machine gun. The pirates behaved themselves when the giant appeared in the town square. Odis assigned Longsel to keep an eye on the great pirates. These great pirates probably never imagined that arranging for them to live together was primarily for better surveillance. Odis's only requirement for these great pirates was that they didn't fight. The pirate generals were personally received by Odis. Admiral Iceberg and Admiral Deep Sea had both visited before, but I only gave them a brief tour. To Odis's surprise, Admiral of Disease and Admiral of Twilight also attended the pirate convention. The Disease General was a woman with long, straight eyebrows and a graceful, slender figure. Odis always had the illusion that every glance and movement of hers could stir up the desires in his heart. However, as long as you hold your ground, there shouldn't be any major problems. The pirates watching the spectacle on the street all revealed expressions of admiration, as if many of them had already fallen in love with this newly promoted pirate admiral. If it weren't for a last shred of reason stopping them, many pirates would probably have rushed over to express their love. While displaying a cool and aloof demeanor, Lieutenant General of Disease, Tracy also approachably inquired of Odis about the giant's origins, the local delicacies of Cruz Island, and any recommended streetwalkers. After chatting for a while, Odis inwardly marveled at how all-pervasive the witch's power was, and he even felt a sense of falling in love. However, this feeling can be addressed rationally and spiritually, preventing one from doing anything inappropriate. Twilight Admiral Ivan Blatov is a middle-aged man with a somewhat gloomy expression. He wears a hat that is a size too big for a normal captain's hat, and there is an old scar under his left eye. Combined with his gloomy expression, he is definitely the kind of person who could scare a child to tears. This Twilight Admiral was the pirate general that Odis saw most like a pirate captain. He was dressed in linen clothes, with a compass hanging from his waist and an old-fashioned flintlock pistol at his side. In comparison, Admiral Star and Lieutenant General Iceberg are more like scholars, Lieutenant General Disease is more like a socialite with a domineering temperament, and Lieutenant General Deep Sea is more like a senior executive of a large company. The Twilight General didn't have many questions, he was simply listening to Odis's explanation. When Odis finally escorted him to his lodgings, he said, "After this conference, I hope to speak with you alone." Odis smiled and said, "No problem." He knew very well that Twilight Admiral and Disease Admiral must have received orders from their respective organizations to attend this pirate conference. So they must each have their own purpose in coming to Cruz Island. That evening, the entire port town was bustling with activity, yet a sense of tension permeated the air. The party was lively because with so many pirates attending, there was bound to be drinking, bragging, and hiring prostitutes. The tension stemmed from the fact that the great pirates were wary of each other. Furthermore, even a glance at the residences of the pirate generals seems to convey the standoff between them. That night, Odis slept with the staff of Gus in his hand, fearing that the pirate generals might suddenly start fighting. The next morning, amidst a light drizzle, the pirate conference officially commenced. After everyone took their seats according to their strength and status, the convener of the conference, Blackhand Alva, spoke first. "This is the most complete gathering of pirate generals we've ever had. Our agenda is sure to make a breakthrough." After the Blood General was killed, all the pirate generals arrived except for the infamous Hell General. Chapter 357, Chapter 356 Pirate Tournament. The pirate convention is taking place on Cruz Island. Odis used the newly built Grand Hall to hold this pirate conference. The hall wasn't particularly luxurious, but its decor was very solemn. Many great pirates who entered didn't know which leg to step with first. In addition, nameplates were placed on the seats, and when the great pirates arrived at the venue, waiters led them to their designated seats. All of this hospitality work has once again broadened their understanding of the pirate convention. They had attended pirate conventions more than once before, but the venues were usually in restaurant lobbies, casinos, or even caves or forests. This is the first time I've ever encountered such a formal venue. The usually chaotic pirate gathering was now completely silent. The great pirates watched quietly as the pirate generals sat on the opposite stage, waiting for them to speak. Sitting on the stage, Katlia thought to herself, the environment has had a significant impact on these pirates. Although they had previously said they wanted to form a pirate alliance, even the pirate generals felt that it was an alliance that was not respectable enough to be discussed in public. But things are different now. In such a solemn setting, mentioning the pirate alliance feels like a meeting of parliament with the top leaders of a country discussing issues. The host of the conference, Blackhand Alva, first praised the pirate conference as an unprecedented gathering, and then praised the venue and the accommodations arranged for the pirates. Then he said, let's discuss the first issue. At the last gathering, we decided to establish a pirate alliance, but the specific rules have not yet been established. At this conference, we will first discuss the mysterious admiral's suggestions on this topic. He then gestured for the mysterious general to enter. Odis then smiled and said, I learned from Alva about the achievements and controversies of the previous conference. At the time, everyone agreed to form a pirate alliance, but there were serious disagreements about who should be the leader. After thinking about it for a while, I've come up with a way to resolve the controversy at the time. Hearing that they were discussing serious matters, everyone looked intently at the mysterious general and listened quietly to his proposal. Odis continued, my suggestion is not to establish a leader, but to establish a pirate alliance standing committee, and the 6 pirate generals attending this meeting will be the standing committee members. Standing committee members have veto power. He paused for a moment and then said, there are important decisions that require the pirate generals to vote on. If no pirate general abstains, a proposal needs more than 4 votes to pass. If not all members of the standing committee attend the meeting, or if someone abstains, the proposal with the most votes will be implemented. To avoid a 3-3 tie, I think Alva, the initiator of the pirate conference, should become the 7th standing committee member. The great pirates were all slightly taken aback. They all knew that Blackhand, Alva was just a great pirate and had not yet reached the level of a pirate general. But they quickly came to terms with it, because they also knew that Alva was a subordinate of the King of the 5 Seas. Odis continued, the great pirates who are here today are members of the standing committee. Everyone can raise issues and receive corresponding support. Major issues require a vote by all members, and once the vote passes, the process begins. Seeing that the pirates all looked blank, he further explained, for example, if you are attacked by pirates outside of a pirate alliance and want to take revenge, but are unable to do so due to insufficient strength, you can seek support from other members nearby. If a few members cannot solve the problem, they can come to the Pirate Alliance Standing Committee and raise the issue. As long as it is approved by the majority of pirates, then all of us will form a joint fleet to help you take revenge. Of course, the spoils obtained from such operations will be distributed by the Pirate General. The proposals put forward by the 7 standing committee members are basically systemic issues, such as the proposal I am explaining to you now. The room fell silent, for this was a method they had never heard of before, but it sounded reasonable, and most importantly, it immediately established connections among the members of the Pirate Alliance. The pirate generals, on the other hand, felt that it was a political model similar to, yet distinctly different from, the Council of Rune. This made them frown, instinctively wanting to refuse, but also feeling that their rights had been protected and further confirmed. In particular, the veto power allows the pirate general to legally supersede the great pirate. Therefore, when people realized that this system would cause them to lose some autonomy, they did not immediately reject it, because they also gained some power at the same time. At this point, a great pirate asked, what if we encounter a naval attack and want revenge? Can we also seek help? Of course, Odis smiled. But we must also consider the actual situation before taking any further action. My personal suggestion is not to engage in a full-scale naval battle with the Navy, just attack the warships that have caused you damage. Odis didn't have a good impression of the Navy of the Kingdom of Rune and other northern continents, feeling that they were just a group of pirates with better organization. This is indeed the case. For example, the Ruin Navy was established to suppress the Rosyth Islands and East Bayern, deter the navies of the other 3 countries, and allow the governor's office to better plunder the colonies. Therefore, he feels no psychological burden whatsoever when attacking a warship. Then another great pirate asked, what if there's an internal dispute or battle? Find the nearest pirate general for adjudication, Odis replied with a smile. If a dispute involves the pirate general, it will be resolved by a vote of the 7 standing committee members. The room fell silent again, as everyone realized that the system didn't seem to have any major loopholes. A few seconds later, the somewhat aloof, diseased lieutenant general suddenly said, if I understand correctly, we need a place to serve as the headquarters of the Pirate Alliance Standing Committee. That's right. Odis smiled. If no one objects to my proposal, the Pirate Alliance will adopt this committee system. So, as one of the standing committee members, my first proposal is to temporarily designate the port town of Cruz Island as the base of the Pirate Alliance. No one raised any objections, because there was a large hall here, accommodations were specially prepared for them, there was delicious food from all over the country, and even the streetwalkers here knew better how to please people. So, under Alva's guidance, the first vote was held somewhat awkwardly, and everyone agreed that setting up the base on Cruz Island was a good idea. Katlia, who also voted in favor, thought to herself, Cruz Island will be the capital in the hearts of all pirates in the future. Then everyone moved on to the second topic, how to deal with Rune's ironclad ships. At the last pirate conference, there was no progress on this issue. When it was Odis's turn to speak, he said, I don't think we should consider dealing with ironclad ships as our duty. Rune's 2 ironclad warships are currently being used to deal with the Fusak Empire, not to fight pirates. Under these circumstances, it is not a good idea for us to launch a preemptive attack. He paused and then said, I think our advantages are our elusiveness, our speed, and our familiarity with the sea. We don't need to attack ironclad ships head-on. One pirate asked, what should we do if we are attacked by an ironclad warship? Seek help from the pirate general nearby, Odis replied. Have we all forgotten the existence of extraordinary power? With extraordinary assistance, each pirate general's ship is quite special, and in my opinion, they are capable of challenging ironclad warships on their own. However, such assistance certainly cannot be free. The specific benefits to be received will be negotiated between the two parties. The pirate generals all remained silent after hearing these words, because what Odis had just said was true. The pirate asked again, how can we contact the pirate general? This is my second proposal, Odis said. The crystal ball I have modified can contact companions within 800 kilometers. That's just an ordinary crystal ball rich in spiritual energy. As long as it's not in use, no one can pinpoint its location. He was trying to allay the pirates' concerns with this last sentence, since they certainly wouldn't accept something that could locate them at any time. Odis continued, therefore, my second proposal is to use a crystal ball to establish a network of communication among the members. At this moment, Lieutenant General Twilight, who had remained silent until now, suddenly asked, may I take a look at that crystal ball? Odis immediately sent a servant to fetch one. Lieutenant General Twilight placed one hand on the compass at his waist and held the small crystal ball in the other. Then the compass emitted a faint light, and everyone realized that the compass was actually a magical object. A few seconds later, the light on the compass disappeared, and General Twilight said, I will bring a crystal ball with me. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that there was nothing wrong with the crystal ball. Odis hadn't expected Admiral Twilight to help dispel everyone's concerns, but he didn't thank him on the spot, guessing that this was probably the other party building up goodwill first, paving the way for a private conversation later. After everyone claimed their crystal balls, the venue suddenly fell silent, because everyone discovered that the problem that hadn't been solved even after 3 days of the last pirate conference had been resolved in just over 2 hours. The pirate generals gradually realized that this mysterious admiral was a politician among pirates, and that he had solved these thorny problems with great ease. At the end of the meeting, the pirates reached a consensus that such a pirate conference would be held regularly every 3 months thereafter. As everyone prepared to leave, Odis invited them to lunch in the newly built banquet hall and announced that the trading session of this pirate conference would officially begin in the afternoon. Northern Continent, Watai City. Bernadette, sitting in the governor's office, looked out the window at the sky and pondered mystical questions as usual. At this time, the state government had moved to the former self-governing council office building. In Odis's words, there is no reason not to use such a good venue. Suddenly, Bernadette seemed to snap out of her daze, frowned slightly, and then immediately produced pale death from the void. The next second, the sky outside suddenly darkened, as if someone had suddenly blocked out the sun. In an instant, Bernadette's spiritual awareness revealed that she was now in a hidden space. Bernadette then put the pale death mask on her face, instantly making her appear lifeless. She then said coldly, have you finally lost your patience? Bernadette realizes that the ability to enter the hidden space is a mysterious reappearance, and the enemy is likely a member of the Moor's penitentiary. Suddenly, a stream of information gushed out from the center of the room like a fountain, and the other party said in a surreal voice, it's not that we've lost patience, but that we've seized the best opportunity. This is Toriopo, the nominal president of the Ascetic Order of Moors, who is an angel. Bernadette asked with a cold laugh, you think this is the best time? Odis considers himself a mystery, but we've known for a long time that he's building up Cruz Island and has received intelligence that the new pirate tournament will be held there, Toriopo said. He's too arrogant, he actually broke up with you and left your protection. Today will be his death day. Bernadette reached into her spatial magic bag and pulled out a staff about the length of a forearm. You actually thought we would give you an opportunity to assassinate me. The staff in her hand was a Gus staff. As she spoke, Bernadette's spirituality swelled, seemingly becoming much stronger all of a sudden. Toriopo paused for a moment, then laughed and said, even if Odis has 1 or 2 level 1 sealed artifacts, you don't think he can escape from 2 demigods all by himself, do you? Bernadette said nothing more. Suddenly, the waters of the river of the dead flowed from beneath her feet, and everything around her seemed to fall silent. Even the head of the Order of Moors felt as if he were rushing toward the end of his life. Bernadette's reappearance is the river of the dead that she encountered a few days ago, affected by the river of eternal darkness. Toriopo dared not be careless and took the attack launched by the mysterious queen seriously. His purpose in this operation was merely to hold off the mysterious queen. The task of killing Odis is sufficient to be left to those 2 demigods. This Moss Ascetic not only intends to kill Odis, but also plans to launch an attack on the pirates during the pirate convention while they are gathered together, and seize a batch of extraordinary properties. After all, opportunities like this, which gather a large number of wild extraordinary individuals, or rather, nominally wild extraordinary individuals, are rare. Cruz Island, Pier. The Azure Avenger slowly docked. Alger saw the port full of people and the flagships of the pirate generals, realizing that this pirate gathering seemed even more lively than the last one. Then he glanced at the square at the dock, where a giant was guarding it. But Alger only glanced at it, because he knew that the Hermits came from a mysterious ancient organization, and it was not surprising that their members included giants. Alger hadn't originally planned to come, since he had already revealed his allegiance to General of Mystery and General of Iceberg during the previous struggle for the sealed artifact that was comparable to the High Priest of Disaster. But the church deliberately sent him to gather information. This made Alger realize that the church might be doing this on purpose to demonstrate against the Hermit. If the Hermit makes things difficult for him at this time, then the church will have a reason to enter Cruz Island. If the Hermit makes no statement on this, it is tantamount to the church completing the demonstration. The latest novels are first published on 69 Shuba. Alger originally intended to use the excuse of not being in good condition to appease the church, because he knew very well that he was just bait for this mission and that he was in a very dangerous situation. But then he thought again that going to the territory of other island pirates might indeed be very dangerous. There was little danger to himself in going to the territory of the mysterious general to demonstrate. After all, Admiral of Mystery is not only a pirate general but also a hermit of the Tarot Society. So Alger came to Cruz Island, but because he received the order a little late, he rushed here and finally arrived on the day of the pirate convention. After landing, Alger glanced at the water in the center of the harbor. At this moment, the harbor was surrounded by ships, while the center was empty, resembling a large pool of water. For some reason, Alger always felt that there was something hidden in the water there. But it was completely calm there. Alger thought it was his imagination, but after taking a few steps toward the dock, he turned around and looked again. Whoosh! The next instant, a huge, illusory blue whale leaped out of the water and flew directly into the air. Then, the illusory blue whale emitted a dazzling starlight and vanished without a trace. One by one, figures emerged from the starlight and landed on the dock. These people had a clear objective. The moment they landed, they rushed toward the giant grocer, who was guarding the dock square. Their numbers grew larger and larger, eventually reaching more than 100. The charge of over 100 extraordinary individuals looked terrifying. The sudden turn of events stunned not only Alger but also the other pirates. The pirates, realizing what was happening, quickly took cover to avoid being accidentally injured in the ensuing battle. Alger quickly reacted and used wind control to fly to the rooftop next to him to observe what was going on. The giant in the square took the oversized gun that was on his back and pulled the trigger at the people rushing towards him. Bang 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 bang. What happened next stunned Alger once again. Bullets, or rather, shells, shot out like fire snakes and exploded one by one. Many of those who charged at the giant were blown to bits before they even understood what was happening. More often, however, they were blown away by the surrounding shells. Even those who were extraordinary were blown to pieces, with severed arms, internal organs, and flesh flying everywhere. The middle and lower ranks of the Moss Order were also stunned by this scene. They had indeed received intelligence that the Argo had powerful cannons and machine guns. So their informants, disguised as pirates, made sure the crew of the Dawnbreaker were not on the Argo before launching their attack. But no one expected that they would lose more than a dozen men in just a few seconds of fighting. Grocer chuckled good-naturedly. This kind of cannon is quite useful. This time, the Moor's Penitentiary deployed many Sequence 5 and Sequence 6 members. They quickly regained their footing and used scrolls and extraordinary abilities to block the terrifying bombardment. Once they were close enough, a batch of extraordinary abilities and scrolls flew toward the giant. Grocer immediately dropped the extraordinary machine gun in his hand, drew the greatsword that was also carried on his back, and knelt down on one knee, planting it into the ground. The light of dawn enveloped him, forming a solid dawn barrier that blocked all the extraordinary abilities and scrolls that flew in. The enemy did not continue their advance because most of them were not skilled in melee combat, but rather in mid-range fighting. A second later, the dawn barrier dissipated, and their attack resumed. Imprison. A majestic voice rang out as Long Zaire arrived, imprisoning one of the enemies and then using the power of death. The members of the Moor's Penitentiary organized their subordinates and launched a fierce attack on the two men. In their view, although the Punishment Knights and Guardians were both skilled in combat, they were confident that they could take them down within 10 seconds. However, soon after, the crew of Dawnbreaker Sword joined the battle, even though they knew the enemy was stronger than them. The arrival of First Mate Bazel and others slightly reduced the pressure on Grocer and Ronzel, but they were still at a significant disadvantage. Standing on the rooftop, Alger glanced into the distance. More and more pirates were appearing on the streets, but they were all watching. Some even followed Alger's example and climbed onto the rooftops to watch the spectacle. Clearly, the pirates who came to the pirate tournament had no intention of helping Dawnbreaker. After weighing his options, Alger decided to help the Hermit. Because he was quite clear about the Hermit's strength and character, as well as the person to whom the Hermit was loyal. Alger believed that the Hermits would be able to unleash even more extraordinary power in a short period of time, and he did not rule out the possibility that the Lord of Mysteries might even descend. He shook his head, seeing that most of the Hermit's opponents were mid-sequence and low-sequence extraordinary beings, and that the Lord of Mysteries probably wouldn't bother with enemies of that level. Seeing that some members of the Sword of Dawn had been injured, Alger was about to take action when a hurricane suddenly blew in, and within the hurricane, there were deep blue wind blades that pierced towards the members of the Moss Ascetic Order. Alger was taken aback, then saw two figures being blown by the wind. One of them was a woman with long, beautiful hair and pointed ears. It was an ancient elf. Click. A thunderbolt struck, forcing Professor Scroll, who was preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Bozier Selena, to take a step back. The man who came with the ancient elf raised his hand, and an astrologer, who was about to ambush Longzel suddenly froze, forgetting what he was about to do. With the addition of Shadas and Mobert, the Sword of Dawn now has 4 Sequence 5 members, 3 Sequence 6 members, and 4 Sequence 7 members. Although they still had no advantage in numbers, they were able to hold off the enemy group by sticking together. Just as Alger was wondering why there were so many Sequence 5s on Cruz Island, a holy light descended. The ascetic snowman, who was just at the fishing port over Lighthouse Hill helping the fishermen dry fish and taste the dried fish, has arrived. A beam of holy light struck an unsuspecting wizard, and 2 seconds later, the wizard was transformed into a fool who could only praise the sun. Looking at the 5th Sequence 5 who had joined the battle, Alger immediately sensed the power behind the Hermits. It was just a pirate tournament, yet they had sent 5 Sequence 5s. Moreover, the mysterious Admiral has not yet made a move, which means that they have brought at least 6 Sequence 5s to this pirate tournament. These Sequence 5s are not all extraordinary beings from the same pathway, there is also a giant and an ancient elf among them. Just as he was thinking this, Alger suddenly came to his senses, immediately jumped into the street, and rushed towards the members of the Moss Penitentiary. He realized that if he didn't intervene soon, the battle might be over. Admiral of the Stars, Katlia observes the battle taking place at the docks from afar. She recognized several members of the Moss Order and realized that this was a Moss Order attack, and the largest operation in decades. But Katlia received no news. She knew very well that either the 10 Pillars suspected her of re-establishing contact with the mysterious Queen, or the 10 Pillars, to which she served, were not involved in this operation. It's no secret that the mysterious Queen once helped the mysterious General. If the 10 Pillars, who planned this operation, suspected that Katlia had a connection with the mysterious Queen, they certainly wouldn't have informed her in advance. Furthermore, Katlia knew that there were many major conflicts among the 10 Pillars of the Moss Penitentiary, so they did not inform each other of most of their actions. At this moment, the Iceberg General, not far away, drew his rapier from his waist, his eyes flashing with azure light, and flew towards the battlefield at the dock. The other pirate generals exchanged glances, none of them intending to make a move. But at this moment, the surprise in their eyes was undisguised. They had originally thought that the gathering of 6 pirate generals on an island would definitely be a significant event in the history of piracy. They now realized that, in the eyes of the mysterious Admiral, it must have been as simple as 6 Sequence 5s getting together for a meeting. Because Cruz Island originally had at least 6 digits of Sequence 5. Katlia was still hesitant about whether to make a move. The mysterious Queen had spoken with her before, telling her to maintain her current identity and try to obtain information from the Moss Penitentiary. But if she makes a move now, she could easily expose herself. Suddenly, Gadria recalled the scene from the night before last when the Queen, herself, and the Hermit had dinner together. This made her decide immediately, if the Queen knew that I had not provided any help in this battle, she would be very unhappy. As for tasks such as obtaining intelligence, in the eyes of the Queen, they would definitely be ranked after Odis's safety. Without further hesitation, Gadria drew her staff from her waist and flew towards the battlefield at the docks. The members of the Moss Penitentiary Order were completely bewildered. The intelligence report had not mentioned that they would encounter so many Sequence 5 enemies. They knew very well that Odis had been promoted to astrologer and had also learned that there were extraordinary individuals on Cruz Island. However, according to their analysis, when they attacked Dawnbreaker Sword, the other pirates would not voluntarily offer help to Mysterious Admiral. According to the analysis of the Moss Penitentiary, they will probably only encounter 3 Sequence 5 opponents, and the rest of their enemies will be Sequence 6 and Sequence 7. But now, they have encountered an 8-digit Sequence 5. Many wild extraordinary beings have never seen so many Sequence 5s gathered together in their entire lives. At this point, the Moss Ascetic Order's raid plan had failed. In their plan, the initial raid had 2 objectives. One was to quickly defeat the extraordinary members of the Dawn Sword, and the second was to determine Odis's location. They knew Odis was on the island of Cruz, but as long as she wasn't in their sight, they still couldn't pinpoint her exact location. However, they believed that Odis would appear immediately if the port was attacked. As a result, neither of these objectives has been achieved. The extraordinary defensive capabilities on Cruz Island can hold out for a while longer, and Odis has not yet appeared. The two demigods hiding in the shadows believed they could not wait any longer. When they were planning the attack, their leader had made it clear that they could only have 5 minutes. It's not that President Toriopo can only withstand the mysterious queen's attack for 5 minutes, but rather that they guarantee the mysterious queen won't be able to send reinforcements within those 5 minutes. Even if the mysterious queen escapes, he can still chase her to the spirit world and continue to hold her back. 5 minutes is enough time for the two demigods to kill Odis and attack the extraordinary individuals who have come to participate in the pirate conference, seizing a batch of extraordinary traits. But 2 minutes have passed, and they haven't even completed the first step of their plan. So the two demigods decided to act immediately and kill all of Odis's accomplices to see if Odis would appear. Suddenly, a phantom long-armed monster reappeared in the square. Its appearance seemed to devour all sound, and Grosser and the others immediately felt very drowsy and their reactions slowed down. Almost instantly, a gustaff flew out from the corner, followed by a mysterious and imposing figure appearing in the sky above the dock. Chapter 358, Chapter 357 The transport captain from the Moss Ascetic Order. On the day the pirate convention was held, at the docks of Cruz Island. After the Moss Ascetic Order's surprise attack was thwarted, their demigods decisively took action. One of the demigods reappeared as a monster with 2 long arms, a withered body, dark skin, and a thin head. Its appearance puts the surrounding creatures to sleep. The sequence 7 extraordinary beings of Dawn Sword couldn't withstand it. 1 second they were fighting, and the next they were lying on the ground asleep. Grosser, Bazel, and other sequence 5 and sequence 6 individuals, although they did not fall asleep immediately, reacted much more slowly. Under the manipulation of that mystic, the members of the Moss Penitentiary were unaffected. This is the power of demigods, their abilities can easily overwhelm several sequence 5 and sequence 6 beings. Just as the members of the Moss Ascetic Order were about to continue their attack on Grosser and the others who were in poor condition, a staff suddenly flew out from a corner and stuck in the center of the battlefield. Immediately afterwards, a surge of power descended, and Grosser and the other 5 characters from the book, as well as Alger, Katlia, and Edwina, instantly felt awake and regained their senses. The members of the Moss Penitentiary stood there, seemingly suddenly lost in a daze. The pirates who were watching the spectacle were also stunned. The scene before them was far beyond their comprehension and expectations. In fact, not long after the Moss Penitentiary raid began, Odis arrived at the square on the dock. However, he used an invisibility scroll to arrive here in an invisible state. With the help of the goddess of the night, even with angels around, it is difficult to see through Odis's invisibility. He hid in a corner and waited for the demigods of the Moss Penitentiary, who were also waiting in the shadows to make the first move. When the opposing demigod made his move, Odis, fighting off his drowsiness, threw the staff of Gus into the center of the battlefield. He then entered the wilderness of knowledge through meditation. This time, he enveloped the Hermit card with his spirit and placed all the spiritual materials of the demigod level around him. Finally, he picked up the Gus staff stored in the wilderness of knowledge with one hand and held 2 drops of divine blood from the Elf King in the other, channeling his immense power into the real world. Suddenly, a towering figure appeared above the docks of Cruz Island, wearing a smock and leaning on a long cane in his right hand. Upon seeing this figure, Grosser immediately felt that it was a hermit who would guide the lost. Shadas asked herself somewhat uncertainly, "Sage?" Mobert and the ascetic snowman bowed reverently. They were both men who had witnessed miracles and knew very well the proper manners to show when facing the divine. Even if you don't believe in the deity before you, you should still bow respectfully. In particular, Snowman bowed and said in a solemn voice, "Your wisdom is as radiant as the sun. Praising your virtues and practicing your asceticism is to move closer to the truth." Upon hearing such praise, Mobert wanted to ask, "Is this that sage you mentioned before?" But now is clearly not the time to discuss this, we'll have to wait until later. Although Long Zaire had faith, he had never directly experienced a miracle, so like most other people, he was somewhat at a loss. Alger and Katlia realized, this was the object of the hermit's loyalty. During the previous struggle for the Scepter of Calamity, Alger had actually encountered the Lord of Mysteries, but at that time he was focused on escaping and had no idea that the being who exerted immense pressure was the Lord of Mysteries. Now he understands. The pirate generals, including the diseased general, suppressed their trembling hearts and carefully observed the being in midair amidst their astonishment. The face of that being could not be seen clearly, one could only sense that he was very powerful and mysterious. The staff in his hand seemed unremarkable at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it appeared to reveal infinite possibilities and immense power. In his other palm, half was thunder and lightning, and the other half was surging waves. The pirate generals only dared to look at this point, and quickly looked away, not daring to continue. However, the image of that being was deeply imprinted in their minds, and they were prepared to report it to their superiors as soon as they left Cruz Island. At that moment, the being in midair suddenly tapped his cane, and a tall and majestic illusory figure appeared in front of him. The figure wore a crown, held a scepter, and sat on a tall wooden chair. That's the Night King Terrancist. At this moment, Odis is in the wilderness of knowledge. Although he has the ability of mysterious reappearance, he needs to use spiritual materials of the demigod level as a basis to fully present this ability. This is similar to the process of using witchcraft before, because Odis himself did not have the ability of mystical reappearance, so he had to use high-level spiritual materials as initiators. Odis recreates a scene from a battle where the Stone of Iron Law beside him shatters and loses all its power. Odis felt a pang of regret. He hadn't expected that just using mystic reappearance would deplete the spiritual power of the Stone of Iron Laws. If it hadn't been used here, Odis could have used it to make a dozen or so high-level scrolls. However, the effect of the reappearance ability was quite good. Everyone who saw his figure on Cruz Island suddenly felt that they had shrunk. Only then did they belatedly realize that they had actually knelt down. Among those who knelt were 2 members of the 10 pillars of the Moss Ascetic Order, a mystic and a prophet. However, this reaction was not due to the abilities shown by Trensust, but merely the mental pressure exerted by the judge. The monster with long arms that had previously reappeared was immediately driven away by this oppressive force. The illusory Night Emperor casually said to the 2 demigods, "Death." The mystic suddenly convulsed, and without even a chance to react, collapsed to the ground and died. This was the command given by the Night Emperor to his ethereal body, astral body, and spiritual body. The mystic scholar was completely unprepared, so his body, spirit, and mind all obeyed the Night Emperor's arrangement and died from the inside out. Or rather, neither his spirit nor his soul questioned the Night Emperor's orders, believing he was truly dead. His soul was even already on its way to the underworld, and his spirit was rapidly dissipating. Needless to say, the body also believed it was dead and quickly began to stiffen. The prophet predicted that he might encounter a similar disaster, so he made some preparations. The moment he knelt down, he took out an ancient mirror. When the Night Emperor uttered the syllable death, the ancient mirror shattered instantly, dying in place of the Master of Prophecy. Although the prophet's mind and spirit were also affected, he was not in mortal danger. The prophet cannot predict the exact time when he will encounter danger, so he does not know that today's operation will endanger his life, nor does he know how great the risk of this operation is. Furthermore, since Odis possessed the wilderness of knowledge, the Lord of Mysteries could not foresee it. Therefore, his prediction before the action was merely that this action is somewhat dangerous. Without the variable of the Lord of Mysteries, it would indeed only be somewhat dangerous. The moment the Night Emperor, who had reappeared, vanished, the Master of Prophecy swiftly entered the spirit world. He knew very well that he was no match for the being in front of him, and if he didn't run now, he would never escape. If Odis hadn't obtained the Hermit card, he really could only watch helplessly as Odis escaped. But now it's different. With the Hermit card, not only is the image of the Lord of Mysteries more imposing, but Odis can also use the ability of reappearance. However, the prerequisite is that there must be enough extraordinary materials at the demigod level for the reproduction to look decent. Or rather, it is more like a representation of the divine level. At this moment, Odis used the power of the wilderness of knowledge to wrap the material that was affected by the aura of the Underworld Emperor, and then used the ability of reappearance. The material with that special aura was a spoil of war that Odis and Bernadette had acquired a few days ago when they explored the Star Ring. To be precise, it is the material formed from the essence separated from the extraordinary characteristics that were captured. According to Odis's research, these materials were not only influenced by the Emperor of the Underworld, but also seem to have been influenced by the primordial substance, River of Eternal Darkness. However, this influence was too weak, merely forming spiritual materials at the demigod level. Odis originally planned to research several advanced scrolls using the death pathway, but for now, he'd better act as an emergency measure. The Lord of Mysteries must eliminate the Master of Prophecy, otherwise, if even 2 demigods cannot be saved, everyone will doubt the power of the Lord of Mysteries. Under the influence of the surging power of the wilderness of knowledge, Odis used the Hermit card and the Staff of Gus as a medium to recreate a tall, illusory figure. He had a cold face and demeanor, and sat on a tall chair made of bones and skulls, exuding a tremendous sense of oppression that struck straight to the soul. This is Emperor of the Underworld, Salinger. Odis recreated the scene when the Emperor of the Underworld ascended to the throne. Grocer, Alger, and all the pirates had just stood up when they collapsed back to the ground. Compared to the mental pressure exerted by the Night Emperor, the pressure from the Underworld Emperor strikes the soul directly, making one's legs weak, one's whole body tremble, and one unable to even kneel or sit, only able to prostrate oneself on the ground and worship the Underworld Emperor. The surrounding spirit world was in turmoil. The prophet, who had just entered the spirit world, was suddenly stopped and rejected by the spirit world, returning to the real world where he had just entered the spirit world. At that moment, Emperor of the Underworld, Salinger glanced at him, and, Master of Prophecy, froze again. In just a moment, he was already dead. As the phantom of the Emperor of the Underworld disappeared, Odis finally breathed a sigh of relief. The reappearance of the two emperors made him feel that his spiritual energy had been greatly depleted. The primary source of power is actually the wilderness of knowledge, with Odis's spirituality merely serving as a guide. Even so, the reappearance of the two gods still placed a great burden on Odis. However, the effect was quite good. In the eyes of others, the Lord of Mysteries had casually killed two demigods. Just as Odis was about to withdraw his power, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. He carefully examined the corpse of the prophet and found that the spiritual fluctuations in the abdomen area were a bit off. The next second, the corpse's belly suddenly began to swell, quickly resembling that of a pregnant woman about to give birth. But the fact that the prophet was a man made the whole thing very strange. Then the corpse's abdomen was ripped open from the inside, and a baby emerged. The baby had chubby hands and feet and bore a resemblance to the deceased Master of Prophecy. He did not cry but looked around blankly. When he saw the Lord of Mysteries, he was startled, as if he had thought of something terrifying. In the next instant, the baby grew rapidly, and in less than a second, he became a teenager. This ability was acquired by the Master of Prophecy, through knowledge imparted to him by the hidden sage, and through corresponding rituals, he received a blessing from an outer god. The correct way to use this ability is actually to emerge from the body as an infant several hours after the subject has died. But that was a gaze from the Emperor of the Underworld, just now. The corpse has completely lost its life force. If I don't use this ability soon, I won't have another chance to use it. Having regained his mobility, the shrunken, teenage version of the Master of Prophecy once again ventured into the spirit world to escape, only to discover that the spirit world was still rejecting him and he couldn't get in at all. Immediately, a pair of wings sprouted from the back of the prophet, and he soared into the sky to escape as quickly as possible. At the same time, Odis used the ability of reproduction for the third time, and the spiritual material he used was also from the previous seizure of the Star Ring. That was material affected by the Crimson Flames, that is, material formed under the influence of the Blood Emperor Tudor. Before the Lord of Mysteries, a phantom figure as large as a mountain suddenly appeared. He sat on an equally enormous chair and swept his gaze across the island with a mad and tyrannical look. That's the Blood Emperor Tudor. Odis recreated the power that the Blood Emperor displayed in a certain divine war. Grosser, Alger, and the other pirates around them finally rose shakily, unable to control their trembling. But the next second, as if struck by something, they suddenly found everything and everyone around them displeasing. While several extraordinary individuals in poor condition lost control, many others, unaware of the reasons behind it, began fighting in a confused and inexplicable manner. Fortunately, they were weakened by the influence of the two emperors' phantoms, so there were no major casualties for the time being. At this moment, the Master of Prophecy, who had already flown far away, suddenly felt that he couldn't just let it go like this. He was clearly one of the more promising Masters of Prophecy among the 10 pillars, and he was already preparing for the Ascension ceremony. Given the right conditions, he had the potential to become an angel. But he was defeated just like that, without any chance to fight back. This infuriated him, and he abruptly turned around and charged towards the Lord of Mysteries. The Phantom of the Blood Emperor did not specifically use the provocative ability, its mere presence was enough to provoke the surrounding creatures. But the moment the prophet turned around, his body burst into colorless flames. The next instant, he was burned to ashes. The speed was too fast, he didn't even have a chance to let out a scream. Moreover, his spirit and life force were burned away, this time, he died completely. The Phantom of the Blood Emperor, in midair quickly disappeared, and the people who were fighting soon seemed to regain some of their senses, retreating one after another, constantly on guard against the opponent's next attack. With a wave of his hand, Odis's extraordinary abilities as a mystic scholar and prophet flew to Grosser and the others. Just as he was about to withdraw his power, he discovered that the members of the Moss Ascetic Order were about to escape. Suddenly, the divine blood of the Elf King in his other hand surged, and streaks of pale white lightning fell, accurately striking each member of the Moss Ascetic Order. The latest novels are first published on 69 Shuba. Lightning created with the divine blood of the Elf King is more powerful than lightning created with the Scepter of Disaster. This time it's an area of effect skill, but it doesn't have the same power as before in the Forsaken Land, where a single strike could render a demigod incapable of fighting. However, the group attack lightning is so powerful that anyone at sequence 6 or below will die upon contact, and those at sequence 5 or below will lose all their combat power. Only after Odis realized that no one would escape did he withdraw all his power. Upon returning to the wilderness of knowledge, Odis once again turned her attention to the Staff of Goose held by the mysterious Queen, Bernadette. This Gus staff allows Bernadette to use Pale Death more flexibly, while also helping her resist its negative effects. Perhaps because Bernadette was afraid of causing damage to Watai City, the two were now fighting in the wild. A large number of plants and animals had died around the battlefield, and some had even turned into a scrolling stream of information. Bernadette, aided by Pale Death and Guz's staff, fought Toriopo to a standstill. Odis sensed that his spirituality was still sufficient to sustain a reappearance, so he immediately projected his power toward Bernadette's location. At this time, in a remote, untouched mountain in Watai Prefecture, Bernadette gave the stream of information rushing towards her a death stare, and the stream of information stopped rolling instantly, becoming pale and lifeless. Just then, the two people in the midst of the battle suddenly seemed to sense something and looked up at the sky. There appeared a mysterious figure wearing an illusory hood, holding a lantern in one hand as if dispelling all confusion and ignorance, and a long cane in the other, as if ready to fight against all ignorance and irrationality. Just as the head of the Ascetic Order of Moses, Toriopo, was about to bow to welcome the awakening of the sage, he immediately realized that something was wrong with the imposing figure. Although it resembled the sage, it did not seem to be the real sage. Without hesitation, he immediately transformed into streams of information, preparing to escape. Bernadette was not surprised by the sudden appearance of the Lord of Mysteries. Although she did not communicate with the Lord of Mysteries at all, her tacit understanding with Odis allowed her to roughly guess why the Lord of Mysteries had come here. Just then, a phantom, majestic figure appeared before the Lord of Mysteries, silently observing everything before him, as if he could plunge everything into utter chaos in the next second. This is the Black Emperor, Solomon. Odis recreated the moment when the Black Emperor displayed his abilities during the War of the Gods. The price of this reproduction was the depletion of the demigod-level spiritual materials previously obtained from Admiral Emilius. After Odis used up the 2 scrolls of chaos he had created, he temporarily lost this ability. After the phantom of the Black Emperor Solomon appeared, Toriopo's mind suddenly went into a brief state of confusion, but he quickly recovered and entered the spirit world. At this moment, the phantom of the Black Emperor said in a solemn voice, "Weaken." The president of the Moss Ascetic, who had been in a state of constant information flow, suddenly revealed his true colors, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a very pale complexion and a mustache on his upper lip. He was greatly weakened and fell from sequence 2 to sequence 3 in a short period of time. The next instant, the phantom of Black Emperor Solomon disappeared, and Odis, whose spirituality was somewhat depleted, no longer maintained the image of Lord of Mysteries and returned to the wilderness of knowledge. Bernadette seized the opportunity, reached forward, and then pulled back. Suddenly, a pale hand reached out from the underworld in front of Toriopo, grabbed one of his arms, and tried to pull him into the underworld. Toriopo suddenly felt his life slipping away, as if he were about to run to the end of his life in the next second. The key point is that he realized he couldn't break free from the pale hand at all, that arm had already been pulled into the spirit world. The Master of Prophecy ability allowed him to predict that many high-level evil spirits were waiting for him in the underworld, and even a sequence 3 wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Toriopo made a decision instantly, using his spiritual power to sever the arm, and then used invisibility to disappear in front of Bernadette. Bernadette did not pursue, but immediately directed the pale hand to return Toriopo's severed arm, and then took out a small bottle made of pale yellow crystal to collect the blood flowing from the severed arm. Having collected just 5 drops, the severed arm instantly transformed into a stream of information, breaking free from the constraints of the pale palm. This indicates that the weakening ability of the Black Emperor Solomon's phantom has ended, and Toriopo has returned to the level of an angel. So he immediately retrieved the severed arm. Bernadette quickly covered the small bottle, and the magic circle on the crystal bottle was activated, isolating it from all contact with the outside world. The 5 drops of blood did not turn into information flow and remained in the crystal bottle. At the same time, the information stream formed by the severed arm drilled into the ground and disappeared. Bernadette breathed a sigh of relief, put away the small bottle, removed the pale death, and returned to Watai City from the spirit world. After Odis returned to the real world, she first drank a potion to replenish her spirituality. His spirituality was somewhat depleted, otherwise, even if he used up all the high-level spiritual materials today, he would still have killed that angel from the Moss Ascetic Order. The battle on the docks had ended, and Grosser and his men were collecting their spoils. Pirates surrounded them, but none of them dared to approach and steal the loot. After all, 2 demigods died in this battle. Unless they're suicidal, they won't come to rob it. After Odis appeared, whether it was Grosser and Longzel, the 2 Sequence 5 subordinates, or the crew members such as Bazel, as well as Siataz and others whose affiliation was not yet determined, Alger, Katlia, and Edwina, they all tacitly handed over all the spoils of war to Odis. The reason is simple: the vast majority of the victories were achieved by the Lord of Mysteries, and they felt it wouldn't be right for them to take them. Although the Lord of Mysteries wouldn't care about extraordinary characteristics and magical items at this level, what if this being did? Then it would be a loss. So it would be better to simply give all the spoils to Odis, who would surely express his gratitude to them or distribute the spoils and honors to them. In their view, only such gains are without problems. In fact, Alger, Gadria, and Edwina were still influenced by the existence of the Lord of Mysteries. If Odis was the only one who made a significant contribution in this battle, they would choose Odis to share the spoils. Now, however, they feel that Odis should be in charge of distributing the spoils. After piling the spoils into the wilderness of knowledge, Odis began using the bio-ring to treat the wounded. Fortunately, the crew members' injuries were not very serious, and they recovered quickly after undergoing extraordinary surgery. Afterwards, Bazel began directing the residents of the port town to clean up the battlefield, and Odis sent Rupert to inspect the damage to the ships in the port, generously promising to compensate the pirates whose ships were damaged. The damage to those ships was mostly caused by Grosser's use of the extraordinary machine gun. Odis then politely thanked Alger, Katlia, Edwina, and Shadas, and asked them to go back and rest first, as he needed to take care of the cleanup work of this battle. The so-called finishing touches involved Odis using the newly built teleportation array to arrive in Watai City and meet with Bernadette. The reason for using teleportation array instead of travel is mainly because Odis's spirituality was somewhat insufficient at this time, and he could not sustain long-term travel in the spirit world. Bernadette remained seated in the governor's office, in the governor's seat. Upon seeing Odis arrive, she took out a crystal bottle she had prepared beforehand. "I'll give you 3 drops, and I'll keep 2 for myself." The blood of mythical creatures, especially those from the Secret Seeker pathway, is also useful to Bernadette. Odis put away the crystal bottle and sat down opposite Bernadette, looking somewhat tired. "I've secured for you the right to use the Gustaff for a period of time." Bernadette paused for a moment, then smiled faintly and said, "Then I'll use it for a while longer." After using it twice, she felt that the Gustaff was an extraordinary weapon designed specifically for extraordinary individuals on the Secret Seeker path. She even thought that the staff could function as a level 0 sealed artifact in her hands. After chatting for a while, Odis told Bernadette that he needed to go back to rest, so he used the teleportation array to return to the port of Cruz Island, entered the captain's cabin of the Argo, and lay down on the bed to rest. He first entered the wilderness of knowledge through meditation to examine the spoils of the battle. None of the Moss Order members who attacked Cruz Island escaped, they all acquired extraordinary abilities. It was precisely because of the formidable power displayed by the Lord of Mysteries that the angels of the Moors Penitentiary did not come to Cruz Island to try to seize these properties. If the enemies are only Odis and Bernadette, then the 2 angels will definitely try to steal the traits, since so many traits would be a huge loss for them. But now that the Lord of Mysteries has appeared, they dare not easily come to Cruz Island again. In fact, at this point, the so-called Lord of Mysteries was already at his limit and could hardly use any decent abilities anymore. Odis compiled a list of extraordinary traits, which included not only a large number of Secret Seeker traits, but also many traits from the General Knowledge pathway. Odis plans to use one of the Craftsman traits, along with several lower sequence traits from this path, to recruit people on Lasha Island and establish the Extraordinary Research Institute. But that's something to do after the pirate conference. Odis took another look at the magical items he had seized, and even obtained a level 1 sealed item from one of the demigods. However, it was not as useful as the Scepter of Disaster, so Odis did not examine it closely. After sleeping for more than an hour, Odis woke up feeling much more refreshed and went to the banquet hall as promised to have lunch with the pirate generals. Before lunch began, Odis did not boast about the day's achievements, but simply thanked Katlia and Edwina for their help and gave each of them a magical item that corresponded to Sequence 6. If the negative effects of magical items at this level are not too significant, their value is around 4,000 to 5,000 pounds. Although it's nothing compared to today's spoils, it's enough to pay for the help provided by Admiral Starr and Lieutenant General Iceberg, as well as Alger. At the banquet that followed, Odis kept introducing the special deals offered by the Sword of Dawn, which would begin that afternoon with an unlimited supply of miracle drugs that could cure diseases such as malaria in the trading area. Starting tomorrow afternoon, the scroll shop will officially open for business, selling not only scrolls but also magical items. The less Odis talked about today's battle, the more the other pirate generals feared Odis and the forces behind him. They didn't even boast about the battle that yielded 2 demigod-level characteristics. That's far too modest, or perhaps they simply didn't take such an achievement seriously. Chapter 359, Chapter 358 Leasing Business at the Tarot Meeting. After having lunch with the pirate generals, Odis began distributing the rewards for the battle. Alger accepted the seal artifact from Odis, which was equivalent to a Sequence 6 seal, and felt that this was a fitting way to express his gratitude. Odis then found Shadas, Mobert, and the ascetic snowman, but they refused to accept Odis's thanks. They believed that it was only right for Odis to help them safely return to the real world from the book, and for them to help Odis protect Cruz Island. So Odis had to express his gratitude in another way, temporarily lending the ghost from the pirate fleet to Shadas and Mobert. In addition, Odis allowed Snowman to preach on Cruz Island. they gladly accepted such thanks. As for Grosser and Ronzel, they were the first two to join the battle, and they fought very bravely. Odis gave them 3 options: a magical item equivalent to sequence 5, 8,000 gold pounds, or accumulate merit to prepare for becoming a demigod. Odis felt that after becoming a demigod, he should be able to obtain some demigod-level potion recipes and provide some assistance to them in becoming demigods. Both of them chose to accumulate merits. Grosser felt that the extraordinary machine gun was very useful and that he didn't need any other magical items. Long Zaire is currently wearing a sequence 5 level magical item and 2 extraordinary items, which is already a burden on his spirituality, and he is unwilling to wear any more magical items. As for gold pounds, neither of them had a need for them. The crew, including Bazel, were also very brave in the battle, but their level was limited, and their contributions in the battle were not as great as those of Grosser and Ronzel. Odis offered them 3 rewards: a magical item equivalent to sequence 6, 5,000 pounds in cash, and the accumulation of merit. Odis had accumulated many magical items over the years, and this time he only distributed a portion of them. Furthermore, Odis's 2 intelligent puppets, in the wilderness of knowledge, can use the alchemy glasses to create level 2 and level 3 sealed artifacts. Whenever they had free time, Odis would assign them corresponding production tasks. If the magical items Odis created had too many negative effects, he would smash them and remake them. Therefore, Odis now possesses a large number of level 2 and level 3 sealed artifacts, and the characteristics used to create these sealed artifacts are basically from the spoils of the Rose School. So many extraordinary properties of the prisoner pathway have nowhere else to be used, and they wouldn't fetch a good price if traded with the Temperance faction, so it's better to make them into sealing artifacts. Aside from keeping some of these sealed artifacts for his own extraordinary organization, Odis planned to sell a portion of them at this pirate convention. The other crew members made their choices accordingly. Some took the magical items, some accumulated merits, but no one took the gold pounds. Since joining Dawnbreaker Sword, they have never lacked money. In previous operations, they were able to distribute a certain amount of bonuses as long as there were spoils. For large events like pirate conventions, if the captain makes a lot of money, he will definitely give them a bonus of more than 1,000 pounds. After distributing the rewards, Odis returned to his office, waiting for the other pirate generals to come and talk to him privately. Just as the mysterious general said at the banquet, around 2 p.m., the miracle medicine shop opened in the trading area. After the pharmacy opened, General of Disease, Tracy would sit in the open-air bar across the street, leisurely sipping her beer while watching the pharmacy's business. Many pirates secretly observed this pirate general, but no one dared to approach him. Even as dusk fell, Tracy remained seated drinking because there was still a line at the miracle drugstore. She had heard some time ago that major cities like Byam had opened pharmacies with miraculous healing effects, and the owners behind these pharmacies seemed to have a lot of connections, so even the officials and extraordinary individuals didn't investigate. But what no one expected was that the mastermind behind it all was General Mystery. This made Tracy think to herself, at this rate of making money, it's faster than robbery. When she heard that the potions there only cost 15 sols, she thought it was because of the support of a group of extraordinary potion professors. After all, a pharmacist can only concoct a few doses of medicine in a day, but a potions professor can concoct many of these sequence 9 level potions in a day. Since the goods in those pharmacies were limited, Tracy didn't pay much attention. However, the pharmacy set up at this pirate convention had no limit on the quantity, but each dose cost 2 pounds. Tracy had come to see how long it would take for the pharmacy to sell out its stock, but to her surprise, more than 4 hours had passed and there was still no sign of it being sold out. The key point is that these pirates don't just want 1 or 2 doses, they buy them by the case. Although they sell for 2 pounds here, they can resell them on other islands for 4 pounds or 5 pounds, or even 7 pounds or 8 pounds. Pharmacists are going to lose their jobs. While feeling impressed, Tracy was secretly amazed that those extraordinary potions were selling at an astonishing rate, and truckloads of them were still arriving, as if they would never run out. How are so many medicines produced? It certainly wasn't produced by extraordinary beings. At this rate, even a demigod through the pharmacist pathway would struggle to supply it. As Tracy pondered this question, her spirit was moved, and she looked towards the end of the street where General Twilight appeared, clearly also drawn by the pharmacy's business. After watching for a while, Admiral Twilight also came to the open-air bar and said to Tracy, "I just saw that Admiral Deep Sea went to Lighthouse Town. When are you going?" All transactions at this pirate convention took place in the trading area, with most pirates trading directly between buyers and sellers. After all, the goods in the extraordinary realm are not like carrots on the street, extraordinary materials or magical items, they are basically sold individually. So, the fact that Vice Admiral Deepsea suddenly went to Lighthouse Town, which doesn't welcome pirates, clearly means he was there to discuss business. That's why Twilight General asked that question. Of course, he didn't ask it because he was familiar with Disease General, but simply because he knew very well that his goals were similar to those of Iceberg General, so he asked it. No rush, Tracy said. Let's check out the so-called scroll shop tomorrow. Night fell in the mayor's office of Lighthouse Town. Odis stood by the window, looking at the bustling port town. I know why you came to see me. As he spoke, he turned to look at Deep Sea Admiral Hel Constantine, who was sitting on the sofa beside him, and said, I said before that I would not restrict Shadas's freedom. She can go to the Elven realm to visit relatives whenever she wants, and I will even send a ship to take her there. Hal said seriously, I came here to talk about this. The journey is long, so you can take my ship. I consider her a friend. Odis looked at the Vice Admiral of the Deep Sea. What if she has other destinations, and you are unwilling to send her there? Hal understood that Admiral of the Mysteries meant that if the family visit ended and Shadas wanted to leave, but the elves were unwilling to let her go, she could secretly leave on the ship provided by Odis. This left Hal speechless. Whatever the purpose of the mysterious general was, it was an act of goodwill towards the ancient elf, and Hal had no right to refuse on behalf of the ancient elf. However, he was instructed that the matter was negotiable, so he asked, how many crew members do you plan to send on that ship? Or do you intend to escort it yourself? If it's the former, that's acceptable, but the latter is not. That's a ghost ship, it doesn't need sailors, Odis said. Besides Shadas and her boyfriend, there are 7 or 8 extraordinary puppets on board, and I won't send any crew members with me. Hal paused for a moment, then suddenly realized that the mysterious admiral had not lied and that sending the ship was indeed to protect Shadas's safety. He immediately stood up and said, on behalf of Charlotte, I would like to express my gratitude to you. You can't speak for her, Odis said. Besides, when does she plan to leave? Is she willing to leave? You need to go and talk to her. Hal laughed and said, I rarely see humans who are kind to elves. Odis thought of that classic phrase, today you will see it. Hal paused for a moment, then smiled and said, if I may ask, what is the honorific title of the deity who appeared this morning? Lord of Mysteries. That is the god who spreads knowledge and wisdom. Deep Sea Admiral was stunned for a moment. This was a god he had never heard of before. He probably also sensed that today's attack came from the Moss Penitentiary Order. Hal, who had extensive knowledge of occultism, was somewhat puzzled because the image of the Lord of Mysteries gave the impression of a high-sequence extraordinary being of the Secret Seeker pathway. Hal even suspected that it might be the Mysterious Queen, because he had never seen the Mysterious Queen either. But he soon realized that the Mysterious Queen might not be at such a high level. Hal pondered for a moment and then asked, would you mind telling me about the deeds of this deity? Actually, this is asking for general information about this deity. Odiston paused for a second before saying, the great Lord of Mysteries came from the distant past, awoke from his slumber, and brought the light of civilization to this ignorant world. This is a missionary speech he made up on the spot. Hal said politely, praise be to the Lord of Mysteries. Odis also feigned piety, saying, praise be to the Lord of Mysteries. But he was embarrassed to find that there was no corresponding gesture when praising the Lord of Mysteries. Fortunately, Hal didn't notice any of this, and instead said, I saw the weapon that giant was using. To be precise, it was a cannon. Is this the extraordinary machine gun you mentioned before? That's right, Odis said. These are available for sale at £5,000 each, and I've already quoted a price for the extraordinary machine gun at £1,000 each. They also sell magazines for machine guns and cannons, the former for £100 and the latter for £50. The magazine can be used during the weapon's rest period, allowing it to be used continuously for a few minutes. It also comes with a matching spirit charging array, but it takes 1 or 2 hours to charge the spirit. Hal immediately said, I want 3 machine guns, 5 machine guns, and a number of magazines. He hadn't expected the machine gun to be so cheap. Given its power, he had thought it would cost at least £10,000. Okay. Odis smiled and thought to himself, the arms business is really profitable. The total order for Vice Admiral was around £20,000, but the cost was less than £3,000. The reason why the much more powerful machine gun only costs £5,000 is that it is only much larger than the machine gun, and has only a dozen more parts. Therefore, its production cost is only slightly more than double that of the machine gun. Actually, I'd rather buy a lingbow cannon. Hal had always been thinking about the power of the portable lingbow cannon. Odis smiled and said, we need to establish a closer partnership before we can sell it to you. How can we build closer cooperation? For example, there are some tasks entrusted to you, especially those that are inconvenient for me to handle personally, or when we are short-handed, Odis said. Of course, those tasks are not really related to purchasing the Spirit Wave Cannon, and I will pay the rewards as usual. Or rather, we need to fight side by side and achieve a deeper level of mutual trust before we sell the portable Spirit Wave Cannon. Hal nodded, I understand. I will give you an answer in a few days. He wanted to report this to his superiors, but he believed they would most likely agree. After seeing Hell off, Odis realized it was getting late and returned to her room to rest. The next morning, he was still in his office, waiting for the other pirate generals to arrive. The first to arrive was Lieutenant General Iceberg, who ordered a batch of spirit storage crystals and miracle medicines. Odis offered an insider price of £30 per piece, whereas he had previously quoted General Iceberg a price of around £20. To make the performance more convincing, he even raised the price by £10, letting Iceberg General know that he hadn't made much money off her. As for the miracle drug, it was also priced at 15 souls internally. After seeing off Iceberg General, Odis waited until noon, but no other pirate generals came, so he left the office to have lunch. Because it was Monday, Odis declined all visitors in the afternoon, citing the need for a lunch break. In the office, there was a small lounge where he waited in an armchair for the party to begin. At exactly 3 o'clock, Odis's vision was covered by grey mist, and the next second, he had already appeared in the magnificent hall, on one side of the bronze table. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool," Audrey Justice said in a light tone as she rose and bowed. The Fool, Klein, slowly nodded, as if in reply. After the unchanging greetings, the priestess Katlia spoke up, "Honorable Fool, sir, this time there are 2 pages of Roselle's diary." Klein nodded slightly, "Very good." Soon, Katlia materialized 2 yellowish-brown pages of paper, and Mr. Fool raised his hand, revealing 2 diaries in his palm. Next comes Mr. Fool's reading time. The contents of these 2 diary entries are very important. First, Russell briefly describes in his diary the process of preparing for the Black Emperor. This diary entry corresponds to the information about the Emperor that was previously traded with the Hermit. The second diary entry was somewhat unexpected for Klein. It was actually Emperor Roselle's discussion of time travelers, and he warned from the perspective of someone who had been through it all, beware of the moon. Upon seeing this, Klein thought to himself, the moon mentioned here must represent the primordial moon. Roselle had indeed realized that he had been corrupted to some extent, but he probably didn't realize at the moment that the corruption he had suffered was almost incurable. After a moment's thought, Klein made the diary disappear from his hand and turned to look at the priestess. "What do you want to ask?" Katlia asked respectfully, "Honorable Fool, I would like to know if there is any possibility of Emperor Roselle being resurrected." Upon hearing this question, the Tarot Club members, who had been preoccupied with their own affairs, simultaneously snapped out of their reverie and gazed with curiosity at the head of the bronze table. They had previously received relevant information from the Hermit that Emperor Roselle seemed to have halted the resurrection process. But they were also unsure what conditions needed to be met for Roselle to be able to continue his resurrection. Although whether Emperor Roselle could be resurrected was not directly related to them and would not have any obvious impact, such a topic was enough to arouse their latent thirst for rumors and gossip. Even Audrey exclaimed, "I thought I'd become immune to things like this after I became a psychologist. Sigh, I'm really curious." This question is actually difficult to answer precisely, but the experienced Klein didn't seem troubled and smiled knowingly, saying, "Perhaps." His answer suggests that Russell's self-rescue attempt did indeed have a chance of resurrection. Whether it ultimately succeeded or whether there were any unforeseen circumstances is beyond the scope of the previous question. The other members of the Tarot Club, except for the Hermit Odis, were somewhat excited, perhaps. Mr. the Fool meant that there was still hope for the resurrection of Emperor Roselle. Their previous intelligence dealings with the Hermit revealed that Emperor Roselle used the Black Emperor's resurrection ability to eliminate his own madness and corruption. But that was over 100 years ago, and they didn't consider the process of resurrecting Emperor Roselle, because the hope was destined to be slim. Today, Mr. Fool's answer made it clear to them that Roselle's method of resurrection is still effective today. Klein didn't give the other members much time to think. Instead, he leaned back in his chair and said calmly, "It's your turn." The latest novels are first published on 69 Shuba. The magician first spoke first. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have a magical item here. It has 38 pages, each of which helps the user record the extraordinary abilities he has seen and release them when needed, although they are weaker than the originals. Each page can be recorded repeatedly, and each record can only be used once. 3 of the pages can be used to record extraordinary abilities at the demigod level, but the success rate of recording is very low." First briefly explained the abilities and negative effects of Lemoner's travel notes, which made the eyes of the Justice members gradually light up. Having long since ceased to be newcomers to the realms of mysticism and the extraordinary, they could easily discern the value of the notebook in the magician's hand. Before Furs could finish speaking, Audrey raised her hand slightly and asked, "Miss Magician, how many gold pounds would you like to exchange it for?" Audrey hadn't spent much money recently and had a considerable amount of funds at her disposal, so she thought she should be able to buy this magical item very easily. Alger the Hangman, who has not yet fully paid off his debts to the Hermit, also has a strong interest in the Lemoner travel notes, but he simply does not have the gold pounds or materials to buy this magical item. Katlia adjusted her glasses, preparing to join the bidding, as she had brought a considerable amount of gold pounds with her to attend the pirate conference. Upon hearing Miss Justice's question, Furs realized that she seemed to have forgotten to express the most crucial point, and she quickly added, not sell it, but rent it out. When you need it, you may rent it for a short period of time, witnessed by Mr. Fool. Klein, the fool, at the head of the bronze table, was slightly stunned for a moment, then thought to himself, isn't this the sharing economy? I never expected Miss Magician to have such a business mind. With the existence of the Tarot Society and the Fool, there's no fear that other members will hide after obtaining this magical item. Moreover, the rental process can be completed through Mr. the Fool's bestowal and sacrifices to him. At this moment, even the priestess Catlia and the others were visibly stunned. Rent? You can do that. They certainly knew what a rental transaction was, but they never imagined it could be applied to magical items. However, they then realized that with the existence of the Tarot Society and Mr. Fool, this plan was highly feasible. Alger immediately realized that this magical item would be quite useful to each member, and the cost would be small enough to be affordable, while the magician could also use it to accumulate a considerable fortune. Then he realized that he could also rent this magical item. Overjoyed, he asked, how do I rent it? The Lehmanner travel notes corresponds to sequence 6, which normally costs around £5,000. However, given its special nature, it's worth at least £10,000. First delivered his prepared statement. The basic rental fee is £300 per rental, with an additional £50 for each additional day, and upon return, the traveler's notebook must be guaranteed to contain 2 more pages of extraordinary abilities than when it was lent out. Of course, if there's only 1 page left and no blank pages when you borrow it, you can just fill the whole notebook. Audrey did a quick calculation, £50 a day, £1,500 a month. If possible, I could rent it indefinitely. Alger, the hanged man, calmly replied, I plan to rent it for 2 days, but the specific price needs to be discussed further, and some adjustments will be made based on the current capabilities listed in this notebook. Seeing the deeper meaning immediately, Furs asked with delight, when do you plan to rent it? Probably around the weekend in 3 weeks. Alger planned to rent it during the expedition to explore the primitive island. The magician, Furs said with some disappointment, this period of time has already been rented to Mr. World. Odis immediately realized that Klein and Alger were already preparing to explore Adam's backyard. Alger paused for a moment, but wasn't surprised, since they had already roughly determined the time to explore the primitive island during their last gathering. So he could only say, let's talk about it later. Emlyn, the moon, continued, can I rent today and tomorrow? He planned to hunt down followers of the primordial moon in the next 2 days, and with the help of this notebook, he could solve the problem more easily. The magician, Furs quoted directly, £400, plus 2 more pages of extraordinary abilities. Emlyn nodded slightly, no problem. Then he added, please give a brief introduction to the extraordinary abilities that have been recorded. Furs gave a brief explanation, and the two quickly reached a deal. After their transaction was completed, Odis said, gentlemen, keep an eye out for the wings of the flower phantom hidden-tailed cockroach. This morning, he had already obtained the extraordinary properties of the mystic scholar, and the blood of the mythical creature used for the ritual was also available, and it was the best choice. The other auxiliary materials had been basically gathered one after another. The only thing missing now is the wings of the phantom cockroach. Odis asked Bernadette yesterday, and she didn't have any extra wings either. Furthermore, she reminded Odis that this auxiliary material was rather special, because the flower phantom cockroach only had 2 pairs of wings, so an extraordinary creature could only produce 2 sets of advancement materials. This is very different from other spiritual materials, such as psychedelic red coral. Apart from its core crystal, the rest of the material is made of high-grade spiritual material and weighs several kilograms. The auxiliary materials used for promotion only require 15 grams. Most spiritual materials are like this, the blood, internal organs, etc., of extraordinary creatures can weigh anywhere from several hundred grams to several kilograms. Only a few, such as the flower bird phantom cryptid cockroach, are exceptions. Bernadette reminded Odis that it would be difficult to collect the wings of the flower phantom hidden-tailed cockroach, and told him to prepare in advance. If he hadn't collected them by the time he finished digesting the potion, he should go hunt the flower phantom hidden-tailed cockroach. Alternatively, you could find a substitute as soon as possible, such as the paired legs of the phantom cockroach or the blood of the patterned bigmouth monster, although the effect would not be as good as the wings of the phantom cockroach. Therefore, Odis issued the commission in advance, hoping to buy it ahead of time so that she wouldn't have to take time to hunt in the Misty Sea. Gadria, on the other side, was slightly taken aback. The only promotion material she needed was the wings of the flower phantom hidden-tailed cockroach, and she had been searching for a long time without finding it. However, some time ago, Catlia mentioned this matter to the Queen, who said she would provide it. But why didn't the Queen provide the spiritual material to the Hermit? What Catlia didn't know was that Bernadette's plan at the time was to hunt down the flower bird phantom cockroach, and Odis would use 1 pair of wings to leave her another pair. The other members were taken aback, none of them having heard of such an extraordinary creature as the flower phantom hidden-tailed cockroach, but they all agreed to keep an eye out for the Hermit. Then the world Gehrman Sparrow said in a low, hoarse voice, I need a magical item from the thief pathway, either sequence 9 or sequence 8 will do. The daughter of wealthy Don Downstey's neighbor often digs in the sewers, and Klein tried to attract the attention of the official extraordinary by using explosives to create a small explosion. But every time he was about to light the fuse, the idea would be stolen away. So he decided to use the magical items from the thief pathway to see if he could attract out the sealed object that seemed to have consciousness. Caldelia said, I can ask for you, but items from the thief pathway don't appear often, so they might be overpriced. In the afternoon, she happened to see the corresponding magical item in the trading area of the pirate convention. She planned to go back and check after the gathering to see if it had been sold. Klein, manipulating the world, replied, no problem. Then the world said to the priestess, that angel asked me to ask you what price you would pay to receive a drop of his blood. He emphasized that this had to satisfy him. The other members were stunned, an angel. Mr. World can directly contact an angel. Then they looked at Mr. Fool and suspected that the world, Mr. Fool's benefactor, was in contact with the angels who served Mr. Fool. I was just about to tell you, Catlia said, that I have just obtained the blood of a mythical creature through another means. Then she glanced at Odis out of the corner of her eye. This morning, she had just received a letter from the Queen informing her that the Queen had obtained the blood of a mythical creature from the Secret Seeker pathway. This was clearly something the Queen had just acquired. Considering the conflict between the Lord of Mysteries and the Moor's Penitentiary yesterday, she guessed that the Queen must have also participated in the war, and that the angel's blood was a spoil of war. The other members were stunned again, so, the priestess had obtained the blood of the mythical creature through other channels. Or rather, she had obtained the blood from the angels. Justice Audrey noticed that priestesses gazed towards the Hermit, and she wondered, did the Hermit also know the inside story of this matter? Alger was very curious, how did Admiral of the Stars obtain such high-grade materials? Why hadn't she obtained them before? Caldelia then added, I'm sorry, I just received the news myself. But I won't let you help me for nothing. If I can trade for that magical item from the thief pathway, how about that as a reward? World nodded immediately, no problem. Anyway, he asked casually at the banquet, and it didn't take much time or effort. If you really want to know, it took him 3 ice creams. That child, no, I should say that the child's mother was spinning ice cream incredibly fast. Then Klein manipulated the world to say to the Hermit, I hope to trade information about the ancient gods and their followers. Recently, he acquired some historical information about the extraordinary world and learned about an ancient god's subordinate god, which made him even more interested in those subordinate gods. He had already paid off most of the debt owed to Miss Messenger, and had plenty of cash on hand, which is why he planned to initiate this transaction. Of course, it was also because Klein had waited a long time and had given the corresponding guidance at the tarot meeting several times, but no other member had proposed a deal to obtain information from the gods, so he simply proposed the deal himself. Odis pondered for a moment and said, no problem, but I only know a part of it from the gods. He paused for a moment, then explained further, I believe that the ancient gods were accompanied by several angels, who are called the followers of the gods. However, because of the frequent wars between the gods during the Second Age, most of the angels must have had very short lives. Those gods whose titles and real names are known now are survivors of frequent divine wars, or rather, the best among them. Klein nodded, I understand. Trade only what you know. Odis thought for a moment and said, the reward is 3,000 pounds. Deal, Klein said almost immediately. As usual, other members joined the deal, and the 3,000 pound reward was quickly broken down. In the end, as the initiator of the deal, Klein only needed to pay 1,000 pounds. After agreeing on the compensation, the transaction officially began. Odis said, let's start with the King of Giants. This ancient god has at least 3 subordinate gods, Goddess of Harvest, Amabella, God of Dawn Badhel, and God of Honor Brodel. He paused deliberately at this point, and as he expected, everyone's expressions gradually became serious. Because they recalled that when they were trading information about Redemption Rose, they had mentioned Amabella and Badhal. I know that those are the current Earth Mother Goddess and God of War. Alger the Hangman thought to himself, the 2 gods who were once the King of Giants became gods around the Third Age. Klein, behind the grey fog, suddenly thought of a question, so he manipulated the world to ask, where did the extraordinary characteristics of the Earth Mother Goddess and the God of War to become true gods come from? The other members were taken aback, but they quickly understood why World asked that question, because Goddess of Harvest and King of Giants were not adjacent paths, but God of War and King of Giants were on the same path. With the King of Giants still alive, the God of War could not become a god. Alger and Catlia seemed to have already caught a whiff of the dark history of the gods. Odis replied, goddess of harvest, was originally supposed to be a Sequence 1 archangel, but I'm not entirely sure where she got her uniqueness and Sequence 1 characteristics from. However, one of the Sequence 1 characteristics should have been obtained after the vampire progenitor fell. Everyone was slightly taken aback, but they immediately recalled that the Hermit had once said that the Sequence 1 characteristic in the body of the vampire ancestor was most likely one Sequence 1 characteristic of the cultivator pathway and two Sequence 1 characteristics of the pharmacist pathway. After a moment of surprise, Emlyn was about to ask a question when Odis spoke first. As far as I know, that's not a stolen trait, so you don't need to worry about it too much. Of course, it wasn't stolen, that characteristic was an inherent characteristic. Emlyn paused for a moment. How did the Hermit know what I was thinking? However, he didn't think much of it, nodded, and didn't pay any more attention to the issue. Odis continued, the godhood of the god of war comes from the king of giants. The ancient sun god defeated several ancient gods in the later part of the Second Age, including the king of giants. Alger and the others nodded, roughly understanding the meaning of Hermit. The king of giants had fallen under the attack of the ancient sun god, and the god of war, Bad Air, had become a god by using his father's characteristics. Because they didn't find any dark history, Alger and several other members felt a little disappointed. Actually, there is a dark history, but now is not the time to talk about that dark history, so Odis only answered half of the question. Throughout the entire process, son Derek paid no attention to the possibility of God of War having a dark past. Instead, he was thinking, I do remember reading a myth that said after the fall of the King of Giants, the Silver City began to believe in the all-knowing and all-powerful Lord. Meanwhile, the priestess Katlia thought of a problem she hadn't noticed before. No wonder the Church of the Earth Mother and the Church of the God of War seemed to have a very harmonious relationship, even though they didn't appear to have much interaction on the surface. It turned out that their deities were mother and child. Justice Audrey also recalled the situation when they traded information about the Fourth Age. At that time, the Hermit said that Mother Earth joined the first Six Gods Alliance because of God of War. No one noticed this at the time, but now it is clear that Mother Earth may not need to be too utilitarian in helping God of War. Klein thought to himself, I remember when we were trading information about Redemption Rose, the Hermit said that the gods invited by the Goddess of Night to join were all gods trusted by the ancient Sun God. The Earth Mother Goddess and the War God are such big-hearted people. The ancient Sun God caused the Giant King to fall, and they even went to help the ancient Sun God. Finally, he concluded, indeed, the relationship between gods still depends on strength. The Earth Mother Goddess and the God of War are probably too eager to improve. Klein had this feeling because he didn't know the process by which the Earth Mother Goddess became a god, thanks to the help of the ancient Sun God. The ancient Sun God's trust in the Earth Goddess was no less than his trust in the Night Goddess. Odis gave everyone a few seconds to react before continuing. It is said that Brodel, the god of honor, was cursed for disrespecting the ancient Sun God, and even after his death, he has been wandering in the Forsaken Land. Everyone was stunned, not expecting such a thing to happen. Emlyn simply exclaimed, what a pitiful god. Chapter 360, Chapter 359 Beware of Fire, Theft, and Gods. At the Tarot meeting, information about the ancient gods and their followers is being traded. Remember the original website domain. When Odis the Hermit spoke of the current situation of the God of Honor, son of the Giant King, the other members all looked toward Derek the Sun. Derek paused for a moment before realizing what everyone meant by looking at him. The Hermit said that the God of Honor, after his fall, was cursed and still lingered in the Forsaken Land. Everyone was asking me with their eyes if I knew about this. He thought for a moment before saying, the area where the God of Honor roams is not around Silver City. Klein, the fool behind the gray fog, thought for a moment before thinking, that's true. A cursed angel who has fallen must have a great impact on the surrounding area. If it were around Silver City, this ancient city might have been destroyed long ago. The other members also came to understand this point one after another, and then looked at the Hermit again, waiting for him to continue. Odis continued, the goddess of beauty, Alnia, who is the progenitor of the vampires, is, as we mentioned before, most likely a Sequence 1 archangel of the Moon pathway. After the progenitor of the vampires fell, he sought refuge with the Elf King. Later, the Elf King also perished. In the Third Age, an era dominated by humans, he and the vampires disappeared from people's sight. When she reappeared in public, it was already the Fourth Age. She became the Queen of the Night Emperor, participated in the War of the Four Emperors, and perished in the War of the Four Emperors. Upon hearing this, Emlyn straightened his back, eager to tell the Hermit, this is a magnificent and turbulent history that should be told in detail. However, his attention was soon drawn to what the Hermit said next. Then the Hermit said, another of the vampire ancestors was called the Goddess of Life. She perished when the vampire ancestors fell, and now her real name is unknown. Judging from this title of god, he should also be an angel through the pathway of farmer or mediciner. He paused for a moment, then continued, the Elf King. Wait a minute, Emlyn suddenly interrupted, Hermit, are there only 2 vampires who serve as gods? He thought to himself, giants have 3 gods, but vampires only have 2. Although Emlyn didn't voice his inner thoughts, the other members understood what he meant. Fool, Klein thought to himself with a hint of helplessness, what's the point of arguing about this? Odis smiled and said, I said at the beginning of the transaction that each ancient god should have several subordinate gods by his side, but at that time, there were frequent wars between gods, and many subordinate gods of the ancient gods perished in one war after another. The ancient gods we know today are only a part of them. For example, among your 3 dukes, there should be a follower god from the Second Era who was once the progenitor of the vampires. Emlyn said, oh, and then felt much better. Odis continued, we've also mentioned Queen of Calamity, Gosnam, the follower of Elf King, who is most likely a Sequence 1 Archangel of the Sailor Pathway. I previously explored an Elven ruin. After the fall of the Elven King, the Queen of Calamity led the remaining Elven forces to retreat to the sea and established a settlement. It seems that during the Third Age, at the location of the current raging sea, there were still cities where the Elven race gathered. It should have been during the early part of the Third Age that those cities disappeared one after another. The characteristics within the Queen of Calamities were most likely taken away by the Wind Angel with the help of the ancient sun god. The Queen of Calamity seems to have made preparations in advance, leaving some contingency plans for resurrection, and has not yet completely perished. However, the Church of Storms is currently one of the 7 righteous churches, and her chances of resurrection are extremely slim. The other members glanced at the Hanged Man intentionally or unintentionally. They didn't mean anything by it, they just felt that he seemed to have some connection with both the Elf King and the Storm Church. Odis continued, the Elf King also has a god called God of Fortune. Judging from the title, he seems to be a high-sequence extraordinary being of the monster pathway. I'm not sure if he has fallen, but he shouldn't be the Angel of Fate, who is loyal to the ancient sun god, because according to information I obtained from other sources, the Angel of Fate followed the ancient sun god a long time ago. If this god of luck had perished along with the Elf King, then his characteristics would most likely have fallen into the hands of Ulysses as spoils of war. If he had not fallen, I wonder if he would have had some connection with the current school of life. Of course, this is just speculation. I haven't obtained any corresponding evidence. Klein, who knew some of the inside story, thought to himself, this is a fairly logical guess. Currently, 2 copies of the Sequence 1 characteristic of the monster pathway are with our roles, and 1 copy is with a certain Serpent of Fate in Backlund who is currently rebooting. As for the uniqueness of this pathway, it is in the hands of the school of life. Therefore, most of the extraordinary individuals in this pathway can be traced back to the 2 lines of Oroyas and the school of life. For example, the monster pathway extraordinary individuals in the Rose School are basically all those who betrayed the school of life. Thinking about this, Klein sighed, the Hermit's summary of the high-sequence characteristic induction law is very useful. As long as there is enough information, the high-sequence characteristics of a pathway can be summarized, and the situation of that pathway will be clear at a glance. Odis continued without pausing, according to some information I've recently gathered, the elves also have 2 other gods, one is the elf prince Constantine, and the other is suspected to be an angel who has entered the common knowledge pathway. Klein and Alger, the Hanged Man, immediately recalled the intelligence the Hermit had obtained from the Deep Sea Admiral when they explored Whale Island together. As one of the pirate generals, the priestess Katlia naturally knew that the Deep Sea Admiral's name was Hel Constantine. Katlia couldn't help but speculate, the Elven Prince. I heard that the Deep Sea Admiral seems to have sea monster blood. Could this be his way of deliberately diverting everyone's attention? Does he actually have elven blood? Then she thought of the ancient elf who had fought yesterday. She had also heard that the Deep Sea Admiral had spoken privately with the Hermit last night, which made her guess that the Hermit must have a lot of knowledge about the elves that others did not have. Odis continued, that Elven Prince joined the Order of Morth in the Second Age and became one of the 10 Pillars, but he left in the Fourth Age. Katlia was taken aback, the Morse Order. One of the 10 Pillars. She never imagined that one of the 10 Pillars of the Morse Order would include a spirit. The other members were also somewhat surprised. They had all heard of the Morse Penitentiary, but they hadn't expected it to date back to the Second Age, and that it included humanoid extraordinary beings as members. Alger thought to himself, when I heard this news, I was quite shocked. If I didn't misunderstand what the Deep Sea Admiral meant, Prince Constantine should still be alive and well. He should be the only remaining elf angel. As for that god who was suspected of being a generalist, Odis said, I don't know what happened to him later. At this point, he shrugged and said, as I just said, this should be the case for most gods. As people of the Fifth Age, we have virtually no way of verifying the process by which he became a god, nor do we know whether he has already fallen. Odis paused for a moment and then continued, let's continue. The Dragon of Imagination has at least 2 subordinate gods, the Dragon of Nightmares Asulhad and the Dragon of Wisdom Harabajan. The former was the son of the Dragon of Imagination, and it is said that he perished when the ancient sun god took back the authority of the Dragon of Imagination, becoming a level 0 sealed artifact. Klein thought to himself, I know this all too well. 0-08, a stroke of genius from Asulhold. Odis glanced at everyone. The second one, the Dragon of Wisdom, as we mentioned before, secretly allied himself with the ancient sun god after the ancient sun god appeared, and later became one of the 8 angel kings. At the beginning of the 4th age, he became the god of knowledge and wisdom. Although this was the second time they had heard the news, everyone's expressions gradually became serious. This is a dark chapter in the history of a righteous god. Odis continued without pausing, there should still be ancient dragons surviving. One of them seems to be in Eastchester County of the Kingdom of Loan. Justice Audrey paused, in East Chestershire. The Hall family's fiefdom was located in East Chestershire. This information comes from my analysis of concrete news about the Psychological Alchemy Society, Odis said, glancing at Audrey intentionally or unintentionally. It is said that while investigating local dragon worship in a village in East Chestershire, they suddenly lost control or went mad. First of all, the presence of a dragon in that area is noteworthy, and secondly, it resembles the abilities of a high-sequence extraordinary individual through the spectator pathway. Later, during a tarot discussion, I heard Miss Justice talk about her exploration of the ocean of collective consciousness when she was in her family's fiefdom, which further confirmed my guess. In the ocean of collective consciousness of all creatures in East Chestershire, there is a dragon of the spectator pathway, and it is highly likely to be at the level of an angel. Audrey was initially surprised, because the information the Hermit mentioned about the Psychological Alchemy Society was something she had revealed at the tarot meeting. At that time, she had no idea that such an astonishing secret was hidden behind this information. However, she quickly felt relieved, because the Hermit was very good at analyzing intelligence and could often extract surprising information from seemingly ordinary pieces of information. Kathlia, Alger, and others also recalled that at a tarot meeting earlier this year, Miss Justice shared her experience of exploring the ocean of collective consciousness. At the time, they also realized that the spiritual dragon was at least at the level of a demigod, but it was not associated with concepts such as ancient dragon or imaginary dragon from the gods. Odis continued, there should be other ancient dragons still alive, but they should be hidden very well. At least we haven't found any clues yet. He paused briefly before continuing, the bound god has at least 2 subordinate gods. One is the god of spirits Thorsner, whom we've mentioned before. He later joined the Redemption Rose, and was renamed Bound God in the early stages of the 5th season. But from the middle of the 5th age, Bound God seemed to have disappeared, vanishing from people's sight. Based on the fact that the Rose School has split into 2 factions, I speculate that the Bound God must have been influenced and corrupted by the Mother Tree of Desire very early on. He is now likely hiding somewhere that makes it easy for him to maintain his own state, and is working hard to fight against the pollution of the Mother Tree of Desire. Klein recalled his previous conversation with Miss Bodyguard, Sharon, and felt that the Hermit's guess made a lot of sense. Most members of the Rose School were influenced by the Mother Tree of Desire, and degenerated into the Indulgent School. Another group, unaffected by the Mother Tree of Desire, or only minimally affected, is the Temperance faction. This faction still devoutly believes in the Bound God, even though the Bound God rarely responds. The magician, Furs, also recalled that in a previous transaction, the Hermit did say that Bound God seemed to have been influenced by the Mother Tree of Desire in the 2nd age. I also know that the king of the alien species had a subordinate god known as the God of War, who perished in the divine war that took place in the 2nd age, Odis said. I wonder if his characteristics ultimately fell into the hands of Red Angel Medici. He paused briefly before continuing, the Destroyer Wolf has at least 5 subordinate gods, Goddess of Misfortune, Ammonizes, God of the Dead, Salinger, God of Wishes, Cordal, and later Antigonus, and Mother of the Sky. We've already mentioned the 2 before. The Goddess of Misfortune is now the Goddess of Night, and many things about her are secrets. I don't know the process by which the Goddess of Misfortune became a god, but I guess she must have played an active role in the War of the Gods in the 2nd age. At that time, the deity of the Sleepless pathway was the Destruction Wolf, and there were also corresponding ancient gods in the 2 adjacent pathways of the Sleepless pathway. These are the Giant King corresponding to the Warrior path and the Phoenix Ancestor corresponding to the Corpse Collector path. If the Goddess of Misfortune wants to become a god, one of them must fall. Back then, there was no concept of adjacent paths, so it seemed that there was only one way left, to find a way to make the Destruction Wolf perish. Of course, it's also possible that the Goddess of Misfortune was just lucky enough to have waited for such an opportunity. Alger thought to himself, the Goddess of Misfortune is more fortunate. To me, this sounds like the Hermit's satire. Other members shared similar thoughts, feeling that the Goddess of Misfortune probably didn't get her chance through luck. Emlyn, the moon, clenched his fists upon hearing this, but then sighed helplessly. What good would it do to know these secrets? Could he question the Goddess of the Night? Emlyn knew perfectly well that he might be killed before he even saw the goddess of the night. He silently told himself, I still need to work hard to become stronger and get promoted as soon as possible. Odis gave everyone a few seconds to process the news before continuing. After the fall of the Destruction Wolf, the god of the dead joined the Phoenix ancestor. After the Destroyer Wolf fell, Antigonus and the Mother of the Sky hid in the Hornic Mountains and established the Night Kingdom. Later, Antigonus joined the camp of the Blood Emperor Tudor. After the Blood Emperor fell, he was severely injured and his current whereabouts are unknown, but he is most likely somewhere in the Hornic Mountains. The Mother of Heaven perished after the destruction of the Kingdom of Night. He paused briefly and then said, God of Wishes Cordal seems to be an angel of the diviner pathway. After the Great Cataclysm, he disappeared from people's sight. He is most likely in the Forsaken Land. In fact, Odis was certain that he was the angel of the diviner path, and that he was in the Forsaken Land. But he felt it was better to be vague about this. Klein took this message to heart, thinking it might come in handy in the future. The son Derek suddenly straightened his back, then thought for a moment but couldn't recall the relevant news. Odis smiled and said to little son, no need to think about it. Even if you had met this angel, there would only be two possible outcomes. First, you won't even notice him. Second, everyone in Silver City will become his puppet. And since you are not a puppet now, it means that even if you had encountered each other, you would not have noticed each other. The other members were taken aback, but they also felt that the answer from the Hermit made sense. After all, he was an angel. Derek breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he wasn't interested in the Silver City. Odis continued, I don't know about the other subordinate gods of the Phoenix ancestor, I only know that the god of the dead, Salinger, was once a subordinate god of this ancient god. As for the god of the dead, he later became the emperor of the underworld, and ultimately perished at the end of the Fourth Age. Then, as if speaking meaningfully, he said, as for the process of the god of the dead becoming a god, I have already shared my speculations and thoughts before, so I will not go into details here. Klein, sitting at the head of the bronze table, thought to himself, I noticed it even without you reminding me. The characteristics that the god of the dead used to become a god must have come from the Phoenix ancestor. Not only him, but the goddess of misfortune also derived her divine attributes from the Destruction Wolf. The god of spirits derived his divine attributes from the king of the alien species. Additionally, there's the dragon of wisdom's betrayal of the dragon of imagination. Klein thought to himself, this is what it means to be a follower of a god. Everyone is watching the characteristics within their own ancient god's body. It can even be described as being wary of fire, theft, and followers of gods. Odis concluded, the last ancient god, the Demon King, probably had three subordinate gods, who later became the heads of three demon families, Nos, Andrerad, and Belial. According to information I obtained from other sources, the Andrerad family and the Belial family began to decline more than 1,000 years ago. And the reason for their decline seems to be a curse. The other members were all taken aback. The priestess Katlia was hearing such information for the first time. She then asked, what kind of curse is it? I'm not entirely sure myself, Odis replied. It seems to be related to the Demon King. The Demon King did explain the reason for the curse to him, but Odis did not completely believe what he said. Caldelia said, oh, not surprised by the answer, after all, the Hermit wasn't a demon and it was unlikely that he would know the answer. Seeing that no one had any further questions, Odis then said, that concludes all the details of this transaction. As usual, the other members quietly digested the intelligence they had just acquired. Klein, the initiator of the transaction, thought to himself, although this transaction did not yield any particularly surprising information, the analysis of the ancient gods and their followers has essentially clarified the dynamics of the gods from the Second Age to the Fourth Age, and even the Fifth Age. Alger also remarked, the godhood rate among the gods is very high. Another group with a very high godhood rate is the King of Angels. Of the 7 gods, 6 come from these two groups. After a dozen seconds of silence in the hall, the son Derek initiated a deal for the extraordinary weapon. Now that he no longer worries about the Council of 6 investigating the origin of these weapons, he trades 50 to 70 extraordinary weapons every week. In order to create a large number of extraordinary weapons, Odis had Hugh and Alan constantly purchase various spiritual materials, and at the same time, he began to plant and raise spiritual plants and animals on Cruz Island. The price difference in this transaction is currently one of Odis's main sources of income. The Moon Emlyn said, gentlemen, please keep an eye out for the characteristics of the Vampire Viscount, also known as the Crimson Scholar. The latest novels are first published on 69 Shuba. He felt that he should be able to fully digest the potion within 2 or 3 months, so he planned to prepare the extraordinary traits needed for his advancement. Odis thought for a moment and said, I have it here, 7,500 pounds. Yesterday, he seized a Crimson Scholar trait. In addition, during Byam's operation against the Rose School, Odis also seized a corresponding trait. Emlyn was taken aback, not expecting his need to be met so immediately, so he said, please let me think about it. The main problem is that he doesn't have enough money right now, so he needs to find a way to raise more. After that, there were no further trading requests from the participants, and the discussion began. Alger, the hanged man, first turned his head to look at the little son beside him. Are you still in Silver City? Yes, my recent tasks are to familiarize myself with the abilities and patrol the surrounding area, Derek said without any hesitation. Alger pondered for a moment and said, that shepherd elder hasn't come to see you recently. No, Derek replied. The Council of Six seems to be busy with the former chief's tomb. At the last Tarot meeting, Little Sun mentioned that the former chief of the city of Silver built a tomb deep underground and moved in, and then never came out again. At the time, everyone suspected that he was preparing to switch to Sequence 3 of the Death Pathway. However, the process did not seem to go very smoothly. According to Little Sun's observations in recent weeks, members of the six-person council frequently appeared near the tomb. Alger said, pay attention to this matter. At this crucial stage of learning about the clues to contact the outside world, you are studying the tomb of the former chief. Something must have happened in the tomb, which may put you in danger. Yes. Derek nodded vigorously. He had also been trying to gather intelligence recently. Then Justice Audrey said, I recently received news that something has happened in Remmberg recently, which is said to have severely damaged Fenaport and Intis's forces infiltrating the west. And in the process, 2 nobles died. The news had just been brought to Backlund by a lone merchant. The lone nobles were not interested in the struggles of this small country, they only started talking about it after hearing that 2 nobles had died. Although they were 2 nobles from a small country, nobles are very interested in the movements of other nobles, even those of minor nobles. Because they also realized that this era placed new demands on the nobility, they had to be well informed and learn from the experiences of other nobles. Audrey brought this up because she had heard that something noteworthy had suddenly happened in Remmberg, a place that hadn't seen anything major for a century or two. A very capable governor had suddenly appeared in Bernadette, the western province. Based on the description of the governor, Audrey felt that he was like a hermit. So when she got to this point, she looked at the hermit. Odis smiled generously and said, I am well aware of the problems in the western province, because I have just become one of the governors of that province. Audrey took a quiet breath. It really is him. No wonder there hasn't been any news about the mysterious admiral in the recent Ross Daily. The magician first suddenly felt a little confused. Wasn't the hermit the pirate general? How did he suddenly become the governor? No, that's not the point. He's a wanted criminal. Why would the Remmberg government hire him as governor? Does this government have such a low standard for appointing officials? Emlyn was also stunned, and simply said, the king of Remmberg, could he be a pirate king? Odis smiled and said, don't overthink it. I became governor because of the recommendation of the Church of Knowledge. However, the Remmberg government will not admit that they hired a pirate general as governor. Klein immediately thought of General Iceberg. I had a feeling before that the hermit was deliberately getting close to General Iceberg in order to use General Iceberg's channels to establish contact with the Church of Knowledge. Audrey then asked, why did you do this? I mean, why did you suddenly stop being a pirate general and become a governor instead? The other members also looked at the hermit, eager to know the answer, especially Gedalia, who couldn't understand what the hermit was doing. Odis pondered for a second or two before saying, there seems to be no need for me to hide my true purpose from you. People's curiosity has increased. Odis said, based on my observation of the current situation, there may be some large-scale wars in the near future, and I hope to use such wars to establish my own power. This answer surprised everyone. After hearing it, Alger took a deep breath and thought to himself, this idea is very bold. He has always hoped that when the time is right, he can establish his own power. But before that, Alger had only thought about it, but when he heard the hermit say that, he suddenly felt his blood boil. Katlia continued her discussion with the hermit. Do you think the current tense situation between countries will trigger a large-scale war between them? Even though she spends most of her time at sea, Katlia has noticed that relations between the various countries of the northern continent seem to be gradually becoming tense. This is inevitable, Odis said. Has no one noticed? Now that countries have entered the industrial age, the speed of producing goods far exceeds the speed of consuming them. They did not lower prices as a result, or rather, the prices of many goods could no longer be lowered. But the problem is that food, clothing, and rent have already depleted most people's income, and they can easily go bankrupt because of some small things. For example, many families go bankrupt if a member gets sick, or if the price of bread rises. As the number of goods increases, the number of poor people also increases. Although the interests of the rulers are protected by extraordinary power, the slums have now become areas where evil gods run rampant. The evil gods love those who struggle in pain and despair. Klein thought to himself, in summary, it's about severe overcapacity and a widening gap between the rich and the poor. Then he thought, it's only because there are extraordinary forces in this world that many mass incidents have occurred and new ideas have emerged. If these issues cannot be resolved internally, it could even trigger a world war. Kathleen nodded slowly, agreeing with the Hermit's analysis. Audrey fell into deep thought. She had also noticed this problem recently and wanted to know how to solve it, but she felt increasingly powerless as she pondered it. Because the extraordinary is a mountain pressing down on this world, and an unshakable one at that. As long as extraordinary beings exist, the world can continue to function stably, but the price of doing so is the sacrifice of countless ordinary people. Furs also fell into deep thought. She observed many social problems, but she did not think about them more deeply because she felt that they were not her responsibility. Odis paused for a moment and then said, although the world we live in appears glamorous on the surface, it has long been rotten and stinking inside. Someone has to step up and do something reliable to make the world have a more hopeful future. Everyone was stunned when he said that. If we disregard the sequence and only consider intellect and vision, the Justice, the Hangman, and the High Priestess at the Tarot meeting are already considered the elite of this world. But the Hangman and the Priestess never thought about making the world a better place. Most of the time, they were just thinking about how to make themselves better. Audrey, the Justice, did have similar thoughts, but she had already developed an aristocratic mindset, and her thoughts didn't have much substantive meaning. Neither the Magician nor the Moon had considered this. They both felt that giving hope to the world was the business of the strong, nobles, and officials, not theirs. Klein was well aware that while he could boast about such things, he had no experience in doing them and his negligence could lead to the deaths of many people. At this moment, Gadria finally realized that the Queen had said that the Hermit was someone who would change the world order. At the same time, she also realized that the Queen was not just an investment in Hermits. Based on Katlia's understanding of the Queen, if the Hermit truly possesses such abilities, the Queen will undoubtedly do everything in her power to help him. Alger also came to his senses, and his first thought was, is this the Hermit's target? Or the God of Mysteries' target? Seeing that everyone was silent, Odis smiled and said, that may be a bit unrealistic. At least when I am weak, I will not reveal my purpose in front of people I do not trust. However, you can say it in front of someone you trust. This is to declare your intentions. The other members didn't say anything because they didn't know what to say. It was a question that felt somewhat unfamiliar to them. All right, let's discuss something else, Odis said. The pirate conference was successfully held, with 6 pirate generals participating. At the conference, the Pirate Alliance Standing Committee was established, with each pirate general serving as a standing committee member, and the great pirates attending as ordinary committee members. Such things cannot be kept secret. With the great pirates gone from Cruz Island, the matter of the Pirate Alliance Standing Committee is no longer a secret. Even those great pirates were eager to let more people know when they were boasting, in order to highlight their special status. So Odis simply decided to release this information proactively. The other members, apart from Katlia and Alger, were stunned when they heard this. Klein, who was at the head of the bronze table, thought to himself, why does this sound like the structure of the United Nations? The Magician first thought, it looks so high class. It's just a pirate alliance. Why make it so formal? When Alger received this intelligence, he also marveled that Admiral Mystery was a competent politician. He established the basic system of the pirate alliance in just over 2 hours of meetings. He had never thought that politicians and pirates would get mixed up together. Caldelia said, more than that, I'm curious about how you managed to mass-produce those miracle drugs. She simply asked the question without offering any explanation to the uninformed Justice and others. Klein and Alger, who knew about the miracle drugs sold by the Hermit, had similar questions. In the extraordinary realm, this medicine requires little technical expertise and can be prepared by any pharmacist. However, this process cannot be mass-produced unless hundreds or thousands of pharmacists are brought together and made to work to the best of their ability. This would be very costly. According to the official Extraordinary Organization salary guidelines, an extraordinary at Sequence 9 would earn at least £6 per week. A team of 500 pharmacists would need to earn £3,000 per week. There are also management costs, operating costs, and so on. When you calculate it all, you can't make any money selling a miracle drug for 15 sulfurs. This is why Klein initially thought the Hermit was doing charity work. The key point is that this idea can only be realized in theory. If 500 pharmacists were gathered together, they would be checked by official extraordinary individuals within 2 days at most to find the copper pennies in the gas meter. Secret organizations also regard this place as a gathering place for pharmacist characteristics. Odis pondered for a moment before saying, do you all remember my research and discoveries about magic circles and mystical symbols? Justice Audrey and the others nodded immediately, but Katlia was somewhat bewildered because she had not yet joined the Tarot Club when Odis was talking about those things. This was an application of magic circles and mystical symbols. Odis said, then suddenly brought up another matter, has anyone wondered why the Limaner's travel notes that Miss Magician rented earlier could record extraordinary abilities? This topic was somewhat of a leap, but Katlia continued along the line, because of extraordinary existence. Odis further inquired, and the specific process. Katlia paused for a moment, then said, I don't know. At this point, Odis asked Furs, is this how the magical item records? When it records an extraordinary ability, it forms extraordinary characters that appear on the corresponding paper. Furs paused for a moment, then said, yes. Let me tell you about my observations of the recorders, Odis said. When they are recording abilities, it's as if they have opened a book in their eyes, transforming the extraordinary abilities they see into illusory symbols and recording them in the book of their eyes. When you release your power, the book in your eyes will open again, find the corresponding page, release those symbols, and you can display the corresponding power. Everyone seemed to understand the meaning of Hermit, and then they all felt it was somewhat unbelievable. Odis continued, according to my research, extraordinary abilities can be expressed using symbols. That's more like the true nature of this world, just like how all objects can be transformed into clusters of illusory information by angels through the secret seeker pathway. Klein was taken aback, the digital world. The other members felt that the topic had suddenly become more sophisticated, and that it had completely overturned their understanding of the subject. After giving everyone a few seconds to think, Odis continued, of course, it's not to say that any one approach can express the extraordinary abilities of the others. Based on my observation, there are only 3 ways to accomplish this: apprentice, peeper, and reader. The secret prayer method won't work either. The shepherd shepherds the soul, not directly expressing extraordinary abilities. Chapter 361, Chapter 360, The Diseased Lieutenant General's Cooperation Intentions. At the tarot meeting, everyone was discussing one of Odis's important studies, using Gar runes to express extraordinary abilities. This had a huge impact on the other members, because before this, they all felt that extraordinary abilities through different pathways were the result of extraordinary individuals utilizing the extraordinary characteristics of different pathways. This process is more like a behind-the-scenes operation, where everyone who becomes an extraordinary will naturally learn how to use their extraordinary abilities. But today the Hermit suddenly said that he could use the Gar runes to perform certain calculations and arrangements, and ultimately express an extraordinary ability. Even the priestess Katlia fell into deep thought, because in the Scroll Professor sequence, scrolls are written with mystical symbols, and that process is very much like expressing an ability using mystical symbols. Odis continued, it's not enough to simply know how to express different extraordinary abilities using mystical symbols, you also need the help of extraordinary characteristics to unleash those abilities. Take my research on recorders as another example. The mystical symbols arranged in a certain order actually play a guiding role, but in practice, extraordinary characteristics are still needed to implement them. It's as if those mystical symbols are providing an instruction manual for extraordinary traits, which allows extraordinary traits to unleash pre-recorded abilities by following this instruction. This requires certain extraordinary properties, which ordinary extraordinary properties cannot achieve. At this point, only the fool Klein, the priestess Katlia, and the hangman Alger could keep up with Odis's thinking. The other members were all trying their best to understand and keep up with the Hermit's description. Odis continued, let me explain it in another way. Sequence 7 of the spy pathway is called wizard, which can use a wide variety of witchcraft. During my wizard stage, I invented more than 80 kinds of witchcraft. Caldelia unconsciously revealed a surprised expression, because at the wizard stage, she only knew 26 wizard arts, which was already considered a very talented extraordinary person among wizards. The process of casting witchcraft involves using spiritual materials and incantations as a guide to unleash extraordinary properties and their corresponding abilities, thus creating the effect of witchcraft, Odis continued. In this process, incantations and spiritual materials are the instruction manual. And wizards can not only use fire, but also ice, water, and fly. This is a demonstration of their extraordinary and diverse characteristics. The recorder characteristic of the apprentice and the scholar characteristic of the reader have similar features. The members, including Justice Audrey, nodded in agreement, indicating that they understood. Odis did not continue speaking, but gave everyone a few more seconds. After figuring it out, Emlyn, the moon, asked, what does this have to do with miracle drugs? He paused for a moment, then said, I understand. You used mystical symbols to simulate the processing of herbs by a pharmacist. In this way, as long as there is enough spirituality, miracle medicines can be produced continuously. Odis smiled and nodded, that's right, but this process will also require the help of the extraordinary properties of the pharmacist. Alger exclaimed, this is a great deal. This special product costs at most £300, but the value it can create is immeasurable. This prompted Emlyn to lament, though pharmacists are going to lose their jobs. He himself wasn't too worried, because he no longer relied on his pharmacist skills to make money. There's a difference between me and a real pharmacist, Odis said. I can only sell some highly applicable drugs in bulk, and I sell them after they've been produced, unlike a pharmacist who is so flexible. The medicines sold in the Miracle Medicine store now are mostly for treating common diseases in the 5 Seas and the North and South continents. Most other medicines still require a diagnosis by a pharmacist before a prescription can be issued. Drugs for treating these kinds of diseases may not sell for a long time, so it's better to simply leave a way for pharmacists to make a living. Upon hearing this, Klein suddenly realized, I never imagined before that the Hermit was preparing to popularize the miracle drug. He had long considered a problem. Although there are many amazing and extraordinary powers in this world, these extraordinary powers are basically not widespread, or rather, the convenience brought by these extraordinary powers is basically difficult to benefit ordinary people. The emergence of miracle drugs seems to be just the beginning. According to the Hermit's theory, more things that allow ordinary people to enjoy extraordinary conveniences should appear in the future. At this point, Katlia asked again, how do you resolve spiritual issues? It's impossible for an extraordinary person to continuously channel spiritual energy into that pharmacist characteristic, right? That would be no different from a normal pharmacist. Odis said, I discovered a long time ago how to change the path of spiritual transmission. A magic circle can continuously supply spiritual energy. However, this magic circle requires a large area. Katlia paused for a moment before saying, now I understand why you insisted on cooperating with the Church of Knowledge. The other members, reminded of this, also came to understand the significance of the Hermit's actions, because the applications of his research could bring about revolutionary changes to the world. Such enormous profits are bound to attract the attention of many extraordinary organizations, and cooperating with a righteous church is indeed the best way. In a previous conversation, Alger the Hanged Man also mentioned this matter. Although Odis did not say it explicitly at that time, he was already preparing for cooperation with the Church of Knowledge. The magician first suddenly thought of a few science fiction novels he had recently read. At the time, he thought the settings of those science fiction novels were quite magical, but if he thought about it carefully, those settings could actually be accomplished quite easily with the help of extraordinary abilities. However, Furs had never thought of this before, always feeling that scientific products and the extraordinary were two different things. After a moment of silence in the magnificent hall, Odis said to Katlia, I forgot to mention something. I wanted to trade with you for the locations of those Elven islands. During a previous tarot gathering, Gadria mentioned that in the depths of the raging sea, in some relatively less dangerous areas, some remnants of the Elven race still lived. At that time, Odis could tell that Katlia had the exact location of those elves. Katlia paused for a moment, what do you need the locations of those islands for? An elf wishes to visit relatives, Odis said with a smile, without elaborating. Without needing a detailed explanation, Gadria immediately recalled the ancient elf who had appeared during yesterday's battle. I know that there are still elves on the islands in the two dangerous areas of the raging sea. What kind of compensation do you need? Consider your description of your research as payment, Katlia said. Odis did not refuse, okay. After obtaining the fool's consent, Katlia manifested the coordinates of the two islands and passed them on to Odis. Afterwards, Justice Audrey asked Odis about the details of her time as governor. These weren't things that needed to be kept secret, so Odis gave a brief explanation. When everyone heard that Odis had gathered up the bandit leader and the nobles and killed them all at once, they were all stunned. Is it necessary to be so violent to be a governor nowadays? Seeing everyone's expressions, Odis explained the current situation in Watai Prefecture, and everyone finally understood that the behavior of the two nobles was actually similar to that of the bandit leader. Later, everyone became very interested in the process of suppressing the bandits. Having witnessed the portable spirit wave cannon, Klein and Alger could now imagine the despair the bandits would feel when faced with its explosion. The members, who had never witnessed the power of the lingbow cannon, thought the bandit army was too weak. They had surrendered after only a few shots from afar. After discussing a few more topics related to Remmberg, Klein announced the end of this tarot session. Odis returned to the real world, and as usual, he spaced out for a while before getting up to set up an altar on his desk and taking out an extraordinary weapon he had prepared in advance from the wilderness of knowledge. A few minutes later, Odis received a message from the Fool, and first performed a sacrificial ritual, offering the extraordinary weapons bound together to the Fool. He then prepared a gift ceremony and received 2,700 pounds in cash, as well as a large amount of extraordinary materials. He will later have a messenger deliver some of these extraordinary materials to Hugh and Alan so they can sell them on his behalf. He will also sell some of them in the scroll shop, thus opening up another sales channel. After returning to the real world, Katlia glanced around, then immediately got up, dressed herself up, and headed straight for the trading area. The magical item she saw yesterday, which corresponds to Sequence 9, the thief, was still there. After decisively buying it, she leisurely went to the scroll shop. At this time, the scroll shop opened for business and a long queue had already formed. However, both the Pirate General and the Great Pirate can use their status as standing committee members and committee members of the Pirate Alliance to enter without queuing. Just as Katlia was about to enter, she sensed something was wrong. Katlia immediately took off her glasses and glanced at the doorway with her eye of secrets. She discovered that it was actually a spatial tunnel, but it was so well hidden that no one had noticed it. Or rather, it is only possible to detect it at the level of sequence 5. Only after confirming that there was no danger did Katlia step inside. Once inside, she became even more certain that she had passed through a shorter spatial tunnel before entering the actual scroll shop. This made Gadria sigh. The Hermit is very careful. Even if the scroll shop is attacked, its safety can be ensured by disconnecting the connection. And that way, no one will know the location of the scroll shop. Only then did Gadria begin to examine the goods in the scroll shop. The first thing that caught her eye was a pile of scrolls, which were placed on small wooden tables. On one side of the table, the function and price of the scrolls on the table were written. Some of the scrolls are almost sold out. For example, Flight Scroll, Invisibility Scroll, Explosion Scroll, and so on are all very popular scrolls, and at this time there are very few left on the corresponding wooden platform. At this moment, Katlia saw the diseased general, who exuded a sense of beauty in every movement. As if shopping in a mall, he picked up several scrolls from this one and several from that one, and had already filled a basket to the brim. That basket was a shopping basket handed out by the waiter when we entered. Katlia also had one. The other pirates who entered this place also took as much as they could within their economic means, since scroll professors' products were very scarce in the extraordinary realm. Although this thing can only be used once, its advantage lies in having no negative effects and being able to catch the opponent off guard. However, there are very few scroll professors who sell scrolls because the materials for scrolls require complex processing, which makes them very expensive and time-consuming. Odis was able to mass-produce scrolls mainly because he had mastered the technique of making various scrolls using high-quality parchment. This technique was obtained by Odis from the wilderness of knowledge. This key technique has not yet been made public. He only wrote about it in his book, The Scroll, From Beginner to Expert. Another reason why mass production is possible is the 2 intelligent puppets that Odis obtained in the wilderness of knowledge after he was promoted to astrologer. Odis only needed to provide the finest parchment and spiritual materials. He did not need to expend his time or spiritual energy. Caldelia didn't really need the scrolls, but she still took a few to study when she got back. As she continued deeper, she saw many extraordinary materials at the low sequence level, clearly obtained by the Hermit from the Little Sun. At the tarot meeting, a sequence 9 material from the Sun was worth £70, but the Hermit resold it for £150. Moreover, that was payment in lieu of extraordinary weapons. Katlia estimated that although an extraordinary weapon cost £50, its cost was at most £20. You can make money from both directions. As she continued walking, Gadria was surprised to see some magical items on the wooden platform. She paused for a moment, then quickly approached to take a closer look. These magical items are sold just like merchandise in a department store, with their specific uses and negative effects written on the wooden shelves in front of them. There are roughly 20 or 30 of them. For a moment, Katlia had some doubts. Could it be that the Hermits could even mass-produce magical items? When I first heard her, the Hermit, say that the scroll shop would sell magical items, I thought she was planning to sell a few useless loot items with significant negative effects. But it turns out there are so many, and the negative effects are all within an acceptable range. After looking at the display of magical items for a while, Gadria roughly figured out what was going on. Most of these magical items correspond to sequences 9 and 8 of the prisoner pathway, with only 3 corresponding to sequence 7 werewolf. This reminded Gadria that more than a month ago, the Hermit had severely damaged the Rose School in Biome, and must have captured many of the characteristics of the prisoner's path during that battle. Looking back, she realized that the third member of the Sword of Dawn seemed to be a craftsman, and perhaps there were many more craftsmen among the followers of the Lord of Mysteries. These amazing items must have been practice pieces made by the craftsman. Katlia's guess was basically correct. It was true that Odis had seized too many extraordinary traits from the prisoner pathway and was not comfortable using these traits to cultivate extraordinary individuals. Because the knowledge wilderness had the ability to shatter extraordinary traits, and at the time there were as many as 70 or 80 extraordinary traits in the low sequence, it was decided to make them into magical items. Caldaria wouldn't even look at magical items of this caliber, but she still bought a few to reward her subordinates later. The prices are very reasonable. A magical item equivalent to sequence 9 costs £350, a magical item equivalent to sequence 8 costs £800, and a magical item equivalent to sequence 7 costs £1,800. This is the lower tier of the market price for magical items. However, this is much better than selling extraordinary traits directly, because the demand for extraordinary traits through the prisoner route is very small. A trait at sequence 9 level might only sell for around £260, and there are very few buyers. But once it was made into a magical item, Katlia was certain it would be sold out before evening. For ordinary pirates, magical items are extremely valuable, since the probability of them being naturally formed is very low. Even magical items at the low sequence level would be highly sought after. Just then, the sound of arguing came from the doorway. The latest novels are first published on 69 Shuba. Katlia glanced over there and saw a pirate about to leave being stopped by a waiter who said he still had goods to pay for. The pirate denied it and even raised his hand to tell the waiter to search as much as he wanted, but if he couldn't find anything, he would demand compensation. The waiter then explained, "Sir, every item here is imbued with a special spirit. That spirit can only be erased by the front desk equipment when you pay. Otherwise, we can find the lost item at any time." Katlia and the other pirates who were shopping were stunned for a moment, not expecting such a move. The pirate who was about to leave also paused for a moment, perhaps recalling the scene of Dawn's sword catching the thief who stole the streetlights. He then took out 2 scrolls from his seemingly flat pocket. After thinking about it for a while, Gadria felt that the operation was not difficult. The astrologer could relatively easily leave a trace of spirituality on an object for a period of time. The problem is that the waiter who took the money was clearly an ordinary person, so how did he manage to eliminate that spiritual energy? Gia Delia carefully examined the device. It was about the size of a small oven, with 2 crystals on the top and a lever on the left. The door to open the device was at the front. After the waiter placed the 2 scrolls into the device, he pulled a lever. One of the crystals lit up, and he opened the device, handing the scroll, now stripped of its anti-theft properties, to the pirate who had already paid. Gadria roughly understood, this must be another application of the magic circle. The 2 crystals acted as indicator lights, one lighting up meant the spiritual energy had been successfully removed, while the other lighting up indicated an anomaly. She realized that these magic arrays could save a lot of manpower from extraordinary beings. Otherwise, at least 1 or 2 extraordinary beings would be needed here. After browsing through the scroll shop, Katlia remarked that the goods here could provide the Hermit with at least tens of thousands of pounds in income. After a pirate tournament, this guy should be able to earn hundreds of thousands of pounds. This is just the income during the pirate tournament. In the next month or 2, everything about this island will spread quickly among the pirates, creating a very stable income for the island. Katlia thought to herself, from now on, the Hermits will be the money bag of their organization. Odis watched as Kana directed 2 extraordinary puppets to put a cartload of gold pounds into a huge safe. At this moment, Odis felt extremely satisfied. He never imagined that one day he would have to push his money with a wheelbarrow. However, these gold pounds cannot just be left here, they must be invested and spent as soon as possible. Besides using the money to build railways, Odis also planned to use it to improve the business environment in Vote State, construct water conservancy projects, and so on. Just then, a servant came to report that the illness general was requesting an audience. Odis grunted in response, turning his gaze away from the gold pound and returning to his office. Immediately afterwards, the waiter brought in the general of illness. With her graceful figure and sharp, bright eyes, Admiral Disease, Tracy smiled and said, "This pirate conference was truly spectacular. No conference has ever been as successful as this one." Odis gestured for someone to sit down in the sofa area. "With your approval, I'm relieved." After exchanging a few pleasantries, the illness lieutenant general got to the point, "I hope to purchase a batch of spirit storage crystals." Currently, Odis uses the spirit storage crystal on various extraordinary weapons and tools, but for ordinary extraordinary individuals, the greatest function of the spirit storage crystal is to store spiritual energy in advance for use at crucial moments. Especially at the Sequence 7 level, most Sequence 7 practitioners possess extraordinary abilities unique to their respective paths. However, the spirituality at this level is limited, and many abilities become unusable after only a few uses due to spiritual depletion. If you have a spirit storage crystal, at this time, you can release more abilities by using the spiritual energy stored in advance. An enemy that was originally unbeatable can now be defeated. What was once an inescapable situation can now be escaped. Therefore, spirit storage crystals play a significant role in the extraordinary realm. Odis asked, "How many exactly are you referring to in this batch?" Tracy said, $100. More later. Another big deal worth 30,000 pounds. Odis smiled and shook his head, "Everyone who sees me wants a batch of spirit storage crystals. I can only give you 20. The remaining 80 will be given to you in a month." This wasn't a case of Odis using scarcity marketing, rather, their inventory from the previous few months had sold out, and they couldn't expand production capacity in the short term. Odis even considered whether to dismantle the streetlights first and sell the spirit-storing crystals inside. The disease lieutenant general showed no dissatisfaction and did not bargain. "Okay, I'll pay you the 20 yuan later." Then she asked, "I heard you fought against the Rose School in Byam before." The battle that covered Klein's evacuation from Byam caused quite a stir, and many extraordinary beings saw the crew of Dawnbreaker Sword. "Yes," Odis said. "We don't quite agree with many of the ideas of the Rose School." He was being too polite. In reality, he was ready to eliminate the libertarians of the Rose School upon encountering them. "We can provide the necessary assistance," Tracy smiled. We happen to have control of several Rose School strongholds. Would you be interested? Looking at the beautiful face before him, Odis knew they were finally getting to the point. Tell me your terms. He didn't have a good impression of the witch cult either, but he wasn't as hostile as the Rose School, who would kill anyone on sight. If we can use the witch cult to weaken the Rose School, that would be ideal. Tracy maintained her smile and said, I can't tell you the specific terms right now, but I promise you won't suffer any losses. And if you handle things properly, no one will discover our cooperation. Odis shook his head and said, I'm sorry, your conditions are too vague. I can't agree on whether you will cooperate. Well, if you think it's too early to tell me now, you can first establish a trading intention, and then officially start the transaction when you feel the time is right. He knew very well that a deal from the witch cult was definitely not a good thing, but he planned to establish a deal first and then decide what to do after learning the details of the deal. If someone is about to do something immoral or unethical, report it to the church immediately. Odis was not afraid of offending the witch cult at all, or rather, after acquiring the Hermit card and further strengthening the Lord of Mysteries ability, he was no longer afraid of ordinary extraordinary organizations. It should be noted that the Lord of Mysteries has already killed 3 demigods, and any more coming would simply be delivering spoils of war. Tracy said, I didn't expect that we could reach a deal so quickly. Whether we can cooperate depends on what you specifically need me to do, Odis said with a smile. If it goes against my principles, I will not continue the transaction. Of course, Tracy said, but in her heart she thought, after learning the details of the deal, even if you don't want to continue the transaction, we will still make you complete it. Then, while unbuttoning her clothes, she said, as a reward for reaching a deal, I'll let you experience real pleasure. Wait a minute. Although Odis clearly refused, his eyes never left Tracy's increasingly exposed, supple skin. Tracy smiled somewhat domineeringly and said, how about it? I have a better figure than all your women, right? Odis swallowed hard. Tracy's figure wasn't extremely voluptuous, but rather just the right amount of voluptuous. Tracy looked at Odis with a smile, hurry up and carry me to your lounge. Odis clenched his fists, trying his best to suppress the urge to get up. He wanted to turn his head away, but found that he couldn't. He really wanted to admire Tracy's beautiful figure one more time. He knew this wouldn't work, he would gradually succumb to Tracy's allure, eventually his psychological defenses would collapse, and he would be completely ensnared. Just as Odis was about to pretend to pray and enter the wilderness of knowledge to calm down, he suddenly thought of a way. An invisibility scroll suddenly flew out of his leather bag on his desk and exploded next to Tracy. This was completely unexpected for Tracy, she couldn't dodge, and her beautiful figure vanished right before Odis's eyes. Odis breathed a long sigh of relief. The ability he had just displayed was his application of the combination of witchcraft and scrolls. This was an ability he conceived long ago after inventing flying magic. Any scroll he writes can be made to float to a designated location using flying magic, and then explode. However, Odis had never encountered such a severe psychic attack before, and this was the first time she had used this ability. Then Odis realized that if it weren't for the conservative education she received when she was young, which made her more conservative on issues of gender, she might have compromised just now. Then he sighed, how did Klein manage to remain so calm when facing the witch? However, Odis immediately realized, no witch has ever stripped naked in front of Klein, so he resisted. If Tracy hadn't taken off all her clothes so quickly, Odis was confident she could have resisted her allure. Tracy also realized that she seemed to have been passively invisible. She glanced at Odis with some surprise, because the scroll was quite unexpected. If it had been an exploding scroll or some other kind of scroll, she would have had a hard time dodging it. Odis said coldly, put your clothes on. I don't like being so passive. Seeing that Odis did not continue using her powers, Tracy smiled charmingly and said, I understand. While getting dressed, she said, remember our conversation. I will come to find you when the time is right. Odis hummed in agreement, indicating the end of the conversation. After Tracy put on her clothes, the effect of the invisibility scroll had not yet ended. Of course, Odis would not tell her that the invisibility effect would end as long as she used her extraordinary ability casually. Just as Odis was about to issue another dismissal order, Tracy added, please tell the mysterious queen that we still hope to cooperate with her, and we have already prepared the reward for her. Her tone then turned serious as she said, we found something underground in Trier that she'll definitely be interested in. Upon hearing General of Disease, Tracy's words, Odis paused for a moment before asking, are you going to cooperate with me, or with the mysterious queen? In fact, Tracy's mission was to seek cooperation with the mysterious queen through the mysterious admiral, so they carefully prepared the terms of the deal for the queen. Upon arriving at Cruz Island and witnessing the Lord of Mysteries take action, Tracy discovered that the witch cult had obtained incorrect information, forcing her to temporarily change her plans.